I inherited a rundown factory and decided to sell tablets for $15 each, which initially drew mockery from everyone who called them electronic trash. However, positive reviews from impoverished mountain regions started pouring in. People were grateful, with comments like "This tablet allowed my child to attend online classes for the first time in 3 years." The reviews highlighted the existence of many low-income families and the significance of affordable technology. Despite the success, I was troubled by the factory's massive debt of $700,000 left by my father. Just when I felt hopeless, I heard a voice in my mind: super factory system activated. The system had various advanced technology designs, from the iPhone 20 to nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, but I had 0 points to use them. Points were earned through customer satisfaction, which meant I needed good reviews. The system also set rules against fake reviews and price manipulation. The system gave me a beginner's package with a Samsung tablet design that I could modify. I realized it was a high-end product worth thousands of dollars, but I had limited funds, only $70,000, including wages and other expenses. I had to create a cost-effective version by downgrading components like replacing the Snapdragon 8 chip with a cheaper MediaTek chip and using outdated screens and leftover inventory parts. After optimizing the design, the modified tablet's cost was $13, but I needed to lower it further to make a profit at a $15 selling price. Negotiating with suppliers, I reduced the cost to $12 including taxes and labor, allowing a small profit margin. I named the tablet Buy DZ1, meaning the cheapest option. Our small factory had the advantage of flexibility, even if production was slow. We managed to go from project initiation to production in just 1 day. The tablet performed well, maintaining smooth operation despite the stripped-down features. To sell, I turned to online platforms, but faced rejection due to the tablet specs. I then opened a Taobao and Pinduoduo store, promoting the low price via live streams. Although many thought it was a scam, a villager named Jing Qiao, living in a remote area with a monthly income under $150, saw my stream. His daughter needed a tablet for online classes but couldn't afford the usual high prices. He decided to buy one. The sale of the first unit marked the beginning of a significant change. The next day, I discovered we had sold over 300 units. The factory buzzed with activity to fulfill orders. Meanwhile, a popular game streamer named Gge stumbled upon the tablet, found it hard to believe it was only $15, and ordered one for a live unboxing. The delivery was quick, and the unboxing revealed a surprisingly decent product for the price. Despite its low specs and various limitations, the tablet's functionality for basic tasks impressed viewers. In another part of China, the postal service delivered a tablet to Jing Qiao's village, bringing joy to his daughter who finally had her own device for online learning. This small, affordable tablet had begun to make a big impact, fulfilling its purpose of bridging the digital divide for low-income families. Shenzhen Special Zone, North City Development Zone. A small electrical appliance processing factory named Baidi White Emperor is located here. The name might sound impressive, but it's actually a rundown little factory. The sign is peeling, and there's no money to replace it. At this moment, the factory gate is blocked by creditors' cars. "Zhou Yang, hurry up and pay off your father's debt, or I won't leave." Outside, the person blocking the gate is a man in his 40s, shouting into a loudspeaker, demanding the repayment of the 300,000 yuan debt owed by Zhou Yang's father. Zhou Yang is sitting in his office, his face full of worry. He doesn't understand why, even though he was fortunate enough to travel through time, he ended up with the role of someone heavily in debt. That's right, Zhou Yang is not from this world. He traveled here half a month ago and inherited this small processing factory from his father. Logically, inheriting a family business and instantly becoming a second-generation rich kid is a dream come true. But the catch is, the factory his father left him is worth 5 million yuan, but there's a minus sign in front of it, meaning it has a debt of 5 million yuan. 5 million. Many people can't earn that much in a lifetime, yet Zhou Yang found himself saddled with it immediately after traveling here. It's a nightmare start. Zhou Yang now suspects that his father handed over the factory to him under the pretense of traveling the world, but actually just to run away from the debt. He's seen plenty of people who ruin their parents, but rarely parents who ruin their children. Zhou Yang has certainly learned something new. However, complaining won't solve anything. The problem still needs to be addressed. Zhou Yang called the factory's accountant, a woman named Sister Zhang, into his office to ask how much money they had left. Sister Zhang, who is 47 years old, said that there is currently 800,000 yuan in the factory's account. However, this is all the money they have, and they need to pay wages and the annual rent for the factory soon. If they can't raise funds by the end of the month, The factory will definitely go bankrupt. First, take out 300,000 to pay off the debt. I'll find a way to solve the funding issue. But now, with the knife at his throat, he can only take one step at a time. Sister Zhang sighed and went to make the transfer. Zhou Yang rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure. He took a deep breath. Although the start was tough, he was a time traveler after all, and couldn't just complain about his fate. After some thought, he decided to regroup and make a comeback. 5 million in debt? Many business tycoons started off in worse situations. He firmly believed that with his ability he could turn things around. When Zhou Yang left the office and entered the workshop, the workers greeted him warmly. Here comes the young factory owner. Xiao Zhou, try some dumplings I made. An elderly lady opened her lunchbox and offered delicious dumplings to Zhou Yang. These workers, mostly in their 40s and 50s, were the backbone of the factory. In a society where people over 35 face job optimization, Zhou Yang's father hired these older workers to take care of their livelihoods. Otherwise, they would have to work as security guards, cleaners, or even return to the countryside to farm, which would be very hard. At Baidi Factory, they earned wages comparable to younger workers and received full benefits. These old workers appreciated the kindness of the Zhou family, so they worked diligently, which was rare in today's restless society. Zhou Yang felt comforted. Perhaps this was the only valuable asset his father left him. Just as Zhou Yang was feeling emotional, a pleasant electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Super factory system activated. Zhou Yang's eyes widened with joy. Indeed, the essential system for a time traveler had appeared. I knew it. A time traveler shouldn't have such a tough start. He immediately checked the system instructions. The super factory system interface was quite simple, with various high-tech blueprints that could be exchanged for points. There were common household appliances like phones, refrigerators, and color TVs. When Zhou Yang opened the phone blueprints, he was shocked. The system included blueprints for the most shipped phone in the world, starting from the classic iPhone 4 up to the iPhone 20. The latest iPhone on the market was only the iPhone 14, which meant many blueprints in the system were for future products. Additionally, there were blueprints for future versions of Huawei and Samsung phones. If he brought these out now, it would surely shock the world. However, the points needed for these blueprints varied. The outdated iPhone 4 could be obtained for a few points, while the latest iPhone 20 blueprint required tens of thousands of points. The more advanced, the more expensive. Currently, Zhou Yang had 0 points and couldn't afford anything, so he could only admire them. The system store not only had phone blueprints but also blueprints for refrigerators, dishwashers, microwaves, and more, essentially a comprehensive library of appliance blueprints. However, as Zhou Yang scrolled further, his eyes widened because he stumbled upon the military section, filled with jaw-dropping content. Blueprints for the H-30 bomber, the Jiangsu nuclear-powered electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier. These unreleased military blueprints made Zhou Yang's heart race. If he presented them to the country, it would instantly outshine any rivals, leaving them in awe. But the 6-figure point requirements for these blueprints were daunting, leaving Zhou Yang in awe. It seemed that the military field was beyond his reach for now. He had to focus on making appliances first. But then came the question: all blueprints required points to exchange, so how could he earn points? He asked, "How can I earn points?" The super factory system responded, "You earn points by creating products that receive positive reviews from customers. The higher the customer satisfaction, the more points you earn. Note points are automatically calculated by the system. Each customer's review of each product will only count once. You cannot sell below cost price or manipulate reviews, otherwise, the system will penalize you." The system then added supplementary terms to prevent cheating. Zhou Yang understood that to produce good products and make money, he needed blueprints. But with 0 points, he couldn't activate the system. The superfactory system then announced, "A beginner's package is now being issued. Please check." The system kindly provided a beginner's package, which Zhou Yang eagerly opened. System: "Congratulations, you have received the blueprint for the Samsung Tablet 2022 Tab S8 Ultra. If unsatisfied, you can use the blueprint editing interface for intelligent modifications. Note: blueprints can be downgraded or substituted, and the system will optimize them into a complete device. However, they cannot be upgraded to a higher version. For example, a Huawei Mate 20 blueprint cannot be upgraded to a Mate 30 or higher." Zhou Yang understood that the tablet blueprint he received allowed modifications, making it very convenient and distinct from the original product, avoiding any infringement issues. The system was indeed considerate, and Zhou Yang gave it a big thumbs up. Next, He started examining the blueprint for the Samsung tablet. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was a high-end tablet priced at 8,999 yuan, with luxurious configurations that made it popular among high-end business professionals. Such a tablet, once launched, would certainly stir up significant discussions and instantly break into the high-end market. Baidu Electrical Factory would make a grand entrance. However, after the initial excitement, Zhou Yang realized an embarrassing problem: the manufacturing cost of this tablet was too high. He only had 500,000 yuan left, and many suppliers, knowing Baidu Factory's heavy debts, refused to deliver goods without seeing the payment. To get raw materials, he had to pay cash. With just 500,000 yuan, he could only afford the raw materials for about 10 tablets. Producing just 10 tablets wouldn't even conquer the market on his street, let alone a larger market. So, while the blueprint looked impressive, it wasn't practical for his current situation. "Can I exchange this blueprint for another one?" Zhou Yang asked. The system replied, "No, blueprints cannot be transferred, traded, exchanged, or disclosed publicly. If you don't want it, you can store or destroy it." With no other option, he decided to see if he could edit the blueprint to make a tablet that suited the factory's current situation. He opened the blueprint editing interface and was immediately impressed. The Super Factory System's blueprint editing interface resembled industrial software, allowing modifications and viewing of various data and values. The dense circuitry was more complicated than a spider web. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had studied electronic information engineering, so he could understand it. So complicated, with multi-touch, high-refresh screen, 4-channel stereo speakers, high-capacity battery. Zhou Yang wasn't fazed by these top-tier configurations. Although they were excellent, he couldn't afford to build them now. Can't afford high-end? How about a low-end tablet? Got it. He noticed the reduce configuration option in the system interface and thought of a good solution: downgrading the configurations. He immediately set to work. He decided to start with the most important component: the processor. The original processor was a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, which was far too high-end and expensive. He looked through the supplier directory and found a lower-end Snapdragon 660, a mid-range model from 4 years ago, but even that cost over 100 yuan per unit. It was still too pricey, so he switched to a much cheaper MediaTek chip. Although MediaTek's performance wasn't great, it was affordable and suitable for Zhou Yang's current situation. However, replacing the processor meant the tablet's performance would be significantly reduced, and it might struggle even to boot up to the home screen. Therefore, he needed to downgrade other components as well. The screen resolution was 2960x1848 with a 120 Hz refresh rate. This screen alone cost nearly 2,000 yuan, so it had to go. Zhou Yang checked the supplier price list and sorted it by price in descending order. He found an outdated 720p low refresh screen that cost only 40 yuan, as it was clearance stock. Although it was a poor quality panel that strained the eyes, the key point was its low price, so he chose it. Touch pen? Not needed for a low-end capacitive screen. Delete. 4-channel stereo speakers? Why bother? Cheap knockoff speakers would do just fine. Replace. 16 GB of RAM and 512 GB of storage. Way too much. Cut it down to a 3 GB 32 GB combo, costing only 20 yuan. Other features such as a 12MP wide-angle camera, 5G communication module, and alloy casing were all unnecessary and were removed. This way, the cost was reduced by hundreds of yuan with each modification. He decided to keep the 3.5mm headphone jack and the mini USB charging port. For the casing, since they couldn't afford magnesium aluminum alloy, they had to find a similar sized casing. After some searching, they found a batch of unsold casings from 5 years ago, with a brushed metal finish, priced at 20 yuan each, practically at scrap value. With all these materials selected, the Super Factory system automatically optimized the circuits, ensuring the downgraded components could still form a functional tablet. The calculated cost for this modified Samsung S8 tablet was an astonishing 96 yuan. A 96 yuan tablet was unimaginable, but this wasn't the limit. Pricing it just under 100 yuan sounded much better than 100 yuan. At 99 yuan, it stayed within the double-digit range, while 100 yuan entered the triple-digit range, significantly impacting sales. However, including shipping and retailer commissions, the 96 yuan cost was still too high to make a profit, which was against the system's requirements. More cuts were needed. After reviewing, he realized that no further reductions could be made to the functional aspects. These were the lowest priced components available, and he wasn't about to use second-hand parts. as that would violate Baidi Manufacturing's commitment to using only new materials. Sacrificing their reputation was not an option for Zhou Yang. So, he decided to negotiate prices with suppliers. "Hey Mr. Lee, do you still have those 720p screens? Limited quantity? I'll take them all, give me a bulk discount." "Mr. Zhao, I'm ordering a batch of small storage cards. Give me a good price, I need at least 5,000 units. Uncle Wang, those special casings you've had for 5 years now, no one's buying them anyway. How about a discount? I'll take them all for 5 yuan each." After making several calls, Zhou Yang successfully reduced the cost of the modified tablet to 83 yuan, including taxes, labor and packaging. With a selling price of 99 yuan, after accounting for losses, they could still make a small profit per unit. Using the 500,000 yuan available, they bought enough materials to produce 6,000 modified tablets. As long as they sold quickly, they could earn system points and quickly recoup funds, creating a positive cycle. When the suppliers delivered the materials the same day, Zhou Yang handed the blueprints to the workshop, and the workers began assembling the new tablets. Next, the tablet needed an eye-catching name and logo. Let's call it the Baidi Z1 tablet. Z stands for the cheapest, Zhou Yang decided. As for the packaging design, the system generated one automatically, which Zhou Yang found appealing and decided to use. He sent the design to the printing company for packaging production. From concept to production, the Baidi Z1 tablet took just 1 day, a record-breaking achievement. With the first batch of packaging ready by the afternoon, it was time for the assembly line to start. Although their production line was outdated, it had its advantages. Big companies' automated lines were highly specialized, usually only capable of producing specific electronics and models. Their production line, dating back to the early 2000s, could assemble various electronics, albeit slower, and with less automation, relying heavily on manual labor. To test the workers' production skills and sense of responsibility, many steps required manual tasks like soldering and screwing. Even the slightest negligence from the workers would cause the defect rate of these budget tablets to skyrocket. However, the employees at Baidi Electronics Factory were all grateful, experienced, and responsible senior workers. Therefore, once the Z1 tablet components arrived, they were quickly assembled, producing over 1,000 units per day with a high qualification rate. Zhou Yang finally received the finished Z1 tablets. They were heavy and solid, owing to the outdated metal craftsmanship of the surplus casings. Despite this, the tablets retained all the basic functions. They could play 720p videos, play music, and handle simple games like Link with ease. Although the original design was for a high-end tablet priced at 8,999 yuan, the Z1, with reduced specifications but optimized and enhanced by the system, still inherited the craftsmanship and quality of the high-end Samsung S8. The tablet operated smoothly, outperforming various low-end brands. With the product completed, the next crucial step was selling it. Zhou Yang needed to quickly earn the first profit before the payday. He contacted previous sales channels, but the channel manager mocked and rejected the tablet upon seeing its specifications. "Is this a few years old stock? It's outdated. Try selling it on the second-hand market, we only sell new products here." Feeling indignant, Zhou Yang knew his components were new, albeit outdated models. Not everyone uses Apple products in Starbucks, many need affordable tablets. Since the channels refused to sell, he had to explore retail options. He immediately set up online stores on Taobao and Pinduoduo. However, without funds to buy traffic, his products were buried among countless similar items. By noon, he hadn't made a single sale or even had visitors. With no other choice, Zhou Yang decided to live stream and sell the tablets himself, the latest and most innovative sales method. That afternoon, he started live streaming from his factory. 99 yuan tablet, free shipping, from a legitimate manufacturer with a 1-year warranty. Limited quantity, hurry while stocks last. Zhou Yang emphasized the key selling point: affordability. The live stream featured a Baidi Z1 tablet playing a video, showing its ability to play music and take simple selfies, performing all basic operations smoothly. However, his newly opened live stream had few viewers. Those who saw the 99 yuan price tag scoffed, suspecting it was a scam. With many deceptive deals in the market, such as the infamous 9 scams, skepticism was high. Consumers have been tricked too many times by unscrupulous sellers. For example, they might see a box of instant noodles advertised for 9 yuan, but when it arrives, it's a miniature version where each noodle block is no bigger than a thumb. Because of such experiences, people are wary of overly cheap products and tend to think they're scams. However, there are always exceptions. At this moment, in a remote mountain village called Shili Village in the northwest, A villager named Jin Qiao happened to see Zhou Yang's livestream. Shili village is remote and isolated, accessible only by a 10-mile mountain road. The village got electricity and internet only 3 years ago, finally moving away from using kerosene lamps at night. The residents here have low incomes, with most being impoverished, and the average monthly income is less than 1,000 yuan, making life very difficult. Jin Qiao is a native of Shili village. She grew up here and married a local man. Now, her parents have lost the ability to work, and her husband, the family's main breadwinner, died in an accident 2 years ago. She is left to care for a 9-year-old daughter and 2 elderly parents, relying on farming and raising chickens and ducks to earn a meager income. Life is tough. At noon, Jin Qiao finished her farm work and was heading home with her hoe. Though only in her early 30s, the harsh farm work had weathered her face, making her look like a woman in her 40s. Her skin was rough and dark from the sun and elements. She looked up at the blazing sun, sweating and thirsty. Reaching for her water bottle, she found it empty. Desperate for a drink, she decided to visit the village head's house for water. The village head's home was the best in the village, a 2-story house with cemented roads around it, a favorite spot for the village children to play. "Can I have some water?" Jin Qiao asked as she knocked and entered the courtyard. In Shili village, doors were rarely locked due to the community's trust. "Jin Qiao, help yourself. The water tank is over there," the village head's wife, Jidai Diao, replied. Jidai Jiao, known for her big feet, was kind-hearted and often helped Jin Qiao's struggling family by giving them old clothes. "Thank you, Sister Ji," Jin Qiao said gratefully as she drank. "We're all from the same village, no need to be so formal." Jidai Jiao smiled. Hearing noises from inside, Jin Qiao asked, "Are you watching TV?" "No, I'm watching a live stream on my phone." "Come on in and see." Jidai Jiao invited. In the living room, a Redmi phone was streaming a video. Jidai Jiao picked it up, and they watched together. "See, these people are live streaming and getting gifts from viewers. A single carnival gift can be worth a lot of money," Jidai Jiao explained. Jin Qiao's mouth formed an O shape in amazement. Having never left the mountains, she couldn't understand how these streamers could earn more in a few minutes than she could in a year of hard work. She sighed at the complexity of the world, feeling out of touch with the times. Jidai Jiao then swiped the screen to another live stream selling electronic products. The high prices, reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan for phones and computers, were beyond Jin Qiao's comprehension. "Why are these phones and computers so expensive?" Jin Qiao exclaimed, shaking her head. Her annual income wasn't even enough to buy one of the foldable phones. Jidai Jiao replied, "There are a lot of rich people nowadays. In big cities, they say houses cost millions and cars cost hundreds of thousands." Jin Qiao couldn't help but shake her head again. The highest amount of money she had ever dealt with was in the thousands. She couldn't even imagine what 10,000, 100,000, or a million yuan looked like. Such amounts were just abstract concepts to her. Suddenly, the live stream began promoting the Apple iPad 10, priced at 3,599 yuan. The host's fervent pitch made it sound like a bargain, as if not buying it would be a huge loss. But for Jin Qiao, that amount equaled half a year's income. She could only watch. "My daughter's teacher uses a tablet for online classes. I didn't realize they were this expensive," Jin Qiao exclaimed. Jin Qiao's daughter, Xiaoya, was in the 3rd grade. Due to the pandemic, she often had to attend classes online from home. However, Jin Qiao couldn't afford an expensive tablet. Prices ranging from over 1,000 to 3,000 yuan, plus internet fees, amounted to nearly half a year's income for her family, money needed for basic living expenses. Without a tablet, Xiaoya had to walk several miles each day to borrow a classmate's tablet for lessons. Many times, Xiaoya expressed her envy, wishing for her own tablet so she wouldn't have to sit on a small stool watching while her classmates participated in online classes. Jin Qiao knew that education was the key to a better future, and didn't want her daughter to end up stuck in the mountains like herself. Education was the only way out. She desperately wanted to fulfill her daughter's wish, but money was too tight. If a tablet cost only a few dozen yuan, she might be able to scrape together enough to buy one and pay for the cheapest internet connection so Xiaoya could study at home. But in all the live streams, even the cheapest tablets were rarely under 1,000 yuan, usually costing 2 to 3,000, which was out of reach for her. Just as Jin Qiao was lamenting, Jidai Jiao stumbled upon another live stream from a new seller. Baidu Z1 tablet, free shipping for only 99 yuan. This was Zhou Yang's live stream, where he was diligently promoting his tablet. A tablet for just 99 yuan, Jin Qiao asked in disbelief. She had just seen an iPad 10 for over 3,000 yuan. Maybe because it's a domestic brand, Jidai Jiao replied. also unsure due to her limited online shopping experience. Excited, Jingqiao asked, "Can you help me buy this tablet? I'll pay you back later. I finally saved up 100 yuan from selling eggs yesterday, so I have enough." "Sure. I'll help you." Ji Dajio agreed and clicked the order link. Ding dong! Zhou Yang, in the midst of his livestream, received an exhilarating notification. His Baidu Z1 tablet had finally sold its first unit, marking a significant milestone from 0 to 1. The first sale is always the hardest, and with a good start, the rest would follow more easily. "Will ship today," with a 7-day no-reason return policy, Zhou Yang mentioned to the consumer, though he received no reply, likely because they weren't taking the 99 yuan tablet seriously and had bought it on a whim. What Zhou Yang didn't know was that Jidai Dajiao wasn't proficient in typing, hence the lack of communication. Zhou Yang carefully packed a brand new tablet and notified the courier to pick it up by the end of the day. That afternoon he managed to sell over a dozen units, a decent start. Motivated, Zhou Yang continued his livestream with even more energy. By evening his voice was hoarse, so he edited a sales video, uploaded it to his account, and set up the order link for automated playback to attract more customers. If someone stumbled upon his video, they might be tempted to place an order. Zhou Yang rested on time that night, planning to check the sales the next morning. The next day, Zhou Yang woke up early and logged into the Douyin store backend, only to find that over 300 units of his Z1 tablets had been sold. This level of sales was impressive. With so many orders to fulfill, Zhou Yang couldn't handle the packing alone, so he enlisted the help of the security guard and the cleaning lady. Meanwhile, the production line at the Baidu Electronics factory was in full swing, making more Z1 tablets. The entire factory was bustling with activity. At the same time, in a high-end neighborhood in Shenzhen City, a famous streamer known as Brother G was live streaming. "Damn it, if my teammates hadn't held me back, I would have made a 5-kill comeback." Brother G, a gaming streamer known for his witty commentary and skillful gameplay, was venting to his viewers about a recent game loss due to a minor mistake. "Brother G, play another round," a viewer suggested via the live chat. "No more games for today. I've lost enough already. Let's switch things up. We haven't done an unboxing in a while, so let's randomly pick an electronic product to unbox," Brother G replied. Brother G had a popular segment where he unboxed quirky electronic products from the market. Last time, he unboxed a foldable phone that cost 998 yuan. But after folding it a few times, the screen cracked, turning the foldable phone into 2 separate pieces. The box had even included a tube of 502 glue, hinting at its poor quality. The incident made his audience laugh uncontrollably, and even made the news, leading to the product being removed from the platform. With the previous unboxing being such a hit, Brother G decided to do another one. He took out his phone and started searching for interesting products on a shopping app. Initially he saw popular items, but they had all been reviewed by other tech streamers, offering nothing new. Wanting something more unique, he sorted the results by sales in ascending order, hoping to find something unusual among the less popular items. He was stunned by one product link, and couldn't help but shout in excitement. "Guys, I found a tablet for 99 yuan with free shipping. Unbelievable, right?" Brother G then showed his phone screen to the viewers, who were equally shocked by the super low-priced tablet. The tablet Brother G saw was the Baidu Z1 produced by Zhou Yang. Its appearance in the live stream sparked a flurry of comments. "What the heck? A 99 yuan tablet? Even a phone case costs more than that these days. This has to be a scam. A 99 yuan tablet? I bet it won't even power on. This isn't a tablet, it's an IQ test machine. Anyone who buys it must have a low IQ." Viewers were skeptical, as experienced netizens who had seen it all online. None had ever encountered such a cheap tablet, unless it was a decade-old second-hand device. But the Baidu Z1 came with a genuine product guarantee and a promise of a 10-fold compensation if it contained any used parts. So, buying it could even result in a profit if it turned out to be fraudulent. Hurry, Brother G, buy this tablet. It has a genuine product guarantee. You might make money if it's a scam. Quickly, viewers encouraged him to purchase the tablet, with many typing agree and I second that, urging Brother G to buy it immediately. Ordering it today won't be fast enough. Wait a minute, isn't this a local manufacturer here in Shenzhen? I can place an order and have a local courier deliver it to me. Brother G immediately placed an order, but instead of waiting for regular shipping, which would take a day, he contacted the seller to arrange for a local pickup. He also placed an order with a local courier service to pick up the item. Ding dong. In the Baidu Electronics factory, Zhou Yang received an order notification on his phone. Huh? Even our new store on Pinduoduo made a sale. That's rare. Zhou Yang noticed a new order from their Pinduoduo store with a request for local pickup. Sure, Zhou Yang agreed and provided the factory's address. Shortly after, a local courier arrived at the factory. Zhou Yang handed the courier a packed Z1 tablet. The courier quickly delivered the tablet to Brother G's high-end residential area, taking less than an hour. Brother G was playing a casual game and hadn't played many rounds before the courier arrived with the tablet. Guys, the 99 yuan tablet is here. Let's unbox it together, Brother G announced, placing the package in his living room, setting up his phone for the live stream, and starting the unboxing process. Brother G, I suggest you buy some accidental insurance. If this tablet explodes, you might get some compensation. Come on, a 99 yuan tablet that powers on would already be a miracle. It might just be a plastic model. Online shops often use such tricks. Maybe it's an old stock tablet from 7 or 8 years ago. It might turn on, but probably won't support any current software. As the audience speculated, Brother G used a knife to cut open the outer packaging. The packaging looks pretty stylish. If someone told me this was a 9,999 yuan tablet, I might believe them, he joked. Someone countered, saying it was just superficial. Brother G removed the outer packaging, peeled off the shrink wrap, and prepared for the exciting unboxing moment. The real question was whether this 99 yuan tablet was just a model. When Brother G opened the box, he saw the Z1 tablet, with a sleek silver brushed metal case and a nicely designed camera area. Surprisingly, the tablet felt quite substantial, almost like holding 2 regular tablets. Wow! This tablet has some weight to it, Brother G commented as he continued to explore the packaging, discovering a large charger inside. Look at this! A 99 yuan tablet comes with a charger. I wonder if Tim Cook would be embarrassed to see this, Brother G joked, referring to Apple's CEO, but then he paused, his eyes widening in disbelief. Guys, check out this charging port. He showed the charger port to the camera. I've never seen that before. What a weird port. Some newer viewers commented. Isn't that a mini USB charging port? Those were common 10 years ago. MP3 players, MP4 players, digital cameras, PSPS all used this port. It's really ancient. I haven't seen one in years. Haha, now it's confirmed. This is definitely an ancient tablet from years ago. The viewers laughed, saying Brother G had bought a super old relic for 99 yuan. Alright, let's see if this old relic even powers on. If it doesn't, I'm filing a complaint, Brother G said as he continued. He pressed the power button, and the screen lit up with the words Byte Z1. The fact that it powered on surprised many people. Wow! It actually powers on. This is interesting. Just for the startup screen, 99 yuan is worth it. Yeah, 99 yuan to experience an ancient tablet is definitely worth it. Everyone was watching the Z1 tablet as a joke, making sarcastic comments. It took more than half a minute to boot up, finally displaying a plain blue desktop with no built-in wallpaper. There were no pre-installed apps, just basic system functions like a camera, calculator, and clock. Wow! I've never seen a tablet this clean, with no pre-installed apps, Brother G remarked. As Brother G swiped through the screen, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" because the touch response was unexpectedly smooth. The tablet ran on the Android system, specifically Android 13, which was just released this year. No way! A 99 yuan ancient tablet running the latest Android 13? Can this configuration handle it? Brother G was intrigued. For such a low price, he expected the tablet to have hardware from 10 years ago, yet it ran the latest operating system smoothly. He opened the system settings to check the tablet's specs. It had a MediaTek processor from 5 years ago, 3 GB of RAM and 32 GB of storage. The battery was small, only 2000 mAh, about a third of a typical tablet's capacity. Other specs were similarly downgraded. Despite the weak specs, the tablet performed basic functions smoothly, which was puzzling. Many tablets costing 1,000 yuan struggled to run smoothly, so the Z1's performance suggested excellent optimization. This is strange, Brother G muttered, deciding to test more features. He ran a benchmark app, which yielded poor scores, matching hardware from years ago. Despite this, the tablet ran smoothly, raising questions. He tested the camera, finding it produced blurry photos, comparable to those from old feature phones. Next, he scanned a QR code, installed apps, and noted the tablet handled these tasks well. Let's check the sound quality, Brother G said, playing music from NetEase Cloud Music. The moment the music played, the loud distortion nearly shattered his eardrums. The sound was harsh, but the volume was high, resembling cheap knockoff devices. This is awful. This sound quality is unbearable. Even the construction noise next door sounds better. Yeah, I'd rather listen to a reversing alarm than music from this Z1. Viewers laughed and criticized the sound quality. But they overlooked that the tablet cost only 99 yuan, cheaper than some wireless earbuds. Brother G realized the Z1 tablet was unusual. He downloaded popular apps like WeChat and Douyin, finding it could handle video streaming and video calls without significant lag. However, switching between multiple apps caused some stuttering, reaching the device's limits. He also noted the screen's refresh rate was only 30 Hz, which felt sluggish compared to high refresh screens he was used to. As the tests continued, those expecting the Z1 tablet to be a joke were stunned. It defied expectations, functioning well for 99 yuan, putting higher-priced tablets to shame. Brother G. Try Genshin Impact, a viewer suggested. Yeah, let's push its limits and see how it handles Genshin Impact. Brother G agreed, downloading the game. The download was quick, and the installation went smoothly. Both he and his audience waited with bated breath as he launched the game. Get ready to witness a miracle, folks, Brother G joked. When the Genshin Impact startup screen appeared, the audience was amazed. Wow! It actually starts. For 99 yuan, this is already worth it. Brother G clicked to enter the game. The loading time was long, but the game eventually started. When Brother G tried running Genshin Impact, the Z1 tablet finally met its match. It took several minutes just to start the game, and once it did, the tablet became noticeably hot, and the screen lagged, displaying one frame at a time like a PowerPoint presentation. The game was completely unplayable. This tablet is garbage, it can't even run Genshin Impact, one skeptical viewer remarked, only to realize the absurdity of expecting a 99 yuan tablet to run such a demanding game. If it could, then manufacturers of iPads and other expensive tablets would be out of business. Brother G closed Genshin Impact and tried some simpler games which ran smoothly. After an hour of testing, he had a comprehensive view of the tablet's pros and cons. The main advantage was its low price, making it suitable for light users. However, the drawbacks were numerous. The screen quality was poor, it couldn't handle multitasking or large applications, the sound quality was terrible, and the battery life was abysmal. After just over an hour of use, the battery was nearly dead. The 2000 mAh battery was insufficient, and combined with the tablet's hefty weight, it was far from portable. Additionally, the outdated charging port was incompatible with modern cables, which was frustrating. Brother G gave a balanced review. I think this tablet is only suitable for very specific users or tech enthusiasts. For light usage, it's a great deal. It could even serve as a desk clock. But for anything more demanding, this tablet will make you question your life choices. This tablet is interesting, I might buy one just for fun, commented one viewer. Another replied, with so many drawbacks, it's clearly electronic junk. You're wasting your money. For 99 yuan, you could get a family meal at KFC instead. Most viewers in the livestream dismissed the Z1 tablet. Their homes were filled with high-end electronics, and they used expensive smartphones from Huawei, Apple and Xiaomi, making the Z1 tablet's performance seem laughable. Meanwhile, on the other side of China, 2 days later, a postal worker walked 10 miles through the mountains to deliver a package to Jidajiao in Shili village. The saying goes, China Post, mission must reach as long as it's Chinese territory, the postal service will deliver. Seeing the name on the Z1 tablet package, Jidajiao immediately knew it was the tablet computer Jin Qiao had ordered. With nothing else to do, she decided to take it to Jin Qiao's house. Jin Qiao, your tablet has arrived, Jidajiao called out as she arrived at Jin Qiao's house. I'm coming. Jin Qiao, who was in the backyard tending to her vegetable garden, hurried over. Look, the package is here. Do you want to open it now? Jidajiao asked. Yes, of course, Jin Qiao said excitedly. She washed her face quickly and led Jidajiao into the house. Just then, a simply dressed little girl came running out. The girl was in 3rd grade but was quite thin due to poor nutrition. She was Jin Qiao's daughter, Xiaoya. Mom, is the tablet you bought for me here? Xiaoya asked eagerly. Yes, it is. Let's open it together. Jin Qiao first poured a glass of water for Jidajiao, then took a pair of scissors to open the package. She was very careful, afraid of damaging the precious tablet. Xiaoya watched with intense anticipation, her eyes filled with longing. Soon they removed the outer protective foam, revealing the Baidu Z1 tablet. Xiaoya kept repeating the name, deeply imprinting it in her memory. This was her very first tablet. Jin Qiao carefully unwrapped the plastic packaging. The packaging was so tight that she was hesitant to force it open, fearing she might break it. Although the tablet only cost 99 yuan, it was still considered a significant purchase for her family. It's fine, you won't break it. Let me do it, Jidajiao offered. She quickly unwrapped the package, revealing the brand new Z1 tablet. Xiao Ya's eyes widened with excitement, eager to hold it. But Jin Qiao quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't touch it yet. What if you break it? Let's have Aunt Ji show us how to use it first." "Don't worry, modern electronics aren't that delicate. Plus, they come with a warranty," Ji Dajio reassured them. Having used a tablet before, she found the power button on the side and turned on the Z1 tablet. The screen soon displayed the Baidi Z1 logo, and the startup sound was incredibly loud. While streamer brother Ji had criticized this distorted sound, Jin Qiao's family was quite impressed. "The sound is so clear," they all agreed. People in rural areas don't have high expectations for electronic products. For them, loud and clear sound is the top priority, so even the elderly with hearing difficulties can use it. Once the tablet booted up, they noticed it didn't have Douyin, Kuayu Shu, or any shopping apps that Ji Dajio frequently used. But that wasn't a big deal. Shopping apps could be tricky and lead to scams, so Ji Dajio didn't plan to install them. Instead, she opened the Android app market to download Douyin and Kuaishu. However, another issue arose: there was no internet in the house, so they couldn't download anything. Setting up broadband would take time, but Ji Dajio remembered how her husband had shown her to set up a mobile hotspot. She used her phone to create a hotspot and connected the tablet to it. Thanks to the country's infrastructure, even in the mountains, there was a China mobile signal. "Alright, it's downloaded," Ji Dajio announced. She then scrolled through a few Douyin videos, which were mostly rural skits, making Jin Qiao smile with delight. Her home finally had a big appliance that made noise. "Mom, how do I use this for online classes?" Xiao Ya asked curiously. Jin Qiao realized the tablet wasn't just for adults to play with, it was primarily for her daughter's education. Ji Dajio downloaded DingTalk, but Jin Qiao's family didn't have a phone number to register an account, and using Ji Dajio's phone wasn't convenient. It would be a hassle to log in and out. Ji Dajio suggested, "Why don't we get broadband installed today? There's a rural subsidy, so there's no fee or deposit. The lowest speed is only 20 yuan a month, and 20 Mbps is enough for you." "Yes, let's do that," Jin Qiao agreed, determined to get broadband for her daughter's education. Ji Dajio then taught Jin Qiao and Xiao Ya how to use the tablet. If they had any trouble, they could always refer to the manual. Although Jin Qiao struggled a bit, Xiao Ya learned quickly, having seen her classmates use tablets before. Soon Xiao Ya was able to teach her mother how to use it. Xiao Ya is really smart. "Okay, we'll wait for the broadband to be installed." "Alright, you're all set for your online classes. I'll be going now," Ji Dajio said after everything was settled. "Stay for dinner." Ji Mizi Jin Qiao invited, trying to be hospitable. Knowing that Jin Qiao's family was struggling and had elderly members to care for, Ji Dajio declined politely, saying she had things to attend to at home. Later that afternoon, Ji Dajio's husband, Zhang Fugui, who was also the village head of Shili village and the local agent for China Mobile, arrived at Jin Qiao's house. He handled everything from topping up phone credits to installing broadband. Zhang Fugui pulled a network cable from the telephone line into the house and connected it to a modem, which also came with a complimentary SIM card for cheap phone calls. Modern modems often have built-in Wi-Fi routers, so once it was set up, they were online without needing additional equipment. With the internet ready, it was time to test the Z1 tablet's online class capabilities. "Try it out and see if you can get online," Zhang Fugui suggested. Xiao Ya opened Douyin and scrolled through a few videos, confirming that the internet was working. She then tried to register for a DingTalk account to access her online classes. However, another issue arose. Registering for an account required a mobile phone. Although they had been given a SIM card, the family didn't own a phone, and even the cheapest ones were too expensive, costing at least 700 to 800 yuan, far beyond Jin Qiao's budget. "I'll activate it for you with my phone," Zhang Fugui offered. He inserted the SIM card into his phone and registered a number for them, enabling them to use DingTalk. "Remember, the password is 1234567889. Don't change it, or you'll need to re-verify the phone number," Zhang Fugui advised, returning the SIM card to Jin Qiao and suggesting they get a phone as soon as possible, emphasizing its importance for daily life. "It's too expensive. I'll wait until there's a cheaper option," Jin Qiao said, embarrassed. Zhang Fugui did have an old phone at home, but its screen was cracked, making it unsuitable as a gift. He decided he would give it to Jin Qiao once he upgraded his phone. Zhang Fugui's family, it must be said, had kind hearts. Xiao Ya logged into DingTalk and joined her class group as instructed by her teacher. Now, she could attend her online classes from home, achieving her goal. "Thank you, Mom," Xiao Ya said gratefully, hugging her mother who had bought her the long-desired tablet. "No need to thank me. It's all because this tablet was so affordable." Jin Qiao smiled. Zhang Fugui was impressed by the tablet. Hearing that it cost only 99 yuan, he confirmed, "Are you sure it's not 990? "It's 99, including shipping," Jin Qiao replied. Zhang Fugui was astonished. "Wow, electronics are really cheap these days. Tablets used to cost thousands. Now they're practically giving them away. It's great." He envied the tablet, recalling the one he bought for over 1,000 yuan that ended up collecting dust, used only for watching videos, chatting and playing small games. He thought the 99 yuan tablet was a better deal, even if it ended up unused. "This tablet is excellent, the Baidi Z1. I'll remember it. I'll buy a batch for our village gatherings and give them out as gifts. It'll be a real showpiece," Zhang Fugui said, admiring the tablet. Though it had many drawbacks for the streamer, it was perfect for rural use, affordable, decent-looking, loud and functional. The best part was that it cost only a single large bill. After Zhang Fugui left, he posted information about the Baidi Z1 tablet in his WeChat moments. Known for his warm personality and good reputation, most residents of nearby villages who had mobile phones were connected with him on WeChat. As a result, hundreds of people saw his post. 99 yuan for a tablet. Did you make a typo, old Zhang? You must have missed a zero. Quickly, many people left comments under his post. Zhang Fugui replied, "It's really 99 yuan, less than 100. Absolutely genuine. The Baidi Z1 tablet. I found their stores on various major platforms. If you don't believe me, check it out yourself." He also included the links to the online stores. When people checked, they were amazed to find the tablet indeed priced at 99 yuan, prompting immediate interest. Most rural households didn't have tablets due to their high cost. Seeing a tablet for 99 yuan, especially with the endorsement of village head Zhang Fugui, they all rushed to buy one. In rural areas, the village head is highly trusted, so no one hesitated to purchase the tablet without even contacting customer service. They bought it immediately and informed their relatives and neighbors, spreading the word quickly. This caused the sales of the Baidi Z1 tablet to skyrocket. While Zhou Yang was busy packing in Shenzhen, he suddenly received a notification from the e-commerce platform's backend stating that his product was sold out and needed restocking. All sold out. Zhou Yang was astonished. He had set a stock of 1,000 units on each online platform. The Pinduoduo store's 1,000 units were gone, with only a few hundred left on Taobao and Douyin, totaling over 3,000 units sold. The realization was shocking. Out of over 5,000 tablets in stock, more than half had sold in just 5 days. Considering the current sales trend, it was likely they would sell out completely within the next couple of days. Seeing the overwhelming demand, Zhou Yang quickly assigned some computer-savvy employees to act as customer service representatives. He planned to hire more staff, including customer service agents and graphic designers, to manage the online store. For now, he handled the workload himself. Zhou Yang adjusted the remaining inventory, prioritizing sales on Pinduoduo and Douyin, and restocked them accordingly, aiming to sell out as quickly as possible. At this point, workshop director Song Dita approached Zhou Yang, saying that they had run out of materials for the tablets and needed to order more. Given the current sales rate, they were selling at least 1,000 units a day, a phenomenon unprecedented since the factory's founding. "All right," Zhou Yang agreed, recognizing the need for a new batch of materials. Given the current demand, they would need to produce tens of thousands more Z1 tablets to meet market needs. He started contacting suppliers again. Fortunately, the components he needed had been sitting in stock for years, and suppliers were eager to sell them. Even if one supplier ran out, another would have inventory, making it easy to arrange shipments. The only challenge was the tablet casings. The previous batch was leftover stock from a major brand, and Zhou Yang had bought all 5,000 units. Now there were no more identical casings available. However, this wasn't a problem. The high-end craftsmanship of a few years ago had become commonplace. Zhou Yang contacted the original manufacturer and arranged to order a custom batch. Because they still had the molds, there were no additional design or molding fees, saving considerable costs. Although the cost was slightly higher than the previous stock casings, Zhou Yang decided to order 50,000 units, reducing the per-unit cost by only a few yuan, which was acceptable. Even with the increased cost, Zhou Yang didn't plan to raise the price. The Z1 tablet was intended as an affordable product for the general public, and maintaining a good reputation was more important than maximizing profits. Additionally, the new production batch allowed for more color options: pink gold, gold, silver gray, black and white, with 10,000 units each, enhancing the product's appeal. With the materials secured, Zhou Yang used the revenue from sales to pay for the new components. He ordered parts for 50,000 more tablets and ramped up production. With the expanded workforce, they could produce several thousand tablets a day, completing the entire production run in about 10 days, keeping up with sales demand. As the first batch of Z1 tablets sold out, there was a brief period of stock shortage. However, Zhou Yang announced pre-sales in his online stores, with the first batch of tablets expected to ship in 3 days and pre-sale orders to be fulfilled within 2 weeks. This temporarily addressed customer demand. Zhou Yang then checked the Superfactory System's ratings. Currently, the Baidu Z1 tablet has a positive rating of 98.9%, and based on sales and revenue, you've earned 5 points. Selling 5,000 units had only earned Zhou Yang 5 points, making the accumulation process seem slow. He checked the available options for redeeming new blueprints and found that 5 points could only get him outdated electronic product blueprints from years ago, which were of no use. To get something practical, he needed at least double-digit points. The system also offered a lottery system with 3 tiers. 5 points for a common blueprint, 50 points for a rare blueprint, 500 points for a golden blueprint. The blueprints were awarded randomly, with higher-tier blueprints having lower odds of winning. However, the 5-point common blueprint was guaranteed. Zhou Yang asked the system about the likelihood of getting something useful from the common blueprints. The system replied, not very high. They mostly include outdated blueprints, such as the Xiaomi 6 phone or Sony film cameras. Zhou Yang felt a wave of frustration. These weren't just outdated, they were practically antiques. The fact that a film camera blueprint was included made him feel like the system was mocking him. Deciding not to waste his points, Zhou Yang resolved to save them and wait until he had enough to redeem a more useful blueprint. As the new batch of Z1 tablets was being produced, online discussions about the Baidu Z1 tablet heated up. After the unboxing video by the popular streamer Brother G, parody videos about the 99 yuan tablet flooded the internet. People couldn't believe that even second-hand markets rarely offered tablets for 99 yuan, let alone brand new ones. Many netizens assumed it was a knockoff product made with substandard parts. Several users who followed the trend bought the Z1 tablet to test it themselves, uncovering more performance issues. The tablet couldn't run popular Android games, and multitasking caused severe lag, essentially restricting it to single-task use. The camera produced blurry, pixelated photos comparable to those taken by early-generation smartphones. Without a memory card slot or 5G module, the tablet lacked expandability. The Bluetooth supported only up to version 3.8, limiting compatibility with newer devices. Despite these shortcomings, the affordable price tag and basic usability of the Baidu Z1 garnered a mixed response. While some users were disappointed, others appreciated the value it offered for simple tasks. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was inundated with orders and inquiries, ensuring the production line ran smoothly and the new batch of tablets was ready to meet the growing demand. The Bluetooth only supports version 3.0, making it incompatible with many new devices, limiting the transmission range and causing unstable connections. The charging port is a mini USB, an outdated interface from at least 10 years ago. It not only transfers data slowly but also charges slowly and is incompatible with mainstream devices. It's clear this tablet is assembled from old parts. Indeed, some users researched the Z1 tablet's components and found that they were popular a few years ago, proving their point. As a result, the Baidu Z1 tablet became synonymous with electronic junk. Even if it were free, I wouldn't take it. True, it can only play low-res movies. 4K is out of the question. Are you dreaming? This screen is only 720p. How can it play 4K? This tablet is only good for propping up instant noodles. Don't be ridiculous. Kindle is the best for propping up noodles. This tablet isn't even as good as a Kindle. In various app comment sections, users mocked the Z1 tablet, expressing disdain. They also dug up information about the manufacturer, Baidu Electronics. Many were surprised by the bold name, wondering how such a small factory could have such a grand name. Some Baidu products are aerospace jets, while others make trash. What a difference! The name itself became a target for jokes. Let's see how many units this Baidu has sold. How many suckers are there? Netizens started calling the buyers of the Baidu Z1 tablet suckers. Pinduoduo has a Baidu store. What? Over 2,000 units sold in just a few days. There's a store on Douyin too, with almost 1,000 units sold. Taobao also has a store, with 1,000 units sold. Soon netizens realized something was off. Baidu Electronics had stores on several e-commerce platforms, all recently established, with total sales of around 5,000 units. This was unbelievable. In just a few days, the Z1 tablet sold over 5,000 units across multiple platforms, placing it among the best-selling tablets. If sales were measured daily, it might even outsell the iPad. Could it be that all these buyers are reviewers, or are they just attracted by the low price? They must all be leaving negative reviews, right? However, when they checked the reviews, they were stunned. The positive rating was over 98%, with Douyin even showing 100% positive reviews. This didn't seem plausible. With such poor specs, how could anyone leave positive reviews? Were these even real buyers? Soon, they noticed a pattern. There were a few hundred default positive reviews and some short positive comments like "good nice tablet," and very cheap. These looked like they were left by people who didn't shop often. The detailed reviews with photos were negative and highlighted poor sound quality, bad screen resolution, short battery life, and inability to run popular games like Genshin Impact or PUBG Mobile. These negative reviews were very few and far between, making up a tiny fraction of the total reviews. Netizens then speculated that many buyers had just received their tablets and hadn't left reviews yet. They decided to wait for more genuine user feedback to see if the tablets were really as bad as they seemed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was not idle. He knew that while the current high positive rating was beneficial, as more users provided their feedback, it could significantly impact the reputation of his product and future sales. To maintain the sales momentum, he decided to take measures to enhance user satisfaction. They realized the tablet's shortcomings, and once they did, a flood of negative reviews might follow. Soon, netizens dug into the credentials of Baidi Electronics, discovering that it was just a small electronics factory currently in debt to the tune of millions and on the brink of bankruptcy. This revelation made netizens feel they had found the truth. It seemed logical that a failing company would try to make a quick buck by selling a 99 yuan junk tablet, tarnishing the market in the process. People vented their frustration on forums like Tiba and Weibo, and it turned out that many of the loudest voices were second-hand electronics dealers. Since the Baidi Z1 tablet hit the market, sales of their sub-400 yuan tablets had plummeted because those used tablets couldn't match the Z1 in performance or warranty. These second-hand sellers started a smear campaign against the Z1, calling it electronic waste and an industrial disgrace. Phrases like "even if it were free, I wouldn't take it" became classic lines in their attacks. They managed to sway some uninformed people into believing the Z1 was garbage, turning the number 99 into a meme symbolizing poor quality. The meme culture grew, and ironically, Baidi Electronics gained a bit of viral notoriety, though mostly negative. Chapter 8. Trendy product. However, what many didn't understand was that negative publicity is still publicity. Over the next 2 days, while Baidi Electronics was busy receiving parts and ramping up production, Zhou Yang didn't have time to address the online backlash. Baidi Electronics' online stores were completely out of stock, and many tech enthusiasts and content creators eager to review the Z1 tablet found it sold out everywhere. The stores had switched to pre-orders, with shipping set for several days later. For tech reviewers, time is money. Waiting for the Z1 to restock would mean missing the hype. One tech teardown blogger, Lei Shuhang, decided to try his luck on second-hand websites to get the Z1 tablet earlier. Due to the tablet's unprecedented performance compared to other sub-400 yuan tablets and the recent surge in interest, second-hand Z1 tablets were hard to find. In fact, the resale price of the 99 yuan tablet had inflated to 199 yuan, a ridiculous situation where used electronics were more expensive than new ones. Lei Shuhang, though annoyed, bit the bullet and bought a second-hand Z1 for 199 yuan, joking that he had made a terrible deal. He started recording his teardown video. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to disassemble the Baidi Z1 tablet, which has been a hot topic online. I spent 199 yuan to get this second-hand unit. As he began prying open the casing, he explained the process. This tablet is said to be made from outdated components. Let's see what's inside. Using a combination of cardboard, alcohol, and a heat gun, he carefully opened the glued casing. With a casual demeanor, Lei Shuhang continued. Many people say this tablet is filled with 10-year-old parts. We'll soon find out. As expected, the first thing he saw was the undersized battery compared to other tablets. This is a 2000 mAh battery from a third-tier brand. It's very low-end and cheap, costing only a few dozen yuan. No wonder users report poor battery life. He continued to dismantle the tablet, providing commentary along the way. The processor is indeed an outdated MediaTek product from years ago. Not sure where they got the stock from, but it doesn't seem like it's from used parts. The new stock of such outdated components wouldn't be much more expensive than used ones. The criticized charging port, with its retro design, clearly uses old stock components. However, the craftsmanship is solid, given that it's a design from more than 10 years ago. Li Shuhang continued his teardown while narrating to the camera. However, as he removed a few cables and strips of adhesive, he paused abruptly, having discovered the motherboard's intricate and sophisticated circuitry. Hey, this tablet's design is quite clever. The technology used is definitely not from a few years ago but incorporates the latest design concepts. I've seen similar designs when dismantling Samsung tablets. This is strange. This circuitry design indicates that the Z1 tablet isn't made from old stock, but features a newly designed circuit, albeit using some stock components, to create an ultra-cheap tablet. Li Shuhang marveled at the design. The deeper he delved into the Z1 tablet's internals, the more impressed he became. Amazing. The design here is very intricate. Despite being a cheap tablet, the craftsmanship is solid, with no signs of sloppiness. His perception of the Z1 tablet transformed dramatically within minutes. The refined and neat circuitry and solid build quality didn't align with the typical characteristics of a knockoff product. Knockoff tablets are usually uncertified products without warranties, with performance longevity left to chance. In contrast, the Z1 tablet exhibited robust and orderly construction, solder joints, and materials that gave a sense of reliability. Honestly, while the Z1 tablet is inexpensive, its build quality is undeniably excellent. I dare say, this tablet could easily last 3 to 4 years without any issues. As a professional electronics teardown blogger who had dismantled numerous digital products from major brands, Li Shuhang confidently stated that many well-known brand tablets couldn't match the Z1 in build quality. Though its performance was lacking, build quality greatly influences product lifespan and user experience. A tablet with excellent performance but poor craftsmanship that frequently breaks down would offer a poor user experience. Hence, Li Shuhang gave the Z1 tablet an unprecedented 9.5 out of 10 for build quality. This was a remarkably high score. While its performance score was low, the solid build quality compensated for its deficiencies. Li Shuhang concluded that if he had friends or family in need of a tablet for light use, he would recommend the Baidi Z1 tablet. At 99 yuan, it was affordable enough that even if it ended up unused, it wouldn't be a significant loss. This made it far more economical than tablets costing thousands of yuan that might be used a few times before being set aside. As the review neared its end, Li Shuhang had a sudden idea to estimate the Z1 tablet's production cost. He contacted suppliers and industry insiders to get prices for the same components. After calculating, he was shocked to find that if he were to produce a tablet with the same specifications as the Z1, the cost would exceed 300 yuan, triple the Z1's selling price. Of course, the bulk purchase price for the manufacturer would differ from his retail procurement price, but not by such a large margin. Could Baidi Electronics be selling at a loss for publicity? Li Shuhang concluded. I estimate the Baidi Z1 tablet's production cost to be around 99 yuan. They're not making a profit from this, they're using it to build their brand. Li Shuhang included this hypothesis in his video, which after editing he uploaded online. Thanks to his popularity and the Z1 tablet's buzz, the video quickly garnered views. Netizens were incredulous that anyone would defend the Z1 tablet, claiming its excellent build quality and accusing Baidi of selling at a loss for marketing purposes. This sparked a new wave of ridicule, even targeting Li Shuhang. Indeed, the current online environment is rife with negativity, with people quick to resort to harsh words. Meanwhile, in numerous rural households, residents were envious of neighbors who had bought the Baidi Z1 tablet, using it at maximum volume to play operas, movies, or make video calls. Even in financially struggling households, 99 yuan was an affordable expense. Spending the equivalent of a bag of rice to get a trendy tablet was a great deal. Despite being derided by netizens, the Z1 tablet was a highly cost-effective product in rural markets, meeting the performance needs of these residents. These rural dwellers, rarely exposed to electronic devices and unfamiliar with the latest technology, found the term computer particularly high-end, defining it as a trendy gadget. Portable and trendy, the Z1 tablet was a steal. Those who hadn't yet bought the Z1 tablet were envious and sought purchase links from their neighbors. However, the Z1 tablet was sold out online and only available for pre-order, with shipments promised within 3 days. Many villagers clicked the pre-order link, and soon, 25,000 units were sold in just a few days, making the Baidi Z1 tablet the best-selling tablet across multiple platforms, much to everyone's surprise. It must be fake sales numbers, some netizens hastily concluded, reporting Baidi to various platforms in the industrial and commercial departments. Extreme fans of certain brands were particularly vocal, feeling that only their favored brands' tablets were legitimate, while others were junk. To them, the Baidi Z1 was the epitome of garbage, an insult to the tablet industry. This sparked an aggressive fan to get a Z1 tablet, smash it to pieces, and record the entire process. In the video, he first showcased the Z1 tablet, then violently threw it to the ground, stomped on it, and finally hammered it until it was reduced to a pile of debris. See this? This is how you deal with electronic trash. Folks, don't buy junk tablets. This trashy Baidi factory should shut down as soon as possible. After filming, he uploaded the video to his social media account. Such an attention-grabbing video quickly went viral, making it to the trending topics. Everyone flocked to the comments to see Baidi's official response, eager to know whether they would retaliate or apologize. The factory workers saw the online uproar and informed Zhou Yang. However, Zhou Yang had no time to deal with online critics, because the second batch of Z1 tablet components had just arrived. He was busy supervising production in the workshop. Once the newly produced tablets passed quality checks, they were immediately packaged and shipped out. The backlog of shipment requests was almost overwhelming. He had opened pre-orders for the second batch of 50,000 Z1 tablets, which had already sold out, so the pre-order link was now closed. His sole focus was on production and shipping speed. The factory was running at full capacity, but with so many orders, even producing over 1,000 units a day with overtime would still take a month to fulfill all orders. The production speed had become a bottleneck. Workshop director Song Delaware suggested hiring temporary workers to meet the demand. Temporary workers could be called in as needed, were cheaper, and didn't require additional benefits like Social Security. However, they lacked production skills, and their commitment might not be as strong. After some thought, Zhou Yang decided to expand the factory's workforce. He instructed the office manager to post job openings for permanent employees with full labor contracts and benefits, including Social Security and housing funds. His only requirement was that they be over 35 years old. This hiring policy was something his father had emphasized when handing over Baidi Electronics to him. Unlike many factories that laid off employees over 35 under the guise of optimization, Zhou Yang aimed to hire these older workers, understanding their struggles. These middle-aged individuals had families and mortgages, and losing a job at this stage of life was devastating. Finding another job in their field was nearly impossible. Some even had to resort to delivering packages or food, despite having advanced degrees. Older employees, knowing the value of their jobs, tended to be more diligent and committed. This also benefited product quality. Moreover, the work at his electronics factory wasn't physically demanding, making it a suitable environment for older workers, a win-win situation. So, Baidi Electronics focused on hiring employees over 35 years old after thorough consideration. Hiring more workers required funds. The first batch of over 5,000 Z1 tablets had brought in more than 50,000 yuan in net profit within a few days. This income was sufficient to pay the wages of new employees. Given a month or two, Zhou Yang believed he could even start paying off the factory's debt. Zhou Yang reassured his creditors with strong sales performance and promised to repay all debts with interest within 2 months. For those who remained skeptical, he provided promissory notes and invited them to take legal action if necessary. His sincerity convinced the suppliers, who agreed to continue providing materials as long as they received cash payments. They understood that Baidi Electronics needed to make money to repay them quickly. With the Z1 tablet stabilizing the situation, Zhou Yang now aimed to earn even more money. By the end of the month, he needed to prepare tens of thousands of yuan for payroll, a daunting task. The success of the Z1 tablet and upcoming new products would be crucial. While Zhou Yang was intensely focused on production, a popular streamer named G was live streaming. Previously, G had unboxed a 99 yuan tablet, which unexpectedly went viral. Now viewers informed him that the Z1 tablet's price had increased, with second-hand units selling for 199 yuan. Is the tablet really getting more expensive? Is the manufacturer getting cocky? G was surprised since he hadn't kept up with the Z1 tablet since his last video. Checking online, he saw the price was still 99 yuan but out of stock. You guys must be kidding. This tablet is just a novelty, right? Nobody actually thinks it's good. G was initially amused, but his expression changed when he saw that the Z1 tablet had sold over 10,000 units on a popular e-commerce platform in the past month. Are those sales fake? Is this tablet inflating its numbers? G was incredulous. The viewers joked that the sales were definitely fake, and one even promised to eat something unappetizing if the tablet had indeed sold that many units in a week. G stopped the comments from getting more graphic and decided to give away the Z1 tablet. He thought it would make for an interesting outdoor streaming topic. With his selfie stick and the Z1 tablet in hand, G left his upscale apartment complex. Curious viewers asked if he was going to smash it. No, smashing it would be wasteful and pollute the environment. Let's give it to someone in need, G responded. In his complex, G approached two children, asking if they wanted a tablet. They both declined, saying their mother didn't allow them to accept gifts from strangers before running off. Well, these kids have good awareness, G remarked. Next, he found a trendy young man and offered him the tablet for free. What kind of knockoff tablet? No thanks, I only use Apple products. The young man showed off his Apple Watch and AirPods, clearly unimpressed by the cheap Z1 tablet. Viewers laughed, agreeing that the Z1 tablet was indeed garbage since nobody wanted it. G left the complex, pondering what to do with the tablet when he heard a familiar call. Old phones, broken phones, non-working phones, all can be exchanged for stainless steel basins. An elderly man on a tricycle was shouting. G saw an opportunity and approached the man. Sir, do you accept tablets? G asked. Of course, the man replied. Do you accept tablets? G asked the elderly man. Of course. Can it turn on? The man inquired. Yes, it can turn on and works just fine. Then I can give you a medium-sized basin. The recycling man generously offered G a medium-sized basin, perfect for soaking instant noodles. Well, at least this tablet is put to good use now, G remarked. Viewers teased him, suggesting that selling it on a second-hand platform could have fetched a higher price since there's high demand but low supply on such platforms. This further supported the theory that the tablet's high resale price was due to artificial scarcity, implying the tablet's sales numbers were inflated. G felt a sense of social responsibility as a streamer. He believed that low-cost tablets like the Z1, if their sales were indeed artificially boosted, could disrupt the market. If manufacturers only focused on low-end products, there would be less incentive to invest billions in developing high-end innovations. G decided to create a video criticizing knockoff electronics. He shared his plan with his viewers, who supported the idea, agreeing that manufacturers like Baidu, which allegedly used shady tactics to sell inferior products, should not be allowed to undermine the market. While G prepared his news show, far away in the rural village of Shili, the Jin family was filled with joy. The young girl, Xiao Ya, loved her new Z1 tablet. She had been using it for online classes, which worked wonderfully. Xiao Ya was thrilled because she could now interact with her teacher from home, boosting her enthusiasm for learning without feeling self-conscious about her family's financial situation. The tablet also brought joy to the two bedridden elderly members of the family. After Xiao Ya finished her studies, Jin Qiao would set up the tablet by their bedside to play their favorite operas, bringing smiles to their wrinkled faces. Although the screen was small and hard to see with their old eyes, it was a significant improvement over staring at the ceiling all day. Jin Qiao was deeply grateful for the Baidu tablet. It fulfilled her daughter's educational needs and brought happiness to her elderly parents. It was the only affordable tablet for her family, making a huge difference in their lives. Wanting to show her gratitude, Jin Qiao sought advice from her friend Ji Dajiao. Ji Dajiao suggested, just leave a positive review for them. Curious, Jin Qiao asked, what's a positive review? It's like when you leave a note praising a good shopkeeper. Future customers will see it, Ji Dajiao explained. Okay. I'll leave a positive review, Jin Qiao agreed. And so, with Ji Dajiao's help, Jin Qiao learned how to leave a heartfelt review online, hoping to express her sincere thanks to Baidu for their affordable and life-enhancing product. They posted their review along with pictures under Baidu Electronics Store, highlighting their experience. As the second batch of Z1 tablets was shipped, similar reviews began to flood in. Many first-time users from rural areas expressed their gratitude for the Z1 tablet, which allowed them to chat, attend online classes, play games, watch movies, and read novels, all for just 99 yuan. Ordinary people, grateful for a good product, often want to repay the manufacturer. Under guidance, many left glowing, picture-filled reviews. Within a few days, Baidu's online store saw thousands of new positive reviews daily, many with photos. 3 days later, in Shen Town, the streamer G kicked off his series Counterfeit Electronics Rundown. His goal was to expose the dangers of popular, but inferior electronics to protect consumers. Counterfeit electronics may be cheap, but they are often low quality and can be dangerous. Today we'll look at some of these products to help you avoid them, G began, with viewers agreeing and boosting the stream's popularity to over 10,000 live viewers. Encouraged, G began with the Baidu Z1 tablet. the recent online sensation. I have a bit of history with this Baidi Z1 tablet. I bought it before it became famous, and many people bought it after seeing my live stream. That's my fault. I shouldn't have promoted such a product. Today I'll make amends by exposing its flaws. G navigated to the Z1 tablets page on the online store. Look at this, 99 yuan with free shipping, currently out of stock, and sold over 10,000 units. It looks good on the outside, but it's weak inside. Don't be fooled by the low price. It's only good for trading in for a steel basin. G's viewers laughed at his comment. He then clicked on the reviews to show the negative feedback, expecting to find validation for his critique. Let's see what people are saying. G started but soon faltered as the first review appeared. I live in a remote mountain area in the northwest. My daughter had to walk miles to a friend's house to use a tablet for online classes. We couldn't afford the expensive ones, but then we found the Baidi Z1. It's pretty, loud and clear. Now my daughter can attend classes from home and our elderly parents can enjoy their favorite operas. Thank you, Baidi. If the manufacturer sees this, please send me an address so I can mail you some eggs as a token of our gratitude. This review, posted by Jin Qiao, was accompanied by several pictures. They showed a modest home with old, worn-out wooden furniture, cracked cement walls, and simple lighting. The photo of the smiling Xiao Ye holding the tablet and the elderly parents enjoying opera added a touching narrative. The second review showed a bedridden middle-aged woman without legs, happily watching her favorite TV show on the Z1 tablet. The house was simple, with old-fashioned bedding and a ceiling covered with newspaper. The tablet brought a new joy to their lives. G scrolled through more reviews, each more touching than the last. One showed a group of children gathered around the tablet, watching cartoons, reminiscent of a time when villages shared a single black and white TV. The man who posted it noted how the affordable tablet brought his community together. Similar heartfelt reviews filled the page, many with photos of happy but modest families. These reviews, often filled with gratitude and sincerity, depicted the significant impact the Z1 tablet had on these rural communities. G's expression grew more conflicted with each review. His hand trembled slightly as he continued to scroll, revealing the stark contrast between the life-changing impact of the Z1 tablet for these families and his initial judgment of it as a mere cheap gadget. Most of the positive reviews came from remote mountainous areas or rural villages, while the few negative reviews were from urban tech enthusiasts. G now understood why the Z1 tablet had such astonishing sales. It was primarily being purchased by people in remote villages. Many viewers in G's livestream had no idea that there were so many low-income individuals and impoverished families in the country. The tablet, considered junk by some, was a rare and valuable item for these rural residents. Could it be that we've misjudged the Z1 tablet? G pondered for the first time. After viewing the buyer reviews for the Baidi Z1 tablet, the audience in G's livestream fell silent. For them, spending a couple of thousand yuan on a tablet was easy, but for those with monthly incomes in the hundreds, it was a significant expense. The Baidi Z1 met their needs perfectly, cheap and functional. These low-income groups didn't need a tablet to run professional software or games at 60 frames per second, they just needed something affordable that could meet their basic requirements. The Z1 tablet had succeeded in doing just that. Even the most powerful iPad with its A-series chips couldn't serve these people's needs as well as the Z1. This incident highlighted that no product is inherently useless, it just depends on the target audience. While brands like Apple and Samsung cater to high-income groups, the Baidi Z1 tablet was tailor-made for low-income families. Everyone now understood why the Z1 tablet had such high sales. Its buyers were mainly from remote areas, a massive yet often overlooked demographic in the country. G sighed, regretting his earlier harsh judgment. He had just called the Z1 tablet garbage, but the reviews proved otherwise. In the hands of rural residents, it was a wonderful electronic device that brought happiness and joy. The smiles in the reviews were genuine, not staged. The primary complaints about the Z1 tablet, its poor performance and sound quality, were irrelevant to these users. They just needed something cheap and functional. G finally spoke, "I apologize for my lack of thoroughness. The Z1 tablet isn't electronic junk. We haven't received any quality complaints yet, and although its performance and specs are lacking, it has brought tablets to rural residents, which is commendable. Did the company really design this tablet specifically for poor people? Or was it just an accident that it became popular among them?" some viewers asked skeptically. Many remained doubtful, holding on to their belief that cheap products are inherently low quality. Regardless, G couldn't continue his livestream. He apologized to his viewers and ended the session, needing time to process what he'd learned. This incident quickly went viral, sparking widespread discussion about the country's low-income population, a significant step forward prompted by the BYD Z1 tablet. Meanwhile, in the BYD electronics factory in Shentown, Zhou Yang was delighted to hear the financial report from the head accountant. The second batch of tablets had sold out, with most payments already received. They had sold over 35,000 Z1 tablets, generating over 3 million yuan in sales and about 500,000 yuan in net profit. This timely influx of funds allowed them to pay employees' salaries and ease their debt pressure. Remarkably, this profit was earned in just 10 days, rivaling the factory's annual income during Zhou Yang's father's tenure. The factory workers praised Zhou Yang's capabilities, believing he would lead BYD Electronics to new heights. After the head accountant left, Zhou Yang checked his system rewards. The Z1 tablet sold over 35,000 units with a 98.17% positive rating. Calculating rewards, the system then informed him, excellent performance. Awarding an automated parts production line. Accumulated points 40. Zhou Yang was thrilled. The system had rewarded him with an entire production line capable of manufacturing screws, plastic washers, and other small basic components. This would allow the factory to produce its own small parts, further reducing costs and incredibly beneficial development. Zhou Yang discovered that such a production line was worth at least 1 million yuan, marking a significant gain. The system soon arranged for the delivery and installation of the production line. BYD Electronics had ample space to accommodate it. Workshop director Uncle Song Delaware was overjoyed to see the new equipment being installed. After years of stagnation, the factory was finally getting a facelift. The young boss really has skills. Our factory is going to thrive, Song Delaware remarked with a sense of pride and hope. Upon hearing the compliments, Zhou Yang smiled. Naturally, with the super factory system, he was like a deity in the electronics industry. Currently, the company was hiring customer service representatives, but until the positions were filled, Zhou Yang handled customer service himself, responding to feedback. For the numerous positive reviews, Zhou Yang used a standard reply: "Thank you for your trust. BYD will continue to provide you with quality service." There were simply too many comments to personalize each one, without turning the task into a monumental effort. However, certain reviews required more thoughtful responses, such as the one by Jin Qiao, which had garnered many likes and was the top-rated review. After some consideration, Zhou Yang replied, "We are delighted that BYD's product has provided you with a great experience. We will continue to strive to offer even better products." Zhou Yang continued to respond sincerely to these special reviews. Soon, he noticed a recurring theme in the comments from rural customers. Many were asking if BYD had plans to release an affordable television. These families often didn't own a TV, and watching content on a small tablet screen wasn't ideal, especially for the elderly, who found it straining on their eyes. Zhou Yang was deeply moved. The needs of the people were his goals. It became clear that his next project should be developing a television. Conveniently, it was a World Cup year, and many customers mentioned wanting to watch the matches in a few months. Meeting this demand could be highly beneficial. Immediately, Zhou Yang accessed the system's marketplace to browse various television blueprints. The selection was vast, ranging from old CRT models to modern LCD TVs, ultra-thin, large screens, transparent screens, and even rollable screens, leaving Zhou Yang spoiled for choice. The goal was to create an affordable television that rural residents could buy. Given his limited 40 points, he had to choose within that range. Luckily, 40 points could still get him decent blueprints. Considering the current leaders in TV technology, Sony stood out, so Zhou Yang chose a Sony model. Choosing the blueprint required balancing screen size and cost. A larger screen meant higher costs, which would make the TV unaffordable for his target market. The screen couldn't be too small either, as it needed to be suitable for elderly users. After some thought, he settled on a 55-inch screen as the most appropriate size. With the size decided, he selected the best available configuration and planned to downgrade if necessary. He locked onto a popular model. The model he chose was the Sony XR55A90J, a 55-inch 4K Ultra HD HDR frameless OLED TV. This high-end TV, priced at 10,999 yuan, was top-notch in terms of screen quality, specs and design. Few models could surpass it. "I want to exchange for the Sony XR55, a high-end TV blueprint," Zhou Yang told the system. Exchange successful. Points spent 40. Sony XR55A90J TV blueprint obtained, the system responded. But then it added an unexpected twist. Sensing the public's demand, an additional challenge task has been issued: produce a TV with a satisfaction rate above 96% and monthly sales exceeding 50,000 units. Completing this task will earn a rare blueprint as a reward. Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised by this additional reward. A rare blueprint typically required 50 points to obtain through a lottery. Completing this task would mean not only earning money, but also gaining valuable rewards. However, achieving a monthly sales target of 50,000 units would be challenging. Checking the sales figures of 4K TVs on the Jingxi shopping platform, Zhou Yang found that the top seller barely exceeded 10,000 units per month. To surpass such established brands, his TV needed a competitive edge. Zhou Yang had already discovered the key to success with the Z1 tablet: an extremely low price. Lower specs were acceptable if the price was attractive enough, turning potential drawbacks into advantages by offering unparalleled value for money. Even Xiaomi couldn't compete on such terms. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Yang began modifying the blueprint. The main cost of the TV was in the screen. The original model featured a 4K screen, but rural customers didn't require such high-resolution 1080p would suffice, significantly reducing the cost. The original model used a Samsung OLED screen, one of the best on the market, and therefore one of the most expensive. Zhou Yang decided to switch to a domestic screen from Bo. However, when he called Bo's supplier, he found that even their cheapest 55-inch screens cost 800 to 900 yuan, which conflicted with his low-cost strategy. Realizing Bo was not an option, Zhou Yang turned to his usual supplier, Uncle Lu, for a cheaper alternative. Uncle Lu, whose full name was Lu Shuyi, was an old acquaintance of Zhou Yang's father and a frequent business partner. 55-inch screens? The cheapest would be around 700 yuan. Anything less would be impossible, said Lu Shuyi. Zhou Yang frowned. This price wouldn't allow him to produce a TV as affordable as the Z1 tablet, disappointing his target rural customers. What about screens smaller than 55 inches? I need the cheapest option, but it can't be too small. At least 32 inches, but not harmful to the eyes, Zhou Yang specified. The current market's cheapest 32-inch TVs ranged from 500 to 800 yuan. To gain a competitive edge, his TV needed to be significantly cheaper. The cheapest screens? I do have something, but I'm not sure you can use it, Lu Shuyi replied. Oh? Tell me more. Why wouldn't I be able to use it? Zhou Yang was intrigued and pressed for more details. These are surplus stock panels, 41 inches, an unconventional size. I have 20,000 of them, sitting in storage for 3 years. If you take them all, I'll sell them at scrap prices, 55 yuan each to clear the space, Lu Shuyi explained. Deal. Zhou Yang agreed, though he was curious why so many unconventional screens were produced in the first place. Typically, TV sizes adhered to common standards like 32, 43, 50, and 55 inches. Producing non-standard sizes required redesigning circuits and modifying components, incurring extra design costs. Unless a manufacturer was confident of selling large volumes, they wouldn't attempt such unconventional sizes. For Zhou Yang, this wasn't an issue. With his system, he could modify blueprints at no additional cost, as the system would perfect the designs automatically. Furthermore, the system-supplied parts production line had already been assembled and was beginning to produce components, saving additional costs. With the screen decided, next came the processor. The original model used a Snapdragon processor, which was out of the question for his budget-friendly approach. Instead, he opted for a MediaTek processor, known for its affordability and decent performance, especially those generations overshadowed by Snapdragon. These processors were available at near scrap prices, around 10 yuan each. Memory was reduced from 32 GB to 3 GB, which was still functional. The stereo sound system was eliminated, basic sound quality would suffice. HDMI 2.0 ports, which cost several yuan each, were replaced with cheaper 1.4 ports. With these modifications, Zhou Yang aimed to produce a highly affordable TV that met the basic needs of rural customers while maintaining reasonable quality, ensuring it would sell well and achieve the required high satisfaction rate. In his workshop, Zhou Yang worked tirelessly on the new blueprint, adjusting each component to balance cost and functionality. He made sure the design retained the essential features while stripping away anything non-essential to keep the price low. His system helped optimize the layout and configuration, ensuring everything fit perfectly despite the unconventional screen size. After several iterations, the new TV blueprint was complete. It featured a 41-inch 1080p screen sourced at 55 yuan each, a MediaTek processor at 10 yuan each, 3 GB of memory, adequate for basic functions, basic audio output, HDMI 1.4 ports to cut costs. Confident in his design, Zhou Yang placed orders for the components and prepared his factory for production. The first batch of affordable TVs would soon be rolling off the assembly line, ready to bring entertainment to rural households at an unprecedented low cost. His goal was clear: to meet the needs of his customers while achieving the sales targets set by the system, thereby earning the rare blueprint reward. With his superfactory system, Zhou Yang was ready to revolutionize the market once again, proving that high-quality products could be made affordable for everyone. For the rural market, Zhou Yang realized that many customers still used older equipment. Therefore, it was essential to include AV connectors. He also decided to keep just one USB port for expansion purposes, as the Z1 tablet was criticized by users for its lack of expandability. With the larger TV, having an extra port would be beneficial. Regarding the power board and backlight board, there were plenty of cheap options available, costing just a few yuan to a few dozen yuan. Once Zhou Yang finalized these design choices, he clicked to confirm the modifications. The superfactory system automatically optimized the simplified TV model. Superfactory system optimizing blueprint. Optimization successful. Lucky strike triggered. Extra reward mold for outer shell. Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward. While the value of molds might be unknown to laypeople, they were crucial for producing injection molded shells. A mold ensured that every shell was identical, and producing a new mold for a new product could be quite expensive. Small molds could cost a few hundred to a few thousand yuan, but large molds could reach tens of thousands or even six-figure sums. For Zhou Yang's TV, the mold was worth at least several thousand yuan. The money was not the main issue; the time saved was invaluable. From prototyping to modification, making a mold that matched the blueprint could take 10 days to half a month, delaying production. Now, with the system providing the mold directly, Zhou Yang could immediately start production at an injection molding factory, saving precious time. With the new blueprint confirmed, Zhou Yang quickly contacted a rubber and hardware factory to produce the shells, providing his own mold. This way he only needed to pay a minimal price. Of course, while pursuing cost-effectiveness, Zhou Yang ensured that he did not use substandard products. For other components, he personally visited his supplier, Uncle Liu, to inspect samples. "Zhao Zhou, here are all the samples. Take a look yourself." Upon arriving at Liu Shui's company, Zhou Yang was presented with various components by the business staff. Inspecting electronic components by eye alone was challenging. However, the superfactory system had a basic parts detection feature. As soon as Zhou Yang touched them, the system could automatically filter out the highest quality components. Superfactory system detection complete. Selected products have a pass rate of over 99%. Based on the system's feedback, Zhou Yang noticed that most of the selected components were from a little-known factory called Panshi. Despite its lack of reputation, the quality was top-notch, having been certified by the system. "Alright, I'll take these," Zhou Yang said, pointing to the components selected by the system and placing an order for 50,000 sets. "So many. But I only have a little over 1,000 pieces of this brand in stock," Liu Shui remarked. "Just prepare whatever you have in stock for now." Zhou Yang placed an order with Uncle Liu for the available components. For more critical parts like the power board and backlight board, Zhou Yang decided to contact the Panshi factory directly. Using the contact number on the packaging, Zhou Yang called Panshi. A middle-aged man answered. After confirming he had the right person, Zhou Yang explained that he needed a large quantity of power boards, backlight boards, and other TV components. "What, you need 50,000 sets? We can supply them," the manager on the other end replied, elated. Their factory had little reputation, and their products had been piling up unsold, bringing them to the brink of closure. Now, they finally had a substantial order, providing a lifeline. The products were finally being sold, and production needed to be ramped up. "I need at least 50,000 units, with guaranteed quality and a low price. Can you manage that?" Zhou Yang asked. "Yes, we can offer you the lowest price," the manager of Panshi Electronics responded with great enthusiasm. Their warehouse currently held over 10,000 units in stock. As soon as Zhou Yang signed the contract, they would start production, promising to meet the full order within a week. "As long as your product quality is stable, I will be a long-term customer," Zhou Yang added. Hearing this, the manager acted quickly. The company was in dire need of orders, and this large order could guarantee their quality and save them from the brink of bankruptcy. Panshi Electronics was located in the nearby city of Ziguan. The manager brought samples over that afternoon, eager to finalize the supply contract as soon as possible. After inspecting the components, which matched those from Liu Shu's supply, Zhou Yang decided to make Panshi his supplier. He chose raw materials based on suitability rather than cost. Panshi's components were not well known, but they offered competitive pricing and reliable quality, perfectly aligning with BYD Electric's current product strategy. With raw materials secured, the next step was to wait for their arrival and begin production. Over the past few days, the factory had hired over 30 workers, all above the age of 35, with an average age of 39, evenly split between men and women. These workers valued their jobs, which provided a stable income and benefits like social insurance and housing funds, making them a better choice compared to gig economy jobs like food delivery or ride-hailing. Zhou Yang distributed the TV assembly blueprints in advance, ensuring that the experienced employees could quickly train the new hires. The factory was gearing up for another busy production season. Director Zhou, as per your request, we've hired a new graphic designer. Would you like to meet her Aunt Ma, who managed the office, reported to Zhou Yang. Oh? I'll be right there. Zhou Yang was just thinking about the design work needed and decided to meet the new hire. The office was simply furnished, being one of the few administrative areas in the factory. Today it had a new young face, a girl with glasses who looked about 22 or 23. BYD typically hired workers over 35 for factory roles but made exceptions for specialized positions like graphic design. Experienced designers demanded high salaries, so Zhou Yang opted to hire a recent art graduate to maintain cost effectiveness. Sometimes young talent could bring unexpected benefits. Hello, director. The young designer, Jiang Yixin, greeted Zhou Yang nervously, surprised to see that the factory director was so young and even a bit handsome, causing her heart to beat faster. Oh, you graduated from Shenzhen Academy of Fine Arts, Zhou Yang noted as he reviewed Jiang Yixin's employment information. Yes, she replied. Great, your first task is to design a new product preview page for our online store. It's for the BYD i41 TV, Zhou Yang instructed, officially naming the new TV model after its 41-inch screen. Got it, Jiang Yixin responded, opening her laptop. The factory didn't have a high-performance computer for design work, so she had to use her own equipment for now. The graphic designer brought her own computer to use. Besides, she was used to her own computer, and later, Zhou Yang would definitely provide her with a high-performance computer. For this new product announcement image, write the name, attach a picture of the TV, and for the price, just put a 1 at the beginning and question marks for the last 2 digits, Zhou Yang instructed. Xiao Jiang started designing on her computer quickly. Okay, show it to me once you're done. If it's good, I'll have you upload it to the online store. Zhou Yang finally had some help, freeing up more time to oversee production and handle other management tasks. As for the actual price of the BYD i41 TV, Zhou Yang hadn't decided yet. He began calculating the cost. The biggest expense was the 55 yuan display screen, with other components costing 1 to 3 yuan each. The total cost came to 101 yuan, just breaking into 3 digits. However, considering the TV's large size compared to the small Z1 tablet, controlling the cost to such a low level was mainly due to the mature TV industry chain. After all, TVs had been entering households since the last century, whereas tablets had only been around for a few years. In terms of digital product development, making something small and thin is relatively more challenging. That's why a small tablet can cost as much as a large TV. So, with a cost of 101 yuan, what should the selling price be? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yang decided on a stunning price: 148 yuan. This way he could earn around 40 yuan per TV, much more than the Z1 tablet. Additionally, a 41-inch TV for 148 yuan would be unbeatable in the market, where the cheapest new 32-inch TVs sell for at least 499 yuan. This BYD TV, with a larger size, would cost less than a third of that price, making it incredibly competitive. Before the end of the day, Jiang Yixin called and said she had finished the promotional image. Zhou Yang went to the main office to see the new designer's work. Zhou Yang went to check out the designer's work and nodded slightly. Young people have a certain flair. Her design looked fresh and vibrant, with the BYD i41 TV displaying a colorful image. Okay. This is good, Zhou Yang confirmed. Director Zhou, how much are we selling this TV for? I need to create a proper product promotional image, Jiang Yixin asked. 148 yuan, Zhou Yang replied. What? Jiang Yixin blinked in disbelief. 148 yuan? You can't even get a decent meal for that much, let alone buy a TV. When she made the promotional image, she thought the price starting with 1 was just a gimmick. She never imagined the boss actually intended to sell it for 148 yuan. Will this even be profitable? The cheapest Konka TV my family bought was over 1,000 yuan, Jiang Yixin said. An office lady nearby laughed. You don't know yet, do you? Our BYD Z1 tablet also sold for just 99 yuan and was a huge hit. Trust our director Zhou, he won't lose money and will generate revenue for our factory so that we all get raises. The office lady had great faith in Zhou Yang and explained on his behalf. Zhou Yang said, yes, 148 yuan. It's almost the end of the day, so you can design it tomorrow. I expect the first TV to be produced within 5 days. Okay. I'll design it as soon as possible, Jiang Yixin agreed. Great design. Jiang Yixin found it amazing and was eager to see what this magical TV looked like as soon as possible. Before leaving work, she posted the new product announcement on all the e-commerce platforms where BaiDi Electronics had a presence. Initially, it didn't attract much attention since BaiDi's online reputation was still mixed. From the initial criticisms and slander to the slightly improved reputation after the Douyin buyer show incident, BaiDi's reputation was still hit or miss. However, those buyers who were always checking for the Z1 tablets, after finishing their farm work or getting off from their day jobs, logged in to see if there were any in stock. They didn't find the tablets, but they did notice the new product announcement, a TV with a 3-digit price starting with 1. Hey, look at this, BaiDi is going to release a TV, and it's supposed to sell for just over 100 yuan. A rural resident called out to a nearby friend. A TV for just over 100 yuan? No way. Old Li in our village just bought a tiny TV for over 800 yuan, the friend replied skeptically. But BaiDi's tablet was only 99 yuan, so a TV for a bit over 100 doesn't seem impossible. You can't compare a TV to a tablet. Look, the tablet is tiny, and a TV is much bigger. With its size, a TV should cost at least 300 or 400 yuan. So, you think the price of just over 100 is fake? Yeah, city folks often lie. It says here the price will be revealed in 5 days. If I'm wrong, I'll treat you to a drink. If I'm right, you treat me. The two rural residents debated, with some not believing that such a large TV could sell for just over 100 yuan. If a 41-inch TV could be sold for that price, they wondered how much money they had been overcharged by TV manufacturers over the years. However, there were also customers who believed in BaiDi, mostly those who had bought the Z1 tablet. They had found the tablet to be very useful and had developed a good impression of the BaiDi brand. Now that they saw BaiDi was releasing a new product, they were naturally curious and wanted to try it out. Many of these rural residents lacked a TV at home. Even those who had TVs often had decades-old models that frequently showed snow and had broken speakers. These old TVs were not worth repairing, so they made do with what they had. Their incomes were low, and they couldn't afford to replace their TVs with expensive new ones. The possibility of achieving TV freedom for these rural residents now rested on the BaiDi 41 TV. Digital teardown blogger Lei Shuhang had gained some followers recently, mainly because of his teardown video of the BaiDi Z1 tablet. This video had shown that the inexpensive tablet was well made, and some of his viewers who had bought the tablet had found it met their needs well and saved them a significant amount of money. Soon, while making a video, a viewer left a comment under Lei Shuhang's video, asking him to check out the BaiDi 41 TV. They were intrigued by the announcement of the TV selling for just over 100 yuan and wanted Lei Shuhang to do a teardown to see if it was as good as it seemed. If it was, those in need could get a TV for the price of a few packs of cigarettes. Lei Shuhang agreed. Alright, I've got my eye on it. I'll check it out when it comes out. I'll definitely get one to tear down as soon as it's released. Although there were no advertisements, the traffic generated by the Z1 tablet brought a significant number of people to notice the upcoming BaiDi 41 TV, and they all looked forward to it. On the eve of the TV's launch, the customer service at BaiDi Electronics online store received a lot of feedback. Many people couldn't get their hands on the Z1 tablet and hoped that more stock would be available soon. Despite producing 55,000 Z1 tablets earlier, Zhou Yang still couldn't meet the demand. The low-end market clearly had great potential. Producing the tablets was simple, so Zhou Yang ordered another 10,000 sets of Z1 tablet components. In the gaps between TV production, he made sure some tablets were produced daily to be sold online, meeting public demand. For the past 2 days, Zhou Yang had been living at the factory. With TV components arriving continuously, employees worked in 3 shifts to assemble them. Despite the hard work, Zhou Yang offered generous bonuses to ensure his employees wouldn't suffer from night shifts and rotations. Now was the time to push production to its limits. The BaiDi 41 TV had a higher profit margin, and Zhou Yang saw it as a critical project to turn things around, so failure was not an option. He stayed at the factory, overseeing production and ensuring the quality of the TVs. Everything was proceeding methodically. As the launch date approached, the number of packed TVs in BaiDi Electronics warehouse increased, ready to meet the anticipated surge in orders. Zhou Yang planned to produce an initial batch of 20,000 TVs. It wasn't for lack of ambition but rather a shortage of funds. He had to wait for the first batch to sell before purchasing more raw materials, aiming for a positive cash flow cycle. The primary challenge was the considerable debt he had accumulated, leaving him with limited working capital. Once the TVs sold, his financial pressure would be significantly relieved. Zhou Yang was confident in the new TV's sales. The BYD Z1 tablet had seen a leap in sales within days without any promotion. He believed the BYD 41 TV would replicate that success because it was designed for low-income households, a market largely untouched by other companies. For the new product launch, Zhou Yang even arranged for express delivery and logistics to ensure prompt shipping. Time flew by, and soon it was the launch day for the BYD i41 TV. At 10 a.m., BYD's various online shopping platforms would start the sale. By 7:59 a.m., many shoppers were already holding their phones, eagerly waiting. At 8 a.m., the BYD i41 TV's price was to be revealed. As the second hand reached 12, the product pages on BYD's shopping platforms simultaneously updated to show the actual price of 41-inch large-screen TV for the astonishing price of 148 yuan. This revelation stunned the shoppers glued to their screens. They were shocked, never imagining that such a large LCD TV would be sold at such a low price. Comparing it to other TVs of similar size on the same platform, which were priced around 1,000 yuan, they couldn't help but wonder if BYD was making any profit at all. Hey, did you see that? BYD's new TV is out, only 148 yuan. A TV for 148. Is it second-hand? No, brand new. Then it must be a special small TV, about 10 inches, like a tablet. I've seen those sold on Taobao. No, it's 41 inches and brand new. Look for yourself. Wow, it really is a 148 yuan TV. It must be a pricing error by a temporary worker. Buy it now before it's too late. After BYD's online store revealed the price of the 41-inch TV, similar conversations erupted across the country. Most people, seeing the price, either thought it was a website error or a scam. In China's history, no 41-inch TV had ever been sold for as low as 148 yuan. Many were skeptical, thinking that even if they received a TV model instead of a real TV, they'd consider it a win. However, users of the Z1 tablet believed in BYD's credibility and sincerity. They didn't doubt the price and felt it was reasonable. A small tablet sold for 99 yuan, so a large 41-inch TV for 148 yuan was a steal. The TV's screen area was significantly larger, making it an excellent deal. Needing a TV, these users stayed glued to their phones, ready for the 10 a.m. launch. This scene played out across the nation, with thousands eagerly waiting for the moment. Digital teardown blogger Li Shuhang also set an alarm to be ready for the purchase at 10 a.m. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown began. As the clock struck 10, BYD's flagship stores on major platforms opened the purchase links simultaneously. Purchase. Pay 148 yuan. Your product will be shipped within 24 hours. Please be patient. Seeing the successful payment, users felt relieved, believing they'd gotten a great deal. BYD was a reputable store, so if the TV was good, they'd enjoy it. If not, they could return it and get triple compensation, making it a win-win situation for consumers. Li Shuhang managed to get one. After securing his purchase, he checked the link again and saw it was still available. This TV didn't seem as in demand as the Z1 tablet, likely due to the lack of promotion and many people being at work. Typically, first-day sales are calculated over 24 hours. At the factory, Zhou Yang monitored the back-end data closely, watching thousands of orders flood in almost immediately. The newly hired customer service staff were delighted, surprised by the TV's overwhelming popularity. In their office, a 41-inch TV was playing. Despite being entirely made of plastic and having a strong plastic feel, the staff appreciated its affordability. They considered buying one themselves, perhaps even at an internal discount. The BYD i41-inch TV sold out the initial 5,000 units by the evening. Customers who missed out contacted customer service to ask when new stock would be available. Zhou Yang promptly said, "We'll list another 2,000 units on each platform, but the shipping date will be extended to within 72 hours. Meanwhile, trucks loaded with TVs left the factory's warehouse continuously, quickly depleting the new TV stockpile. Now, they had to rely on the 3-shift production to meet the demand. Due to the high volume of orders, the delivery time had to be extended, effectively turning it into a pre-sale. Before leaving for the day, the workshop supervisor, Song Day, informed Zhou Yang that at the current production rate, they would run out of raw materials in less than 3 days. This posed a significant problem because Zhou Yang had already used up all his working capital to purchase components, and his account was nearly empty. The funds from the online store would only start to trickle in after customers received and confirmed their orders, which would take at least a few days, or up to 7 days if the orders were automatically confirmed. Zhou Yang couldn't wait that long to stock up on raw materials. If he waited a week for the funds to come in before ordering more components, it would be too late, and he wouldn't be able to meet his monthly challenge targets. He needed to find a solution to the raw material supply problem immediately. Zhou Yang personally called his suppliers, Uncle Liu and Manager Pan from Rock Solid, to explain the situation. He told them he needed to order more raw materials but would need at least a week to settle the payments. Seeing their hesitation, Zhou Yang showed them the back-end sales data, revealing that thousands of TVs had been sold in just one day. This data clearly outperformed other TV brands. Perhaps moved by Zhou Yang's sincerity and determination, both Uncle Liu and Rock Solid agreed to take a gamble and supply the materials in advance. Thank you both for your support. I'll settle the payments as soon as the funds come in, Zhou Yang said gratefully over the phone. After hanging up, he punched the air in excitement, knowing that the components would be secured, ensuring continuous TV production. But soon, the warehouse manager, who was taking inventory with Zhou Yang, poured cold water on his excitement. While other components were secured, the most crucial part, the display panels, had not been ordered yet. Right, I forgot about the screens, Zhou Yang realized. He had been so busy with production, quality control, monitoring online sales, and coordinating logistics that he had overlooked this critical component. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. The previous batch of 20,000 screens had been leftover inventory from Uncle Liu, and he had no more stock. Other suppliers wouldn't have this unusual 41-inch size in stock either, meaning Zhou Yang would have to order directly from the manufacturers. It was already too late to call that night, so Zhou Yang decided to wait until the next morning to contact them. That night, Zhou Yang stayed at the factory. As he lay on the folding bed, already 11 p.m., he decided to check what people were saying about Baidi online. Counterfeit factory. Shame of technology. Electronic garbage. These were the terms flooding the comments sections of various websites. Many people had a poor impression of Baidi. Because Baidi's strategy was extreme cost-effectiveness, it cut down all non-essential features to offer the lowest possible price, which naturally made the quality feel inferior compared to products costing dozens or hundreds of times more. Most of these negative comments came from regular internet users with decent economic conditions and access to better digital products. Their preconceived notions led to a poor perception of Baidi's factory. To them, low price equated to garbage, cheap meant low quality. My efforts will be understood eventually, Zhou Yang thought. He wasn't angry because he knew his vision wasn't something these users could comprehend. As long as low-income people liked his products, he had achieved his goal. Zhou Yang quickly turned off the light and went to sleep. Tomorrow was another day to continue breaking sales records. The next morning, Zhou Yang woke up, washed his face, and headed to the factory floor to do some exercises and wake up his body. He hadn't even had breakfast yet but immediately started contacting display panel manufacturers. Hello, this is Zhou Yang from Baidi Electric. We need to order a batch of 41-inch display panels, about 50,000 units, he said, dialing a well-known domestic screen manufacturer. Manager Zhou. Up so early, greeted the security guard Mr. Tan, with a cheerful smile. The factory primarily hired employees over the age of 35, especially for positions like security that didn't require much physical exertion. Mr. Tan, who was 55, had been with the company since Zhou Yang's father founded it. Despite his gray hair, Mr. Tan was energetic and vigilant, treating Zhou Yang like family and often bringing homemade treats for him. Good morning, Mr. Tan, Zhou Yang replied. Mr. Tan handed Zhou Yang the breakfast he had brought, steamed buns made by his wife. Zhou Yang accepted them without hesitation and took a bite. The bun was juicy and flavorful, bringing a smile to his face. Seeing Zhou Yang enjoy the food, Mr. Tan's face lit up with joy. The bond between management and employees at this factory was strong, something rare in other companies. After breakfast, Zhou Yang opened his computer to check last night's sales data. Even in the early hours, dozens of TVs had been sold. Sales were no longer the issue. The key challenge was ensuring a steady supply of raw materials. The factory was operating at maximum capacity with 3 shifts a day. It was crucial not to halt production due to a lack of materials. So at 9 a.m., once the screen manufacturers were likely at work, Zhou Yang made a call. Hello, is this Huaxin Technology? I'd like to order a batch of screens, Zhou Yang stated, outlining his requirements for 41-inch screens, similar to the previous stock. Only smaller factories like Huaxin produced these low-cost, outdated screens, unlike industry giants like BOA, which had long ceased such production. Custom 41-inch screens will be 200 yuan each, the representative quoted. Zhou Yang was speechless. His entire BYD 41 TV sold for only 148 yuan, making the screen more expensive than the TV itself. How could he make that work? Do you have any cheaper options, around 50 yuan each, without compromising quality? Zhou Yang inquired. There's nothing that cheap. Prices have risen significantly. If you want a standard 32-inch screen, it's 110 yuan each, the representative replied. That was still too expensive. Switching from 41 inches to 32 inches and raising the cost wasn't feasible. It would ruin BYD's brand. Seeing no room for negotiation, Zhou Yang ended the call. Now he was in a bind. Where could he find 41-inch screens? As he pondered, supplier Lu Shuyi called. He mentioned a batch of 70,000 42-inch TV screens available. Would Zhou Yang be interested? 42 inches? That could work if the price is right, Zhou Yang responded. I'm just asking on behalf of someone. I'll send you a contact number. You'll need to discuss it with them directly, Lu Shuyi said, cautioning that he didn't know the person well and couldn't vouch for the quality or reliability. Got it, Zhou Yang replied, grateful for the lead. He dialed the provided number. Hello, I heard you have a batch of 42-inch TV screens, Zhou Yang asked. Yes, indeed. May I know your name? The young man on the other end inquired. I'm Zhou Yang. And you? The man introduced himself as Lin Shuai. He introduced himself before explaining the background of the batch of screens. It turned out that these low-end screens were originally intended for export to India. They were ready to be shipped from the Shenzhen port when the Indian buyer suddenly slashed the price, claiming that these custom screens couldn't be sold elsewhere. They demanded a 1/3 discount or threatened to cancel the order. Furious at this blatant attempt at extortion, Lin Shuai refused to comply, preferring to let the screens sit rather than sell them at such a loss. Consequently, he was left with only a small deposit. With the screens piled up at the port, they needed to be sold quickly to avoid additional storage and logistics costs. Lin Shuai began looking for buyers, and Lu Shuyi happened to hear about it, leading him to recommend the deal to Zhou Yang. How much per screen? What kind of panels are they? Zhou Yang asked. Lin Shuai replied, 100 yuan each. These are custom 42-inch TV screens with 60 Hz IPS panels. That's too expensive. I'll take them for 50 yuan each, Zhou Yang countered. Your bargaining is too harsh. At 50 yuan each, I'd be losing my shirt. That's not possible, Lin Shuai objected. From their conversation, Zhou Yang sensed that Lin Shuai was somewhat inexperienced in business, as he disclosed all the details about the stock. This gave Zhou Yang leverage to negotiate. However, Zhou Yang knew he needed to inspect the goods before any serious bargaining. So, he decided to go to the port himself. He drove the factory's minivan to the Shenzhen port and found Lin Shuai's location. Lin Shuai was surprisingly young, around 23 or 24 years old, and dressed in expensive clothes, indicating a wealthy background. His iPhone 14 Pro Max 1 TB alone was worth over 10,000 yuan. Despite having millions of yuan worth of goods tied up, he seemed relatively calm, unlike others who might be visibly stressed. Hello, Zhou Yang greeted, shaking hands with Lin Shuai. Lin Shuai then led him to the containers, which were neatly packed with screen panels. Feel free to inspect them. I have all the proper documentation, and any quality issues can be addressed by the manufacturer, Lin Shuai assured him. Zhou Yang began inspecting the screens, feeling their quality. His system also conducted checks, and after sampling several screens, it reported, sample inspection passed, current pass rate 100%. This was just one container. To be thorough, Zhou Yang inspected over 20 more screens, all of which were of good quality, and the paperwork was in order. The screens are good, but we need to negotiate the price further, Zhou Yang stated. For BYD TVs to be profitable, the screen cost couldn't exceed 65 yuan each. The previous batch of 41-inch screens cost 55 yuan each, but were of lower quality, requiring redesigns of the circuits. 55 yuan per screen, Zhou Yang proposed, matching the price of the previous batch. That's too low. I'd be losing too much. How about 85 yuan per screen, Lin Shuai offered, already lowering his initial price. Seeing Lin Shuai willing to negotiate, Zhou Yang realized there was room for further bargaining. He began explaining that these specific custom screens, taking over this batch would be tough for others, Zhou Yang pointed out. Designing circuits specifically for these screens would incur extra design fees, molding costs, and more. Plus, storing them at the port racks up daily warehousing fees and potential damages, it costing at least several thousand yuan a day. Selling them quickly at a lower price is better than letting them sit. 60 yuan per screen Zhou Yang offered, raising his price by 5 yuan. It's still too much of a loss. Lin Shuai hesitated. He knew Zhou Yang's points were valid. The screens had been at the port for half a month, and every day added to the loss. Whether he liked it or not, he was already in the red. It was just a matter of how much. Boss Zhou, please increase the price a bit more. If I take too big a loss, I'll be the laughingstock back home. Lin Shuai handed Zhou Yang a cigarette, which Zhou Yang declined. Zhou Yang re-evaluated the batch of screens. Their quality was undoubtedly better than the previous batch, which he genuinely appreciated. Alright, 65 yuan per screen is my final offer, Zhou Yang proposed, willing to sacrifice 10 yuan profit per TV to improve quality. 65. Fine, but you have to take all 70,000 screens. Lin Shuai agreed after some thought. Deal. Zhou Yang smiled, shaking hands with Lin Shuai to seal the significant deal. They reached a preliminary agreement, but Zhou Yang didn't have the few million yuan required to pay in full up front. He decided to pay a portion as a deposit, with the rest to be settled later. As long as he could turn the screens into production capacity, he could gradually pay off the remaining balance. Lin Shuai wasn't too concerned about the payment date. He just needed assurance that Zhou Yang's company was legitimate, and a formal contract was signed. That afternoon, Lin Shuai arranged for a logistics company to deliver the container to Beatty Company, effectively offloading his troublesome batch of screens. On the way to Beatty Company, Zhou Yang advised Lin Shuai to be cautious in the future. Foreign buyers, especially those from India, can be very tricky. Never deal with them without full payment up front. I'll remember that. Damn it. They won't get away with it next time, Lin Shuai cursed. Arriving at Beatty Company, Lin Shuai took a tour of the factory and saw the bustling production lines, which reassured him. He had been worried about being swindled again, but Zhou Yang's thriving factory put his fears to rest. Zhou Yang wasn't the type to deceive anyone. They signed a supply contract, stamping it with the company's seal, ensuring security for both parties. Before leaving, Lin Shuai left his business card, revealing that he owned an import-export trade company dealing in various products. With Lin Shuai gone, Zhou Yang faced the pressure of turning 4.55 million yuan worth of screen panels into production capacity. His first task was to modify the blueprints, as the 41-inch and 42-inch screens, despite the mere 1-inch difference, required design adjustments. For other manufacturers, sudden design changes would be a challenging and thankless task, but Zhou Yang found it straightforward. He opened the system's modification interface and started adjusting the blueprints, changing the screen size to 42 inches, tweaking screw hole positions, and slightly altering the circuitry. The design changes were quickly completed. Super factory system modification completed. Lucky strike triggered, obtaining corresponding molds. Fortune smiled upon Zhou Yang again as he obtained the necessary molds. He could now provide these molds to the case manufacturer for the subsequent production runs. Having secured this batch of 70,000 screens, Zhou Yang wouldn't need to worry about screen supply for over a month. He promptly instructed Xiao Jiang from the design team to create new graphics, rebranding the Beatty 41 TV to Beatty 41 Pro, marking it as an improved model. Despite the larger and higher quality screen, Zhou Yang chose not to raise the price, considering it a goodwill gesture towards his customers. This mid-production upgrade stemmed from his lack of funds, which led to a change in screen suppliers. In the future, with more capital, he could directly order custom primary materials, avoiding such issues. With the raw material problem resolved, TV sales remained strong. By the next evening, another 4,000 units had been sold, making it 10,000 units in just 2 days. Such sales figures would crown him the sales champion on any shopping platform. Zhou Yang aimed for 50,000 units a month, a target that seemed easily achievable given the current momentum. However, Zhou Yang couldn't afford to relax. The current bottleneck was production capacity, and daily online sales were declining as the initial surge of buyers dwindled. To reach new customers, Zhou Yang needed to ramp up promotion efforts. Advertising was too costly, but he could find alternative, cost-effective methods. The Beatty 41 TV's target audience was domestic low-income earners. Zhou Yang decided to focus on them by ordering a batch of custom-printed shopping bags from a printing factory. These inexpensive bags could be produced in the thousands or tens of thousands. He planned to partner with popular agricultural e-commerce stores and distribute these bags for free in suburban areas and densely populated rental communities. Each shopping bag would feature an advertisement for the Beatty 41 Pro. Great product, increased size, no extra cost. check out Baidi. Free shopping bags are seldom refused, and anyone carrying one would become a walking advertisement, potentially attracting others with the 148 yuan TV price and boosting sales. As Zhou Yang ramped up production and marketing efforts, tech reviewer Lei Shuhang received his first batch of Baidi 41 TVs. Setting up his camera, he began filming an unboxing video. First, let's look at the packaging. Standard cardboard and foam, with simple accessories: a power cord, an HDMI cable, surprisingly a vintage AV cable, a remote control, two batteries, and a TV stand. After setting up the TV on his workbench, Lei Shuhang began his review, starting with the exterior. The exterior has a very plastic feel. Or rather, it's all plastic. The material quality isn't great, feeling rough to the touch. Is this intentional for a textured finish? If they improve the outer material, the TV would feel much higher quality. For appearance alone, Lei Shuhang gave the Baidi 41 TV a score of 5 out of 10, not quite passing. Compared to other brands, Baidi 41's material and color ranked below average. Next, he connected the power cord and saw the power light turn on. Lei Shuhang pressed the remote's power button. The TV screen lit up, displaying a prominent Baidi logo, indicating the brand's latest effort. However, the startup time was a bit. The boot time was quite long, taking more than 10 seconds, mainly because the TV uses an older model processor. After booting up, it went into the setup screen, prompting for a Wi-Fi connection or a video source connection. Lei Shuhang connected it to his home Wi-Fi to watch TV via the internet. The TV has Coolmeow Video pre-installed, and since Lei Shuhang didn't have a membership, he selected a free TV series to watch. Once logged in, he heard the sound and saw the picture on the TV. Lei Shuhang was immediately struck by the image and sound quality. The screen's color appeared somewhat strange, with a sense of distortion. The sound was equally shocking, akin to the audio quality of the Baidi Z1 tablet. While the volume was high, the sound quality was quite poor, resembling that of a broken windbox. It was barely clear enough to understand, but for someone used to high-quality speakers, it was an assault on the ears. To make a comparison, Lei Shuhang brought over his Sony TV and played the same program on both, recording the results. The contrast was stark. The color on the Baidi TV was indeed distorted compared to the Sony, and the sound quality was much worse. Additionally, the remote control response was slow, and the internal storage was almost full, leaving little room for additional apps. Fortunately, the TV is equipped with a USB 2.0 port, allowing for the connection of external USB drives or hard disks to install other applications. Next, Lei Shuhang conducted various performance and specification tests. He found that the Baidi TV lacked many advanced features such as smart voice control, Bluetooth transmission, and a camera. The highest supported resolution was 1080p at 50 Hz, and the HDMI port was also version 1, which is quite outdated in terms of functionality. After a series of performance tests, Lei Shuhang concluded that while the Baidi 41 TV is inexpensive, its features and quality are also very limited. However, considering its price, it can still be considered a good value for money. Lei Shuhang then proceeded to disassemble the TV. He unscrewed the back cover, revealing the internal circuit boards and components. He meticulously described each component, including the main board, power board, and other elements. Version 4 could not handle some high frame rate images. Overall, this TV has poor performance with subpar picture and sound quality. Lei Shuhang gave the Baidi 41 TV a final evaluation. It's usable, has a lot of flaws, but its main advantage is the price of 148 yuan. If you only need a TV for basic use, it's better than many old second-hand TVs. My opinion is that this TV is only suitable for a small group of people. Buy according to your needs. Lei Shuhang recorded the last sentence and ended the video. After editing, he posted the video online, unexpectedly sparking a heated discussion. Isn't this just another piece of junk? I agree. Just like the Z1 tablet, it's cheap and nothing else. What can you do with this TV? The sound is torture, the colors are off, it doesn't support high refresh rates, and playing games on it leaves ghosting images. Buying it is just being a sucker. Netizens began to criticize Baidi's products again. Most city families have TVs, and they typically choose good ones that cost thousands of yuan. Watching movies and playing games on high-quality TVs is a great experience they take for granted. However, they don't realize that in low-income rural or mountainous areas, many families can't afford a TV. They don't need high refresh rates or perfect sound and color. They just need it to be cheap and functional. At this moment, in Shili village, a courier arrived at village chief Zhang Fugui's house, delivering a large package, the Baidi 41 TV. Zhang Fugui was one of the first buyers, and it had finally arrived. He immediately set up the TV in his bedroom. He already had a 60-inch TV in his living room, but found that watching TV in bed was more comfortable. However, buying another TV would cost 1,000 or even 2 to 3,000 yuan, so he never bought one. When he heard Baidi was releasing a TV, he pre-ordered it because he had a good impression of the Z1 tablet and trusted the Baidi brand. After setting it up, Zhang Fugui connected the power and turned on the TV. His wife, Ji Dajiao, came over, saw the Baidi logo and said, "Isn't this from the same company as the tablet? How much was it?" 148, Zhang Fugui replied. "That's really cheap. Our 60-inch TV cost over 4,000, right?" Ji Dajiao said. "Yes. The change alone is more than this Baidi TV." He started flipping through the channels connected to the Wi-Fi and began watching TV. Most of the TV programs required a subscription. This didn't bother Zhang Fugui, who also worked part-time installing mobile services. He connected a mobile set-top box to watch the mobile TV programs for just a few yuan a month. "Not bad. It's pretty clear," Ji Dajiao praised. "The sound is loud, similar to the tablet," Zhang Fugui noted. After watching for a few minutes, the couple felt the TV was good. At this price there wasn't much to criticize. Even their big TV wasn't significantly better than the Baidi TV. As for the product's appearance, neither of them cared much. Anyone spending 148 yuan on a TV wouldn't be concerned about its looks. Even if it looked better, paying an extra 100 or 2 wasn't worth it. They'd rather buy a few more kilograms of pork ribs. Isn't it great? Honestly, the pursuit of spiritual and material pleasures is a luxury for affluent families. For those living in poverty or just above the subsistence line, every penny saved counts, and they avoid all unnecessary expenditures. So, what's wrong with getting a TV that works perfectly well for 148 yuan? It's a much better deal than spending 1,000 or 2 more on other big-name brands. Not only is it great, but it's an absolute steal. Satisfied with his purchase, Zhang Fugui took a photo of the Baidi 41 TV and posted it on his social media, encouraging fellow villagers to buy it if they needed a TV. As the village chief, he was conscientious about sharing good deals to prevent others from wasting money. Seeing his post, some villagers decided to follow suit, as they had been in need of a TV for a while. Ji Dajiao suddenly remembered a conversation with Jin Qiao, who mentioned that her elderly family members found it uncomfortable to watch on a tablet because the screen was too small. This TV would be perfect for them. So, Ji Dajiao went to Jin Qiao's house and explained the situation. A 148 yuan TV, and it's from Baidi. Jin Qiao was immediately interested. She had previously checked in town, and the cheapest 32-inch TV was still 700 or 800 yuan, which was too expensive for a small screen. The Baidi 41 TV, on the other hand, had a much larger screen at a fraction of the cost, making it perfect for her family. But it's 148 yuan. I'll have to wait until my chickens are grown and I can sell them to afford it, Jin Qiao thought aloud. She realized the tablet was inconvenient for her elderly family members and conflicted with her daughter's studies, so the need for a TV was urgent. She figured she could manage to buy it if she really tried. Why wait? I'll lend you the money, and you can pay me back later, Ji Dajiao offered generously. Thank you so much, Jin Qiao said, feeling grateful yet slightly embarrassed. I'll be able to pay you back in a week after I sell the chickens. Ji Dajiao waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was no big deal. However, when she logged into the store, she was surprised to find a different link than what her husband had bought. It showed a Baidi 41 Pro TV, which promised an upgraded screen at the same price. An upgrade already? Do you want the upgraded version? The one we bought seems to be sold out, Ji Dajiao asked. Sure. Anything from Baidi is fine. I don't know much about these things anyway, Jin Qiao replied. But it's still on pre-order, and will be shipped within 3 days. Baidi products are good, but the wait is annoying, Ji Dajiao remarked as she placed the order. Jin Qiao nodded. If it's in high demand, it must be good. Everyone likes this TV, so it's a safe buy. It was clear that residents in the mountainous regions had a completely different attitude towards Baidi appliances compared to the online critics. After placing the order, Ji Dajiao waited for the new TV to arrive. Meanwhile, in Shen Town, a streamer named Brother Ji was interacting with his viewers. Some viewers mentioned in the chat that Baidi had released another 148 yuan TV and suggested he try it out. Another TV from Baidi. Brother Ji was puzzled. The Z1 tablet was so cheap, and now a TV for 148 yuan. How could this company make any profit? Although not from the manufacturing industry, Brother Ji understood basic costs. It seemed impossible for a TV to be made so cheaply. Brother G had gained popularity recently, mainly from unboxing the Baidi Z1 tablet. With his viewership declining, he was looking for a new angle to attract viewers. Since the viewers suggested it, he decided to try another unboxing stream. So, he immediately opened the link to Baidi's store, and found that the Baidi 41 Pro TV was still on pre-order, with a staggering monthly sales volume of over 7,000 units. Considering that the Baidi 41 TV had only been on the market for a few days, selling 7,000 units was incredible, especially for the upgraded version. His interest was piqued. Brother G placed the order on the spot. He didn't pay much attention to it afterward, and 3 days later, a local courier delivered the TV to his home. Brother G began a live stream to unbox this ultra-cheap TV. You can see there are very few accessories, the color scheme isn't great, and the casing material is quite subpar. Brother G commented on the TV's appearance during the unboxing, noting that it wasn't visually appealing. He then connected the TV to check its quality. This time Brother G was wise enough to plug his ears in advance to avoid any unpleasant noise. After Baidi's logo flashed on the screen, the interface appeared, and once connected to Wi-Fi, the coarse sound shocked the viewers watching the stream. "Oh my titanium dog ears," viewers mocked in the chat. It wasn't that the sound was too loud, but the quality was poor compared to their high-end noise-canceling, bass-boosted, Dolby-certified headphones and speakers. It was just enough to make sound. "Forget the sound, but the picture colors seem off too," Brother G remarked. He played a Peppa Pig cartoon and noticed that Peppa's clothes appeared in different colors than on other TVs. To compare, he moved the Baidi 41 TV next to his 100-inch Samsung TV in the living room, and both TVs played the same cartoon simultaneously. The difference was striking. Brother G's 100-inch Samsung TV, which he had bought specifically for playing PS5 games, clearly outperformed the Baidi 41 Pro in display quality and sound, the differences visible to the naked eye. Color distortion, limited functionality. Let's see how it handles gaming. Brother G continued. As a streamer, he had all kinds of gaming consoles. He pulled out 3 major consoles, PS5, Switch and Xbox Series, to test them one by one. First up was the PS5. When connected, his Samsung 100-inch TV displayed in 4K at 60 frames per second, while the Baidi 41 TV only managed 1080p, noticeably blurry. To be fair, Brother G adjusted the Samsung TV to 1080p as well, but there was still a difference. In summary, the $1,000 Samsung TV had smoother visuals, stronger color contrast, and superior sound. He then demonstrated various unique Samsung TV features, such as enhanced picture quality and picture-in-picture mode. But the Baidi 41 had none of these features, and even the HDMI was version 1. The version 4 doesn't support many high-definition settings. Switching to the Xbox Series console, the results were similar. When the two TVs were placed side by side, the differences were evident. Brother G then addressed the audience. "Now you see, if you're a gamer, you should definitely choose Samsung or Sony, otherwise, you're doing a disservice to your eyes." Viewers responded. "I'm not a gamer, and I still wouldn't choose the Baidi 41, even if it were free. This TV is only good for replacing a wash basin. It's just over $100 worth of electronic waste." Exactly. I can't believe a normal TV can be sold so cheaply. It must be made of substandard parts. Most viewers dismissed the Baidi 41, but some mentioned that unboxing blogger Lei Shuhang found its internal build decent, suggesting it was cost-effective for light use. With a price of only 148 yuan and a 1-year warranty, what more could you ask for? However, this viewer was quickly accused of being a shill for Baidi, with others jokingly asking for his group number to share in the supposed profit. Since many of Brother G's viewers were gamers who valued high-quality displays, they naturally sneered at the low-cost Baidi 41 TV. The supportive viewers' comments were quickly drowned out by the negative responses. Brother G then connected the Switch console to the TV. Nintendo's console, which outputs a maximum of 1080p and locks at 30 frames per second, was a better match for the Baidi TV, reducing the gap between the Baidi 41 and the Samsung TV. Brother G remarked, "The Switch is truly an egalitarian console, even the Baidi 41 can handle it easily. So, if you're a Nintendo player looking to save money, this Baidi might be a good choice." A viewer replied, "No way. Our TV isn't just for playing Switch. The family needs to watch TV too. If I bring this TV home, my mom will kill me." Brother G shook his head, laughing. This TV had no merits other than being cheap. Saving a little over 100 yuan didn't matter to high-income individuals who desired high-quality audiovisual experiences. They would rather buy Samsung or Sony than the Baidu 41. Lastly, Brother G tested the Baidu 41 with movies. For films with black bars, the TV had a nostalgic feel due to its built-in filter, something Brother G hadn't expected. Looks like the Baidu TV isn't entirely useless, Brother G admitted. Just then, his phone rang. An old friend was calling to visit him in Shen Town. Excited, Brother G hurriedly ended the live stream to meet his friend, leaving the Baidu TV playing various movies at home. By now, Baidu had fully transitioned to the 41 Pro version. The initial production run of 20,000 standard 41 models had sold out, mainly in rural or mountainous areas. Logistics required time, so during the first 5 days of sales, Baidu's finances were tight. Fortunately, this situation improved after 5 days when customers started receiving and confirming their orders, releasing funds into Baidu's online store account. A week later, Baidu had sold nearly 50,000 units of the 41 and 41 Pro models combined, with over 1,000 new orders daily. This impressive monthly sales record outperformed many established TV brands. As for the criticism and slander online, Zhou Yang didn't have the time to care. The vast majority of online commenters were not his customers. No matter how harshly they criticized, it didn't stop his televisions from selling like hotcakes. As the saying goes, those who scold won't buy, and those who buy won't scold. Zhou Yang was waiting to hit the 50,000 sales record, which would earn him a reward. However, although the total sales across Baidu's 3 sales platforms had exceeded 50,000, there was no indication of the task being completed. Zhou Yang was puzzled and asked the system. The system responded, "The challenge task has 2 assessment targets: 50,000 monthly sales and a 96% positive rating. Currently there are not yet 50,000 reviews, so the task requirement has not been met." Zhou Yang understood that he had to wait a few more days. During this time, he coordinated production and supply, focusing intensely on manufacturing. Baidu Electric's processing plant was operating at full capacity. Moreover, he promptly transferred the recovered funds to suppliers, maintaining his credibility and creating a positive cycle. Soon, the booming sales of Baidu televisions topped the sales charts on the 3 major e-commerce platforms, even surpassing the previous TV sales champion, TCL, that month. People in the TV industry were puzzled, wondering what kind of manufacturer Baidu was, and why they had never heard of it before. Not having heard of it was normal. Baidu had never run a single advertisement. Its sales were entirely driven by word of mouth from consumers, so most people had no impression of Baidu. Only those who followed tech news had heard of Baidu, and that was due to the news brought by the Z1 tablet. These curious individuals looked into Baidu TVs and were shocked by the price, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Is this a joke? A TV for 148 yuan. Did they miss a zero? Who would buy such a cheap and lousy TV? Naturally, people were skeptical. But when they clicked on the sales link and saw the monthly sales, they were stunned. The numbers must be fake, was the initial reaction. Such a low price likely meant the components were of the worst quality, and it was hard to believe it would last even a week. The nickname disposable TV was given to the Baidu 41 Pro by netizens who had never used it but drew conclusions based on their experience. Previously, the Exixi platform had offered extremely cheap electronics that broke after a few uses. They assumed this TV was the same, and that it was made of substandard parts. Many righteous netizens reported the Baidu TV, alleging fake sales. However, the e-commerce platform's investigation revealed that all transactions were genuine, as each one was verifiable. When the reports failed, it confirmed that the sales were real, catching the attention of an intern reporter in the tech sector. Jiang Shuqian, a recent graduate from Shentown University with a degree in media studies, was currently an intern at the Shentown Business Daily. She was tired of reporting on trivial business gossip, like CEO scandals and rich heirs disputes. She was determined to find a substantial story. One day while browsing posts online, she noticed the Baidu TV incident and was instantly intrigued. 148 yuan for a TV, topping the monthly sales charts on multiple platforms. How is that possible? Jiang Shuqian's first reaction was that it must be fake news. However, the Baidu product link was still active on the website, available for anyone to check. Her intuition told her there was a story to uncover, so she began gathering information online. The 148 yuan TV had already garnered some attention online, with several influencers and bloggers conducting unboxings and teardowns. Surprisingly, the quality seemed better than expected. She also calculated the total sales from all Baidu online stores, amounting to over 50,000 units, translating to 7.4 million yuan in revenue. While this figure might be modest for major TV manufacturers, Baidi was an unknown small factory. Achieving such sales within a week of launching the product, without any advertising, was remarkable. What kind of company focused on producing such ultra-low-end electronics? Could it be profitable? Jiang Shuqian decided to investigate thoroughly. After gathering enough information online, she decided to visit Baidi's factory in person. Without delay, she grabbed her backpack and recorder and set off. At that moment, Zhou Yang had just transferred 250,000 yuan to Lin Shuai, a screen supplier. Zhou Yang initially worried that frequent small transfers might annoy Lin Shuai. However, Lin Shuai showed no signs of frustration. Zhou Yang later learned that Lin Shuai came from a wealthy family, with his father being a significant entrepreneur, explaining why Lin Shuai was unconcerned about selling goods worth millions. That afternoon, the security guard reported that a young woman was outside requesting an interview. Not a reporter. Zhou Yang was intrigued. This was a great opportunity. If Baidi got featured in the news, it would greatly benefit the company. He decided to greet her personally. At the gate, he saw a girl with a ponytail, dressed simply, wearing light makeup, and looking slightly thin. "Hello, I'm Zhou Yang, the factory manager of Baidi Electric." Zhou Yang extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Jiang Shuqian, an intern reporter at Shentown Business Daily." As they shook hands, Jiang Shuqian was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected the factory manager to be so young and somewhat handsome. However, maintaining her professional demeanor, she calmly expressed her interview request. "All right, come in." Zhou Yang welcomed her and led her into the factory. He gave her a tour of the factory. Contrary to her expectations of a shady, cluttered operation, Jiang Shuqian found Baidi's factory to be well organized and clean, with workers in high spirits and a modern production line. The conditions were far from those of a typical knockoff factory. With permission, Jiang Shuqian took several photos around the factory. After the tour, Zhou Yang brought Jiang Shuqian to his office for an interview. Jiang Shuqian had prepared her questions in advance. Her first question was about Baidi's strategy in producing such inexpensive electronics, and whether it resulted in losses. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Our goal at Baidi is to enable people everywhere to afford home appliances. As for losing money, that's impossible. Although our profit margins are thin, we make up for it in volume. It's profitable, not a loss." Jiang Shuqian followed up, "Currently there's a lot of criticism online, calling Baidi's products electronic trash. What's your response to that?" Zhou Yang replied confidently, "Criticism is inevitable, especially when you're breaking into a market with a new approach. Our aim is to provide affordable electronics that meet basic needs. Those who call our products trash haven't understood our mission. We're focusing on serving a different market segment, one that values affordability and functionality over high-end features. Trust the eyes of the people, they are discerning. Our Z1 tablet sold over 50,000 units and continues to be in demand. The 41 series TV has sold 50,000. Oh sorry, today it has exceeded 60,000 units and still cannot meet the demand. This speaks for itself. If everyone approves of these appliances, can they really be trash?" Zhou Yang finished, then showed Jiang Shuqian some buyer show videos from Douyin. When she saw the genuine smiles of rural residents using Baidi products, Jiang Shuqian was deeply moved. She began to understand why, despite the overwhelming criticism online, Baidi still topped the sales charts. "So, what is the profit margin on these low-end products?" Jiang Shuqian asked. "That's a commercial secret, I cannot disclose that," Zhou Yang replied, keeping some information close to the vest. Afterward, Jiang Shuqian asked several other questions, all of which Zhou Yang answered. Finally, Jiang Shuqian inquired, "Apart from tablets and televisions, will Baidi produce other appliances?" "Absolutely," Zhou Yang responded firmly. "Baidi will continue to innovate and produce whatever the people need." This statement resonated strongly with Jiang Shuqian, who made a mental note to highlight it in her article. After getting satisfactory content for her interview, she stood up to shake hands with Zhou Yang. "Thank you for your cooperation." Zhou Yang politely escorted Jiang Shuqian to the factory gate and watched as she left. Feeling uplifted, Zhou Yang anticipated that by the time the article was published, his challenge task might be completed. However, he was unaware that an unexpected event was about to make Baidi 41 TV a hot news topic, sparking a competitive crisis. Streamer Jige had a great time catching up with his old friend. He played the perfect host, spending 2 days touring the city without even returning home. They enjoyed daytime activities, sang karaoke, hit the bars at night, and stayed in a hotel until the third day when Jige's friend had to leave. Jige live streamed the entire farewell at the station, showing his audience the emotional goodbye. "Take care, man. Call me when you get there. The friends exchanged goodbyes and waved. Feeling lighthearted, Ji-gi sat in the back of a rideshare vehicle, continuing his live stream and chatting with viewers. After more than 2 days of outdoor streaming, some veteran viewers reminded him of his previous live stream with the Baidi 41 TV unboxing. Are you going to exchange it for a stainless steel basin? I won't be exchanging it, Ji-gi replied. Considering the Z1 tablet's resale value, this TV might appreciate in the second-hand market. I might even recoup my investment. Ji-gi was trying to craft a frugal and resourceful persona. His audience laughed and teased, this TV won't appreciate. The tablet was a trend item that people kept out of curiosity, but this TV is too bulky. Most people wouldn't buy it out of curiosity, especially since it's always in stock online. With his income, Ji-gi didn't really care about the resale value, he just aimed for good showmanship. He returned to his apartment complex, keeping the stream on to maintain his streaming hours. However, as he approached his door, he suddenly heard a woman's screams from inside his apartment, suggesting a crime scene. Wait, what's that noise? Ji-gi's face changed as he pressed his ear against the door. As Ji-gi approached his door, he could hear various eerie sounds from inside. It turned out the noises were coming from a TV show or movie playing on the TV. Oh, it's the TV, Ji-gi muttered, then suddenly shouted. Oh crap, he remembered that he had left in a hurry without turning off the TV. Damn it, this cheap TV has been running for 3 days straight. I hope it hasn't overheated and started a fire. I just renovated my place. Panicking, Ji-gi rushed to open the door and dashed inside. To his relief, the feared scenario of the low-quality TV short-circuiting and catching fire had not occurred. Everything in his apartment was just as he had left it. His viewers were equally surprised. They had assumed that a cheap TV like this would be a fire hazard, yet the Baidi 41 TV had been running continuously for 3 days without any issues. Curious, Ji-gi reached out to touch the back of the TV to see if it was hot. His viewers quickly warned him, don't touch it. It might be leaking electricity. It won't be leaking electricity, Ji-gi assured them. Despite his low opinion of the Baidi 41 TV's performance, he had to admit that its quality was better than expected. At least it didn't have safety issues like electrical leaks. When he touched the back of the TV, he found it was just warm. Its energy consumption was definitely efficient, likely capable of running for months without problems. Excuse me for a moment, Ji-gi said, intending to take a quick bathroom break. However, he tripped over the TV's power cord and fell, yanking the TV off the stand and sending it crashing onto the hard tile floor with a loud bang. Damn it! Just my luck, Ji-gi cursed, rubbing his sore knee. Fortunately, he hadn't broken any bones, just bruised himself. He turned to see the Baidi TV lying screen down on the floor, but still emitting sound. Amazingly, it seemed undamaged. His viewers were equally astonished. They had expected the cheap TV to be fragile, yet here it was, still functioning after such a hard fall. Look at that. It didn't even break. This TV is a tank. Baidi TV, the Nokia of televisions. You can use it to crack nuts or block bullets. Ji-gi reached down to lift the TV, expecting to find the screen shattered. Given that it only cost 148 yuan, he wouldn't be too upset if it was broken. His viewers joked, the streamer just lost 148 yuan with that fall. If it's broken, it saves you from the guilt of throwing it away. However, as Ji-gi set the TV upright, the viewers collectively gasped. The screen was intact, with no cracks at all. No way, it didn't break. This TV is amazing. It must be made of iron. Skeptical viewers urged Ji-gi to check for any hidden damage. Intrigued, Ji-gi began testing the TV's various functions. He played a movie, connected a gaming console, and adjusted all the settings, but found no issues. Finally, he even resorted to the traditional method of fixing electronics hitting the TV. Yet, it remained unscathed. Ji-gi couldn't help but give a thumbs up, impressive. The best feature of this Baidi TV is its durability. His viewers quickly picked up on this, joking, this TV is perfect for couples who fight a lot. You can throw it without worrying about it breaking. It's the ideal solution, stress relief without financial loss. Another viewer chimed in with a creative idea. This is the perfect TV for soccer fans who get frustrated during games. Ji-gi's unplanned durability test had unexpectedly highlighted the unique selling point of the Baidi TV. It wasn't just cheap, it was practically indestructible. Watching the World Cup and getting upset over your favorite team's loss? No problem. You can vent all your frustrations on this TV without a worry, as it will keep on working just fine. That makes sense, Ji-gi agreed. Inspired by his viewers' creativity, he decided not to get rid of the Baidi TV. Instead, he would keep it specifically for watching China's national team games, knowing he could smash it without any guilt. This unintentional discovery of a new use case led to a surge in sales for BYD TVs. On that day alone, hundreds of units were sold to viewers of GGE's live stream. These were people who had already destroyed 2 or 3 TVs in frustration and couldn't afford to keep replacing them. BYD TVs allowed them to vent their anger freely while watching sports, making it the most incredible product in their eyes. When this segment of GGE's live stream was edited and uploaded to various video platforms, it quickly went viral due to its entertaining content. Viewers praised the BYD TV as the Nokia of televisions with durability comparable to a tank. Selling for only 148 yuan, the BYD TV was deemed the perfect choice for people with short tempers. As this joke spread online, BYD TVs garnered more public attention. A 148 yuan TV that was so durable put high-end TVs that cracked and broke easily to shame. This news caught the interest of teardown enthusiast Lei Shuhang. He decided to take apart his BYD TV to understand its internal construction. The internal circuitry was solid, and he discovered the secret to the TV's durability. The screen was made of a flexible material, not glass, which absorbed impacts. Additionally, the quality of the screen was remarkably high, proving BYD to be a commendable domestic manufacturer. Lei Shuhang's video further boosted the popularity of the BYD 41 TV. Meanwhile, in the village of Shili, the residents had been visiting the village chief Zhang Fugui's home to check out his BYD TV. Impressed by its performance, over 20 households decided to purchase one, including Jin Qiao's family. After several days of waiting, Jin Qiao finally received her BYD 41 Pro TV via postal delivery. Eager to set it up, she and her daughter Xiaoya got to work. Despite Jin Qiao's lack of technical skills, Xiaoya managed to assemble the TV. When they turned it on, both mother and daughter cheered. The screen was much larger than their old tablet, the picture was clear, and the sound was loud, making it perfect for their needs. They placed the TV in the grandparents' room, propping up the wobbly table legs with Xiaoya's practice books. They could access TV programs through a mobile network set up by Zhang Fugui. Although live broadcasts were hard to watch, they could easily enjoy dramas, operas, and more. Wonderful. Just wonderful, the elderly couple beamed with joy as they watched operas on the large screen. After years of being bedridden, they felt happier than they had in years, and life seemed full of promise once again. Seeing her parents so happy, Jin Qiao felt deeply grateful to the BYD factory. Their products had significantly improved her family's entertainment life, bringing constant smiles to their faces instead of the previous gloom. She decided to visit Ji Dajiao to post a buyer's review, expressing her gratitude to BYD. Similar scenes played out in various rural villages, where people enjoyed the happiness brought by BYD TVs and reciprocated with sincere buyer reviews. In the editorial office of the Shentown business newspaper, the rookie intern reporter Jiang Shuqi handed in her news article about the BYD appliance factory, which garnered praise from the editor-in-chief. "Not bad, you know how to follow the trends. I've heard about this BYD TV story, it's been quite popular recently. I was planning to send someone to interview them, but you got to it first. Good job. You'll be officially hired next month." The editor-in-chief encouraged her, and then published the article. This news article not only included interview content but also Jiang Shuqi's own analysis and opinions. Before the deadline, she calculated the sales of the BYD 41 TV. Across all platforms, there were over 65,000 units sold. Calculating at 148 yuan per unit, the sales amounted to more than 9.62 million yuan. This number was truly astonishing. Even if the profit margin on this TV was very low, it was estimated to have a net profit of 1 million. The key point is that the TV has only been on the market for about 10 days. Earning 1 million in 10 days means a net profit of 3 million a month. This figure is truly enviable. As soon as this article was published, it caused a stir. Coupled with the previous wave of public opinion, it made the BYD 41 TV a phenomenal hot news topic, also drawing the attention of competitors to BYD TV for the first time. It became apparent to everyone that producing low-end TVs was actually very profitable. For a while, various TV brands finally discovered the reason for their decreased sales over the past half-month. It was due to the BYD 41 series TV, which had taken a large share of their low-end product orders. High-end TV brands like Sony and Samsung were not affected, as they targeted different customer groups. However, Xiaomi, which focused on cost-effective low-end TVs, felt the impact the most and had taken serious notice. The manager of Xiaomi TV summoned his engineers for a meeting to study the success of BYD TV. With a sharp gaze, the manager asked the engineers, "Tell me, if we produce this 41-inch TV, Can we reduce its cost to within 148 yuan? The engineers frowned and shook their heads. With our current technology and materials, it's impossible. The minimum we can reduce is to over 500 yuan, and with additional costs, it might reach 600 or 700 yuan. At a selling price of 1,000 yuan, the net profit per unit would be around 300 yuan. To produce a 41-inch TV at a cost of less than 100 yuan, we'd have to use the cheapest components, which are outdated models from a few years ago. Considering our R&D costs, selling at 148 yuan would definitely be a loss. The manager was displeased, feeling that the high salaries paid to the engineers were not solving the problem. If they, known for their cost effectiveness, couldn't achieve this, how did BYD do it? Given the sales momentum, it seemed profitable. Without competitiveness, their low-end products would eventually be eliminated. The manager ordered, "I command you to immediately buy a BYD TV for research. Find out how they do it." The engineers wasted no time, immediately placing an order and personally paying for expedited delivery. They were determined to start the analysis the next day. The following day, the engineers received the BYD TV and promptly began dismantling and studying it. Engineers began dismantling and reverse engineering the BYD 41 Pro TV and were immediately astonished. Contrary to their expectations of substandard quality, the internal construction of this TV was impressive, even reminiscent of high-end TV designs. It became evident that with enhanced components, using the existing circuitry, it was possible to create a high-end TV. Clearly, BYD had invested significant effort into this circuitry. This left Xiaomi's engineers puzzled. Including R&D costs, they couldn't understand how BYD managed to keep the cost below 148 yuan. What they didn't know was that Zhou Yang, with the help of his system, had revised and designed the circuitry, saving a substantial amount of costs. Hence, normal companies couldn't compete with him in a price war. While BYD TVs were becoming a subject of study within the industry, the sales of the BYD 41 Pro TV officially broke through 80,000 units in just half a month. This figure was terrifying, reducing the sales of other brands' low-end TVs to a third of their original figures, if not lower. Few consumers could resist a TV that worked well, was durable, came with a warranty, wasn't much different from other brands' TVs of the same size, and was priced at 148 yuan. This made BYD TV a blockbuster product in the industry. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang officially received a system reward notification. Super Factory System Challenge mission completed. The BYD 41 series TV has sold over 50,000 units in a month with a positive rating of over 96%. A rare blueprint is awarded. Awesome! Zhou Yang excitedly punched the air in his office, preparing to open the rare blueprint. The blueprint was virtual, stored in a virtual gift box, and needed to be opened manually. "Open the rare blueprint," Zhou Yang commanded, and the system opened the mysterious blueprint for him. System notification: you have obtained one limited edition Haier twin tub washing machine blueprint. A washing machine? Zhou Yang was surprised. He hadn't expected the blueprint to be for a washing machine. Zhou Yang received the Haier washing machine blueprint through a draw, but this blueprint was different from the others. It had a limited edition tag. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that this washing machine was developed by Haier but never launched in the market. The blueprint was from a project initiated the previous year, but it was deemed outdated upon completion. With the improvement in people's living standards, there is a demand for quality life, and this old-style twin-tub washing machine was popular in the 1980s and 1990s. Its outdated functionality was quickly overshadowed by drum washing machines. Drum washing machines are not only aesthetically pleasing but also multifunctional, offering washing and drying, sterilization, timing, and IoT connectivity features that semi-automatic twin-tub washing machines lack. Urban dwellers with fast-paced lifestyles prefer drum washing machines. This shift led to declining sales of twin-tub washing machines, with most buyers in low-end urban and rural markets being price-sensitive and preferring cheaper options. Consequently, major washing machine manufacturers gradually reduced the production of traditional twin-tub washing machines. The twin-tub washing machine market began to stagnate. Haier's unreleased twin-tub washing machine had numerous fancy features and used high-quality materials, raising costs and leading management to cancel the project before its launch, resulting in it being shelved. However, Zhou Yang acquired this washing machine blueprint through the system. Zhou Yang accidentally obtained this blueprint, and because it was never released to the market, using it would not cause any issues with imitation or plagiarism. After examining the blueprint, Zhou Yang identified the same problem as Haier. The cost of manufacturing this washing machine was over 500 yuan, and with various losses and labor costs, it would be around 600 to 700 yuan, selling for about 1,000 yuan. This price was too high, which is why it was rejected. The washing machine's failure was not due to its functionality, but its product positioning. However, the blueprint came to Zhou Yang at an opportune time. His expertise lay in reducing configurations. With Baidu's two products succeeding in rural markets, Zhou Yang planned to continue with the extreme cost-performance route. Therefore, the next product would be this washing machine. Zhou Yang opened the blueprint editing interface, ready to make adjustments. Ding. Newcomer guidance task triggered. A blueprint shouldn't just be reduced. Technology lies in innovation and application. For this modification, the blueprint needs to have innovative elements and be recognized by the market, with monthly sales of over 30,000 units and a positive rating of over 96%. The reward will be a set of shell injection molding production lines. Note: a suitable factory needs to be prepared in advance. Surprised and delighted by the notification, Zhou Yang realized that the newly acquired component production line would reduce costs significantly. The upcoming reward for the shell injection molding production line meant he wouldn't have to rely on other manufacturers for custom shells. Outsourcing shell production involved extensive negotiation because Baidu's low-end products had low prices and profits, making shell manufacturers reluctant to accept orders. They preferred high-value orders, and even Baidu's Z1 tablet shell supply faced restrictions, requiring rush fees and compliance with other manufacturers' schedules. Having his own injection molding production line would not only save costs but also a lot of time. Thus, completing this newcomer guidance task was essential. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang prepared thoroughly and opened the editing interface. First, he replaced the original aluminum alloy shell with hard plastic, immediately reducing the cost by more than 100 yuan. Next, he tackled the electronic control panel, which cost dozens of yuan and required users to learn how to use numerous buttons. He decided to replace it with mechanical knobs, a retro design that, although less sophisticated, used readily available components. Uncle Lu had many old electronic parts, and Zhou aimed to complete the knob panel set for around 6 yuan. The biggest cost was the motor. The original Haier washing machine motor was high-powered, capable of washing 10 kilograms of clothes, essential for rural areas where heavy items like bedding needed washing. Downgrading the motor wasn't an option. However, the original imported motor was too expensive, nearly 100 yuan. He needed to find a domestic replacement, ideally costing 20 to 30 yuan. For the inner tub, he opted for regular plastic instead of high-grade materials, ensuring it was durable and didn't break easily, preserving the product's reputation. Although it might be noisier due to higher friction, Zhou Yang knew that for rural markets, low prices outweighed other concerns. Just as he was about to finalize the modifications, Zhou Yang discovered an issue. The original washing machine had a bionic wave spraying structure that sprayed water from multiple positions within the drum to thoroughly clean the clothes. However, this advanced feature, the original spray water flow system, had intricate small motors and electronic controls, which added significant costs. Zhou Yang had to remove these to keep costs down. However, removing this feature entirely would make the washing machine less innovative. After some consideration, he decided to keep the spray function but without the small motors, which were too costly. Instead, he thought of a cost-free way to achieve the spray function, using the water pressure and gravity from the top water tap, similar to a watering can, which saved him several dozen yuan. The blueprint was almost complete, but Zhou Yang hesitated to finalize it because it wouldn't meet the task requirements. The task required him to design a new function, and adding new components would increase costs, going against his principle of cost-effective design. To design a new function, he needed to consider the actual use cases of his customers. Since he wasn't a rural user, Zhou Yang decided to contact target customers. He called those in rural areas based on their addresses from the online store's backend. "Hello, I'm from Baidu Electronics. We'd like to conduct a small survey about washing machines." Zhou Yang promised a gift pack to those who completed the survey, which could be used as a discount on their next Baidu product purchase, along with a souvenir. Hearing about the gifts, customers were very forthcoming with information. "Washing machines? I bought one before, but it broke down quickly and has been sitting unused ever since. Not durable. Can't wash large clothes, not useful." Zhou Yang received a lot of feedback, with the main issue being durability. Multiple brands were mentioned, indicating a potential usage problem rather than a brand-specific quality issue. After detailed inquiries about their usage habits, Zhou Yang discovered that these rural users often used washing machines to wash vegetables, like potatoes and carrots, to feed pigs or for their own consumption. Washing vegetables with soil and sand increased the wear and tear on the machines, causing frequent breakdowns. Got it. If I design a washing machine that can also wash vegetables, wouldn't that be innovative? Zhou Yang's thought process opened up, and he decided to go for it. For a washing machine to wash vegetables, the drum and agitator shouldn't be too abrasive to avoid damaging the vegetables. Additionally, a filter to remove sand and dirt was necessary. Zhou Yang modified the blueprint to include a filter at the water outlet, allowing finer sand to be flushed out with wastewater, while larger debris would be collected in a cleaning slot for periodic removal. The vegetable washing mode needed to be different from the clothes washing mode, with gentler agitation focusing on rinsing. This required a separate, easily understandable vegetable wash option on the control panel. Ding. Blueprint completed, no innovative features. When Zhou Yang added the vegetable washing function, the system completed the design automatically, but did not recognize it as an innovation. What? Washing vegetables and clothes is different. Isn't this innovative? A combination of washing features is not considered innovative. Zhou Yang was puzzled and decided to search on Baidu. He discovered that washing machines capable of washing vegetables were not unique. As early as the beginning of this century, some companies had introduced washing machines that could wash vegetables. However, they were niche products, not very cheap, and failed to appeal to both urban customers, who found them unnecessary, and rural customers, who found them too expensive. This made them unsuccessful in the market. This posed a challenge for Zhou Yang, as he needed to achieve the task's goal. It was clear that, besides the vegetable washing function, he needed to add another new feature. But what else could a washing machine clean besides clothes and vegetables? Zhou Yang started brainstorming other appliances that had washing in their names. Bathing. Dishwashing. Wait, a dishwasher. Suddenly, Zhou Yang thought of a household appliance, a washing machine that could also wash dishes. This was indeed an untapped market. However, implementing a dishwashing function in a washing machine was challenging. First, the size of the washing machine didn't accommodate a dish rack. If the drum was modified to fit dishes, it would no longer be suitable for clothes and would create dead corners. Additionally, dishwashers operate by keeping the dishes stationary while moving the water, which is quite different from how washing machines work. Despite the apparent differences, Zhou Yang believed there could be a way to combine these functionalities. He locked himself in his office, spending an entire day sketching and brainstorming to find a common ground between the two appliances. After carefully examining the washing machine's structure, Zhou Yang realized that the original wave-like spray design was somewhat similar to a dishwasher's mechanism. However, after removing the small motors, the spray's pressure from gravity and water pressure alone was insufficient for thorough cleaning. He decided to reintroduce a few small motors to control the spray's force, keeping the additional cost under 10 yuan. This minor cost increase would allow the washing machine to clean dishes effectively, making it a multifunctional appliance. Zhou Yang quickly modified the blueprint, adding the small motors to control the spray's strength. This adjustment ensured that the water jets would clean dishes and clothes more effectively. He also included a circular dish rack inside the drum, which would rotate slowly during the wash cycle, allowing the fixed spray nozzles to reach most areas of the dishes. Although this method used more water than a standard dishwasher, Zhou Yang believed that customers who used a washing machine to wash dishes prioritized convenience over water efficiency. With these adjustments, the system automatically updated the blueprint and displayed a simulation of the multifunctional washing machine. The animation showed the machine handling laundry and vegetable washing with ease, but the dishwashing results were subpar, with many areas not getting cleaned properly. The system prompted modification of new function failed. Dishwashing effect unsatisfactory. The system rejected the modification, indicating that not every attempt would be successful. This setback did not deter Zhou Yang. He believed that failure was a stepping stone to success, and that he needed a better solution. The issue was that dishes stacked together blocked the water jets. He needed a more ingenious design. After a day of trying without success, Zhou Yang felt mentally exhausted. To relax, he decided to watch a movie. He turned on the TV. Watching recent TV shows made Zhou Yang feel disheartened and disgusted due to their unrealistic portrayals. He decided to re-watch the classic film Tai Chi Master for a refreshing change. During a scene where Zhang Sanfeng says, "Let go of your burdens and embrace a new life," Zhou Yang had an epiphany. He sprang up from his bed, opened the system's blueprint editing interface, and began making modifications. He realized his morning's approach was flawed due to his pursuit of a perfect, multifunctional washing machine, leading to unsatisfactory dishwashing results. To save costs while achieving good performance, he needed to find an optimal solution rather than a perfect one. After some experimentation, Zhou Yang found a breakthrough, abandoning the cleaning of the back of dishes. Typically, the back of dishes doesn't get too dirty, so placing them front side outwards to face the spray could effectively clean the fronts. The back would be left for manual washing or could be flipped and washed again if necessary. Although this approach wasn't ideal, it made the feature functional without significantly increasing costs. Washing machine design completed with dishwashing function recognized as a new feature. Please name this washing machine model. The pleasant notification sound indicated the system accepted the new function. While there had been washing machines capable of washing vegetables, a machine that could wash clothes, vegetables, and dishes was unprecedented. Zhou Yang named it the BID 3X washing machine, the 3 representing the 3 washing modes, and X from the pinyin of the word washi, making it easy to remember. System BID 3X washing machine blueprint design successful, triggered a lucky strike, and obtained corresponding molds. Once again, luck favored Zhou Yang, saving him both time and several thousand yuan. The next step was to purchase the necessary parts, which would have to wait until the next day. Before sleeping, Zhou Yang checked his current points. Thanks to the sales of a few Z1 tablets and the popularity of the BID 41 series TVs, he now had 61 points, enough to redeem a standard blueprint. However, he decided to save his points until he reached 100 to exchange for better items. With the increasing benefits from the system, he estimated he could repay his 5 million yuan debt within a month and finally get a good night's sleep. For now, Zhou Yang spent another night on the folding bed in his office. Once production stabilized, he would return to sleeping at home. The next day, Zhou Yang began sourcing parts for the washing machine. He submitted the blueprints for the inner and outer shells to the injection molding factory, opting for the most affordable and durable materials. However, the factory had a tight production schedule, which meant a delay in manufacturing. Despite the inconvenience, it was the cheapest option to keep costs low, so he had to be patient. Fortunately, the factory was currently focused on producing televisions, so the delay didn't impact other operations. Zhou Yang thought this might be his last time dealing with the injection molding factory. Once he secured a production line, he wouldn't be constrained by these limitations anymore. Next, he moved on to sourcing some smaller panel parts. Parts like these can be sourced from Uncle Liu. When purchasing in bulk, each part only costs a few cents. Zhou Yang initially decided to order 50,000 sets to gauge initial sales. As for the most expensive component, the motor, Uncle Liu also has it in stock. Motors are a traditional industry, and all kinds of models are available, even custom-made ones. Customization requires money and time, so Zhou Yang chose from the available models. His requirements were twofold: cheap and durable, and powerful enough. Zhou Yang lined up several motors of the same model at Liu Shui's place, and checked each one by hand. The system prompted the Jinneyu 73WA motor meets the requirements. The system identified a suitable motor that was cheap and of good quality. Zhou Yang ordered 50,000 units and secured a favorable price of 31 yuan per unit, with the possibility of future purchases. Another major cost was the outer shell and drum. The factory quoted 28 yuan per set. Adding various other materials like screws and rubber hoses, which his own production line could produce, the final cost of the BID 3X washing machine was around 75 yuan. This price relieved Zhou Yang, as it did not exceed 3 figures. Following his usual style, he decided to sell the washing machine for 99 yuan. A 3-in-1 washing machine for under 100 yuan should have a competitive edge, and Zhou Yang was optimistic about its prospects. Next, Zhou Yang asked Xiao Jiang, the graphic designer, to start designing promotional materials. However, the new product launch would be delayed by at least half a month, mainly due to the injection molding factory schedule. While Zhou Yang was preparing to produce the washing machine, the BID 41 TV was selling like hotcakes. In the following week, another 20,000 units were sold. In just over half a month, a total of 100,000 BID 41 TVs were sold across 3 major online shopping platforms, generating widespread attention as a phenomenon in the TV market. With over 10 million yuan in sales, it certainly made some competitors envious. The domestic market is notorious for following trends. Seeing the profitability of BID TVs, small factories quickly launched cheap TVs, priced even lower than BID TVs, at around 120 to 130 yuan, making them even more attractive. Low-priced TVs soon flooded the Wakyongbei market and appeared on Pinduoduo's online store. However, the products from these small factories did not match the quality of BID 41. Quality issues soon emerged. One day, during a live stream, the streamer Ji suddenly faced disruption from a fan named Don't Step on My Chelsea, who was spamming the comment section. Trash streamer, promoting garbage products just for money. Such poor quality, I want to complain and expose you. Ji was puzzled. He rarely did product promotions, and when he did, it was usually for video games. After all, he was a game streamer. But this user's accusation of promoting a defective product made no sense. At most, people might complain about a game being uninteresting, but not about poor quality. Friend, you must be mistaken. If you find the game unsatisfactory, you can request a refund from the manufacturer, Gigi said during the live stream. Don't step on my, Chelsea replied. What game? I'm talking about the TV you promoted last time. It broke down after a few days and won't turn on. The customer service won't even respond to my return request. Baidu TV. Gigi was even more confused. He had never promoted Baidu TVs. The last time was just an unboxing video. He even paid for it out of his own pocket. Heaven and earth bear witness, he didn't even praise Baidu that much. After discovering the TV's durability, he merely mentioned it. He didn't take a single cent from Baidu, so it can't be considered as promoting the product. Gigi patiently tried to explain, but don't step on my, Chelsea wouldn't listen and disappeared from the livestream. Soon after, Gigi received a warning from the platform's backend, telling him to be careful with his words and actions, and to be cautious about product promotions. Gigi was very upset. It felt like an unwarranted disaster. He tried to find that user again but couldn't. However, others in the livestream also reported similar experiences. Another user named Return said he also bought a Baidu TV, but it had scratches on the frame and a yellowish tint, making him suspect it was second-hand. Gigi felt something was wrong. He had bought Baidu products twice, and their quality shouldn't be this poor. He added Return as a contact to ask for more details. When Return sent him photos of the Baidu TV he bought, Gigi immediately recognized that it wasn't a Baidu TV at all. Bro, what you bought doesn't seem to be a Baidu TV. It looks quite different from mine. Gigi went to his room and compared his TV with the photos. From the logo size, shape and detailing, they were completely different. Could it be a new product from Baidu? Gigi asked Return for the online store address to check it out himself. When he received the product link, the lengthy title immediately told him something was wrong. Though the product name included the characters for Baidu, it also had the characters for Baidu different spelling at the end. The product page showed it was a Baidu TV, priced at 138 yuan, clearly a knockoff, not an authentic Baidu TV. A closer look at the photos provided by Return showed that there was no logo on the TV. The only places where the brand name appeared were the manual and the packaging, written in cursive to resemble Baidu characters. This was a typical trick used by counterfeit products. I've learned something new. Even Baidu has counterfeit products now. Gigi sighed, and then chatted with the customer service of the Baidu store, asking whether the TV was Baidu or Baidu. The customer service claimed it was Baidu, saying it was cheaper and better quality than Baidu. They boasted a lot of things. Of course, Gigi didn't believe them. To expose the scam, he immediately ordered one. But the shipping address was not from the local city but from Guangzhou. Luckily, the two cities were close, so it would arrive in a day or two. While Gigi was waiting for the delivery, people online were already posting about being scammed, saying Baidu TVs were of poor quality, using inferior materials. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The TV market's monthly sales champion, using a batch of specially made products to open the market, then started fooling customers with inferior products. These kinds of headlines appeared on some irresponsible media platforms. They didn't interview or understand the situation, just took screenshots of forum posts and made them their news, using sensationalism to attract clicks. They didn't care about the truth, only their traffic. These people are truly a disgrace to the news media. Zhou Yang quickly discovered this issue because some customers who bought counterfeit products couldn't find after-sales service and ended up coming to the Baidu online store, demanding refunds. Upon understanding the situation, Zhou Yang found it bizarre and saw that it was indeed affecting the online store's sales. Clarification was necessary. He added a beware of counterfeits, checked the Baidu trademark carefully warning on the store, and reached out to the media to clarify the facts. Zhou Yang contacted intern reporter Jiang Shuqi for this purpose. Hello, reporter Jiang. Zhou Yang invited Jiang Shuqi to the factory again. She was interested in the news since her previous report on Baidu had secured her position, so she was keen on following up. In the factory office, she saw a Baidu TV on the table. Not just one kind of counterfeit, there was another brand called Baidu where Bai means 1,000 and Di means emperor. This TV was priced at 128 yuan, 20 yuan cheaper than the authentic Baidu TV. Zhou Yang bought it, and almost laughed in anger when he saw it. The casing wasn't new, and the original logo was covered with a sticker. When he peeled it off in front of Jiang Shuqi, it revealed the brand Chrysanthemum. Zhou Yang explained to Jiang Shuqi, "Chrysanthemum TV factory went bankrupt 6 years ago. This is just a refurbished second-hand Chrysanthemum TV, at least 6 years old, sold as new with a fake label." Jiang Shuqi found it outrageous and documented everything, later publishing a piece in the Business Daily, urging consumers to be cautious and avoid being deceived. However, some people, realizing Baidu was falsely accused, switched to criticizing Baidu for selling at such low prices, claiming it violated anti-unfair competition laws. They even reported it to authorities, twisting facts to argue that Baidu's low prices disrupted industry norms, allowing unscrupulous businesses to exploit the situation. Although this opinion wasn't mainstream, it did affect some online communities and influence some people's perceptions. Meanwhile, the counterfeit Baidu TV ordered by streamer GGE had arrived. He did an unboxing livestream immediately. As soon as he opened the box, his expression changed. "These accessories smell awful." Jigi covered his nose as the TV casing emitted a pungent odor, forcing him to wear a mask and open the windows for ventilation. His previous unboxing of a Baidu TV, though basic in functionality, had no such odor. This counterfeit Baidu TV was a disgrace. When he turned on the TV, his eyes felt uncomfortable due to significant flickering. The colors were off, but that wasn't all. When he played a movie, the screen quality was terrible. What is this? Why do characters occasionally have a red outline? Is this some kind of special effect? GGE was shocked at the movie playback quality. Streamer hit the jackpot. Watching movies on this Baidu TV is a unique experience, totally worth it. Netizens joked because it was clear the TV was defective, with abnormal color displays. "It's like when I used to put a magnet on the TV as a kid, everything changed color." "Yeah, streamer, try using a magnet." Viewers quickly encouraged him. Seeing no point in further testing the obvious knockoff, GGE agreed, thinking it would make great content. He found a magnet and placed it on the TV, causing the colors to distort like a funhouse mirror. The viewers were in stitches. They discovered a use for this counterfeit TV as a plaything, because watching programs on it was a torture for the eyes. After watching for half an hour, Jiga felt his eyes becoming uncomfortable. This TV was definitely harmful. He then picked up his phone to give feedback to the seller, complaining about the TV's poor quality, but the customer service went silent and did not respond. When he complained to the e-commerce platform Pinduoduo, he was told that the store had been shut down due to excessive complaints. Sure enough, when Jigi tried to contact the customer service again, the store was no longer accessible. "But can I still return this TV?" Finding no way to complain, Jigi had to accept his loss, spending 138 yuan on a genuine piece of electronic garbage that couldn't even be returned. One of his fans explained that these stores are temporary, with a small security deposit, selling products in a rush. By the time complaints pile up, they've already withdrawn the money and disappeared, so Jigi's money was unrecoverable. Jigi, not being short of money, decided to dismantle the TV. He took it to a recycling center, grabbed a stick, and began smashing the junk TV live. Bang! 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 Smashing the TV was a great stress reliever, and he even jumped on it, quickly breaking the casing and revealing the components inside. "Wait! Guys, guess what I found?" Jigi saw a label on the circuit board inside, showing a manufacturing date of 2012. It was now clear that this Baidu TV was a 10-year-old refurbished unit. No wonder it was so bad. After throwing the TV into the recycling bin, Jigi advised everyone to buy from reputable stores, like the Baidu flagship store he used, to avoid being scammed. A new fan asked, "Why should I buy such a cheap TV from Baidu when TCL, Samsung, Sony and Xiaomi are all better?" Jigi replied, "Buy electronics according to your budget. If you're short on money, get Baidu. It's not unwatchable. If you have the money, go for Samsung or Sony." Despite Jigi's efforts, many frequent internet users still look down on Baidu, believing that a TV priced at just over 100 yuan was essentially the same as a knockoff. Additionally, the Industrial and Commercial Department began investigating Baidu for unfair competition, leading many to see Baidu as a disruptor of the TV industry that should be shut down. As a media person, Jiang Shuqi couldn't stand it anymore. She took to her personal video account to denounce these opinions, arguing that Baidu TV had value despite their low cost. She asked if these critics had even seen the buyer reviews for the Z1 tablet. To correct these misconceptions, Jiang Shuqi started a live stream to showcase buyer reviews of the Baidu i41 TV, highlighting genuine customer reactions. She opened the Baidu store on Douyin Chinese TikTok, and the first review was a picture showcase. It featured two elderly villagers lying in bed, wearing worn-out and yellowed white vests, with wrinkled faces but sincere smiles. These elders were Jin Qiao's in-laws, smiling happily as they watched opera on their TV. Attentive viewers noticed the dilapidated room, with the TV placed on a shabby table, its legs propped up with books. The live stream viewers were momentarily silent. They wondered, are all Baidu TV buyers from these rural areas? They also questioned whether such hardships still existed in the country. This clashed with their perceptions, shaped by short videos where everyone seems to be making millions, driving luxury cars like the Panamera and Cullinan, and looking stylish and wealthy. They believed that as a leading industrial power, China shouldn't have such impoverished places. However, more experienced viewers pointed out that this was indeed the reality for millions of people in the country. They might spend 100 or 200 yuan on a quick meal, but for just over 100, they could buy a TV that would last them many years. City dwellers chase quality and luxury, opting for brand-name TVs, while those with a monthly income of less than 1,000 yuan have no choice but to buy a Baidu TV if they want to watch television. After all, a Samsung or Sony TV would cost them a year's income. Seeing the viewers fall silent, Jiang Shuqi shook her head. Only stark reality could quiet these easily swayed netizens. She gently swiped her finger across the phone screen, scrolling through the comments to another shocking buyer review. The next review featured a photo of a mountainous area classroom. A group of children sat at bamboo-made desks, with the wall near the blackboard peeling, exposing the earth beneath. It wasn't even a cement and brick building. Yet, in this rundown classroom, there was a Baidu i41 TV, out of place in its surroundings. The video in the review showed children reading English phonics from the TV screen. Jiang Shuqi read the buyer's comment. He was a village teacher, teaching children from nearby villages. With a meager salary and poor teaching resources, he taught all subjects: Chinese, math, English, art, music and PE, because the school had only 3 teachers, each handling 2 grades of students. Because of my accent, the children struggled with English pronunciation. Thankfully, I bought a Baidu i41 TV, costing only a week's living expenses. The display is excellent, and after playing standard English lessons, the children have improved their pronunciation. Thanks to the Baidu TV, the kids are learning correctly. The live stream viewers fell silent again. How could children in China still face such harsh learning conditions? Some people spend millions on a school district house, yet there are remote areas where schools can't afford teachers or basic furniture. Can you leave your address and contact information? I'd like to send you some supplies. Many kind-hearted viewers left comments under the review, hoping the teacher would see them. Jiang Shuqi continued scrolling, finding that a significant portion of positive reviews with photos were from people living in remote areas. Many lived in cramped, dilapidated houses, with the Baidu TV being the only appliance in the home. The TV was placed in the center of the room, with a row of men, women, and children sitting around it. These were neighbors who had come to watch TV, their faces filled with curiosity. Why didn't they watch TV at home? The comment explained that the TV owner's household was the highest earning in the area. Last year, after selling crops, they managed to buy a TV. They had made several thousand yuan from selling crops, and with some extra money on hand today, they bought a TV. Consequently, neighbors flocked to their house to watch it, and to save electricity, they never turned on the lights in the dim room. There were countless such buyer reviews. After seeing them, many critics and trolls finally understood that the Baidu TV, which they had looked down upon, was indeed the only affordable entertainment option for these rural residents. It wasn't just a TV, it was a window for these isolated people to see the outside world. At this moment, even the harshest critics quietly left the live stream. How could they continue to bash Baidu TV? Attacking Baidu was equivalent to offending millions of low-income people nationwide. No critic dared to face such widespread anger. Seeing the live stream's comments section finally becoming harmonious, Jiang Shuqi addressed the viewers. Just because you don't like a product doesn't mean you should disparage it. What you see as trash might be a treasure to someone else. With that, Jiang Shuqi ended the live stream and posted the recording on her personal account. The video quickly went viral on the short video platform, gaining recognition for its positive message. It also brought more attention to Baidu, generating a wave of support. Viewers were curious why Baidu Electronics had remained silent amidst all the controversy. It seemed odd. Any other brand would have seized this opportunity for online marketing. Perhaps Baidu, being a new company, didn't know how to leverage the publicity. People urged Jiang Shuqi to interview Baidu again to see what was happening at the factory. Shortly after, Jiang Shuqi visited Baidu Electronics for the third time, only to find several enforcement vehicles from the Industry and Commerce Department parked at the entrance. Baidu was under investigation. Recently, Zhou Yang had felt like he was having a streak of bad luck. Just as TV sales were going well, someone reported their online store for fake sales. Although he provided evidence and the three major platforms found no issues, allowing the store to continue operating normally, another problem arose. Many counterfeit products bearing the Baidu name were sold as rebranded old TVs, severely damaging Baidu's reputation and interests. Thankfully, through media coverage and debunking by netizens, the stores selling counterfeit TVs were shut down, and the market returned to normal. However, just 2 days later, Baidu faced another accusation, this time more serious: an investigation by the Commerce Department. Someone reported that you are engaging in unfair competition by undercutting the market with low prices. Please cooperate with our inspection, said a commerce officer, saluting Zhou Yang before requesting to examine his accounts. If the investigation revealed that Zhou Yang was selling the Baidu i41 series TVs below cost, he would face severe legal penalties. Feeling frustrated but calm, Zhou Yang complied, knowing that the innocent have nothing to fear. He led the officers to the office, calling in the office manager, the finance team, and others to bring out all the relevant documents for inspection. Some officers stayed behind to verify the documents while others headed to the workshop for an on-site inspection. To their surprise, they found no violations at Baidu Electronics. This seemed illogical to them. In their experience, TVs couldn't be this cheap. Each officer had a TV at home, typically costing at least a couple of thousand yuan. They had never seen a TV priced at 148 yuan. After checking the cost of parts and components, the total cost exceeded 148 yuan, which would be a disaster for Zhou Yang. He could face a huge fine, and in severe cases, the factory might be forced to shut down. However, after examining the invoices for raw material purchases, everything was found to be in order, and they were paying their taxes normally, leaving no room for suspicion. The entire TV had a production cost of around 100 yuan. This doesn't make sense, the enforcement officers murmured among themselves. If what they found was accurate, a 41-inch TV costing just 100 yuan to produce made them feel like fools for spending thousands on their own TVs. The evidence was clear: Baidu was not engaging in unfair competition. Instead, it was other TV companies inflating prices and monopolizing the market. This turned the situation around. The officers, who initially looked stern and ready to issue fines, were now embarrassed. They realized they had overpaid for their own TVs and wished Baidu had entered the market sooner. However, the experienced team leader asked Zhou Yang why there were no research and development R&D costs. R&D is a significant part of production costs. For example, while a chip's basic material might be similar to sand, the high R&D cost mean a single chip can sell for hundreds or even thousands. If Baidu included R&D costs, it might justify claims of selling at a loss. No R&D costs, Zhou Yang calmly replied. He explained that he designed the TV during his spare time, so there were no additional expenses. Seeing their disbelief, he continued, if we must account for R&D costs, the paper and ink used would be worth about 0.8 yuan. Zhou Yang's response left the officers speechless. They had never encountered a TV developed for just 0.8 yuan in R&D costs, let alone one that sold well. It shattered their preconceptions. Having found no evidence of wrongdoing, the enforcement officers had no choice but to leave. Zhou Yang and his Baidu Electronics factory had withstood yet another scrutiny, proving their legitimacy once again. Reporter Jiang Shuqi saw the enforcement officers leaving and realized they found nothing wrong. If they had, there would have been fines at the very least. Sensing a good news story, she greeted the security guard and entered the factory. Jiang Shuqi had visited multiple times, and the guard recognized her. After a quick registration, she was allowed in. Zhou Yang, notified by the guard, came out to meet her. Please come in. Zhou Yang welcomed her warmly. Her articles had brought significant traffic to Baidu, and he was always glad to have her visit. In the office, Jiang Shuqi took out her recorder and notes, asking about the recent inspection. Zhou Yang explained how someone maliciously reported them for unfair competition, but the officers found no evidence and left. How can people be so nasty? Jiang Shuqi exclaimed, noting that Baidu had been facing a lot of negative publicity lately. Discussing this, Jiang Shuqi opened Weibo and Douyin to show Zhou Yang the comment sections. There were numerous posts slandering Baidu's products, with insults, calling it a disgrace to Chinese manufacturing and a copier of electronic waste. These comments appeared under nearly every video about Baidu. Have you ever thought about speaking up for yourself online? Jiang Shuqi asked curiously. She noticed that Zhou Yang didn't seem angry at all. If it were her, she would have already logged in to argue with the critics. Zhou Yang rarely checked Douyin or Weibo. The company's official accounts were managed by a dedicated team, and this was the first time he seriously looked at the negative comments about Baidu. Baidu products are all garbage, they break down within a few days of purchase. In response to this comment, Baidu's team had already replied, asking the person to apply for an exchange in the store. If it was indeed a quality issue, Baidu would take full responsibility. However, the person never responded, seemingly posting the complaint and then going offline. Many other critics were also present. Zhou Yang opened their profiles and found they were filled with similar abusive language, targeting Baidu and other electronic products. They were remarkably persistent, though it was unclear how Baidu's products had offended them. "Doesn't this make you angry? Don't you want to respond?" Jiang Shuqi asked curiously. "Why get angry? Should I argue with these critics and trolls? That would be exactly what they want," Zhou Yang said with a smile. Baidu seems to have a bad reputation online. People call it knockoff and low-end. "How did it offend so many people?" Jiang Shuqi asked. Zhou Yang replied, "The identities of these people are pretty obvious. There's a saying, only peers hold the deepest grudges." Jiang Shuqi was surprised. "Do you mean these critics are sent by competitors?" "Most likely," Zhou Yang continued. "Think about it. How could Baidu have offended someone so deeply? If they were Baidu customers and had quality issues, they could just return the products. Our policy is to replace rather than repair, and we even offer refunds. If they're not Baidu customers and haven't bought anything, there's no reason for them to attack us. So, these critics are likely hired by competitors. Many of them seem to be bots, programmed to post negative comments whenever they detect Baidu's keywords." "This is possible?" Jiang Shuqi was astonished. It was the first time she heard about such tactics. This is the real business war. In TV shows, business wars are about stocks, acquisitions and product competition. But in reality it involves cutting internet lines, stealing seals, poisoning, and hiring trolls to attack competitors. Zhou Yang added, "In the domestic mobile phone and automotive sectors, hiring trolls is a common tactic. If one company makes money, others can't, so they try to undermine you." To prove his point, Zhou Yang opened a certain video site and found a random news piece about a mobile phone. The comments were filled with sarcastic and negative remarks, attacking certain brands. Many trolls were spraying nonsense, while some brand loyalists tried to defend. "It's almost a feature now," Zhou Yang said, putting down his phone. "So, the more people insult Baidu, the happier I am. Being envied by competitors means I'm successful." Jiang Shuqi nodded and took notes. However, she advised him that public opinion is a double-edged sword. Ignoring it might not be the best strategy, and he should consider responding. Zhou Yang agreed with her point. Not responding could make the critics bolder and think he's an easy target. Moreover, handling online disputes well could be more effective than other strategies. To achieve better advertising results, Zhou Yang thought it over and came up with an idea. He decided to start with Baidu's washing machine and officially register his personal account on platforms like Douyin, Alphabet Station, and Weibo to interact directly with users. Additionally, Jiang Shuqi was curious about news of Baidu's new products. Zhou Yang revealed that the new product would be a washing machine with 3 functions. 3 functions? Are they washing, spinning, and drying? Jiang Shuqi asked. "No. The other 2 functions are also for washing specific items," Zhou Yang replied, deliberately keeping it a mystery. Jiang Shuqi was very curious and eager to see this multifunctional washing machine, but she had to wait a few days until it hit the market. At the end of the interview, Jiang asked if Baidu had managed to repay its initial debt of 5 million yuan, considering Zhou Yang took over the company and turned it around, and now Baidu TVs were selling like hotcakes with over 100,000 units sold. "Half of it is repaid," Zhou Yang said. The Baidu i41 TV sold over 100,000 units. Even with increased costs due to screen prices, each unit brought in a profit of 40 yuan, totaling 4 million yuan. Half of this was used as initial funds for raw materials, and the other half went towards repaying the debt. "Very good, Baidu has great potential. I wish your products even greater sales success," Jiang Shuqi said, as she shook hands with Zhou Yang and then left with her backpack. Zhou Yang then continued to inspect the workshop. Currently, the workshop was assembling Baidu i41 Pro TVs, the company's flagship product. Despite selling 100,000 units in just over half a month, demand remained high. This was mainly due to the affordable price, attracting low-income buyers and urban residents who bought TVs for their bedrooms and other areas, ensuring daily sales of several hundred to 1,000 units. No matter how much criticism Baidu faced online, the public was honest. As long as the products were cheap and of decent quality, they were willing to buy. Zhou Yang then checked the warehouse, filled with raw materials for both TVs and washing machines. Most of the washing machine parts had arrived, except for the outer shell and drum. Zhou Yang realized that relying on an incomplete supply chain could cause delays and decided he needed to find a solution quickly. Following Jiang Shuqi's published interview, netizens were surprised to see Baidu announcing a new product, a washing machine with 3 functions, priced as low as before, costing only 2 digits. What are the 3 functions? Netizens were puzzled. They began speculating. The first function was obviously washing clothes. But what about the other 2? I bet it's washing and drying, and they just added a third function for the hype, someone speculated. Others disagreed. No, look at the shape. It's clearly a standard twin tub washing machine, which can't have a drying function. So, the second function is spinning. But what's the third? Disinfection? Maybe adding fragrance? It can't be a washing machine with a built-in TV or speaker, right? Netizens' imaginations ran wild, and some even considered the possibility. After all, Baidu's 41 TV was cheap, so integrating a TV into the washing machine's shell didn't seem too far-fetched. Watching TV while doing laundry is indeed a genius idea. How much fake liquor have you guys had to come up with an idea of a built-in TV? Why not add 4 wheels underneath so you can ride it on the road? The quirky netizens thought that was a good idea too. A drivable washing machine would definitely be an industry first. They all said that if the washing machine could be driven, they would have to buy one. The comment section of this news quickly went off topic, becoming a collection of genius ideas. Some netizens even suggested integrating a space shuttle, joking that the next moon landing could rely on a Baidu washing machine. Many amused onlookers continuously urged Baidu to release the washing machine purchase link, eager to buy a washing machine that could go to space. Dear customers, our washing machines can't go to space. Baidu's online store customer service had to answer this kind of question many times each day. When the customer service shared these stories with Zhou Yang as jokes, he was actually quite happy because this was all about gaining popularity. The more abstract the discussions among netizens, the higher Baidu's fame grew. However, with the netizens' expectations rising, the washing machine had to go on sale as soon as possible to capitalize on this heat. The only things missing were the outer shell and drum from the injection molding factory. They had scheduled production for much later, so Zhou Yang prepared an expedited fee, finally getting the production schedule moved up. 4 days later, Baidu received the first batch of washing machine injection molded shells. By then, the sales of Baidu TVs had stabilized, with a few hundred units sold daily. The warehouse had plenty of stock, so Zhou Yang decided to switch the entire factory production line to the 3X washing machine. That same day, the first 3X washing machine rolled off the production line. Zhou Yang planned to conduct a test and simultaneously shoot a tutorial video to teach customers how to use the 3 functions. First was washing clothes. This was the simplest. Clothes were placed into the drum according to their type, the washing time and mode were set, and the knob started the timer. The water inlet pipe began filling, and once it reached the appropriate level, it stopped automatically, starting the washing process. After about 10 minutes, the clothes were clean. They were then placed in the spin-dry tub, the lid was closed, and the tub spun vigorously. 2 minutes later, the spin cycle ended, and out came a clean and spin-dried piece of clothing. Zhou Yang demonstrated this in front of the camera, proving that the Baidu i3X washing machine's laundry capability was excellent. After all, it would be laughable if a washing machine couldn't wash clothes properly. Next was the second function, which was washing vegetables. Zhou Yang took out a bag of carrots, potatoes and apples bought from the market and placed them in clean water. He then set the knob to the vegetable wash setting and closed the lid. A humming sound was heard inside. The water flow for washing vegetables was much gentler than for clothes, to avoid damaging the fruits and vegetables. The goal was to remove dirt and dust. Any mud was flushed out, turning the water murky. After a while, the water became clean and transparent again, indicating the vegetables and fruits were now clean. Zhou Yang opened the lid and took out the clean vegetables and fruits. The previously muddy potatoes and carrots were now spotless. They were ready for peeling or immediate cooking after a quick rinse. If washing a large batch of apples, users could add dish detergent to remove any wax on the surface. The machine offered various options to suit users' needs. The third function is washing dishes. Zhou Yang began to demonstrate the third function, which left the surrounding employees wide-eyed in astonishment. They had never imagined a washing machine could also serve as a dishwasher. For this, a special dish rack was required. The used plates and bowls were placed facing the spray nozzle. The lid was closed, the knob was turned to the dishwashing setting, and dish detergent was added. Then, they just had to wait for the dishes to be cleaned. While waiting, an employee asked, "Director, can it really clean the dishes?" "It should be able to. We'll see in a moment." After nearly 10 minutes, the dishwashing cycle ended. When the lid was opened, the plates and bowls were shining clean. However, there was no drying function. After all, expecting a washing machine priced at 99 yuan to also have a drying function would be unreasonable. If it did, other competitors wouldn't stand a chance. With the video shot and edited by Zhou Yang himself, it was uploaded to the online store's page. This way, customers could see how to use the product. After successful testing, the BaiDi3X washing machine was officially launched online at a uniform price of 99 yuan, the same as the Z1 tablet. This immediately caught everyone's attention, and netizens started discussing it. A washing machine for 99 yuan? And it can do 3 types of washing. BaiDi is really pushing the envelope. I just don't understand, why are Baidi's appliances so cheap, while others are several times more expensive? Is BaiDi too cheap, or are others too expensive? Some rational voices pointed out that Baidi's low prices were due to fewer features, and using outdated components from a few years ago, targeting the rural market. If one wanted the latest technology and a comfortable experience, they would have to buy from other brands. However, if extreme cost effectiveness with a good enough to use mindset was the goal, then Baidi was a good choice. Ordinary washing machines might not pique much interest, but the BaiDi3X washing machine was different. It could wash clothes, vegetables, and dishes, making it the ultimate choice for lazy and frugal individuals. For this round of advertising, Zhou Yang had designer Xiaojiang come up with a new slogan: buying one BaiDi3X washing machine saves you the cost of a vegetable washer and dishwasher, saving you thousands instantly. Buying a Baidi washing machine is like earning money. I don't believe it. It can wash clothes, vegetables, and dishes all in one. Are you trying to turn me into a chef? I have to buy one and try it out. Many netizens decided to buy immediately, sparking a new wave of product purchasing frenzy. At this moment in the Baidi company, Zhou Yang and several customer service and online store operation staff were all closely watching the computer screen, waiting for the 10 o'clock sale to start. Beep. As the screen clock turned to 10, the purchase links in the online store went live. The backend was instantly filled with the sound of orders coming in, quickly breaking into triple digits, and within half an hour, the sales had surpassed 1,000 units. "Director, our Baidi washing machine is definitely a hit," said an excited operations staff member. Zhou Yang finally felt a sense of relief. His 3X washing machine had been accepted by the market. However, he was puzzled. Even the 41 TV didn't sell as explosively initially. How could a less commonly used household appliance like a washing machine have such a fierce buying trend? He didn't yet know the real reason: the high attention on Baidi appliances and the innovative dishwashing function of this washing machine. Previously, whether it was the Z1 tablet or the TV, because of their features. The majority of previous purchases were from people in remote areas, but this time was different. The viral buzz on the internet had made everyone aware of the 3X washing machine in advance. The functions of washing vegetables and dishes perfectly suited the needs of urban residents. For guys who might spend 388 yuan on game credits or 648 yuan on skins but are reluctant to spend thousands on a dishwasher, now they only needed 99 yuan to get a washing machine that also washes dishes. Even if the functionality wasn't perfect, 99 yuan wasn't much of a risk. Plus, Baidi's store supported a 7-day no-questions-asked return policy, so there was no reason to refuse such a genius design. As a result, half of the 3X washing machine's sales came from urban customers. Previously, the tablet and TV had fewer female customers, but this time, many women were buying the washing machine. Especially for single young people, having a 3X washing machine was convenient for washing dishes and vegetables. Imagine a city worker coming home tired and sweaty from overtime, hungry and still needing to cook. After eating, they would likely feel too lazy to do anything. At this point, they could wash vegetables while changing clothes and put the dirty dishes into the washing machine after eating. They wouldn't need to deal with it until the next day, which was incredibly convenient. Even if someone thought washing dishes and clothes together was unsanitary, they could still use it as a standalone dishwasher or washing machine. After all, the price was very affordable. The 3X washing machine was especially suitable for renters and landlords of basic apartments, as it helped save costs. This design addressed many pain points for urban residents, so it's no wonder it became a hot seller. Seeing the surge in orders, Zhou Yang immediately informed the workshop to ramp up production and the warehouse to start shipping as quickly as possible to handle the orders with maximum efficiency. At this time in Shili village, village chief Song Fugui came back from outside and said to his wife, Jidajiao, I see that Bai has released a new washing machine. Go ahead and order one. We already have a washing machine, why buy another one? Jidajiao asked, puzzled. Zhang Fugui replied, this new washing machine is only 99 yuan and it can wash vegetables and dishes. We won't have to argue about who washes the dishes anymore. It can wash vegetables too? Jidajiao asked in surprise. Yes, that's what the description says. I'm too busy right now, so just order it. It's only 99 yuan, and even if we give it away, it won't be a loss. Zhang Fugui quickly ate a few bites of food with some pickles, wiped his mouth, and went back to work. Jidajiao opened the bookmarked store and found that Bai had indeed released a new product. However, since she was a bit late in placing the order, the webpage indicated that it would ship within 72 hours. She wasn't in a hurry, though as long as it arrived, it was fine. Meanwhile, there were many others like Jidajiao waiting for their orders. In Hongqi village, located in a mountainous area in the north, a man in his 40s, with skin tanned dark by the sun and calloused hands nearly devoid of fingerprints, came home. His clothes emitted a strong smell of sweat, indicating a long day of work in the fields. He didn't return home until after the sun had set. Upon returning, he unlocked the door, and his twin children, a boy and a girl, rushed to greet him. Daddy? Daddy, hold me. The two children, only 4 years old, wore thin, dirty clothes and had runny noses. The man lovingly picked them up and sighed deeply. Raising these twins by himself was incredibly hard. This farmer, named Geng Guhua. Before the end of last year, his wife passed away, leaving him alone to play both father and mother roles. He had to earn money to support the family while taking care of the children, making life very tough. Despite the hardships, he persisted. When he went out to work in the fields, he would lock the children at home. However, when he returned home exhausted and saw his well-behaved son and daughter, his cold heart warmed. Daddy, I'm hungry, his daughter said. All right, Daddy will cook, he replied. However, the two big fat pigs in the pigsty had also been hungry all day, squealing for food. But they were not as important as the children. Geng Guhua had to cook for his children first. At this moment, the deliveryman shouted from outside, Geng Guhua, your package has arrived. Why do you always lock the door during the day? Coming, Geng Guhua replied. He opened the door and saw that a washing machine ordered by a relative had arrived. He signed for it, and noticed the brand on the package Bai, which was unfamiliar to him. He had only heard of brands like Little Swan and Hair Bai was new to him. However, his relative said it was very useful, and the promotional material claimed it could wash vegetables and dishes. Intrigued, he plugged it in, connected the water hose, and tossed in potatoes, carrots, and pumpkins to clean them. Then he went inside to cook. After preparing noodle soup with shredded meat and pickled vegetables for his children, they gobbled it up. Geng Guhua took his bowl and went to check on the washing machine. To his surprise, the vegetables were all clean, free of the mud that previously clung to them. This saved him the trouble of washing them. After quickly finishing his noodles, he chopped the cleaned vegetables, put them into a large pot, added cornmeal, a little salt, and started cooking pig feed. While cooking, Geng Guhua read the washing machine's manual and discovered it could also wash dishes. Amazed, he followed the instructions, placing the children's dirty bowls and chopsticks into the machine and pressing the switch again. He went back to check on the pig feed. After it was cooked and cooled, he fed the pigs. Returning to the washing machine, he found that the bowls and chopsticks were indeed clean. This washing machine is so useful, Geng Guhua exclaimed, delighted by its multifunctionality, which he had never heard of before. It saved him a lot of time. After feeding the pigs, he bathed his two children. By the time he finished, the moon and stars were already high in the sky, but he still couldn't rest. He had to wash the dirty clothes. He also took off his dirty clothes and put them into the washing machine, adding some detergent, and waited to see if the machine could really handle everything, including the laundry. At home in Hongqi village, Geng Guowa's two children were fast asleep, while he, under the moonlight, was washing clothes. The Bai 3X washing machine was running, making a loud humming noise. That's why he didn't wash clothes inside the house, fearing it would disturb the children's sleep. After the clothes went through rinsing and spinning, the washing cycle was finally complete. He held the clothes up to the light from the house to inspect them. The stains were all gone, and the clothes had a faint scent of detergent, reminiscent of when his wife was still alive. Tears welled up in Geng Guhua's eyes. No matter how tough life got, he as a man had to bear it. Wiping his tears, he hung the clothes out to dry. Carefully, he climbed onto the bed and lay down beside his children. It was a little after 9 o'clock, earlier than usual. An hour, that's the amount of time the i3X washing machine saved him, and it wasn't as exhausting either. Genguwawa decided that he would go thank his relative the next day. The washing machine they had ordered for him was truly amazing. The i3X washing machine had become the new favorite in the home appliance market, selling out within days. Despite the factory being able to assemble hundreds of units a day, demand still outstripped supply. The workshop manager approached Zhou Yang, mentioning that even with 3 shifts, they were still struggling to keep up and needed to hire more workers. The factory already employed several dozen people, and hiring more would mean adding production lines and further increasing manpower. However, this required funding, and they still hadn't paid off their external debts, making expansion impossible for the time being. I understand. We'll expand production in the near future, Zhou Yang promised the workshop manager. With production at its limit, they could only offer pre-orders for now. Typically, when a new electronic product sells out, it's usually from a big brand like Huawei or Apple, where buyers often have to scramble, and sometimes even pay extra to buy from resellers. But this time, it was different. It was a new factory that had made a name for itself with affordable appliances, baffling many established washing machine manufacturers. Was this 99 yuan washing machine really that good? Domestic competitors, caught up in the frenzy, found their own sales plummeting. The term plummeting might be an understatement. It was more like sales had been cut off at the ankles. Their sales were less than 1/5 of what they used to be, and were practically unsellable. Companies like Little Swan, Haier Media, and Xiaomi soon started buying these washing machines for reverse engineering, eager to see what made the i3X washing machine so special. However, they were disappointed to find that delivery had been delayed by 5 days, and they had to wait even longer to receive the products. All they could do was watch as the new BaiDi electrical appliance factory continued to rake in sales. Among the many individuals eager to get their hands on the 3X washing machine was Li Shuhang, a disassembly blogger. He hadn't heard about BaiDi's new product until his fans told him, wanting to see him take apart another BaiDi product. His previous disassembly experiences with BaiDi appliances had left a good impression, so he readily agreed to his fans' requests and decided to buy the hot-selling washing machine. However, he faced the same problem as with the Z1 tablet. It was temporarily out of stock. By the time he tried to buy it, shipping had already been delayed by 5 days. Seeing that BaiDi's Douyin store had sold over 3,000 units within days was astonishing. This was not typical for a small factory. In this predicament, Li Shuhang, familiar with the process, turned to the Xianyu app to buy a second-hand washing machine to disassemble. He found someone in his city was selling an unopened 3X washing machine for 299 yuan, with a requirement for local pickup. The price was 200 yuan more than retail, representing a 200% increase, a staggering rate that defied the usual depreciation of electronic products right after purchase. BaiDi's products are truly financial assets. You have to respect that, Li Shuhang admitted. He decided to buy it and contacted the seller, arranging for a cargo van to bring the washing machine back. While on his way, he reminded his followers not to engage in scalping electronic products for a quick profit, explaining that products that could be mass-produced were not rare. The scarcity would only be temporary, and after the initial rush, these products would lose value. "You're overthinking it," his followers responded immediately. BaiDi's products were large appliances, and each account was limited to 1 unit. It wasn't practical for resellers to hoard them, and storage would be an issue. This particular instance of selling a washing machine for profit was likely an exception. When Li Shuhang found the seller and verified the washing machine was indeed unopened, he asked why he was selling it instead of using it. The young seller replied, "Just trying to make a little profit. BaiDi's new products always do well in the first few days. If I can grab one, I'll sell it. If not, I'll use it myself since it's cheap." Li Shuhang had to admire the seller's business acumen. He had indeed made a profit. As a disassembly blogger, Li Shuhang needed to stay on top of trending topics. Even if the washing machine cost more, he had to buy it to make a timely video before the hype died down. On his way back in the truck, he vowed to buy BaiDi's new products as soon as they were released next time to avoid paying inflated prices for second-hand units. Once home, he immediately started a live stream to disassemble the washing machine. He opened the box, removed the foam, and there was the BaiDi 3X washing machine, with all its accessories inside the drum, including the manual, warranty card, and dish rack. Because this washing machine was a rare 3-in-1 model, Li Shuhang read the manual before use. Washing clothes, vegetables, and dishes, the last 2 functions are quite novel. Let's check them out, he said. He decided to start with a performance test, washing clothes first. He loaded dirty clothes, added detergent, and adjusted the knob. This knob is so retro. I remember washing machines like this from my childhood, he said. His comment resonated with his fans born in the 80s, who remembered the dial panels of old washing machines, unlike today's button-operated ones. As the washing machine worked, it was a bit noisy, reaching around 40 decibels according to his sound meter, noticeably loud. This washing machine is not quiet. Customers who need a silent machine might want to pass, Lei Shuhang remarked. After washing and spinning, he found the laundry function met basic needs. Next, he tested the vegetable washing function. Lei Shuhang followed the manual's recommendation to wash vegetables with skins and hard surfaces, avoiding leafy greens. He chose potatoes, tomatoes, watermelon, and pumpkins. To validate the machine's capabilities, he also included celery and green beans. Using a screwdriver, he blocked the safety switch to watch the internal mechanism without closing the lid. The viewers watched as the vegetables and fruits tumbled inside, first sprayed by internal jets, then agitated as water levels rose, causing the produce to float. Initially, the water turned dark gray as dirt and sand were washed away, flowing out through the drain. In his live stream, fans saw the effectiveness of the washing machine in cleaning produce. The clear internal view allowed everyone to see the jets and agitation mechanism at work. The machine removed mud and grime, leaving the vegetables clean and ready for use. As the inflow of water exceeded the outflow, the water level in the drum rose until the fruits and vegetables were fully submerged. They tumbled and collided, with jets spraying from all directions, thoroughly washing off the dirt. Then the water began to drain out, slowing the rotation until the dirty water was completely expelled. Finally, clean water was sprayed to rinse everything, completing the washing process. Lei Shuhang took out a bunch of washed fruits and vegetables, noting that they were quite clean, with no visible dirt. However, the tomatoes were a bit soft, and the celery leaves were nearly gone, effectively trimmed by the washing process. Surprisingly, he had discovered an unintended vegetable trimming feature of the Bi-Di washing machine, though it wasn't perfect for all types of vegetables like chives or cilantro. It's pretty basic, he commented. What's the point of this function? Just peel the veggies and you're done, some viewers remarked. Such a waste of water, I'd rather wash them myself, others added. The audience was not impressed with the washing feature, particularly since most people, especially those who lived alone or had busy schedules, rarely cooked, and thus had little use for it. Next, Lei Shuhang tested the third function, washing dishes. He placed some used bowls with rice residue and a couple of clean plates smeared with oil and soy sauce into the washing machine and set it to the dishwashing mode. The process was similar to washing vegetables, but the rotation speed was much faster since dishes are more durable and less prone to damage. However, without the lid, water sprayed out, so Lei Shuhang quickly closed it to prevent a mess. After the cycle finished, he found the dishes quite clean. If there were still residues on the underside, they could be flipped and washed again. This isn't as good as a dedicated dishwasher, it only washes one side at a time, some viewers criticized. This wastes a lot more water than a normal dishwasher, others pointed out. Washing clothes and dishes together is disgusting, especially when my husband throws his underwear and socks in the washing machine, one viewer complained. The designer of this function must be out of their mind. Criticism was inevitable for any new product from Bi-Di. Lei Shuhang, as a disassembly expert, focused more on the mechanics than on user preferences. He noted that while the three functions were basic, they were functional. Whether they suited individual needs was subjective. He dried the washing machine and unplugged it before starting the internal disassembly. Most of this is plastic, so it must be quite cheap, costing only a few dozen yuan, he remarked after removing the outer casing. With the casing off, the motor and other components were visible. The simplicity of the design was evident, and he quickly disassembled it further to reveal everything on camera. The motor in this 3X washing machine seems to be a generic model, he observed, noting down the model number. A quick search on Alibaba confirmed it was available for around 60 yuan. Viewers were astonished, wondering how the remaining components could cost only 34 yuan. It seemed implausible. Bought in bulk, the price might be much lower, but still, these parts in the casing should cost several dozen yuan, Lei Shuhang commented. Selling it for 99 yuan seems barely feasible. I don't know how Bi-Di controls costs so well, it feels like they're doing charity work. He continued. The circuit board is well made, typical of Bi-Di's quality. One notable feature was the small motors controlling the water flow, which were finely crafted. These small motors must have taken some effort to design. Including the design and patent costs, it's unimaginable how Bi-Di manages to keep the overall cost down. After completing the disassembly, Li Shuhang reassembled the washing machine, deciding to keep it for personal use. Although Li Shuhang already had a washing machine at home, the unique 3-in-1 functionality and low price of the BYD 3X washing machine made it worth keeping an extra one, even if just for washing mops. In his live stream, Li Shuhang gave his final review. "I think the BYD 3X washing machine is quite unique. Of course, it has many drawbacks, like being noisy and having average materials. The 3 washing modes mixing clothes, dishes and food together are a bit unhygienic. But it works fine otherwise. Its biggest highlight is its price. If you're looking for cost effectiveness, buying one won't be a loss." After editing and uploading the livestream, it sparked a heated debate online. Many viewers mocked and criticized it, calling it electronic waste. At the same time, major washing machine manufacturers who had purchased the 3X model for testing received their shipments. Their engineers immediately began testing and disassembling the machines. The functionality test showed that the 3 modes were just barely usable, and the internal structure was very simple, far inferior to their own pulsator washing machines. Given that their company used better materials and more aesthetically pleasing designs that fit modern tastes, BYD's knob-style controls were considered retro at best and ugly at worst by their designers. After examining the machine, a designer remarked, "This structure is too simple. Apart from the small motor for spraying, which has a bit of higher style, there's nothing noteworthy." A company leader asked if they could produce a washing machine for around 100 yuan. The designers said it was possible, but with very low profit margins and a high likelihood of losses. Producing such a cheap washing machine would also cannibalize their more expensive models, forcing them to stop production of their other pulsator washing machines. Competing with BYD in the low-end market seemed unwise. Despite the risks, they couldn't ignore the problem. Their low-end washing machines weren't selling, while BYD's sales were soaring, presenting a dilemma for the company leaders. The leaders quickly decided to suspend production of low-end pulsator washing machines, retaining only 1 or 2 high-end models priced in the thousands. This strategy avoided direct competition with BYD's 3X washing machine, as those who could afford high-end models wouldn't be interested in the cheap 3X. The drum washing machines were not affected as they targeted a different consumer base. Many manufacturers believed that those who bought BYD's washing machines were just cheap customers, not worth targeting. Nevertheless, BYD's 3X washing machine undeniably impacted the market. Among the most surprised was Haier. Haier's engineers found the internal structure of the 3X washing machine very familiar, almost identical to one of their unreleased models. Could our design plans have been stolen? Haier's team was alarmed and immediately checked their safe, only to find the plans untouched. The similarity was uncanny, but the focus was on how this low-cost washing machine was outcompeting their own low-end models. Since the release of the BYD 3X, their sales had plummeted, with fewer than 20 units sold in a week, many of which were returned. Customers were likely switching to the cheaper 3X model. BYD's washing machine was irresistible with its 3 washing modes and, most importantly, its low price. In the domestic market, price is king, and only a few pursue quality. Consequently, Haier's washing machine division followed suit, clearing out their low-end models and keeping only a few high-end ones. They shifted focus to high-end, quality products, avoiding direct competition with BYD. BYD's strategy forced competitors out of the low-cost segment, underscoring their success. Even industry giants had to concede, though netizens still criticized the 3X washing machine as trash, arguing that its low price harmed the market by discouraging innovation and research. BYD became the black sheep in the eyes of some consumers, seen as a disgrace among domestic brands. Online comments were overwhelmingly negative, with many derogatory labels pinned on BYD. Some users who bought the 3X washing machine posted videos on platforms like Bilibili and Douyin, praising its functionality. However, these videos attracted a slew of harsh critics. A single positive comment could trigger dozens of vitriolic replies, turning the comment sections into a chaotic mess. One evening, Zhou Yang stayed at his office until after 8 p.m. He drove home in his well-worn van, one of the few assets left to him by his father. Zhou Yang lived in a small 60-square-meter apartment. Despite being old and run down, it was highly valued in a place like Shentown. However, as it was a property with limited ownership rights, he couldn't sell it for much, so he lived there himself. After not being home for several days, Zhou Yang opened the windows to ventilate, cleaned up a bit, took a shower, and prepared for bed. Relaxing on his bed post-shower, he opened his phone to check the news and social media. He soon came across a video about the BYD 3X washing machine. A young single man living in a rented room had bought the machine and praised its functionality. This simple video had attracted numerous negative comments, with many people calling the Bai washing machine trash and criticizing its design. The most liked comment read, "What kind of idiot designs a washing machine that mixes clothes, vegetables, and dishes?" Zhou Yang replied, "Hello, I'm Zhou Yang, the director of Bai. I want to clarify that the washing machine offers 3 modes, but you don't have to use them together. If you think it's unhygienic, you can use it just for washing clothes or just for washing vegetables or dishes. There's no problem with that." His username, Bai Master, made it seem like a legitimate account of the factory director. The critic quickly responded, "Who are you to pretend to be the director of Bai? If the washing machine has these functions, why shouldn't I use them?" Zhou Yang, experienced in online debates, retorted, "The washing machine is a tool, and how you use it is your choice. You said it was unhygienic to use all 3 functions together, so why are you insisting on using them all together now? Do you want to use them together or not?" This response made many onlookers laugh and share humorous emojis, appreciating Zhou Yang's straightforwardness. However, the critic wasn't easily silenced and shot back, "Are you telling me what to do? I can use it however I want, but putting all 3 modes together is a stupid design." Zhou Yang replied, "If the 3 modes bother you, you can return the product to us, and we will send you a washing machine with 1 or 2 of the functions removed. The Bai 1X or 2X washing machines might be just what you need." This witty comeback left the critic speechless for several minutes, and other users started liking Zhou Yang's comment. Wow! The director of Bai knows how to deal with critics. If anyone complains about the 3 modes being unhygienic, just send them a 2X or 1X washing machine to shut them up. But as soon as he silenced one critic, another emerged, claiming Baidu's washing machines were electronic waste with terrible quality. Zhou Yang calmly responded, "If you encounter quality issues, please contact our customer service for a solution. If it's our fault, you can choose a replacement or a refund." To those labeling Baidu as electronic waste, Zhou Yang countered, "If a washing machine that sells tens of thousands of units is considered electronic waste, what about those that only sell dozens or hundreds of units? If you judge quality by price, then you shouldn't be drinking tap water that costs a few yuan per ton. Instead, buy imported spring water that costs thousands per bottle. That shouldn't be garbage, right?" Haha. Other users were amused by Zhou Yang's replies, thinking that the head of Baidu was quite funny. Soon, many people started watching Zhou Yang online just to see him counter the trolls. Just watching the verbal sparring was enough to keep them entertained for the evening. Zhou Yang continued, "I admit that some parts used in Baidu washing machines are older models, but that's to control costs. Anyone can use high-end materials. I could design a washing machine costing over 1,000 yuan, but, you know." Zhou Yang used ellipses strategically, knowing that his words could be maliciously misinterpreted. Using ellipses allowed smart readers to grasp his meaning without providing fodder for critics. Zhou Yang was no novice to online debates during his school days. He was an old hand in forums, with plenty of experience in verbal skirmishes. Someone accused Baidu of selling at low prices to undermine market competition, claiming this would stifle innovation and drag the domestic manufacturing industry down. Zhou Yang immediately responded, "You overestimate Baidu. If we had that much power, we wouldn't be a small factory. We make affordable products to meet customer needs. Some users just want to enjoy services at a low price. They need appliances that might not have many features but are inexpensive enough. For example, the Z1 tablet, the 41 series TV, and the 3X washing machine. Without Baidu, they would have to spend hundreds or even thousands of yuan more. Are Huawei phones selling for 5 or 6,000 yuan good? Are Apple computers selling for tens of thousands of yuan good? Of course they are, cheap. And they drive the development of similar products. But can every citizen afford one? Baidu's current business philosophy is to make appliances accessible to everyone, rather than watching high-end appliances from afar and sighing in admiration." These words struck a chord, garnering hundreds of likes immediately. The trolls found more reasons to nitpick, but most netizens were clear-headed, agreeing with Zhou Yang. Is there anything wrong with selling quality products at low prices? Must appliances cost several hundred or several thousand yuan to be acceptable? Were the trolls happy to spend more money on appliances if Baidu went out of business? That bunch of trolls isn't just mean, they're ridiculous. The trolls sparked public outrage, with some netizens making puns that had everyone in the comments section laughing. At this moment, the initial troll reappeared, arguing that Baidu's 3-in-1 washing machine was wrong, claiming it was unsanitary and made him uncomfortable. Zhou Yang replied, Then you can buy 3 washing machines, one for laundry, one for vegetables, and one for dishes. That solves the problem. The troll responded, that takes up too much space. Zhou Yang suggested, then buy separate vegetable and dishwashers. They cost about 1,000 yuan each and solve the issue. Dishwashers are too expensive, the troll said. This had everyone laughing. You claim the 3x washing machine is unsanitary, but separate appliances are too costly. Clearly, this person was nitpicking. Everyone saw through the troll's antics, with netizens supporting Zhou Yang, suggesting the troll hire a housekeeper to avoid worrying about the washing machine's multiple functions. Given the troll's fuss over a 99 yuan washing machine, it was clear they couldn't afford a housekeeper. Regardless, Zhou Yang's first online sparring session ended in his victory. Zhou Yang's witty comebacks quickly spread online, becoming a source of amusement for netizens. The persistent trolls attacking Baidu products were like mad dogs, their behavior clearly abnormal. Regular internet users recognized them as paid shills. Genuine customers wouldn't behave this way. If there were quality issues, they would simply return the product. Those uninterested in Baidu's affordable aesthetics wouldn't buy them in the first place, and wouldn't harbor such deep-seated hatred for Baidu. It was evident that the trolls were protecting some vested interest. As Baidu's 3x washing machine sales soared, netizens noticed that other brands' low-end washing machines were heavily discounted and often out of stock. Almost all sub-1,000 yuan washing machines had been pulled from the market. Baidu's 3x washing machine had single-handedly wiped out low-end competition from other manufacturers. This feat was nothing short of unbeatable. The 3x washing machine dominated the market, unrivaled under 1,000 yuan. With half a month's pre-sale volume surpassing 90,000 units, competitors were envious. Some small factories began imitating Baidu, producing 68 yuan washing machines with 5 functions: washing clothes, vegetables, dishes, shoes, and pets, offering them at even lower prices and causing a market sensation. Given their previous experience with knockoff Baidu televisions being seized, these imitators proceeded cautiously. Some of these small factories gave their products names like Black Swan or Little Fish washing machine, creating a bewildering array of choices. With Baidu's involvement, the domestic washing machine market was driven to absurdly low prices, making the situation almost surreal. As Baidu washing machines remained out of stock, many people turned to these newly emerged 5-function washing machines, thinking they were cheap and practical. So, they spent a few dozen yuan to buy one of these off-brand washing machines. Delivery was swift, often arriving within 2 or 3 days. However, upon using them, the reality was quite different. First, these washing machines were very small, about half the size of Baidu's 3X, and were single tub models without a spin-dry function. Secondly, the materials were all plastic, and the workmanship was crude, held together by a few screws. They also emitted a strong smell and exuded a palpable sense of cheapness. Despite being advertised as having 5 functions, even the most basic task of washing clothes was problematic. Putting in 2 or 3 jackets would jam the machine. Users soon discovered that it could barely handle the load of 2 jackets, and winter coats were out of the question, giving the impression of a small horse trying to pull a large cart. Since it couldn't effectively wash clothes, people tried using it to wash vegetables. However, the machine's weak agitation speed rendered it ineffective. After washing, the drain would get clogged, lacking a filter, and every wash required manually cleaning out the drain, which was both annoying and ineffective at cleaning. Testing the dishwashing function revealed similar issues. The machine's agitation speed was the same across all functions, with no spray mechanism and identical washing modes. Despite the claim of 5 washing modes, the machine essentially had only one. Dishwashing was even less effective, leaving grease and food particles on the dishes, rendering the machine useless. As for washing pets, it was simply unfeasible. No pet could tolerate being submerged and agitated in a washing machine, and the noise alone would make them jump out in fright. What seemed like a discovery of a washing machine cheaper and more practical than Baidu's turned out to be a scam. It would be more appropriate to call it a large toy rather than a household appliance, suitable only for children to play with. Only then did people realize how powerful the much-maligned Baidu 3X washing machine was in comparison. When these customers attempted to return the 5-function washing machines, the customer service was evasive, claiming that open products could not be returned and offering at most a 5 yuan refund. Customer complaints were futile, because the pre-sale agreement stated that opened items could not be returned, leaving customers with no recourse but to accept the loss. Consequently, many people left negative reviews. However, the shops would close down after selling dozens or hundreds of units, only to reopen under a new name to continue deceiving people. These counterfeit products impacted Baidu 3X washing machine sales slightly, though they still sold thousands of units daily. With demand overwhelming, Baidu's customer service was inundated with inquiries, prompting them to report the issue to the factory manager, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was also troubled. Despite recently hiring a large batch of workers, bringing the factory's size to nearly 100, the three-shift system still couldn't meet the demand for 3X washing machines. They produced thousands of units daily, but it wasn't enough to fill orders from days before, causing production delays that negatively impacted Baidu's sales and reputation. Now, online critics were comparing Baidu to the infamous CEO Li Aijun, accusing Zhou Yang of manipulating customers. Critics online accused Baidu of using hunger marketing tactics, deliberately setting low prices to attract customers but failing to deliver. However, the truth was that Baidu was shipping out thousands of packages daily and was doing its utmost to keep up with production. When the workshop supervisor approached Zhou Yang again to request expanding production, Zhou realized that it was indeed time to hire more workers and increase capacity. Recruiting workers was relatively straightforward. Employees over 35 were not in high demand by other companies, and offering competitive wages would easily attract hundreds to the factory. However, expanding the production line posed a challenge. A fully automated new production line was prohibitively expensive, costing at least several million yuan. The company didn't have enough cash on hand, and securing a loan from the bank, where Zhou had no connections, would take at least 10 to 15 days, with no guarantee of approval. Immediate needs couldn't wait that long. It seemed the only viable option was to purchase a second-hand production line. Zhou suddenly thought of Lin Shuai, a wealthy second-generation friend with good connections. Zhou called Lin Shuai for assistance. The two had built trust during a previous transaction involving screens, which had gone smoothly. To Zhou's surprise, Lin Shuai called back that afternoon. "A friend of mine does have an old production line," Lin said. "It's from a factory that went bankrupt and was used to settle debts. It's quite outdated, and no one has taken it even for 500,000 yuan. You might want to check it out." "All right, I'll go see it," Zhou replied. Acting quickly, Zhou contacted Lin's friend based on the information provided. "You're Lin Shuai's friend? You can come and check it out yourself. If you like it, you can take it." "I'm currently out of town," the friend said, trusting Zhou to visit the factory in Shishiguan City on his own. Zhou bought a high-speed train ticket and soon arrived in Shishiguan City. After taking a taxi to the destination, he found a processing plant. Explaining his purpose, the guard led him to the warehouse. As soon as the warehouse doors opened, Zhou's eyes lit up at the sight of a complete semi-automatic production line. Though Lin Shuai had mentioned it was old equipment, it was actually newer than what Zhou's factory was using, about 7 or 8 years old. It looked worn due to poor maintenance but could be made operational with some effort. Zhou inspected it thoroughly, noting that all parts were intact. Even if it couldn't run immediately, he could repair it back at his factory. Next, he needed to negotiate the price. Since Lin Shuai's friend was out of town, Zhou negotiated the price over the phone. "If you're serious, you can have it for 480,000 yuan," the friend said. Zhou assessed that if the production line was operational, it would be worth between 500,000 to 550,000 yuan. If it needed repairs, it would drop to around 450,000 yuan to avoid losses. So, he decided to haggle further. 400,000 yuan, Zhou countered. Zhou Yang offered a price that wouldn't result in a loss, expecting the seller to negotiate it up to around 450,000 yuan. To his surprise, the seller agreed immediately, but stipulated that Zhou would have to cover the transportation costs. "All right, but you have to handle the transport." "I won't pay for the shipping," the seller replied. Zhou was taken aback by the quick agreement. Did I offer too low a price, he wondered. Nevertheless, as a factory manager, he couldn't go back on his word. The 400,000 yuan price was already low enough, and he didn't want to haggle further. Given the booming sales of the 3X washing machine, money wasn't a major concern for Zhou. He promptly paid 400,000 yuan in cash and secured the almost new production line. Next, he had to figure out how to transport it back. Zhou contacted a local logistics company to help with the move. Transporting such a large piece of equipment wasn't easy, and the logistics company had different pricing standards. Shipping by weight would cost around 1,000 yuan, but this came with no guarantees against damage, essentially treating the shipment as scrap metal. This was unacceptable since the production line was intended for use. Therefore, he opted for a more careful transport, classifying it as fragile goods. The total cost for transporting the several-ton production line was 9,000 yuan, with a guarantee of delivery to Shen Town in the same condition. Eager to get started, Zhou didn't mind the extra expense and arranged for immediate loading and unloading. The logistics team brought in about 10 workers and a forklift to load the equipment onto the truck. By the time everything was ready, it was already night. Joe rode back to his factory on the truck. At the factory, some workers were still on duty. As soon as the shipment arrived, they began unloading it. Since it was late, Joe had the workers cover the production line with tarps to be moved into the workshop the next day. The next morning, workshop supervisor Song D, Uncle Song, was overjoyed to see that Joe had indeed brought back the production line. He was as delighted as a child, his smile wide and genuine. He touched the production line gently, as if caressing his wife's face in their younger days. Song Delaware immediately began directing the workers to transport and install the new line. Although the seller considered it outdated, at BuyDi, it was the most advanced assembly line the factory had ever had. The factory space was ample, so they cleared out an empty workshop. Song Delaware organized the newly hired workers to help with the transport and installation. The process took 2 days. When the assembly was complete, Joe stood by, hopeful that the equipment would start, saving them the cost of repairs. Plug it in, and turn it on. The moment of truth had arrived. However, there was no response. The machine didn't start. The enthusiasm of the surrounding employees quickly faded. They had hoped to start work today. "We'll need to contact a high-level technician to repair the machine," sighed Song D. This was going to be another expense. Just then, Zhou Yang received a prompt from the superfactory system. "Minor circuit fault detected in the production line. Would you like to repair it?" "Repair?" Zhou Yang exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the system to have the capability to repair the production line. Repairing. Progress 30%. Progress 66%. Progress 99%. As the system continued to provide updates, Zhou crouched by the machine, pretending to measure and adjust the contacts with various instruments. In just a few minutes, the system had repaired the circuit. Beep, with a soft sound, the entire production line screen and indicator lights lit up, indicating that it was ready to start. The system then responded, "This system can repair minor faults in production lines and electrical equipment. Severe damage cannot be repaired." Zhou understood. The system couldn't perform miracles like turning a single wheel into a complete car, but could handle minor faults with ease. "You're truly something, factory manager. Fixing a production line like this," praised workshop supervisor Song D, giving a thumbs up. Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't him but the system that did the repair. As a college graduate, his knowledge was mostly theoretical, with little emphasis on practical repair skills. It seemed that he needed to spend more time learning from the system. Acquiring more skills couldn't hurt, and he shouldn't always rely on the system. Next, Zhou instructed the workshop supervisor to gather some experienced employees to train the new ones, ensuring they quickly became familiar with the production line and maintained smooth operations. Song Delaware assured him, "No problem, young manager Zhou. We'll test it today, and by tomorrow we should be in full production. Our factory output will definitely more than double." With this assurance, Zhou felt relieved. Finally, they could address the production shortfall. With this major hurdle resolved, the BuyD factory could now meet the demand for the 3X washing machine, which continued to sell like hotcakes. Some customers were even buying dozens at a time, including a landlady in Guangzhou who purchased in bulk. She had recently bought a small building, finished renovating it, and was ready to rent it out, becoming a new landlady. However, she was troubled by the fact that, despite the simple and cheap style of the renovation, the costs had already run into millions, leaving her with very little cash. She couldn't afford to buy appliances for the building. When she inquired at an appliance store, she found that equipping all the rooms in her building with appliances would cost tens of thousands of yuan, which would leave her with no money to buy new luxury handbags. For someone who disliked taking out loans, borrowing money to buy appliances seemed embarrassing in front of her relatives. Just as the landlady was fretting over this, she happened to see someone on the street carrying a BuyD shopping bag. The bag advertised BuyD televisions for only 148 yuan each. Intrigued, she looked it up and found that the price was indeed accurate, and the buyer reviews were genuine and heartfelt. This made her very happy. She had finally found affordable appliances. Compared to other 40-inch televisions costing over 1,000 yuan, BuyD's was only 148 yuan. Moreover, BuyD's washing machines were just 99 yuan each. For just over 200 yuan, she could get a TV and a washing machine, saving a lot of money. She immediately placed an order. The BuyD 41 Pro television was in stock, but the BuyD 3X washing machine was currently restricted due to limited production. Each account could only purchase 2 units. She then shared the link in her family group chat, asking her relatives and friends to help her buy them so she could have these cheap and useful appliances. When the delivery arrived, a whole truckload of goods was delivered. The landlady personally tested the products and found that both the television and washing machine met her daily needs perfectly. These cheap appliances were practically made for her rental property, and she was delighted. She saved tens of thousands of yuan, which she could now invest in a few more gold bars. Having tasted the benefits, the landlady asked Baidu's customer service if they had air conditioners, refrigerators, or water heaters, hoping to save even more money. Upon learning they didn't, she suggested that Baidu quickly develop other appliances, expressing her eagerness to purchase them as soon as they were available. The landlady was just one of Baidu's many customers. Meanwhile, on a farm in northern China, a young couple also sought to purchase a 3x washing machine. The weather had already turned to autumn. While the south was still experiencing warm days, the north had become quite chilly at night. Farm 851, located in the vast expanse of northern China's black soil farmlands, was entirely mechanized. Qiao Erju was employed to operate the combine harvester on the farm. With the harvest season in full swing, he left early and returned late, working hard to earn a few extra bucks each month. His wife stayed home, managing the household and taking care of their child. Although she didn't have a formal job, her work at home, farming and doing chores was no less exhausting. Washing clothes was particularly tough. By late autumn, the tap water was already freezing cold. To get things done quickly, she often skipped wearing rubber gloves, causing her hands to turn red and cracked from the cold. When Qiao Erju came home, his wife would have a hot meal ready, and the family enjoyed their dinner together. However, as they were eating, Qiao noticed that his wife's hands were covered in band-aids. Lifting one, he saw a deep, painful crack in her skin. Feeling heartbroken, Qiao lit a fire that night and soaked his wife's hands in warm water to remove the dead skin, then gently applied some cream and held her hands by the fire to dry. This unique method of treating cracked skin was a sign of his love and care for her. While this helped alleviate the pain temporarily, her skin would crack again if she continued to use cold water and expose her hands to the cold wind. Wanting to ease her burden, Qiao suggested they buy a washing machine to reduce her contact with cold water. Using warm water for washing vegetables and dishes would also help her hands heal faster. Let's not buy it. Even the cheapest washing machine costs 7 or 800 yuan. We need to save your salary this month. Your second uncle's child is getting married, and we need to give a gift. Winter is coming and we need to buy winter clothes. We also need to save for a house. People praise our child for being smart, and staying in this town for school is holding him back. It's best to buy a house in the county so he can attend a good primary and middle school. We've endured hardship our whole lives, but we can't let our child grow up to be a farmer and struggle to find a wife. As she listed all the expenses, Qiao Erju felt a pang of sadness. They never wanted such a tough life, but that's how society is. Their hard work only earned them about 3,000 yuan a month, making it difficult to make ends meet. Now, even buying a washing machine for his wife seemed impossible, leaving this man from the north feeling lost. When he stepped outside and checked his phone, he saw a friend on social media showing off their new Baidu 3X washing machine. It could wash clothes, vegetables and dishes, and it only cost 99 yuan. Qiao Erju couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such a cheap washing machine. For 99 yuan he previously could only buy a razor or an electric shaver, never a large appliance like a washing machine. He immediately called his friend to ask about the Baidu washing machine. His friend praised it for being durable and functional, and said he planned to buy another one for washing clothes and another for washing vegetables and dishes. It was really that affordable. Is it that good? I'll buy one too. No, I'll quit smoking for 2 months and buy two. One for clothes and one for vegetables and dishes. My wife won't have to touch cold water anymore. Qiao Erju was overjoyed and asked his friend to send him the link. He ordered 2 washing machines online. A few days later, the 2 washing machines arrived. His wife didn't dare open them during the day for fear of damaging them, so she waited for him to come home in the evening. Qiao Erju opened the packages, revealing 2 sturdy plastic washing machines, undamaged despite the long journey. He plugged them in and connected the water hoses. The machines worked perfectly, washing clothes, vegetables, and dishes without requiring hands to be soaked in cold water. When his wife took out the clothes, they were already spun dry, ready to be hung up. The other machine was used for washing vegetables and dishes. They tested the vegetable washing function, and it cleaned them well enough to be ready for cooking after a quick rinse. After dinner, they placed the dishes in the machine, and they came out clean after one wash. His wife was amazed. She had never used a dishwasher before and didn't know there were machines that could wash dishes. It saves so much effort. This washing machine is great. It's better than those in the stores. "It must be expensive, right?" she said, caressing the Bai-Di-3X washing machine affectionately. It was indeed good, but his wife felt reluctant. She asked him to return the machines, thinking they must be very expensive. She estimated that each one must cost at least 1,000 yuan, making two of them over 2,000 yuan, almost half of her husband's monthly salary. "They're not expensive. Both machines cost less than 200 yuan. I quit smoking and used the money to buy them," Qiao Erju said with a grin. His wife couldn't believe it. How could such good washing machines be so cheap? Even charity doesn't offer such deals. "Really, look for yourself," Qiao Erju said, showing her the purchase details. Qiao Erju showed his wife the purchase link, and she finally believed him. They had always thought appliances were expensive, and not having bought any large items for years, they didn't realize how affordable they had become. In reality, it wasn't that all appliances had become cheaper, it was just Baidi's products that were exceptionally affordable. After using the Bai-Di3X washing machine for a few days, the couple was extremely satisfied. To express his gratitude, Qiao Erju confirmed receipt of the goods, gave a glowing review, and posted a picture with his feedback. In the photo, his wife stood in front of the washing machine, beaming with happiness, holding a spotless white shirt in one hand and a clean porcelain bowl in the other. These were all cleaned by their trusty, budget-friendly Baidi washing machine, truly a household friend. Qiao Erju added a caption, praising the Baidi washing machine, saying it was incredibly useful and urging everyone to trust his recommendation. His enthusiastic endorsement, full of local dialect, amused many and earned him numerous likes, quickly pushing his review to the top of the platform. His review caught the attention of a popular streamer, Brother G. Recently, Brother G had been closely tied to Baidi products, and every video reviewing their products had gone viral, bringing him significant popularity. So, he planned to make an unboxing video for the Bai-Di3X washing machine. However, having recently recovered from an illness that kept him bedridden for half a month, Brother G found that many tech bloggers had already posted unboxing and teardown videos of the 3X washing machine. To stand out, he decided to do a comparative review, buying the similarly priced but lesser-known 68 yuan Little Black Duck washing machine for a side-by-side evaluation. When Brother G received the Little Black Duck washing machine, he immediately began a live unboxing session. Upon opening the packages, the differences were stark. On the left was the Bai-Di3X washing machine, securely packaged with ample foam for protection during shipping. On the right was the 68 yuan Little Black Duck washing machine, packaged in a flimsy cardboard box with minimal foam, which had deformed during transit, leaving dents and scratches on the appliance itself. Both machines had plastic exteriors, but the quality difference was obvious. While the Bai-Di3X's exterior wasn't particularly striking, it had no major flaws. The Little Black Duck, on the other hand, emitted a strange smell reminiscent of cheap children's toys. In terms of appearance, the Bai-Di3X was the clear winner. Upon further inspection, the Little Black Duck washing machine turned out to be a single tub unit without a spin-dry function and was significantly smaller. The power ratings in the manuals showed a substantial difference, with the Little Black Duck's motor being much weaker, indicating it could handle less laundry. According to basic principles of energy conservation, less electrical energy meant less mechanical work, something even a middle school student could understand. The Bai-Di washing machine, however, could easily handle 8 to 10 kilograms of laundry. In the first wash test, the Bai-Di washing machine performed smoothly, whereas the Little Black Duck struggled to wash more than 2 coats at a time, straining under the load. After washing, the clothes from the Little Black Duck were still dirty, with grease stains on a white shirt remaining visible. In contrast, the Bai-Di washing machine cleaned effectively. In terms of washing functionality, the Bai-Di3X washing machine was the undeniable winner. Next came the tests for washing vegetables and dishes, where the Bai-Di washing machine triumphed again. As for the Little Black Duck's unique features of washing shoes and pets, they turned out to be just gimmicks with no real effectiveness, making further comparisons unnecessary. In the end, Brother G gave his review, concluding that aside from the price, the Little Black Duck washing machine was utterly useless. To be honest, this Little Black Duck washing machine is nothing but electronic garbage. It's too dangerous for children to play with and insufficient as a washing machine. I suggest not skimping and adding just 30 yuan to buy the Bai-Di, which can handle everything. Brother G, who rarely praised Baidi products, was compelled to do so this time. Previously, he thought Bai-Di was of poor quality, but after seeing the truly subpar knockoff product, he realized that Bai-Di was actually quite decent. Despite being inexpensive, it was of acceptable quality, and, for price-sensitive consumers, it was a good product. However, this washing machine is ugly as sin. I wouldn't want it. Despite the praise, many viewers in the live stream still harbored biases against Bai.di. Brother G pointed out that everyone's needs are different, and whether it's Bai.di hair or media, it depends on personal circumstances. Bai.di might not be suitable for everyone, but it certainly fits the needs of some. To prove his point, Brother G showed the viewers customer reviews on the Bai.di online store. These reviews featured landlords praising Bai.di for being cost-effective, and people in remote areas buying it to save money and effort, with photos showing them happily giving thumbs up. Clearly, Bai.di's customer base wasn't limited to the poor. Even a wealthy landlord with multiple properties was using Bai.di. As long as a product meets customer needs, it's a good product. Even if it was given to me for free, I wouldn't use it. Seeing Bai.di makes me sick. Some viewers remained persistently biased against Bai.di, their words dripping with hatred as if Bai.di had wronged them personally. Such attitudes, however, didn't hinder Bai.di's sales. After 20 days, Bai.di washing machines reached a staggering sales figure of 150,000 units. This phenomenal performance, averaging several thousand units sold per day, put other washing machine companies to shame, as some couldn't sell as many units in half a year. The Bai.di phenomenon also drew the attention of many companies, prompting them to develop low-end appliances to tap into this untapped market segment. The explosive sales also enabled Zhou Yang to complete the system task and earn a reward. Super Factory System Newbie Guide task completed. Bai.di 3x washing machine sales target met, with a positive feedback rate exceeding 97%. Reward 1 advanced injection molding production line set. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Yang excitedly pumped his fists in his office. A clerk saw him and jokingly asked if he had won the lottery. Zhou Yang laughed, even better than winning the lottery. Our company is getting an injection molding production line. Really? That's fantastic. We're becoming a big factory, the clerk said happily. Indeed, Bai.di had grown from a small workshop into a medium-sized appliance factory with 2 assembly lines and a parts production line, employing over 100 people. With the addition of the injection molding line, they would be able to produce their own product casings, further reducing costs and increasing future profits. Zhou Yang immediately shared the good news with the workshop director, Song Di. Really? That's wonderful. Uncle Song Delaware was 49 years old this year, but he still retained his youthful vigor. Seeing the factory expand filled him with immense joy. Zhou Yang sensed that it was time for Uncle Song Delaware to be promoted. He immediately convened a management meeting with all supervisors and higher-level personnel, a total of over 10 people. During the meeting, Zhou Yang appointed the former workshop director, Song Day, as the new deputy factory manager, in charge of overall production. Song Delaware was also tasked with recommending individuals to be in charge of various production processes. Zhou Yang emphasized that with the business growing, there would be more management positions available, encouraging everyone to work hard for promotions and raises in the near future. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, the employees were eager and ready to take on the challenge. Zhou Yang then assigned Song Delaware the task of organizing the new factory space and making room for the injection molding production line. Previously, Zhou Yang had thought his father was wasting money by renting such a large, empty factory space. However, in just 2 short months after taking over, he had managed to fill the entire factory. If they needed to expand further, they would have to look for new premises. It turned out his father wasn't entirely unreliable after all. After the meeting, the employees left the conference room, but Song Delaware stayed behind. He raised a concern the factory currently lacked an R&D department, and all research was being done by Zhou Yang himself, which might be too exhausting for him. No problem, I can handle the research on my own, Zhou Yang confidently replied. With the super factory system, he had better R&D capabilities than some large enterprises. There was no need to spend hundreds of thousands on hiring R&D engineers. The money saved could be distributed to ordinary employees, ensuring higher salaries and improving product quality, leading to a positive cycle. What new product will we develop after the washing machine? Song Delaware asked. Bai.di's sales spikes always came from new products, and every new product launch resulted in high demand. With sales of Bai.di's tablets, televisions, and washing machines stabilizing, developing a new product was essential for further profits. Zhou Yang had been pondering this question. He now had 133 system points, enough to exchange for a good set of blueprints. This decision was crucial for the company's future strategy, requiring careful consideration to choose an appliance that would be both profitable and meet consumer needs. A new product will be launched soon, Zhou Yang assured Song Di. He then went to his office to select the next appliance for production. First, with his 133 points, Zhou Yang had many options to choose from, including mobile phones, refrigerators, air conditioners, electric fans, and robotic vacuum cleaners. Essentially, any commercially available appliance, except for high-priced transportation tools like cars, planes, and ships, could be exchanged. Next, Zhou Yang considered which appliances would sell well in the autumn and winter seasons. He ruled out seasonal items like air conditioners, electric fans, and refrigerators, which peak in spring and summer, and would need to be considered 6 months later. Winter appliances such as heaters, radiant heaters, and electric blankets were potential options. However, beyond seasonality, it was essential to identify what people needed most. To gather this information, Zhou Yang asked the customer service department to compile statistics on the most frequently mentioned appliances by customers. Ding! At this moment, the system sent a notification. No need to contact customer service. The system has automatically compiled the most requested products among Baidu's customers for you. Upon reviewing the list provided by the system, Zhou Yang noticed that electric scooters ranked first. Electric scooters, while considered appliances, also fell under the category of transportation. Zhou Yang quickly understood why. Recently, the government had issued a law requiring all electric scooters to comply with national standards, forcing many people to purchase new ones. Most electric scooter riders were working-class individuals. Buying a new electric scooter typically cost between 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which was equivalent to half a month's salary for many. This posed a significant financial burden, especially for families with more than one electric scooter. These customers had repeatedly suggested to customer service that Baidu produce a cost-effective and reliable electric scooter to help them save money. Given the current financial pressures, including rent, utilities, daily necessities, and baby products, every penny saved was crucial. Moved by the customer's needs, Zhou Yang decided that the next new product would be an electric scooter. He then went to the system's blueprint category and selected transportation tools. Within this category, there were subcategories such as bicycles, electric scooters, and balance scooters. Zhou Yang chose electric scooters. The blueprint options were extensive. With his current 133 points, Zhou Yang could exchange for a mid-range electric scooter blueprint. However, upon review, he found these blueprints too ordinary. If further simplified, their performance and configuration would be inadequate. He needed to choose a better option. Zhou Yang quickly realized that the models he was interested in required more than 135 points. The 135-point mark was a threshold for higher quality blueprints. To ensure the quality of the blueprint, Zhou Yang decided to wait until his points increased to 135. As he supervised production throughout the day, by the evening, Zhou Yang's points finally reached 135. Redeem the Bach S2 mountain off-road electric scooter blueprint, Zhou Yang commanded. With a ding, his hard-earned points were reset to 0, and he received the blueprint for the electric scooter. The Bach S2 mountain off-road electric scooter was priced at 10,999 yuan on the market. This high-end scooter, designed for mountainous terrain, offered various features. Eagerly, Zhou Yang opened the editing interface. He planned to modify this high-end electric scooter to make it more suitable for his goals, to create an electric scooter affordable for everyone under the new national standards. The most crucial components of an electric scooter are the power system and the battery. Let's start with the battery. The original Bach S2 mountain bike uses a removable lithium battery. If you are concerned about charging times, you can even buy an extra battery to swap in as needed. A single battery provides a range of 45 to 50 kilometers, which is sufficient for general commuting. For longer distances, a motorcycle or car would be more appropriate. The range cannot be significantly reduced, so Zhou Yang first contacted his supplier, Uncle Lu, to inquire about the cost of lithium batteries. Batteries for national standard electric scooters? You're selling appliances just fine. Why are you getting into electric scooters now? Even your father never dealt with electric scooters. They're in a completely different market, Lu Shuyi said. Looking out for Zhou Yang, instead of immediately discussing sales, he advised Zhou Yang to think carefully from the perspective of an elder. Lu Shuyi had a valid point. The fields of electric scooters and home appliances are indeed quite different. However, Zhou Yang had the support of the super factory system. He laughed and said over the phone, "Uncle Lu, it's okay. I'm just inquiring to see if it's feasible." Alright then. A standard 48V lithium battery costs at least 500 yuan, and for higher capacity with fast charging, it's around 1,200 yuan. That's so expensive, Zhou Yang was surprised. No wonder electric scooters sell for thousands of yuan, if the battery alone costs several hundred to over 1,000. Using such lithium batteries would mean his scooter would also cost thousands, which wouldn't align with BYD's pricing strategy. Do you have any cheaper options? Zhou Yang asked. The cheaper ones are lead-acid batteries, the lowest being 60 yuan for a low-voltage one. But I advise against it. They have too many issues and poor safety. Most of the battery fires you hear about are caused by lead-acid batteries, Lu Shuye explained. Zhou Yang definitely wouldn't use something unsafe, no matter how cheap. His procurement standard was cheap, safe, and practical. If it didn't meet these criteria, he wouldn't buy it. After further inquiries, Zhou Yang learned about two other types of batteries that were priced and safe between lead-acid and lithium batteries: graphene batteries and black gold batteries. These two types are essentially still lead-acid batteries, but with the addition of new materials like graphene, their safety and performance are significantly improved, and they are much cheaper than lithium batteries. Black gold batteries are essentially graphene batteries with added alloy materials, offering a slight performance boost. In terms of quality and price, the batteries rank as follows: lead-acid, graphene, black gold, and lithium. Above lithium batteries, various manufacturers have developed high-end batteries with even higher prices, which Zhou Yang didn't need to consider. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang chose graphene batteries, balancing safety and cost. However, even these graphene batteries weren't cheap. A 48V battery that provides at least 30 kilometers of range and doesn't take long to charge costs at least 105 yuan. This means the scooter cannot be sold at a two-figure price. For safety, the cost has to be sacrificed. To fully reduce the cost of electric scooters, Zhou Yang would need to establish his battery factory. Therefore, Zhou Yang chose a graphene battery worth 105 yuan. He realized that this performance wouldn't meet all customer needs, so he planned to introduce more options. Customers who want longer range and fast charging will have to pay more, allowing them to choose based on their needs. Next, Zhou Yang needed to select a motor. There are many types of motors available for electric scooters, and Zhou Yang consulted Uncle Lu for assistance. Uncle Lu found a batch of high-power motors at a significant discount, costing only 90% of the price of standard motors. Normally, motors wouldn't be this cheap. The reason for the low price was that these motors didn't comply with the national standards, as their actual output speed exceeded the 25 km/h limit. These motors were produced before the new regulations were enforced, back when manufacturers aimed for maximum power. However, with the new standards in place, these motors became unsellable, leaving manufacturers with a large unsold stock, which they had to sell at a reduced price. Zhou Yang saw this as a perfect opportunity and decided to test the motors. The system's inspection confirmed their quality, so he chose to use them. The reason Zhou Yang could use these motors was that his blueprint was for a mountain e-bike with variable speed. The built-in speed control device would limit the battery's output power to 25 km/h under normal conditions. However, when climbing hills, the high-power motor could fully utilize its power, maintaining a speed of 25 km/h even uphill. Once the climb was over, the system would automatically limit the battery output again, ensuring a consistent speed of 25 km/h. This feature gave his e-bike an advantage over other national standard-compliant electric bikes. What was considered a disadvantage for other companies became a custom-fit solution for Zhou Yang. With the motor settled, the next step was the tires. Tires are another significant cost component. High-quality tires, which are quiet, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing, can cost 700 to 800 yuan per pair. However, these did not align with Zhou Yang's goal. He sifted through the cheapest options with Uncle Liu's help, and finally chose a basic set of tires. These tires were hard and only excelled in durability, with poor noise reduction and comfort. They were noisy and bumpy to ride on. But considering that BYD electric scooter buyers likely weren't seeking luxury, Zhou Yang prioritized low cost and durability over comfort. The total cost for the basic tires and wheels came to just 60 yuan. As for the body, it would be made using the factory's new injection molding line. Other small parts could also be produced in-house, further reducing costs. In the end, after including mirrors, a sponge seat cushion, and other components, the total cost of the electric scooter came to 267 yuan. This was the most expensive product Zhou Yang had ever produced. Still, he felt the price was too high and looked for further savings. However, the performance aspects couldn't be reduced any further, so he considered negotiating prices. Uncle Liu's prices were already very low, and unless Zhou Yang could guarantee an annual demand of over 1 million units, the manufacturer wouldn't offer a discount. As it was his first foray into the electric scooter market, Zhou Yang had no impressive sales record to leverage for price negotiations. If the product succeeded in the future, he could use BYD's sales performance to negotiate better prices, further reducing costs. For now, Zhou Yang decided to proceed and set the price of the electric scooter at 299 yuan. He was willing to earn less to ensure everyone could afford a convenient and practical electric scooter. The system prompted design complete. Please name the new electric scooter. After some thought, Zhou Yang decided to name it the D21, as it was BYD's first transportation product. The letter D stands for the Pinyin Dian Electric, 2 signifies 2 wheels, and 1 indicates the first product in the series. If there's a second-generation electric bike, it will be called D22. The system confirmed D21 electric bike successfully modified. Zhou Yang now had the blueprint, but this time, there was no luck in hitting a jackpot to get ready-made molds. No matter, as the factory already had an injection molding process, making it an excellent opportunity for the workers to practice creating molds from scratch. Zhou Yang immediately began ordering parts. He handed the blueprint to Song Di, instructing him to gradually transition the manufacturing lines from washing machines to electric bikes. Given the higher price of 299 yuan, compared to the previous standard price of 99 yuan, the new electric bike sales volume might not match other products. Therefore, only one production line was allocated for assembling the bikes, while the rest continued to produce washing machines, TVs, and other established products. This allocation seemed reasonable. Parts arrived quickly, thanks to BYD's strong reputation. Uncle Liu was willing to ship the parts in advance, as long as payments were settled on time. The main delay was in producing the injection molded shells, which would take a few days. Soon, the BYD D21 electric bike would be ready for market. Promoting the new product was the next step. Zhou Yang assigned this task to the designer Xiao Jiang, emphasizing the need for attractive promotional images highlighting compliance with the new national standards to ensure market acceptance. The release of BYD's new product announcement immediately sparked attention. People were astonished that BYD was venturing into vehicle manufacturing. The 299 yuan price for the electric bike and 389 yuan for the advanced model were significantly higher than other BYD products, which led to mixed reactions. Some skeptics claimed BYD was revealing its true colors, using low prices to attract customers and then hiking prices. Loyal BYD users, however, defended the company, arguing that even regular bicycles couldn't be found for 99 yuan, and that 299 yuan for an electric bike was still a bargain. Prospective buyers of new standard electric bikes decided to wait and see if BYD's offering lived up to expectations. At 299 yuan, the bike was very appealing. However, the higher price tag did affect its initial popularity, with some viewing it as too expensive and unsuitable for mountainous or rural areas. This led to a more cautious interest compared to other BYD products. Zhou Yang wasn't bothered by the criticisms and insults. Every BYD product had faced backlash at launch, only to sell spectacularly. If one day the criticism stopped, Zhou Yang would worry that he had lost his touch and failed in his design. 4 days later, the first sample of the BYD D21 electric bike rolled off the production line. 2 sample bikes were made initially due to the workers' lack of experience with the new injection molding process. Creating these samples ensured quality and allowed for final adjustments before full production. Zhou Yang was the first person to test the D21 electric bike. He found the seat to be comfortable and well suited to his build. It might be a bit small for someone significantly taller, but such individuals were not common, so the bike's design catered to the average user. "Director, please wear this helmet," said Vice Director Song Di, handing him a helmet. "Thank you." Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude. Safety was paramount, so he put on the helmet and pressed the start button. With a twist of the throttle, the D21 electric bike started up quickly, reaching its 25 km/h speed limit. After a couple of laps around the courtyard, Zhou Yang found the space too small for a thorough test. He rode out of the factory to test it on the road. The black and red electric bike looked quite sleek, and many passersby turned to look at it as he rode by. The bike accelerated smoothly and stopped at the speed limit, which was well regulated. It wasn't that the motor couldn't go faster, the national standard restricted it to avoid fines. The brakes were steady, with no sharp noises, proving to be reliable. The steering was responsive, and the turn signals and headlights functioned correctly. Next, he needed to test the hill climbing feature. Zhou Yang found a hill, twisted the throttle to full, and rode up. Alongside him was another electric bike adhering to the national standard, climbing the hill at the same time. Halfway up, the other bike's power started to wane, slowing down. However, Zhou Yang's D21 maintained its 25 km/h speed, reaching the top effortlessly. At the peak, the bike's variable speed device reduced the battery output, keeping the speed steady at 25 km/h without exceeding the limit. Zhou Yang was very satisfied. As he was about to head back, the rider of the other bike, who had finally made it up the hill, called out, "Hey buddy, what brand is your bike? It's so fast uphill." "By DD21," Zhou Yang replied. "By DD21." The man was puzzled, saying he had never heard of it, and asked where to buy it. Zhou Yang explained that it hadn't been released yet, but would be available soon on the Baidu online store. Returning to the company, Zhou Yang was greeted by a curious crowd eager to know how the test went. "It's great. I've tested most of the features. The last one is the battery life." Hearing this, Song Delaware called over a young man to ride the bike until the battery ran out to measure the endurance. Zhou Yang, however, thought that while this method was okay occasionally, it was too torturous in the long run. Using a machine for endurance testing would be much better. 30,000 yuan for a machine. Zhou Yang was taken aback by the high cost. That amount could produce many electric bikes. He wasn't willing to spend that much on testing equipment. Given the high cost of professional machines, Zhou Yang came up with a clever solution: buy a treadmill, set the speed, and have a mechanic weld a frame. With someone monitoring, it could be used for testing. A treadmill cost only 2 or 3,000 yuan, making it a highly economical choice. They quickly assembled 2 modified test machines that afternoon. The employees placed 2 fully charged D21 bikes on the treadmills and started the timers to test the endurance at different speeds. It wouldn't be long before they had the data. Previously, product testing was mostly assisted by the system, which could only determine basic functionality. Detailed data like battery life still required manual testing. The treadmill test rig was a temporary measure until Baidu could afford a professional product testing center, essential for international market entry. Zhou Yang eagerly awaited the test data. Once it was ready, he could submit it for approval. Upon passing, the bikes would be ready for sale. This dual approach ensured that by the time the approval process was complete, the warehouse would have 1,000 units ready to meet initial demand. After several days of continuous testing, the Baidu D21 electric bike met all the national standards and received the necessary approvals for market release. A week later, the Baidu D21 electric bike officially went on sale. As usual, the launch time was 10 a.m. Across major online platforms, Baidu's D21 electric bike was available for purchase. At 10 a.m. sharp, the sales exploded. Hundreds of units were sold within seconds, and within a minute, over 1,000 units had been sold. Despite being Baidu's most expensive product at a minimum price of 299 yuan, it did not dampen the customers' enthusiasm. While online reviews were mixed, many loyal customers still trusted Baidu's reputation for quality and were willing to give it another chance. Among the buyers was the popular teardown blogger, Lei Shuhang. Lei Shuhang, who had previously purchased Baidu products from the second-hand market at high prices, learned his lesson this time and bought the new release directly, avoiding the middleman markup. He didn't own an electric bike yet, and if this model met his expectations, he planned to keep it for himself. Simultaneously, people across the country were placing their orders, including Zhang Fugui, the village chief of Shili village. A devoted fan of Baidu, Zhang Fugui had at least one of each of Baidu's products in his home. He even bought several Baidu tablets as gifts for his relatives' children, as they were inexpensive at 99 yuan each and made for impressive presents. This time he bought the electric bike for his wife Ji Dajiao. Zhang Fugui used a motorcycle for his work, but since it required a driver's license and was too heavy for Ji Dajiao, who didn't have a license, she preferred to ride a bicycle. While this was manageable in the summer, it became quite a burden in the winter, especially in the mountainous terrain. When he learned that Baidu had released an electric bike, Zhang Fugui immediately purchased one for his wife, trusting Baidu's quality without even checking the detailed specifications online. 3 days later, a large package arrived at their home, containing the Baidu 21 electric bike. At noon, Zhang Fugui and his wife unboxed it together. Cutting the straps and opening the cardboard box, they revealed a bike with sleek white lines and pink patterns. Ji Dajiao was immediately taken with its design, which was clearly intended for women. Thanks to Baidu's own injection molding factory, the bike's shell came in various colors, with 8 options currently available. Designed by renowned designers based on the original blueprints, the bike not only avoided looking unattractive but was actually quite stylish. Zhang Fugui took the bike out and placed it on the ground, examining it closely. Everything was new shell, new tires, contrary to rumors that Baidu used second-hand parts. With his experience in repairing equipment, Zhang Fugui could easily tell the difference, and this bike was undeniably brand new. He then encouraged his wife to give it a try. Ji Dajiao sat on the bike, finding it quite comfortable, although it lacked a helmet. Zhang Fugui checked the packaging but found only manuals and a charger, no helmet. Considering the bike cost only 299 yuan, expecting it to come with a helmet seemed unreasonable. He gave his own helmet to his wife and taught her how to operate the bike so she could get used to it. When Ji Dajiao twisted the throttle, the bike surged forward with surprising power, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Be careful, Zhang Fugui reminded her. Ji Dajiao tried a few more times before she got the hang of the electric bike. She realized that she shouldn't twist the throttle all the way at once, but rather do it gradually for a smoother acceleration. Honey, riding this is so easy. Ji Dajiao quickly mastered the technique, finding it much simpler than riding a bicycle. She didn't have to maintain balance or pedal, which made it very effortless. That's right, my smart wife, Zhang Fugui praised her. This bike is great. BYD products are always such a bargain. After a short ride around, Ji Dajiao returned to the house, full of praise. Other electric bikes in the market cost at least 2,000 yuan to be usable in mountainous areas. But BYD's bike was both affordable and powerful enough for the hills, making it perfect for their needs. With that, their household added yet another BYD product. At the same time, unboxing blogger Li Shuhang received a large package containing the BYD D21 electric bike. Having learned from past experiences, he pre-ordered this time, avoiding the need to buy second-hand at a high price. Li Shuhang bought the 299 yuan model and spent extra on a high-capacity battery for backup, thus acquiring both configurations. The difference between the standard and the extended range versions of the D21 electric bike lay in the battery. Li Shuhang live streamed the unboxing, drawing a sizable audience as BYD had become somewhat famous, and people were curious if this pricier model was worth it. The shell has greatly improved, and the color scheme is attractive. It's no wonder this bike cost 200 yuan more. It looks much better than the TV and washing machine. Li Shuhang immediately praised the appearance, noting that the in-house manufactured shell allowed for better materials and cost savings, which improved the quality. Next, he went downstairs to ride the bike, strapping his phone to his body for a first-person perspective. The bike's top speed of 25 km/h wasn't very fast, so he felt safe riding and talking to his viewers simultaneously. The acceleration is quite smooth, comparable to electric bikes in the 3,000 yuan range, he commented. This high praise turned into an advertisement, considering the D21 was only 299 yuan, a tenth of those prices. A viewer commented, "Host, you must have been paid off to say nice things about BYD." Li Shuhang responded, "My reviews are always honest, though they naturally carry some subjectivity. If you don't trust my review, you can check out other unboxing videos." As an established blogger, Li Shuhang understood the importance of maintaining his credibility. Many of his followers had bought tech products based on his recommendations and had good experiences. They urged him to ignore the criticism and focus on his review. Undeterred, Li Shuhang continued testing the bike. The brakes are responsive, though it's a bit bumpy over potholes. If comfort is a concern, consider a bike with advanced suspension or get a high-elasticity sponge seat cushion. Maintaining speed uphill is impressive. I've only seen this in more expensive variable speed bikes. The fact that BYD's 299 yuan bike has this feature is remarkable. He quickly identified the bike's key selling point, its variable speed function. Typically found only in high-end models, this feature alone made the 299 yuan price worthwhile, with everything else being a bonus. BYD never ceases to surprise, he concluded. Li Shuhang rode several kilometers before returning home. He then brought the electric bike upstairs, ready for the disassembly process. Next, Li Shuhang disassembled the bike into a pile of parts. It was clear that the D21 electric bike had good quality components and craftsmanship. The motor had a recognizable model number that could be looked up online, confirming that these were not some unbranded, substandard products. BYD maintained its reputation for being affordable yet legitimate. Upon checking each part, he found that all components met national standards, which was remarkable. For 299 yuan, getting a national standard electric bike was an excellent option for those with immediate needs. However, when reassembling the bike, Li Shuhang did mention a few shortcomings of the BYD D21. One was the lack of comfort. The second was that it didn't come with a lock or helmet, which had to be purchased separately, and the third was that it was only available online, with no physical stores for test rides. He advised viewers to watch reviews thoroughly and decide if it suited their needs before purchasing. Returning the bike could be costly, with shipping fees nearing the price of half the bike, making it not worthwhile. After completing his review, Li Shuhang decided to keep the D21 bike for himself. Its performance was sufficient and it was affordable, making it ideal for his daily commuting needs. Although he owned a car, The electric bike was more convenient for trips to the market, with no parking issues and the ability to navigate through traffic jams easily. It was even handy for riding through the market itself, an advantage cars couldn't offer. Lei Shuhang then uploaded his review video online. He wasn't the only one reviewing the Bai electric bike. His was a neutral assessment. However, there were also dissenting opinions. One automotive review blogger named Xiao Pingping had a completely opposite view. In his review video, Xiao Pingping harshly criticized the Bai DD21. Stingy company, doesn't include any accessories. The shell material is poor, scratches easily, and looks awful. The tires are too hard, the shock absorption is bad, and it's uncomfortable to sit on. The headlight is too dim, making night riding dangerous. The battery life is too short, and there's no fast charging. It takes hours to charge, which is inconvenient if you need it urgently. The noise level is high, it sounds like a motorcycle. Xiao Pingping listed 7 major flaws, dubbing them the 7 deadly sins of the Bai DD21, and concluded with, "It's a junk bike, not recommended for purchase." This left many online users confused. With both positive and negative reviews, they were unsure whom to believe. As a result, the comment section erupted in debates. Many turned to the account Bai D Master tagging Zhou Yang, hoping to see how the owner of Bai Di would respond to these accusations and negative feedback. Soon, Zhou Yang, browsing the internet after work, noticed the situation. His product was under attack by a critic. He couldn't let this slide and decided to address the issue directly. Seeing Zhou Yang appear, many onlookers quickly settled in with snacks and drinks, ready for some drama. I admit that the Bai DD21 electric bike has its shortcomings, but it's not as terrible as blogger Xiao Pingping claimed. It works fine for normal use. Certainly compared to electric bikes costing 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, it falls short in terms of comfort and accessories. However, in a market economy, our Bai DD21 electric bike simply offers consumers an additional choice. If you don't like it or it doesn't meet your requirements, you can choose another brand. We at Bai D never force consumers to buy our products. Please make purchases rationally. Zhou Yang replied under Xiao Pingping's post. This response left those waiting for a heated argument stunned. The owner of Bai D didn't resort to insults, which was surprising. Most other business owners would have lost their temper and lashed out. The online community quickly realized that no one was being forced to buy Bai DI products. If they didn't like it, they could spend 10 times more on a high-end electric bike with additional features like a helmet, lock, comfortable seat, and silent operation. Criticizing a 299 yuan electric bike this harshly seemed unfair. It's like comparing a basic Nokia phone to an iPhone 14. Both are phones, but the iPhone clearly has more features. However, you wouldn't call the basic phone garbage just because it lacks advanced features. Price matters, and you get what you pay for. It's unreasonable to expect a budget product to perform like a premium one. Some rational netizens argued that as long as Baidu's product quality was decent, there was no problem. You could choose not to buy it, but there was no need to slander it. So why did so many people online keep attacking Baidu? Rational netizens hinted at obvious reasons: competition and interests. "I think Baidu's electric bike is pretty good," some users commented briefly before logging off to get ready for work the next day. Lu Baojian was one such worker who bought the Bai DD21 electric bike. He had received it 3 days ago and found it very smooth to ride. Charging it every night, it had become an essential part of his daily commute. Coming from a poor family with elderly parents and younger siblings to support, Lu Baojian had started working before finishing middle school to help with household expenses. Every month, he sent most of his salary home, keeping only a few hundred yuan for himself. Last month, his factory relocated, and the new dormitory was 5 to 6 kilometers from the factory. Most workers either rode bicycles or bought electric bikes for the commute, as walking took too long, especially with their 12-hour shifts. However, electric bikes cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, even second-hand ones were over 1,000, while a basic Phoenix bicycle cost 500 yuan, equivalent to Lu Baojian's monthly living expenses. To save money for a bicycle, he decided to skip a meal every day, planning to save enough in 2 months without reducing the money sent home. Often hungry, he drank water to fill his stomach, never complaining. During this time he occasionally got rides from co-workers, but mostly walked, spending over an hour commuting each way, even after exhausting work shifts. Then someone recommended the Bai D21 electric bike, which was cheaper than a bicycle and faster. A round trip to work would take just 20 minutes. Isn't it too cheap to be real? Lu Baojian was skeptical, having heard about many online scams. It's Baidu's product, rest assured. Remember the tablet and TV in the nearby dorms? Those were Baidi's, a co-worker reassured him. Upon hearing this, Lu Baojian's eyes lit up. Baidi's affordability had already won the hearts of many workers like him. Oh, it's Baidi's product. Then I'll buy it. Lu Baojian made up his mind. Although 299 yuan was still a significant amount, he had already saved up by skipping meals. For half the price of a bicycle, he could afford an electric bike, so he asked a coworker to help him purchase one online since he was still using an outdated phone that couldn't access the internet. 3 days later, when Lu Baojian received his Baidi electric bike, he rode it and felt incredibly comfortable. A slight twist of the throttle, and the bike zoomed forward, much faster than walking. Great. Really great. Lu Baojian couldn't stop smiling. He felt it was the best value for money he had ever spent, and he eagerly told his family about it during a phone call. Son, how could you buy an electric bike? That's so expensive. His family was shocked to hear he had bought an electric bike, urging him to return it immediately. They insisted it was too costly, as the family still had younger siblings to send to school and elderly parents needing medication. The 2,000 to 3,000 yuan spent on a bike could be put to much better use. Mom, I bought a Baidi electric bike. It wasn't that expensive, only 299 yuan, Lu Baojian said with pride in his voice. He wasn't someone who neglected his family's needs to create an electric scooter affordable for everyone under the new national standards. The most crucial components of an electric scooter are the power system and the battery. Let's start with the battery. The original Bach S2 mountain bike uses a removable lithium battery. If you are concerned about charging times, you can even buy an extra battery to swap in as needed. A single battery provides a range of 45 to 50 kilometers, which is sufficient for general commuting. For longer distances, a motorcycle or car would be more appropriate. The range cannot be significantly reduced, so Zhou Yang first contacted his supplier, Uncle Lu, to inquire about the cost of lithium batteries. Batteries for national standard electric scooters? You're selling appliances just fine. Why are you getting into electric scooters now? Even your father never dealt with electric scooters. They're in a completely different market, Lu Shuye said, looking out for Zhou Yang. Instead of immediately discussing sales, he advised Zhou Yang to think carefully from the perspective of an elder. Lu Shuye had a valid point. The fields of electric scooters and home appliances are indeed quite different. However, Zhou Yang had the support of the superfactory system. He laughed and said over the phone, Uncle Lu, it's okay. I'm just inquiring to see if it's feasible. Alright then. A standard 48V lithium battery costs at least 500 yuan, and for higher capacity with fast charging, it's around 1,200 yuan. That's so expensive. Zhou Yang was surprised. No wonder electric scooters sell for thousands of yuan if the battery alone costs several hundred to over 1,000. Using such lithium batteries would mean his scooter would also cost thousands, which wouldn't align with Baidi's pricing strategy. Do you have any cheaper options? Zhou Yang asked. The cheaper ones are lead-acid batteries, the lowest being 60 yuan for a low-voltage one. But I advise against it. They have too many issues and poor safety. Most of the battery fires you hear about are caused by lead-acid batteries, Lu Shuye explained. Zhou Yang definitely wouldn't use something unsafe, no matter how cheap. His procurement standard was cheap, safe and practical. If it didn't meet these criteria, he wouldn't buy it. After further inquiries, Zhou Yang learned about two other types of batteries that were priced and safe between lead-acid and lithium batteries: graphene batteries and black gold batteries. These two types are essentially still lead-acid batteries, but with the addition of new materials like graphene, their safety and performance are significantly improved, and they are much cheaper than lithium batteries. Black gold batteries are essentially graphene batteries with added alloy materials, offering a slight performance boost. In terms of quality and price, the batteries rank as follows: lead-acid, graphene, black gold, and lithium. Above lithium batteries, various manufacturers have developed high-end batteries with even higher prices, which Zhou Yang didn't need to consider. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang chose graphene batteries, balancing safety and cost. However, even these graphene batteries weren't cheap. A 48V battery that provides at least 30 kilometers of range and doesn't take long to charge costs at least 105 yuan. This means the scooter cannot be sold at a two-figure price. For safety, the cost has to be sacrificed. To fully reduce the cost of electric scooters, Zhou Yang would need to establish his battery factory. Therefore, Zhou Yang chose a graphene battery worth 105 yuan. He realized that this performance wouldn't meet all customer needs, so he planned to introduce more options. Customers who want longer range and fast charging will have to pay more, allowing them to choose based on their needs. Next, Zhou Yang needed to select a motor. There are many types of motors available for electric scooters, and Zhou Yang consulted Uncle Lu for assistance. Uncle Lou found a batch of high-power motors at a significant discount, costing only 90% of the price of standard motors. Normally, motors wouldn't be this cheap. The reason for the low price was that these motors didn't comply with the national standards, as their actual output speed exceeded the 25 km/h limit. These motors were produced before the new regulations were enforced, back when manufacturers aimed for maximum power. However, with the new standards in place, these motors became unsellable, leaving manufacturers with a large unsold stock, which they had to sell at a reduced price. Zhou Yang saw this as a perfect opportunity and decided to test the motors. The system's inspection confirmed their quality, so he chose to use them. The reason Zhou Yang could use these motors was that his blueprint was for a mountain e-bike with variable speed. The built-in speed control device would limit the battery's output power to 25 km/h under normal conditions. However, when climbing hills, the high-power motor could fully utilize its power, maintaining a speed of 25 km/h even uphill. Once the climb was over, the system would automatically limit the battery output again, ensuring a consistent speed of 25 km/h. This feature gave his e-bike an advantage over other national standard-compliant electric bikes. What was considered a disadvantage for other companies became a custom-fit solution for Zhou Yang. With the motor settled, the next step was the tires. Tires are another significant cost component. High-quality tires, which are quiet, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing, can cost 700 to 800 yuan per pair. However, these did not align with Zhou Yang's goal. He sifted through the cheapest options with Uncle Liu's help and finally chose a basic set of tires. These tires were hard and only excelled in durability, with poor noise reduction and comfort. They were noisy and bumpy to ride on. But considering that BYD electric scooter buyers likely weren't seeking luxury, Zhou Yang prioritized low cost and durability over comfort. The total cost for the basic tires and wheels came to just 60 yuan. As for the body, it would be made using the factory's new injection molding line. Other small parts could also be produced in-house, further reducing costs. In the end, after including mirrors, a sponge seat cushion, and other components, the total cost of the electric scooter came to 267 yuan. This was the most expensive product Zhou Yang had ever produced. Still, he felt the price was too high and looked for further savings. However, the performance aspects couldn't be reduced any further, so he considered negotiating prices. Uncle Liu's prices were already very low, and unless Zhou Yang could guarantee an annual demand of over 1 million units, the manufacturer wouldn't offer a discount. As it was his first foray into the electric scooter market, Zhou Yang had no impressive sales record to leverage for price negotiations. If the product succeeded in the future, he could use BYD's sales performance to negotiate better prices, further reducing costs. For now, Zhou Yang decided to proceed and set the price of the electric scooter at 299 yuan. He was willing to earn less to ensure everyone could afford a convenient and practical electric scooter. The system prompted design complete. Please name the new electric scooter. After some thought, Zhou Yang decided to name it the D21, as it was BYD's first transportation product. The letter D stands for the pinyin D and electric, 2 signifies 2 wheels, and 1 indicates the first product in the series. If there's a second-generation electric bike, it will be called D22. The system confirmed D21 electric bike successfully modified. Zhou Yang now had the blueprint, but this time, there was no luck in hitting a jackpot to get ready-made molds. No matter, as the factory already had an injection molding process, making it an excellent opportunity for the workers to practice creating molds from scratch. Zhou Yang immediately began ordering parts. He handed the blueprint to Song Di, instructing him to gradually transition the manufacturing lines from washing machines to electric bikes. Given the higher price of 299 yuan compared to the previous standard price of 99 yuan, the new electric bike sales volume might not match other products. Therefore, only one production line was allocated for assembling the bikes, while the rest continued to produce washing machines, TVs, and other established products. This allocation seemed reasonable. Parts arrived quickly, thanks to BYD's strong reputation. Uncle Liu was willing to ship the parts in advance, as long as payments were settled on time. The main delay was in producing the injection molded shells, which would take a few days. Soon, the BYD D21 electric bike would be ready for market. Promoting the new product was the next step. Zhou Yang assigned this task to the designer Xiao Jiang, emphasizing the need for attractive promotional images highlighting compliance with the new national standards to ensure market acceptance. The release of BYD's new product announcement immediately sparked attention. People were astonished that BYD was venturing into vehicle manufacturing. The 299 yuan price for the electric bike and 389 yuan for the advanced model were significantly higher than other BaiDi products, which led to mixed reactions. Some skeptics claimed BaiD was revealing its true colors, using low prices to attract customers and then hiking prices. Loyal BaiD users, however, defended the company, arguing that even regular bicycles couldn't be found for 99 yuan, and that 299 yuan for an electric bike was still a bargain. Prospective buyers of new standard electric bikes decided to wait and see if BaiDi's offering lived up to expectations. At 299 yuan, the bike was very appealing. However, the higher price tag did affect its initial popularity, with some viewing it as too expensive and unsuitable for mountainous or rural areas. This led to a more cautious interest compared to other BaiD products. Zhou Yang wasn't bothered by the criticisms and insults. Every BaiDi product had faced backlash at launch, only to sell spectacularly. If one day the criticism stopped, Zhou Yang would worry that he had lost his touch and failed in his design. 4 days later, the first sample of the BaiD D21 electric bike rolled off the production line. 2 sample bikes were made initially due to the workers' lack of experience with the new injection molding process. Creating these samples ensured quality and allowed for final adjustments before full production. Zhou Yang was the first person to test the D21 electric bike. He found the seat to be comfortable and well suited to his build. It might be a bit small for someone significantly taller, but such individuals were not common, so the bike's design catered to the average user. "Director, please wear this helmet," said Vice Director Song Di, handing him a helmet. "Thank you." Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude. Safety was paramount, so he put on the helmet and pressed the start button. With a twist of the throttle, the D21 electric bike started up quickly, reaching its 25 km/h speed limit. After a couple of laps around the courtyard, Zhou Yang found the space too small for a thorough test. He rode out of the factory to test it on the road. The black and red electric bike looked quite sleek, and many passers-by turned to look at it as he rode by. The bike accelerated smoothly and stopped at the speed limit, which was well regulated. It wasn't that the motor couldn't go faster, the national standard restricted it to avoid fines. The brakes were steady, with no sharp noises, proving to be reliable. The steering was responsive, and the turn signals and headlights functioned correctly. Next, he needed to test the hill climbing feature. Zhou Yang found a hill, twisted the throttle to full, and rode up. Alongside him was another electric bike adhering to the national standard, climbing the hill at the same time. Halfway up, the other bike's power started to wane, slowing down. However, Zhou Yang's D21 maintained its 25 km/h speed, reaching the top effortlessly. At the peak, the bike's variable speed device reduced the battery output, keeping the speed steady at 25 km/h without exceeding the limit. Zhou Yang was very satisfied. As he was about to head back, the rider of the other bike, who had finally made it up the hill, called out, "Hey buddy, what brand is your bike? It's so fast uphill." "BaiD21," Zhou Yang replied. "BaiD21." The man was puzzled, saying he had never heard of it, and asked where to buy it. Zhou Yang explained that it hadn't been released yet, but would be available soon on the BaiDi online store. Returning to the company, Zhou Yang was greeted by a curious crowd eager to know how the test went. "It's great. I've tested most of the features. The last one is the battery life." Hearing this, Song Delaware called over a young man to ride the bike until the battery ran out to measure the endurance. Zhou Yang, however, thought that while this method was okay occasionally, it was too torturous in the long run. Using a machine for endurance testing would be much better. 30,000 yuan for a machine. Zhou Yang was taken aback by the high cost. That amount could produce many electric bikes. He wasn't willing to spend that much on testing equipment. Given the high cost of professional machines, Zhou Yang came up with a clever solution: buy a treadmill, set the speed, and have a mechanic weld a frame. With someone monitoring, it could be used for testing. A treadmill cost only 2 or 3,000 yuan, making it a highly economical choice. They quickly assembled 2 modified test machines that afternoon. The employees placed 2 fully charged D21 bikes on the treadmills and started the timers to test the endurance at different speeds. It wouldn't be long before they had the data. Previously, product testing was mostly assisted by the system, which could only determine basic functionality. Detailed data like battery life still required manual testing. The treadmill test rig was a temporary measure until BaiD could afford a professional product testing center, essential for international market entry. Zhou Yang eagerly awaited the test data. Once it was ready, he could submit it for approval. Upon passing, the bikes would be ready for sale. This dual approach ensured that by the time the approval process was complete, the warehouse would have 1,000 units ready to meet initial demand. After several days of continuous testing, the BYD T21 electric bike met all the national standards and received the necessary approvals for market release. A week later, the BYD T21 electric bike officially went on sale. As usual, the launch time was 10 a.m. Across major online platforms, BYD's D21 electric bike was available for purchase. At 10 a.m. sharp, the sales exploded. Hundreds of units were sold within seconds, and within a minute, over 1,000 units had been sold. Despite being BYD's most expensive product at a minimum price of 299 yuan, it did not dampen the customers' enthusiasm. While online reviews were mixed, many loyal customers still trusted BYD's reputation for quality and were willing to give it another chance. Among the buyers was the popular teardown blogger, Li Shuhang. Li Shuhang, who had previously purchased BYD products from the second-hand market at high prices, learned his lesson this time and bought the new release directly, avoiding the middleman markup. He didn't own an electric bike yet, and if this model met his expectations, he planned to keep it for himself. Simultaneously, people across the country were placing their orders, including Zhang Fugui, the village chief of Shili village. A devoted fan of BYD, Zhang Fugui had at least one of each of BYD's products in his home. He even bought several BYD tablets as gifts for his relatives' children, as they were inexpensive at 99 yuan each and made for impressive presents. This time he bought the electric bike for his wife, Jidajiao. Zhang Fugui used a motorcycle for his work, but since it required a driver's license and was too heavy for Jidajiao, who didn't have a license, she preferred to ride a bicycle. While this was manageable in the summer, it became quite a burden in the winter, especially in the mountainous terrain. When he learned that BYD had released an electric bike, Zhang Fugui immediately purchased one for his wife, trusting BYD's quality without even checking the detailed specifications online. 3 days later, a large package arrived at their home, containing the BYD T21 electric bike. At noon, Zhang Fugui and his wife unboxed it together. Cutting the straps and opening the cardboard box, they revealed a bike with sleek white lines and pink patterns. Jidajiao was immediately taken with its design, which was clearly intended for women. Thanks to BYD's own injection molding factory, the bike's shell came in various colors, with 8 options currently available. Designed by renowned designers based on the original blueprints, the bike not only avoided looking unattractive but was actually quite stylish. Zhang Fugui took the bike out and placed it on the ground, examining it closely. Everything was new shell, new tires, contrary to rumors that BYD used second-hand parts. With his experience in repairing equipment, Zhang Fugui could easily tell the difference, and this bike was undeniably brand new. He then encouraged his wife to give it a try. Jidajiao sat on the bike, finding it quite comfortable, although it lacked a helmet. Zhang Fugui checked the packaging but found only manuals and a charger, no helmet. Considering the bike cost only 299 yuan, expecting it to come with a helmet seemed unreasonable. He gave his own helmet to his wife and taught her how to operate the bike so she could get used to it. When Jidajiao twisted the throttle, the bike surged forward with surprising power, nearly causing her to lose her balance. "Be careful," Zhang Fugui reminded her. Jidajiao tried a few more times before she got the hang of the electric bike. She realized that she shouldn't twist the throttle all the way at once but rather do it gradually for a smoother acceleration. "Honey, riding this is so easy." Jidajiao quickly mastered the technique, finding it much simpler than riding a bicycle. She didn't have to maintain balance or pedal, which made it very effortless. "That's right, my smart wife," Zhang Fugui praised her. "This bike is great. BYD products are always such a bargain." After a short ride around, Jidajiao returned to the house, full of praise. Other electric bikes in the market cost at least 2,000 yuan to be usable in mountainous areas, but BYD's bike was both affordable and powerful enough for the hills, making it perfect for their needs. With that, their household added yet another BYD product. At the same time, unboxing blogger Li Shuhang received a large package containing the BYD 21 electric bike. Having learned from past experiences, he pre-ordered this time, avoiding the need to buy second-hand at a high price. Li Shuhang bought the 299 yuan model and spent extra on a high-capacity battery for backup, thus acquiring both configurations. The difference between the standard and the extended range versions of the D21 electric bike lay in the battery. Li Shuhang live-streamed the unboxing, drawing a sizable audience as BYD had become somewhat famous, and people were curious if this pricier model was worth it. The shell has greatly improved, and the color scheme is attractive. It's no wonder this bike cost 200 yuan more. It looks much better than the TV and washing machine. Li Shuhang immediately praised the appearance, noting that the in-house manufactured shell allowed for better materials and cost savings, which improved the quality. Next, he went downstairs to ride the bike, strapping his phone to his body for a first-person perspective. The bike's top speed of 25 km/h wasn't very fast, so he felt safe riding and talking to his viewers simultaneously. The acceleration is quite smooth, comparable to electric bikes in the 3,000 yuan range, he commented. This high praise turned into an advertisement, considering the D21 was only 299 yuan, a tenth of those prices. A viewer commented, "Host, you must have been paid off to say nice things about Bai.di." Li Shuhang responded, "My reviews are always honest, though they naturally carry some subjectivity. If you don't trust my review, you can check out other unboxing videos." As an established blogger, Li Shuhang understood the importance of maintaining his credibility. Many of his followers had bought tech products based on his recommendations and had good experiences. They urged him to ignore the criticism and focus on his review. Undeterred, Li Shuhang continued testing the bike. The brakes are responsive, though it's a bit bumpy over potholes. If comfort is a concern, consider a bike with advanced suspension or get a high elasticity sponge seat cushion. Maintaining speed uphill is impressive. I've only seen this in more expensive variable speed bikes. The fact that Baidi's 299 yuan bike has this feature is remarkable. He quickly identified the bike's key selling point, its variable speed function. Typically found only in high-end models, this feature alone made the 299 yuan price worthwhile, with everything else being a bonus. Baidi never ceases to surprise, he concluded. Li Shuhang rode several kilometers before returning home. He then brought the electric bike upstairs, ready for the disassembly process. Next, Li Shuhang disassembled the bike into a pile of parts. It was clear that the D21 electric bike had good quality components and craftsmanship. The motor had a recognizable model number that could be looked up online, confirming that these were not some unbranded, substandard products. Baidi maintained its reputation for being affordable yet legitimate. Upon checking each part, he found that all components met national standards, which was remarkable. For 299 yuan, getting a national standard electric bike was an excellent option for those with immediate needs. However, when reassembling the bike, Li Shuhang did mention a few shortcomings of the Baidi D21. One was the lack of comfort. The second was that it didn't come with a lock or helmet, which had to be purchased separately, and the third was that it was only available online, with no physical stores for test rides. He advised viewers to watch reviews thoroughly and decide if it suited their needs before purchasing. Returning the bike could be costly, with shipping fees nearing the price of half the bike, making it not worthwhile. After completing his review, Li Shuhang decided to keep the D21 bike for himself. Its performance was sufficient, and it was affordable, making it ideal for his daily commuting needs. Although he owned a car, the electric bike was more convenient for trips to the market, with no parking issues and the ability to navigate through traffic jams easily. It was even handy for riding through the market itself, an advantage cars couldn't offer. Li Shuhang then uploaded his review video online. He wasn't the only one reviewing the Baidi electric bike. His was a neutral assessment. However, there were also dissenting opinions. One automotive review blogger named Xiao Pingping had a completely opposite view. In his review video, Xiao Pingping harshly criticized the Baidi D21. Stingy company, doesn't include any accessories. The shell material is poor, scratches easily, and looks awful. The tires are too hard. The shock absorption is bad, and it's uncomfortable to sit on. The headlight is too dim, making night riding dangerous. The battery life is too short, and there's no fast charging. It takes hours to charge, which is inconvenient if you need it urgently. The noise level is high, it sounds like a motorcycle. Xiao Pingping listed 7 major flaws, dubbing them the 7 deadly sins of the Baidi D21, and concluded with, "It's a junk bike, not recommended for purchase." This left many online users confused. With both positive and negative reviews, they were unsure whom to believe. As a result, the comment section erupted in debates. Many turned to the account Baidi Master tagging Zhou Yang, hoping to see how the owner of Baidi would respond to these accusations and negative feedback. Soon, Zhou Yang, browsing the internet after work, noticed the situation. His product was under attack by a critic. He couldn't let this slide and decided to address the issue directly. Seeing Zhou Yang appear, many onlookers quickly settled in with snacks and drinks, ready for some drama. I admit that the Baidi D21 electric bike has its shortcomings, but it's not as terrible as blogger Xiao Pingping claimed. It works fine for normal use. Certainly, compared to electric bikes costing 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, it falls short in terms of comfort and accessories. However, in a market economy, Our BYD-21 electric bike simply offers consumers an additional choice. If you don't like it or it doesn't meet your requirements, you can choose another brand. We at BYD never force consumers to buy our products. Please make purchases rationally. Zhou Yang replied under Xiao Pingping's post. This response left those waiting for a heated argument stunned. The owner of BYD didn't resort to insults, which was surprising. Most other business owners would have lost their temper and lashed out. The online community quickly realized that no one was being forced to buy BYD products. If they didn't like it, they could spend 10 times more on a high-end electric bike with additional features like a helmet, lock, comfortable seat, and silent operation. Criticizing a 299 yuan electric bike this harshly seemed unfair. It's like comparing a basic Nokia phone to an iPhone 14. Both are phones, but the iPhone clearly has more features. However, you wouldn't call the basic phone garbage just because it lacks advanced features. Price matters, and you get what you pay for. It's unreasonable to expect a budget product to perform like a premium one. Some rational netizens argued that as long as BYD's product quality was decent, there was no problem. You could choose not to buy it, but there was no need to slander it. So, why did so many people online keep attacking BYD? Rational netizens hinted at obvious reasons: competition and interests. I think BYD's electric bike is pretty good, some users commented briefly before logging off to get ready for work the next day. Lu Baojian was one such worker who bought the BYD-21 electric bike. He had received it 3 days ago and found it very smooth to ride. Charging it every night, it had become an essential part of his daily commute. Coming from a poor family with elderly parents and younger siblings to support, Lu Baojian had started working before finishing middle school to help with household expenses. Every month, he sent most of his salary home, keeping only a few hundred yuan for himself. Last month, his factory relocated, and the new dormitory was 5 to 6 kilometers from the factory. Most workers either rode bicycles or bought electric bikes for the commute, as walking took too long, especially with their 12-hour shifts. However, electric bikes cost 2 to 3,000 yuan, even second-hand ones were over 1,000, while a basic Phoenix bicycle cost 500 yuan, equivalent to Lu Baojian's monthly living expenses. To save money for a bicycle, he decided to skip a meal every day, planning to save enough in 2 months without reducing the money sent home. Often hungry, he drank water to fill his stomach, never complaining. During this time, he occasionally got rides from co-workers, but mostly walked, spending over an hour commuting each way, even after exhausting work shifts. Then someone recommended the BYD-21 electric bike, which was cheaper than a bicycle and faster. A round trip to work would take just 20 minutes. Isn't it too cheap to be real? Lu Baojian was skeptical, having heard about many online scams. It's BYD's product, rest assured. Remember the tablet and TV in the nearby dorms? Those were BYD's, a coworker reassured him. Upon hearing this, Lu Baojian's eyes lit up. BYD's affordability had already won the hearts of many workers like him. Oh, it's BYD's product? Then I'll buy it. Lu Baojian made up his mind. Although 299 yuan was still a significant amount, he had already saved up by skipping meals. For half the price of a bicycle, he could afford an electric bike. So he asked a coworker to help him purchase one online since he was still using an outdated phone that couldn't access the internet. 3 days later, when Lu Baojian received his BYD electric bike, he rode it and felt incredibly comfortable. A slight twist of the throttle, and the bike zoomed forward, much faster than walking. Great. Really great. Lu Baojian couldn't stop smiling. He felt it was the best value for money he had ever spent, and he eagerly told his family about it during a phone call. Son, how could you buy an electric bike? That's so expensive. His family was shocked to hear he had bought an electric bike, urging him to return it immediately. They insisted it was too costly, as the family still had younger siblings to send to school and elderly parents needing medication. The 2 to 3,000 yuan spent on a bike could be put to much better use. Mom, I bought a BYD electric bike. It wasn't that expensive, only 299 yuan, Lu Baojian said with pride in his voice. He wasn't someone who neglected his family's needs. Some miscellaneous small parts cost around 3 to 4,000 yuan, which doesn't create much of a difference from other high-end models. Perhaps this approach of overloading features is flawed. Zhou Yang thought about it and decided to pause the design of the high-end flagship model. Instead, he would focus on the standard version first. Once he became more familiar with the smartphone market, he would revisit the high-end model. Now, continuing with the design of the standard version, besides the processor, the next significant cost factor is the screen. The screen alone can account for nearly half of the phone's cost. Additionally, the screen directly affects the phone's appearance and size. impacting its overall aesthetic. For a low-end, mass-market screen, it doesn't need to be top-notch. As long as it's not too fragile and doesn't strain the eyes, slightly lower performance can be tolerated. Unlike TVs, smartphones don't require exceptionally high display performance. Last time, when procuring screens for the Z1 tablet, Zhou Yang had established connections with several screen manufacturers. He attempted to contact them directly, but they didn't take him seriously because they hadn't heard of the Baidu brand. This wasn't surprising since Baidu had only made waves in a few categories and hadn't ventured into smartphones. It was normal for these specialized phone screen manufacturers not to recognize him. This created an awkward situation. If they didn't take him seriously, building trust would take too long. It was better to approach someone familiar. Uncle Liu's screens, being sourced from major distributors, went through an additional intermediary, making them less cost-effective. Zhou Yang needed to find another contact. Lin Shuai, who had previously ordered custom screens for the Baidu i41 TV, came to mind. Zhou Yang called him to see if he could connect him with a phone screen manufacturer. "Sure. I have a friend whose family runs a screen factory," Lin Shuai said casually, showcasing his impressive connections. He mentioned that the custom TV screens last time were ordered from his friend's factory. Zhou Yang asked him to help arrange a contact as he needed custom phone screens that were cheap and durable, emphasizing that the cheaper, the better. "Everyone wants cheap stuff, but you should talk directly to my friend. I'll send you his WeChat contact," Lin Shuai replied, sending Zhou Yang a WeChat contact card. Zhou Yang added the contact and introduced himself as Lin Shuai's friend, making them friends by association. "Hello," greeted Wu Baoliang, the screen dealer, with a standard salutation. "Hi, I want to buy phone screens that are cheap and durable, in large quantities," Zhou Yang stated plainly, putting his requirements out in the open. "Oh? No other specifications? What about size?" Wu Baoliang asked. "The size doesn't matter. Whatever size is the cheapest, I'll take it," Zhou Yang replied. Hearing this, Wu Baoliang laughed. It was the first time he had encountered such a buyer. Typically, phone manufacturers' designers have pre-made blueprints and purchase screens based on those specifications, after which the screen manufacturer quotes a price. Zhou Yang's approach, where size was secondary to cost, suggested that his company might be designing around available screens rather than the other way around. This unique method was quite uncommon in the industry. Wu Baoliang suddenly remembered that his factory had a batch of surplus phone panels. While current phone manufacturers favored screens of 6.6 inches or larger, these panels could only be cut into smaller 6-inch screens. Due to their lower performance, they had been left unsold. If Zhou Yang could accept 6-inch screens, they could be sold at a lower price, effectively clearing out old stock. Wu Baoliang said, 6-inch flat panel TFT screen, 1080p 60Hz, minimum order of 800,000 units, each priced at 78 yuan. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. It was surprisingly cheap, but he wasn't too familiar with the specifics of TFT screens, so he quickly searched for more information online. Superfactory system, no need to search. This system contains all the data on various electronic products. The system provided Zhou Yang with information on TFT screens. TFT, or thin film transistor, is a type of active matrix LCD. TFT screens have a fast response time of around 80 milliseconds, a wide viewing angle of approximately 130 degrees, high brightness, good contrast, strong layering and vibrant colors. The downside is that they consume more power. The only drawback is higher power consumption. That's perfect. Zhou Yang realized he had found the right person. He didn't expect such a low price, but the order requirement was daunting: 800,000 units. This was something a small phone manufacturer couldn't afford unless they were sure their phones would sell. "Alright, I'll take it," Zhou Yang decided. Although this screen was twice as expensive as the one used for the Z1 tablet, its performance was much better, making it a great value. It was also more than 15 yuan cheaper than the screens from Uncle Liu. "Are you sure about the 6-inch size? That's considered quite small for a phone screen these days," Wu Baoliang reminded him. Indeed, even the relatively small iPhone 14 has a 6.1-inch screen. People generally prefer larger screens, finding smaller ones less appealing and harder on the eyes. "No problem," Zhou Yang replied. Size wasn't his priority. Saving a few dozen yuan per unit was more important. His target market likely wouldn't care about screen size. If they wanted a larger screen, he could always add a communication module to the Z1 tablet, letting them use a 10-inch screen for calls, satisfying those who preferred bigger displays. With the screen decided, Wu Baoliang sent Zhou Yang an electronic contract. Signing it would allow production to start. Thanks to technological advancements, electronic contracts were quick, convenient, and secure. Zhou Yang signed the electronic contract, and upon paying the deposit within 7 working days, production and shipment of the screens would begin. With the screens sorted, Zhou Yang moved on to other components. For storage, he chose 64 GB to 128 GB. For those needing more space, he included a slot for expansion, allowing up to 1 TB. For chargers, he opted for 18W slow chargers from Uncle Lu, aligning with the good enough principle. Even the charging cable cost less than 8 yuan, fitting the product's positioning. Despite slow charging, it wasn't a significant drawback since many users had managed with Apple's 5V1A chargers for years. As for speakers, microphones, cameras, and other parts, Zhou Yang selected low-end models that were functional and cost-effective, each costing just a few dozen yuan. With screws, plastic cases, and other small parts decided, the phone design was almost complete. Unlike other electronics that could be finalized and named, phones required an operating system. The main mobile operating systems today are Google's Android, Apple's iOS, and Huawei's HarmonyOS. Non-mainstream systems like Symbian and Windows have been phased out. Since Apple's iOS is proprietary, Zhou Yang had to choose between Android and HarmonyOS. Android, the choice of most manufacturers, had a robust software ecosystem. Its ability to compete with iOS for years proved its strength. HarmonyOS, developed by Huawei, was also excellent, with 570 million users already providing a solid user base. Wait, why must we use someone else's OS? Can't we develop our own? Zhou Yang suddenly wondered. Using another company's OS felt like losing face as a system owner. Of course you can. The Super Factory system immediately responded. This system includes a fully proprietary mobile OS compatible with both Android and HarmonyOS applications. It enhances phone performance by 15%, offers smoother operation than current systems, and is bug-free. It's currently at version 1.0. Would you like to use the new OS? Really? Of course I want it, Zhou Yang said excitedly. The complete mobile OS code is available for download. You may name it, the system replied. Zhou Yang thought for a moment. Since his factory was called by the White Emperor, he decided to give the OS a mythical name. He named it Xuan Nu Mystic Lady Mobile OS. A White Emperor and a Mystic Lady were a perfect pair. By the One phone, paired with a Xuan Nu 1. Wu Baoliang said. A 6-inch TFT flat panel screen, 1080p, 60 Hz. Orders of 800,000 units or more are priced at 78 yuan per piece. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. The price was surprisingly low, but he wasn't familiar with the specifics of TFT screens, so he quickly looked them up online. Super Factory system, no need to search. This system contains all the data on various electronic products. The system provided Zhou Yang with information on TFT screens. TFT, or thin film transistor, is a type of active matrix LCD. TFT screens have a fast response time of around 80 milliseconds, a wide viewing angle of approximately 130 degrees, high brightness, good contrast, strong layering, and vibrant colors. The downside is that they consume more power. The only drawback is higher power consumption? That's perfect. Zhou Yang realized he had found the right person. He didn't expect such a low price, but the order requirement was daunting: 800,000 units. This was something a small phone manufacturer couldn't afford unless they were sure their phones would sell. Alright, I'll take it, Zhou Yang decided. Although this screen was twice as expensive as the one used for the Z1 tablet, its performance was much better, making it a great value. It was also more than 15 yuan cheaper than the screens from Uncle Lu. Are you sure about the 6-inch size? That's considered quite small for a phone screen these days, Wu Baoliang reminded him. Indeed, even the relatively small iPhone 14 has a 6.1-inch screen. People generally prefer larger screens, finding smaller ones less appealing and harder on the eyes. No problem, Zhou Yang replied. Size wasn't his priority. Saving a few dozen yuan per unit was more important. His target market likely wouldn't care about screen size. If they wanted a larger screen, he could always add a communication module to the Z1 tablet, letting them use a 10-inch screen for calls, satisfying those who preferred bigger displays. With the screen decided, Wu Baoliang sent Zhou Yang an electronic contract. Signing it would allow production to start. Thanks to technological advancements, electronic contracts were quick, convenient, and secure. Zhou Yang signed the electronic contract, and upon paying the deposit within 7 working days, production and shipment of the screens would begin. With the screen sorted, Zhou Yang moved on to other components. For storage, he chose 64 GB to 128 GB. For those needing more space, he included a slot for expansion, allowing up to 1 TB. For chargers, he opted for 18W slow chargers from Uncle Lu, aligning with the good enough principle. Even the charging cable cost less than 8 yuan, fitting the product's positioning. Despite slow charging, it wasn't a significant drawback since many users had managed with Apple's 5V1A chargers for years. As for speakers, microphones, cameras, and other parts, Zhou Yang selected low-end models that were functional and cost-effective, each costing just a few dozen yuan. With screws, plastic cases, and other small parts decided, the phone design was almost complete. Unlike other electronics that could be finalized and named, phones required an operating system. The main mobile operating systems today are Google's Android, Apple's iOS, and Huawei's HarmonyOS. Non-mainstream systems like Symbian and Windows have been phased out. Since Apple's iOS is proprietary, Zhou Yang had to choose between Android and HarmonyOS. Android, the choice of most manufacturers, had a robust software ecosystem. Its ability to compete with iOS for years proved its strength. HarmonyOS, developed by Huawei, was also excellent, with 570 million users already providing a solid user base. Wait, why must we use someone else's OS? Can't we develop our own? Zhou Yang suddenly wondered. Using another company's OS felt like losing face as a system owner. Of course you can. The Superfactory system immediately responded. This system includes a fully proprietary mobile OS compatible with both Android and HarmonyOS applications. It enhances phone performance by 15%, offers smoother operation than current systems, and is bug-free. It's currently at version 1.0. Would you like to use the new OS? Really? Of course I want it, Zhou Yang said excitedly. The complete mobile OS code is available for download. You may name it, the system replied. Zhou Yang thought for a moment. Since his factory was called Bai White Emperor, he decided to give the OS a mythical name. He named it Xuan Nu Mystic Lady Mobile OS. A White Emperor and a Mystic Lady were a perfect pair. Bai D1 phone, paired with Xuan Nu 1. The Superfactory system beeped. The new phone has been successfully designed and optimized. The compatibility between the phone and the operating system is 130%. Please name it. Zhou Yang was astonished by the 130% compatibility. However, after using the simulated phone interface provided by the system, he realized the extraordinary performance. The Xuan Nu OS and Bai Di phone were indeed a perfect match, creating a synergistic effect greater than any other OS. He felt like he had struck gold. Now, he needed a catchy name for this fortress of a phone. Given the industry trend of naming phones with brand and number combinations, he decided to name his phone Bai D1, symbolizing the first generation of Bai D phones. For future flagship models, he would use names like Bai D1 Pro, Bai D1 Pro Max, and other suffixes like Plus and Ultra for upgraded versions. These naming conventions would suffice. Superfactory system Bai D1 phone design successful. Zhou Yang obtained the hard-earned phone blueprints and called the deputy factory director, Song Dei, handing him the designs. Phone Song Delaware exclaimed, excitedly examining the blueprints. He was particularly thrilled because phones were highly profitable. Manufacturers frequently released new models, advertised heavily, and invested in marketing. Phones had become indispensable, with people using them more than any other electronic device. Baidu's previous products, including tablets, TVs, washing machines, and electric bikes, were well received. If the phone was produced, it would likely dominate the market and generate significant profits. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar Xuan Nu system, Song Delaware voiced his concerns. Why not use Android? This Xuan Nu system is unknown and might have bugs, he suggested, reasonably cautious. Don't worry, Xuan Nu is our in-house developed system, and it's very reliable, Zhou Yang assured him. In-house developed? Since when? Song Delaware was puzzled. Although he was old, he kept up with new knowledge and knew that developing a mobile OS required extensive programming. He had never seen Zhou Yang spend long hours on a computer, so when did he develop an OS? I worked on it with friends during my university years, Zhou Yang said, resorting to a white lie. Impressive. You have quite the connections and talented friends. Little Zhou. Song Delaware praised him and immediately took the blueprints to the workshop. He needed to arrange molds, manufacture phone cases, and start producing small parts. He also had to coordinate with the warehouse for the arrival of other components and begin assembly. Employee training was essential, as they had never made such precise products before. Song Delaware's responsibilities were significant, and he quickly set to work, putting in extra hours to get everything done. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, despite having designed the phone, still had tasks to complete, such as calculating the phone's price and cost. The main components, the processor and screen, accounted for more than half the phone's total cost. Other parts were minimized, relying on in-house components and plastic cases. The the total cost of the Bai-Di-1 phone came to about 240 yuan. Based on previous pricing strategies, it seemed reasonable to sell the 64GB base model for 299 yuan. However, Zhou Yang felt this price was still too high, comparable to that of an electric bike. After some thought, he decided to lower the price further, aiming for a more shocking value. He believed the phone would sell well and planned to offset the loss through volume sales. Zhou Yang finally set the price at 288 yuan. This pricing meant a profit of over 40 yuan per phone. With an estimated sale of 1 million units, the profit would exceed 40 million yuan, which was quite substantial. Thus, the final price of the Bai-Di-1 phone was set at an astonishing 288 yuan. This price seemed unremarkable, comparable to some budget phones, but paired with decent hardware and the enhanced Suan New OS, the user experience matched that of phones in the 2,000 yuan range. Consumers would be able to enjoy a high-end experience for a fraction of the price, which was highly appealing. Zhou Yang was confident that once people used the Bai-Di-1 phone, they would recognize its value. With the preliminary work for phone production complete, only promotion and manufacturing remained. Promoting new products was something Zhou Yang had done multiple times. The first step was to create promotional images. With the specifications of the Bai-Di-1 phone finalized, the next step was promotion. Zhou Yang asked Zhao Jiang, the graphic designer, to start designing the promotional images. Zhou Yang accessed the phone's promotional images from the system, which featured a front-facing photo. For the price section, he instructed Zhao Jiang to use 3 question marks, indicating that the phone's price would be in the triple digits, but the exact amount would be revealed just before the launch. To create more buzz, he decided to announce the proprietary system along with the price. Zhou Yang had learned from past product launches, where items sold out quickly, and production couldn't keep up, leading to some negative feedback. This time, he planned to ensure sufficient stock before starting sales to avoid similar issues. The promotional image was only published on Baidu's online store, and not through any external advertisements, following Baidu's tradition. A company needs to profit from its products, and advertising costs would ultimately reflect in the product price. Hence, Baidu aimed to minimize advertising expenses to keep prices low, relying on word-of-mouth promotion from satisfied customers. When the promotional image for the Bai-Di-1 phone was released, netizens were stunned by Baidu's seemingly haphazard product line. Starting with the Z1 tablet, followed by the television, washing machine, and most recently, the highly successful electric vehicle, the products seemed unrelated. The tablet belongs to digital products, the television and washing machine to home appliances, and the electric vehicle to transportation. Even large appliance groups like Haier and Midea do not cover such diverse product lines because each company has its strengths and familiar markets. Venturing into unfamiliar territory often requires paying a price for the learning curve, with more failures than successes. Baidu seemed unaware of the difficulties of starting new ventures. Despite the electric vehicle's success, instead of capitalizing on it by selling related products like bicycles or helmets, they decided to enter the highly competitive and mature domestic smartphone market. This was seen as an extremely risky move. Baidu is getting ahead of itself. Instead of focusing on their successful electric vehicles, they are developing a phone. Do they think the smartphone market will be as easy to conquer with low prices? Exactly, cheap phones are useless. I bought a 600 yuan big screen phone for my dad, and it was so slow it was unusable. After downloading WeChat and Alipay, there was no space left. What good is a low price if the phone is just digital junk? I wouldn't take it even if it was free. Why not? You can trade it for a stainless steel wash basin. This time, netizens were even more skeptical about the Bai-Di-1 phone than previous products. Unlike other appliances, a phone is a necessity, and almost everyone already owns one. Convincing people to replace their current phones with the Bai-Di-1 would be challenging. The most popular phones now range from 1,000 to 2,999 yuan, offering a balance of price and performance that appeals to the majority. Extremely cheap phones are usually so slow they are almost unusable, which is why Apple phones, known for their longevity, are highly regarded. Most people were not optimistic about Baidu's phone. However, some said that if the phone were priced at 100 yuan, it might be worth considering. At 100 yuan, it would be cheaper than even basic feature phones, making it a suitable gift for elderly parents who have plenty of time and wouldn't mind the occasional lag. 100 yuan is the lowest 3-digit price possible. That seems unlikely. Netizens found it hard to believe. Even buying a screen and a case online costs more than 100 yuan, let alone a complete new phone. It would only be feasible if the phone was made from obsolete components assembled together. It's probably made from outdated parts. After all, the Z1 tablet was assembled from old components. This phone likely relies on ultra-low prices to attract low-income customers. With the Byte One phone's price yet to be announced, online discussions were lively but largely dismissive. Some loyal Byte customers expressed interest, but decided to wait for the price announcement. If the phone was indeed affordable, they might buy one. Otherwise, there was no need to replace their current budget phones. As netizens continued their heated discussions, Zhou Yang received notice from his superiors that leader Li Ju would visit Byte for an inspection. Zhou Yang didn't make extensive preparations. Byte would be the same as usual, with only a welcome banner at the entrance and a cleanup of the factory premises. At 10 a.m., as scheduled, the leaders arrived outside the Byte factory. 4 cars brought more than 10 people, all officials from Shen Town's Commerce Department, led by Director Li Ju, visiting Byte, the newly significant taxpayer. Welcome, leaders, for your guidance. Zhou Yang and Song Delaware stood at the factory entrance to welcome the visitors. Oh, so you're Zhou Yang, the owner of Byte, Li Ju asked with great curiosity. Although he knew from the files that Byte had only flourished after a young owner took over, seeing Zhou Yang in person and realizing just how young he was still took him by surprise. Yes, Director Lai. Please, come in. Zhou Yang warmly invited the leaders to tour the factory. A large group of leaders followed Zhou Yang into the factory. The Byte factory grounds were clean and well maintained, with some flowers and trees adding to the pleasant atmosphere. Inside the workshop, the employees were busy with production. The factory's main product had shifted from electric vehicles to smartphones. Seeing the workers assembling phones, Li Ju was curious. He remembered that Byte's hot-selling products didn't include smartphones. Aren't your electric vehicles selling well? Why aren't they being produced? Li Ju asked. Oh, our factory is transitioning. We've outsourced the production of electric vehicles to our peers, while we focus on manufacturing smartphones, Zhou Yang explained. Oh, I see. Li Ju found Byte quite fascinating. Outsourcing a best-selling product to produce an untested new one showed remarkable boldness from Zhou Yang. However, he had no objections to outsourcing. In fact, one of the factories now producing Byte's electric vehicles was a local company in Shen Town, previously on the brink of bankruptcy. The orders from Byte had stabilized it, proving that Byte not only contributed significantly to taxes but also supported other businesses, making a substantial positive impact. Curious, Li Ju picked up a newly assembled phone from the production line. It felt compact and well-built, earning his nod of approval. Byte's approach seemed fundamentally different from other companies. Li Ju instructed his subordinates to promote Byte's successful practices, emphasizing the need for modern enterprises to swiftly adapt to the ever-changing market. His subordinates took note and planned to implement this promotional effort. However, this strategy was well known but rarely successfully executed. Only someone like Zhou Yang, backed by the superfactory system, could confidently pivot the company's focus so decisively. As Director Li Ju concluded the tour, he noticed something intriguing that caught his attention. Li Ju observed that all the workers in Byte's factory were older, with hardly any young people in their 20s around. Curious, he asked Zhou Yang about it. Our factory only hires employees over 35 years old, who have been laid off, Zhou Yang replied. The leaders were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard of a company that actively recruited workers over 35. Typically, middle-aged workers were the main force behind labor disputes. After working for years, they often got laid off under the guise of optimization, receiving a hefty severance but struggling to find suitable new jobs. Many ended up doing gig work, delivering food, driving taxis, or working as freelancers, with many living tough lives. So why did Byte go against the trend and specifically hire workers over 35? Because it's my family's tradition, Zhou Yang revealed, surprising the visiting leaders even more. A family tradition? That's interesting, Director Li Ju chuckled. Zhou Yang seriously explained, it's something my father insisted on. He said that other companies are heartless, discarding workers after using them up, but Byte shouldn't contribute to such a negative trend. Besides, workers over 35 appreciate their jobs more and tend to be more diligent. Since Byte doesn't involve too much physical labor, hiring middle-aged employees is more beneficial than harmful. Impressive, very insightful. Director Li Ju couldn't help but praise Zhou Yang. The young entrepreneur had left a profound impression on him. He planned to promote Byte's practices as a model for other companies nationwide, emphasizing the need to balance profit with social stability. Byte was exemplary in this regard, and it deserved recognition. After the tour, as the leaders were leaving, Director Li Ju, seated in the car, told his subordinates, "We must support enterprises like this." Understood, they replied. His subordinates promptly took action, and not long after, Zhou Yang received some good news. Baidu Electric was recognized by the city as a civilized enterprise promoting new trends, earning a tax reduction. Based on their monthly revenue, this would save them at least 1 million yuan annually, a substantial benefit. This is great. Zhou Yang wasn't particularly moved by awards, but the tax reduction was a tangible reward. It seemed that hiring employees over 35 and contributing to society had indeed paid off. However, the surprises didn't end there. The system promptly notified him of an additional reward. You have received an official reward from Shen Town, earning you an honorary recognition. As a commendation, the system grants you a press conference. Keep up the good work. A press conference. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. He had seen other big brands hold press conferences, but had never experienced one himself. Holding a press conference required both money and fame, and Baidu, not yet a household name, lacked the funds and the recognition to pull one off. Now, with the system granting him this opportunity, it couldn't have come at a better time. His Baidu One smartphone needed a promotional push. It was like being given a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. Zhou Yang decided to make the most of it. He announced the news on his social media account. Baidu Electric will hold a press conference in 1 week for the launch of the Baidu One smartphone, hosted by factory director Zhou Yang himself. The event will be streamed live online. Stay tuned. This announcement immediately sparked a wave of mockery from netizens. Wow! A press conference for just one product. Is this focused or just pathetic? Other companies hire beautiful spokesmodels for their launches, but Baidu can't even afford one. The boss has to do it himself. Stick to selling electric bikes and washing machines. What's the point of getting into the smartphone market? Is Xiaomi not cheap enough, or are Apple's sales too low? What competition can Baidu's low-end products offer? Most people doubted the success of the press conference. After all, the market was flooded with cheap smartphones, and without a performance advantage, what was the point of buying another one? The last time an appliance manufacturer tried to break into the smartphone market, it was Gree, and their expensive phone ended up only being sold to their own employees, becoming a laughingstock in the industry. Even some of Baidu's previous supporters expressed concern, thinking the company was getting ahead of itself. Making good TVs and washing machines didn't necessarily mean they could successfully make smartphones, which were far more technologically demanding. Don't worry, Baidu. If you fail this time, just go back to making affordable appliances. We still love you. Some mischievous netizens even forwarded Zhou Yang's press conference announcement to companies like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Huawei, teasing them about a new giant entering the smartphone market. The established smartphone manufacturers hadn't heard of Baidu. Known in the home appliance and electric vehicle sectors, Baidu was a non-entity in the smartphone industry. Official accounts of well-known smartphone companies dismissed it as spam, ignoring it entirely. Some even posted playful "I'm so scared" memes, mocking the announcement while showing they didn't take Baidu seriously. A quick search revealed that Baidu Electric had a registered capital of just 100,000 yuan, not even enough to run a single online ad for these companies. The closest product Baidu had was a 99 yuan knockoff tablet, causing laughter among the smartphone company employees who viewed it as a joke. They thought the netizens were wasting their time by tagging them. A small company like Baidu making smartphones wasn't something they would even acknowledge. As the press conference date approached, Zhou Yang spent his days in the factory, testing the newly produced Baidu One smartphone. He had already started using it, becoming the world's first Baidu phone user. Thanks to the optimized Dushuanu system, even with the Snapdragon 660 processor, the phone ran everyday applications smoothly, handled TikTok, online shopping, and voice chats without a hitch, and even ran the popular game Genshin Impact at about 30 frames per second on lower settings without overheating. With the Shuanu 1.0 system, the phone fully utilized its hardware capabilities. Zhou Yang found it very user-friendly, comparable to phones costing 1 or 2,000 yuan. The only downside was the camera and sound system, which for cost reasons were basic. The external speaker was just adequate, and the camera, with a 13-megapixel sensor, was on par with older cameras, lacking macro and wide-angle capabilities. For higher quality cameras and features, they would have to wait for future flagship models. The Baidu One smartphone was meant to be a volume seller. Now, everything was ready. The success of the Baidu One smartphone would be determined by the outcome of tomorrow's press conference. The next day finally arrived, marking the date of the press conference. A large crowd of journalists, over 20 in total, had gathered outside Baidu Company's premises in the morning. These reporters hailed from well-known local and national media outlets, all there to cover the launch of the new Baidu One smartphone. This turnout surprised many who had expected Baidi, a small company, to only attract a handful of minor reporters. They speculated that Baidi must have spent a considerable amount of money to draw such media attention. They were right, the media presence wasn't due to Baidi's inherent influence but rather the impact of the system-provided press conference. To save costs, the press conference wasn't held in a rented hotel or conference hall. Instead, a makeshift venue was set up inside Baidi's factory, with a tent and some benches for the media. The setting was simple and straightforward. Unlike many high-tech, sophisticated press conferences, the Baidi One smartphone launch was quite down to earth. A large poster of the Baidi smartphone served as the backdrop, with the price details covered by a red cloth to add an element of mystery. The journalists whispered among themselves, puzzled by the primitive setup and unsure why their bosses had sent them there. In reality, the superfactory system had orchestrated their attendance through a series of coincidences, such as their bosses stumbling upon news about Baidi or recommendations from friends. Consequently, familiar faces from various media outlets found themselves gathered at Baidi. Let's get this over with quickly. We have plans to grab a drink with some colleagues afterward, thought many of the journalists impatiently. At 9:30 a.m., the Baidi smartphone press conference began right on time. Unable to afford a glamorous product manager, Zhou Yang took the stage himself to present. "Hello everyone, welcome friends from the media." He started with a greeting and waved to the audience, but the anticipated applause didn't follow. The journalists didn't know who Zhou Yang was, so they saw no reason to clap. Zhou Yang felt a bit awkward. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, applause broke out from the audience. It was Jiang Shuqi from the Business Reporter. She was the first journalist to cover Baidi and had watched the company grow. She knew Baidi's potential and believed that if they were holding a press conference, they must have achieved a significant breakthrough. Joining her applause were a few of the office staff from Baidi, who deeply admired Zhou Yang. They were proud of how he had transformed Baidi from a debt-ridden company on the brink of bankruptcy into a profitable and popular enterprise in just 2 to 3 months. Their applause was heartfelt and enthusiastic. Seeing these genuine claps, other journalists gave a few obligatory claps, making the press conference atmosphere feel more typical. Thank you all for coming. Let's get to the main event. Today, we are unveiling Baidi's first smartphone, the Baidi One. This phone features our self-developed Xuanu 1.0 system, Zhou Yang continued. With our self-developed Xuanu 1.0 system, a 6-inch screen, and a Snapdragon processor, the Baidi One smartphone can smoothly run the most popular mobile games, Zhou Yang announced confidently from the stage. The journalists were taken aback. Apart from Huawei, no other Chinese manufacturer had developed their own operating system. This was a historic moment. However, doubts quickly arose. Was this self-developed OS any good? Would it have compatible apps? Anticipating these questions, Zhou Yang explained that the Xuanu system was compatible with both Android and HarmonyOS applications, assuring everyone that they could download apps without worry. Compatible with HarmonyOS and Android? Is this an Android shell or a HarmonyOS shell? The journalists were puzzled. As Zhou Yang demonstrated the Xuanu system's interface, its smooth operation impressed them. He then launched a game of Honor of Kings on the Baidi One, showcasing its fluid performance. The phone seemed decent. I guess this phone is priced between 1 to 2,000 yuan. Nothing special except for the self-developed OS, a male reporter murmured. Jiang Shuqi, overhearing him, interjected, "You might not have noticed, but Baidi had previously released promotional images stating that the price would be in the 3-digit range. Given Baidi's style, this phone won't cost more than 350 yuan. What? 350 yuan? The male reporter from the Capital News laughed out loud. If this phone sells for under 350 yuan, I'll eat it. Other journalists laughed too, mocking Jiang Shuqi for her naivete. They believed the phone's specs indicated a price range of at least 1 to 2,000 yuan, especially with a self-developed system, which would have cost millions in research and development. They considered a price below 1,500 yuan impossible, making Jiang Shuqi's claim of 350 yuan seem absurdly naive. Embarrassed but resolute, Jiang Shuqi retorted, "All right, let's make a bet. If the Baidi One sells for under 350 yuan, you eat it. If it's over 350, I'll eat it." The other reporters found this amusing and continued to mock her. The male reporter from Capital News responded, "If I win, you don't have to eat the phone. Just put on some high heels and dance for us." Deal. Jiang Shuqi agreed out of indignation. The other male reporters, intrigued, began filming the exchange on their phones, eager to see the young and pretty Jiang Shuqi dance. Despite her confidence, Jiang Shuqi felt anxious afterward. She had never worn high heels, which wasn't her style, and now she was silently praying that Zhou Yang would price the phone correctly to save her from humiliation. As the journalists eagerly awaited the final price announcement, Zhou Yang spoke, "I won't keep you in suspense any longer. How much will this balanced performance phone with a self-developed system cost?" Here's the answer. With a dramatic pull of the red cloth, Zhou Yang revealed the astonishing price of 288 yuan. 288 yuan. The ByD1 smartphone's nationwide price. Isn't that amazing? As Zhou Yang announced the price, Jiang Shuqi let out a cheer from below, having won her bet. Meanwhile, the other male journalists were stunned, as if turned to stone. What? 288 yuan? Mr. Zhou, are you missing a digit in front? The Capital News journalist protested. To him, it made sense for the ByD1 phone to be priced at 1,288 yuan, not just 288. How could it be cheaper than even a basic senior phone? Surely this had to be a joke. But the 288 yuan price was real, achievable only through the extraordinary support of the super factory system. ByD had yet to release any product priced in the 4-digit range. That's right. The ByD1 smartphone is priced at 288 yuan. No trickery involved, Zhou Yang confirmed. Immediately, the journalists raised their hands with countless questions. Zhou Yang chose one to speak. A male journalist stood up. "Isn't this false advertising? From your demo, the phone seems to have great performance and a self-developed OS. Why is it priced so low? Is it a loss leader to attract customers?" Though the question was blunt, Zhou Yang answered seriously, "It's not a gimmick. Our phone uses special manufacturing techniques to achieve high performance at a low cost. We have strong component suppliers offering favorable prices, so even at 288 yuan, the factory makes a profit. Do you really want us to charge over 1,000 yuan for a device that costs us just over 200 yuan to make? If you think the ByD1 is too cheap, you're welcome to buy from us at 288 yuan and resell for 1,000. I'm sure you'd make a good profit." The other journalists laughed. If ByD could keep costs low, no one should complain about the low selling price. Paying a premium just to feel better about a purchase seemed absurd. Some reporters remained skeptical. A phone this good at such a low price seemed too good to be true. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's live stream was flooded with skeptical comments. Viewers doubted the ByD1's performance, suspecting Zhou Yang of using a high-end demo unit while the actual product was subpar. One of the office ladies, managing the live stream, was incensed by these comments and informed Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang addressed both the on-site journalists and the online audience. "This is not a prototype. It's the standard model we are selling. If you purchase a ByD1 through normal channels and find it significantly different from this demo, I promise to refund 10 times your money." The Capital News journalist looked increasingly uneasy. If Zhou Yang was telling the truth, he had lost the bet and would have to eat his words or the phone. Unwilling to concede, he stood up and demanded to buy a ByD1 phone on the spot for verification. "No need to buy. I've prepared a ByD1 phone for each journalist attending this press conference. Feel free to use it," Zhou Yang said, gesturing to the office ladies who started distributing the new phones. Unlike other product launches that might give out luxurious gifts, Zhou Yang, being relatively poor, opted to give away ByD phones. After all, each phone only cost around 200 yuan to produce, so giving away 20-some units wasn't a big deal. "Thank you, ByD." The journalists were pleased to receive the gifts. The sleek packaging suggested a high-quality product. However, the 288 yuan price tag felt incongruous. How could a phone cheaper than a meal at a hot pot restaurant be so functional and well-designed? It defied logic. "No, these might be specially prepared demo units. I want to pick one from the warehouse," the Capital News journalist demanded. Zhou Yang paused, then realized this was a good idea. It would be an opportunity to showcase their ample inventory. Sure, this journalist is really cooperative. He deserves a bonus, Zhou Yang thought, amused. Zhou Yang was quite pleased and happily agreed to the journalist's request. He paused the press conference, holding his phone for the live stream, and led the male journalist to the warehouse. In the warehouse, they saw neatly stacked boxes of ByD phones, totaling tens of thousands of units. This was the foundation of Zhou Yang's confidence in claiming ample inventory. The male journalist was satisfied upon seeing so much stock. Even if the factory was making a loss for publicity, there had to be a limit. Such a large quantity of high-spec, low-cost phones would be unsustainable for any major manufacturer. Thus he was convinced these were the retail versions ready for sale. He went deep into the warehouse, opened a large box from the back, and picked an intact, unopened ByD1 phone. Holding the new phone, he asked Zhou Yang, "Can I exchange this for the one I was given?" Of course, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Since these were all inventory with barcodes registered before shipment, swapping one out was no issue. The male journalist, now satisfied, returned to the press conference. In front of everyone, he unboxed the phone and prepared to test its performance. He powered it on and activated it, revealing the Xuan NV Systems logo, with a beautiful classical comic image of a celestial maiden as the wallpaper. To test the phone, the journalist downloaded the game King of Glory on the spot to see if the phone matched the demo performance. Other journalists found this interesting and turned their cameras towards him. They were curious to see how the 288 yuan phone would perform in real use. After using it, the journalist found it extremely smooth, matching the performance Zhou Yang had demonstrated. This phone is amazing. A 288 yuan phone can be used as a gaming device. Yeah, and the self-developed system is this smooth? The Snapdragon 660 processor doesn't overheat and runs software and games perfectly. This is a national pride. The journalist couldn't help but praise the phone. The male journalist began to sweat because if the Baidi one was indeed this good, he had lost the bet. Glancing around, he saw Jiang Shuqi watching him. "Miss, I was just joking." The male journalist laughed awkwardly, trying to avoid eating the phone. "A real man keeps his word. You can't back out now," Jiang Shuqi said with a smile, making the other journalists laugh and cheer. The prospect of a journalist eating a phone was too newsworthy to miss. The other reporters aimed their cameras and phones at him to capture the moment. The Capital News journalist was torn. If he didn't eat the phone, he'd lose face in the industry and be mocked for life. But eating the phone was impossible. It was hard, indigestible, and ridiculous. He regretted not doing more research. How had the Baidi factory managed to produce such an affordable yet powerful phone? Amid the commotion, Zhou Yang, who had ended the press conference, approached and asked what was happening. He underestimated Baidi and lost the bet. Jiang Shuqi explained with a chuckle. "I see. No problem." Zhou Yang thought this was a great promotional opportunity. If handled well, it would be free advertising for Baidi. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yang stepped in front of the cameras and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me." The journalists turned their attention to Zhou Yang. "As men, we must keep our word. As the host, I support this journalist in eating the phone. We, Baidi, will sponsor the phone." Hearing this, everyone awaited the show, while the male journalist felt even more embarrassed, cursing Zhou Yang internally for complicating things. However, Zhou Yang secretly signaled to the journalist, indicating he would help resolve the issue. Relieved, the journalist agreed to follow Zhou Yang's lead. Zhou Yang continued, "I've decided to hold a small meeting this afternoon. This journalist and I will eat the phone together." "What?" The surrounding journalists were stunned, wondering why the factory director wanted to be involved in everything. Was this phone really that edible? Viewers watching the live stream were equally puzzled, thinking perhaps the Baidi phone had a magical feature that made it edible. An edible phone? Now that would be truly revolutionary. Due to a humorous misunderstanding, viewers thought the Baidi 1 phone was edible, piquing their curiosity. With no pressing matters, the other journalists decided to stay and watch the phone eating event in the afternoon. Zhou Yang then ended the live stream and invited the journalists to tour the factory. He also arranged a simple lunch at the factory, followed by the phone eating ceremony in the afternoon. While the journalists were filming around the factory, Zhou Yang called a bakery. Of course, he didn't intend to eat a hard phone. Instead, he asked the bakery to make a giant phone-shaped cake resembling the Baidi one. That's what they would be eating in the afternoon. At noon, Zhou Yang ordered a lavish meal in the factory's office to treat the journalists. Despite the simple setting, the food was excellent and plentiful. This meal cost a few thousand yuan, but it was worth it. The journalists, the so-called kings without crowns, enjoyed the meal and would surely speak favorably of Baidi in their reports. Everyone had a great time, though they refrained from drinking alcohol. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang wasted no time and brought out the phone-shaped cake at the press conference venue from the morning. Everyone finally understood Zhou Yang's plan and applauded his cleverness. Next, Zhou Yang invited the journalist who had lost the bet to come up and cut the phone cake with him, sharing it with everyone. A phone is best enjoyed together. The journalist laughed and, between filming, took turns getting pieces of the cake. While enjoying the delicious cake, an interesting news story was born. After the cake was eaten, the press conference officially ended. The journalist went back and edited the day's footage, including the entire phone-eating event, and uploaded it online. This instantly sparked a heated discussion among netizens. An astonishing 288 yuan smartphone that could run various apps smoothly and even handle the game King of Glory at such a low price was unprecedented. With self-developed software and a price of 288 yuan, combined with the phone-eating event, each news element attracted attention. Combined, they quickly trended on social media. A 288 yuan phone? This must be a joke. I don't believe it can perform as well as the demo. Most netizens were skeptical, just like the on-site journalists had been, judging the new product based on their life experiences. Release it quickly. Let's see if it's really as good as they claim. The netizens demanded the phone's release. The release was never a problem. Zhao Yang had announced at the press conference that sales would begin at 10 a.m. 2 days later, aiming to leverage the press conference's buzz for a successful launch. This strategy proved effective. The press conference, enhanced by the system, was a success, and the curiosity of netizens was piqued. The previously unknown Baidi phone now garnered attention, and everyone wanted to see if the 288 yuan phone was as magical as advertised. This led to a sharp increase in the number of people bookmarking the phone's link on Baidi's online store, reaching 7,000 to 8,000. Keep in mind that bookmarks typically translate to multiple orders, suggesting that the Baidi One phone might be heading towards another sold-out situation. Meanwhile, in a rural village, a group of women was chatting and discussed the Baidi One phone. "Hey, have you heard? Baidi has launched a phone," one woman said. "Baidi? The same brand as your washing machine and TV," another woman, referred to as Auntie, asked in surprise. "Yes," another woman chimed in, "it's the same Baidi. Their products are cheap and reliable. Now they've launched a phone, and it's only 288 yuan. 288? That's still expensive. Almost as much as 2 TVs," Auntie replied. "A phone is different. I saw the factory director demonstrate it. You can shop online, video chat, play games, and of course, make calls. Didn't you say you couldn't talk to your husband working away because you didn't have a phone? With this phone you can video chat every day." Auntie was indeed tempted. Although her family was struggling, 288 yuan was manageable if they cut back on some expenses. The ability to video chat with her husband, showing him the kids and their parents every day, was worth the investment. "Alright, help me buy one. As long as I can video call, I'm willing to buy it." Auntie finally made up her mind to get the phone. This affordable price of the Baidi One phone was crucial, otherwise, this aunt wouldn't have been able to afford any other smartphone. Meanwhile, in Shili village, Ji Dajiao excitedly ran to Jin Qiao's house to share the good news: Baidi had finally released a phone. "Really? How much?" "I can't afford it if it's too expensive," Jin Qiao said. Her household was already a loyal Baidi customer, owning a Baidi tablet, TV and washing machine. Although they spent a few hundred yuan, their quality of life had significantly improved thanks to Baidi products. However, Jin Qiao had been without a phone, which made many tasks difficult and left her disconnected from society. Communicating with relatives in other places had to be relayed through Ji Dajiao. Having a phone would not only allow her to make calls but also complete tasks that a tablet couldn't handle, such as online shopping, applying for online accounts, making online payments, and applying for special low-income assistance at the town office, which required a phone. Ji Dajiao said, "It's 288 yuan, not expensive at all. My husband says it's a great deal. He wants to buy 2 to use alternately, saying it's better than his phone, which cost over 1,000 yuan 2 years ago. 288 yuan. Alright, I'll save up a bit more and buy one. Once my low-income assistance application is approved, I can cover the cost." Jin Qiao finally decided to buy a phone. She also wanted to learn how to shop online and stop troubling Ji Dajiao to relay messages and do online shopping for her. "Great, I'll buy 3 phones at once." Baidi even gives a small gift with the purchase. Ji Dajiao agreed happily. Finally, the day of the Baidi One phone's release arrived, eagerly awaited by many. Early in the morning, people were already on Baidi's store page, frantically clicking the purchase button, fearing they might miss out. Although the launch event had assured sufficient stock, customers didn't trust it and wanted to be the first to buy. At 9:59:58, 59 seconds, 10 o'clock sharp. As the time hit, Baidi's Douyin store, Taobao store, and Pinduoduo store simultaneously went live. Within seconds, the computers at Baidi headquarters started chiming with order notifications, with the number of orders skyrocketing from dozens to hundreds, quickly approaching 1,000. Within the first minute, the sales data was astounding. The Baidi One phone was on its way to being a sellout. In just 3 minutes, Baidi's 3 online stores had each surpassed 1,000 orders. Within 10 minutes, each store reached around 1,500 orders, totaling 4,500 phones sold. This pace suggested they could reach 10,000 orders by the end of the day. Considering Baidi was a relatively unknown small factory entering the smartphone market with no advertising, This rapid first-day sales volume was nothing short of a miracle. People bought the Baidi phone for various reasons. Some were curious about the self-developed system, others were drawn by the low price, and some were looking for a deal, remembering Zhou Yang's promise at the launch event that if the delivered phone differed from the demo, they'd offer a tenfold refund. For many, the phone wasn't expensive, so they thought it was worth the risk. If it worked as promised, great. If not, getting 10 times the refund would be a nice profit. Most buyers, however, were those who genuinely needed a phone and found the 288 yuan price appealing. Seeing the explosive sales, Baidi employees were overjoyed, celebrating with cheers and fist pumps. This was another hit product for their factory. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, smiled calmly. He had anticipated this outcome. A 288 yuan phone with a self-developed system, which he found very user-friendly himself, could easily compete with other phones under 2,000 yuan. For anyone not needing high-end features, there was no reason not to buy one. These booming orders reassured Baidi employees, who now worked overtime to meet the surge in demand. Meanwhile, multiple courier trucks, arranged in advance, were already on site, ready to handle the large volume of orders. Knowing Baidi's significant shipping volume, couriers like Weito Express, ZTO Express, China Post, and Hyundai Express all sent their trucks. Different regions required different couriers. Remote areas used China Post's EMS, while the Jiangsu-Jiang-Shanghai area relied on the other couriers for faster, cheaper service. As the trucks loaded with phones departed, they quickly delivered them to eager customers. Tong Benshu, a young man from Guangzhou, was a long-time internet enthusiast and a knowledgeable figure in the smartphone community. While scrolling through short videos, he stumbled upon the Baidi launch event and was amused by the news about eating a phone. Initially, he thought the 288 yuan price tag was an April Fool's joke. But after watching the entire launch event, he realized it wasn't a joke. If the Baidi phone was as powerful as they claimed, it defied logic. Other smartphone manufacturers with phones priced at 1 or 2,000 yuan would have to go back to the drawing board. Tong Benshu couldn't believe the Baidi One phone could be that powerful, and yet so cheap. Seeing netizens dismiss the self-developed Xuan NV operating system as just an Android skin, he decided to buy one and see for himself. If the Baidi One phone was truly that good, he could replace his Xiaomi 6. If it turned out to be a scam, he could take advantage of the manufacturer's promise to refund 10 times the price, a promise made by the young factory director himself. So, on the day sales opened, Tong Benshu managed to snag a phone. He eagerly awaited its arrival and, in the afternoon, saw that his package had been delivered. After work, he rushed to the pickup station to collect his parcel. Experienced in online shopping, Tong Benshu started recording a video, just in case the phone turned out to be a dud and he needed proof for a refund claim. Using a small knife, he opened the cardboard packaging, revealing thick foam inside. Cutting through the foam, he finally reached the well-packaged phone box, predominantly blue and white, adorned with a classical image of Xuan NV and the Baidi phone logo. Tong Benshu was pleased with the packaging. It wasn't ugly, at least. He tore off the plastic film to unveil the Baidi One phone itself. He had chosen the starlight blue color, which he found quite appealing. Baidi had its own injection molding workshop, capable of producing various colors of phone casings, including matte, mirror, pearl, and gradient finishes. Thanks to the injection molding production line provided by the system, Baidi's products had never disappointed in terms of appearance. Holding the Baidi One phone, Tong Benshu noted that it felt compact, with its 6-inch screen being slightly smaller than mainstream phones. The screen was smooth, and despite the plastic back, it had a good texture without the cheap feel of a knockoff phone. The overall design was square with rounded corners, which suited his aesthetic. He then checked the accessories in the box: an 18W slow charger, a SIM card pin, a user manual, and a warranty card. Nothing else. So stingy Tong Benshu was about to complain, but then remembered the phone cost only 288 yuan. If it came with earphones and a 120W fast charger, it would practically be charity, as those two accessories alone would cost over 100 yuan. Considering how cheap the phone is, I'll let it slide. Tong Benshu then pressed the power button to turn on the phone. The screen displayed a Xuan NV logo and a startup sound played. The Baidi One phone was booting up. He expected it to take about half a minute, but in less than 10 seconds, the system was up and running, leading him to the activation process. "That's pretty fast," he remarked. Although Tong Benshu had been using his Xiaomi 6 phone for many years, he had experienced numerous phones both online and in physical stores. He found the boot speed of the Baidi One phone to be among the top few he had seen. After inputting the Wi-Fi information and completing the activation process, the same Xuan NV wallpaper from the packaging appeared on the screen. A help program then launched, with a darkened screen surrounding it, providing a guide to using the ByD1 phone ideal for those new to smartphones. Of course, there was a skip option in the top right corner for tech-savvy users. Tong Bin-shu decided to check out the help system, following the instructions step by step to learn the yuan NV operating system. The interface was intuitive, resembling Android's logic, and he quickly got the hang of it. There were pleasant surprises too, as the system retained some excellent features from Harmonios, like large folders, one-finger drag and drop, and various screenshot methods, including double knocking with a knuckle or using a combination of keys. The phone offered both virtual buttons and a hidden button mode. While older users might prefer the always visible buttons, Tong Bin-shu opted for the hidden mode, which allowed for a more immersive screen experience with gestures for various operations. After completing the tutorial, he was ready to use the ByD1 phone. Eager to test the domestic yuan NV operating system, he wanted to see if it was just an Android skin. Tong Bin-shu examined the phone's home screen and found a few pre-installed apps like WeChat, Douyin and Alipay, along with a single game, Fruit Matching. Unlike other domestic phones, the ByD1 didn't come preloaded with a ton of apps. This was a matter of personal preference. Tong Bin-shu appreciated not having to delete unnecessary apps to free up space, preferring the ByD1's minimalistic approach with only the essentials pre-installed. Besides these apps, the phone had standard system functions like a camera, gallery, calculator, notes, calendar, and clock, everything a typical phone would have. He opened the camera and took a photo, immediately noticing that the image quality was mediocre, with the highest resolution being 1080p. Video recording was also limited to 1080p at 30 fps, and the videos had noticeable ghosting. The ByD1's camera is really subpar, Tong Bin-shu muttered, ready to rant online. But considering the phone only cost 288 yuan, expecting it to compete with Huawei's moon shooting capabilities seemed unreasonable. He decided to hold back his criticism and test the other features first. The flashlight worked fine, emitting a bright beam. The calculator correctly computed 112. The clock and calendar functions were standard and worked without issues. Next, he downloaded apps from the software market, which offered a typical selection of Android apps. He installed QQ, Taobao, and Kuwo Music, finding the download process smooth and the apps running without a hitch. He then made a video call with a friend to check the call quality. The sound was loud and clear, although the audio quality wasn't impressive. Playing music through the speakers, he noticed some distortion, with the speakers only providing basic sound quality. As a frequent music listener, this was unacceptable for Tong Bin-shu, and he planned to mention this in his review of the ByD1. For better music quality, using earphones was the obvious solution. Tong Bin-shu owned a Bluetooth headset that cost 500 yuan and decided to connect it to see how easily it would pair. Normally, this would involve turning on the phone's Bluetooth, then searching and pairing the device. However, before he even had a chance to open the Bluetooth settings, a notification popped up on his phone screen indicating that it had detected the Bluetooth headset signal and asking if he wanted to connect. What? Is it really this smart? I haven't even turned on Bluetooth yet. Tong Bin-shu was amazed. This was the first time he had seen a phone this intelligent, eliminating the hassle of the Bluetooth connection process. He decided to give high praise for this feature in his review. Next, Tong Bin-shu decided to download a game. He liked playing Genshin Impact and remembered the ByD launch event claiming that this phone could handle the game. He was skeptical. A phone with a Snapdragon 660 playing Genshin Impact? That would put Snapdragon 8 devices to shame, he muttered, waiting for the download to finish so he could see for himself. While waiting, he noticed something remarkable. He was downloading a game, listening to music, and had several apps running in the background, yet the phone showed no signs of lag. This is not normal. He took out his Xiaomi 6, a phone he bought 5 years ago with a Snapdragon 835 processor slightly better than the Snapdragon 660 in the ByD1. Despite having superior specs, his Xiaomi 6 struggled to handle multiple apps, showing noticeable stuttering when switching between them. In contrast, the ByD1 ran smoothly, thanks to the yuan NV operating system. Tong Bin-shu was intrigued. The ByD1, despite its lower overall specs, outperformed his Xiaomi 6, highlighting the power of its custom operating system. He knew that Android's inherent design led to performance degradation over time due to cumulative updates that made the system increasingly bloated, requiring higher specs to maintain performance. The yuan NV system, however, remained sleek and efficient, showcasing the advantages of a custom-developed OS over Android. With a ping, the Genshin Impact download completed, and Tong Bin-shu eagerly launched the game. Wow! It's not lagging. Entering the game, he was pleasantly surprised. His Xiaomi 6 could run Genshin Impact, but it struggled, with low frame rates making gameplay frustrating. Yet the ByD1, despite having lower specs, handled the game smoothly. This impressive performance reinforced his growing admiration for the ByD1 and its yuan NV operating system. When Tong Benshu entered Genshin Impact, he was surprised to find the game running smoothly. Using a frame rate monitoring app, he discovered the game maintained around 30 frames per second, which was astonishing. My goodness, a Snapdragon 660 running Genshin Impact at 30 frames per second? This defies technological limits. Is the custom operating system really that powerful? Thrilled, Tong Benshu dove into the game. Except for occasional frame drops in complex scenes, the gameplay was generally smooth. It's well known that games running at 30 frames per second appear smooth to the human eye, eliminating noticeable lag. Haha. I've struck gold. Tong Benshu laughed out loud as he played. Just starting his career, he was short on cash and had long wanted a new phone but was stuck with his Xiaomi 6. Was it because he didn't want a new phone? Of course not. It was simply because he couldn't afford one. Phones that could run Genshin Impact smoothly were priced at least 2,000 yuan, and flagship models cost 5 or 6,000 yuan, prices he couldn't accept. Now, for just 288 yuan, barely enough to treat a girl to dinner, he had a phone that could run Genshin Impact smoothly. This unexpected delight felt like finding treasure. Moreover, after playing for more than half an hour, the phone was only slightly warm, not hot, which was better than many other phones in terms of heat dissipation. Beep 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 beep, the ByD phone alerted him to low battery. However, Tong Benshu quickly discovered a downside of the ByD1: its battery life. After less than an hour of gaming, the battery was nearly depleted, so he plugged it into the charger. Charging was slow, especially while playing, confirming the 18W slow charging. But considering the phone's price, he forgave it and decided to enjoy his time playing. He played until past midnight, stopping only when his eyes grew tired. Despite closing a large game, the phone still ran videos smoothly without any lag. The system's automatic memory cleaning function kept the performance fluid, surpassing his Android experience. As for Huawei's Harmonios, Tong Benshu couldn't compare since he had never used a Huawei phone. He planned to use the ByD1 for a few days to thoroughly test it. As long as it didn't break, he would certainly give it a glowing review. The ByD1 was cheap, smooth, and a top-notch budget phone, even outperforming Redmi. Tong Benshu then posted a brief review of the ByD1 on his favorite tech forum, giving it high praise as a cost-effective marvel worth owning. The ByD1 outperformed all Android phones under 1,500 yuan, and was truly the common man's friend, unbeatable. While Tong Benshu was giving the ByD1 high marks, Li Shufan, a stay-at-home woman in a remote rural area, received her ByD1 through postal delivery, bought for her by someone else. Li Shufan stayed in the countryside, farming and caring for her in-laws. Her child boarded at a junior high school in town, while her husband worked far away in Guangzhou, only returning for a few days during the Spring Festival. The couple spent most of their time apart, a situation no couple desires but one forced by circumstances. With only 2 acres of poor land, the family barely had enough to eat, couldn't afford their child's education, and struggled with medical expenses for the elderly. To make a living, her husband Zhao Tichu had to leave home and work in the city, sending home over 4,000 yuan a month by living frugally, becoming the family's main breadwinner. For years, due to their circumstances, the couple could only exchange a few words now and then using a neighbor's phone, which did little to ease their longing for each other. Additionally, there was the inconvenience of their child's school contacting the neighbors whenever there was an issue, who then relayed the message to them. It felt like living in the old days, where even mother and child communication relied on others. A few days ago, on a neighbor's recommendation, Li Shufan bit the bullet and spent 288 yuan to buy a ByD1 phone. She wanted to see her husband every day, share her thoughts, and stay updated on her son's news. These days, a phone has become a necessity, used more frequently than televisions, computers, or air conditioners. Its practicality is unparalleled. Therefore, Li Shufan decided to forgo 10 pounds of pork to buy the phone. It wasn't just her who missed her husband, her in-laws also longed to see their son. Upon receiving the phone, Li Shufan eagerly went to get a SIM card. Not knowing how to use it, she asked a neighbor to help set it up and show her how to contact her husband. First, call your husband and get his WeChat ID. Then, create your account, and you can video chat, the neighbor explained patiently. Oh, so I need this little green thing to video chat, Li Shufan said, half understanding. Having never used a smartphone before, she referred to the WeChat icon as the little green thing, making the neighbor chuckle. But it was still the afternoon, and she couldn't call her husband until the evening when he got off work. During this time, under the neighbor's guidance, Li Shufan sent a text to her son's teacher, informing them of her new number for future contact. The teacher replied, saying they noted the number and that her son was doing well in his studies, reassuring her. Li Shufan was overjoyed. As a middle-aged woman who toiled for her family, hearing that her husband and child were doing well was the greatest comfort. She then went home to prepare dinner, frequently checking her phone's clock. Time seemed to crawl as she eagerly awaited 7 p.m., when her husband would be home from work and they could talk. During dinner, Li Shufan told her in-laws about the new phone and the prospect of video chatting with her husband. "You bought a phone? That must have cost a lot," her mother-in-law said, concerned. The elderly couple had lived through hard times and were very frugal. Hearing about the new phone, they assumed it cost a couple of thousand yuan and felt distressed. They had seen neighbors buying phones for thousands of yuan and couldn't believe their thrifty daughter-in-law had suddenly spent so much. Her father-in-law put down his chopsticks and said, "Can you return the phone? If it's a couple of thousand yuan, we should save that money for our grandson's school fees. We've managed without a phone for so long we can continue." Li Shufan explained, "Mom, the phone wasn't expensive. It was only 288 yuan. We can save a bit by making less cured meat this year. And we'll get to see Taiju every day. Isn't that wonderful? Only 288 yuan. What kind of phone is that? I've heard that cheap phones can't do video calls, just voice calls," her mother-in-law replied, skeptical. "It's a Baidi phone, the same brand as our neighbor's TV and washing machine. It's cheap and works well, with video calling capabilities," Li Shufan assured her. "Oh, that brand is good," her mother-in-law finally seemed reassured. "Let's try it out today. If the phone can't do video calls, return it immediately," her father-in-law insisted. Okay, Li Shufan agreed. She wouldn't keep a phone that couldn't video call, no matter how cheap it was. As time ticked by, Li Shufan eagerly awaited 7 p.m. When it finally came, she quickly called her husband. Beep. Beep, the phone rang, and the family gathered around, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Hello, who is this?" a gruff voice answered. It was Li Shufan's husband, Zhao Taiju. "Taiju. It's me," Li Shufan exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her husband's voice at home made her voice tremble with emotion. "Taiju, can you hear me?" she asked eagerly. "Son, are you off work? Was your day tiring?" her in-laws chimed in, their previous complaints about the phone's cost forgotten in their excitement. "Whose phone are you using?" Zhao Taiju asked curiously. "It's a new phone we bought. From now on we can use this to call," Li Shufan explained. "You bought a phone? How much did it cost?" Zhao Taiju felt uneasy. He had been living frugally, leaving only a little money for cigarettes each month and sending the rest home. He was still using an old, second-hand Android phone with a cracked screen, which he couldn't afford to replace. It bothered him that his wife seemed to be spending money so freely. "It was only 288 yuan, cheap, right?" Li Shufan said proudly. 288? Are you sure you didn't leave out a digit?" Zhao Taiju couldn't believe it. "It's true. It's a Baidi one. But let's talk about it later. Taiju, do you have WeChat? If you do, we can add each other and video chat using the neighbor's Wi-Fi, so we won't have to pay for calls," Li Shufan said. "I have WeChat. What's your ID? I'll add you," Zhao Taiju replied. The couple then embarked on the lengthy process of adding each other as friends on WeChat. Li Shufan, unfamiliar with the technology, spent over half an hour on this task, even going next door to ask the neighbor for help. After several attempts, they finally connected. When Li Shufan initiated the video chat and Zhao Taiju answered, it was the first time the couple had seen each other outside of the Spring Festival. In that moment, Li Shufan's eyes filled with tears of joy, nearly crying from happiness. Thanks to the Baidi phone, they could see each other and talk face to face despite being thousands of miles apart. "Thank you, Baidi phone," she thought with heartfelt gratitude. "Taiju, take care of yourself over there. You look thinner," his mother said repeatedly during the video call. Hearing his mother's concerns made Zhao Taiju feel both warm and sad. At 42, he worked on the production line in an electronics factory, toiling for over 10 hours a day, with less than 2 days off a month, earning barely 5,000 yuan. The work was tough, but the hardest part was being away from his family, unable to care for his wife and child, or be with his aging parents. Although he never let his tears show, he carried the weight of these burdens. Now, at least his wife had bought a cheap phone that allowed them to video chat, easing some of the homesickness. They talked for over an hour until his phone battery died. Zhao Taiju's phone had a failing battery that needed frequent charging. Normally he only used it after work, so the low battery wasn't a big issue, but the lack of a nearby charging port made it inconvenient. The cracked screen, too, made it hard to see his family, frustrating him so much that he threw the phone onto his bed after it shut down. "This phone is garbage," Zhao Taizhu cursed. His dorm mate, who shared the bunk, peered down and said, "Why don't you buy a new phone? They're not expensive." The dorm mate showed his recently purchased Redmi phone, which cost around 1,000 yuan. It could handle most games and video calls without major issues, aside from occasional bugs and lag. 1,000 yuan? Too expensive. Zhao Taizhu couldn't bring himself to spend that much on a phone. He remembered his wife mentioning their phone cost only 288 yuan and was called Beatty something. Zhao Taizhu charged his broken screen phone and, once it was powered on, sent a message to his wife asking about the phone's brand. "It's called Beatty 1. I had our neighbor buy it online," Li Shufan replied, sending a photo of the phone box, which featured a striking image of a goddess. "Beatty 1, got it," Zhao Taizhu noted. Zhao Taizhu immediately opened the shopping app but realized he didn't have an account to place an order. With his old, unreliable phone and distrust of online payments, he had never set up an online shopping account, fearing he might be scammed. So, he asked his upper bunkmate Xiao Wang to help him order the phone. Xiao Wang enjoyed online shopping and had bought his Redmi phone from a site called JD.com. "Sure, let me take a look," Xiao Wang said. He searched for the Beatty phone on JD.com but couldn't find it. Beatty didn't have a store on JD.com because of the high commissions the platform charged. Beatty relied on low prices and high volumes to compete, so every extra yuan in cost mattered. Instead, Beatty sold on platforms that didn't charge high commissions, like Taobao, Pinduoduo, and Douyin. "Strange," Xiao Wang muttered. Unable to find the store, he decided to search on another platform. Pinduoduo, known for its low prices, seemed like a good option. Sure enough, he found the Beatty 1 phone, which had already sold over 6,000 units in a short time. 288 yuan for a phone. That has to be a joke. Xiao Wang was skeptical and said to Zhao Taizhu, "Zhao, this phone is only 288 yuan. It must be a knockoff. It'll probably run so slowly it's like a slideshow." A slideshow. Zhao Taizhu, with only a middle school education and no exposure to computers, didn't understand the term. "It means it'll be really slow and laggy. Trust me, cheap phones like this are just scams," Zhao Wang said. He was being influenced by his past experiences, unaware that the electronics market had started to change with Beatty's entry. "No way. My wife used this Beatty phone to video call me, and she said it works great. Just buy it for me, I can't afford anything else," Zhao Taizhu insisted. He pulled out his pocket money, stored in his underwear pocket, which had a faint odor. All right, you can owe me the money until your next paycheck," Xiao Wang said, unable to stand the smell but still agreeing to help Zhao Taizhu order the Beatty 1 phone. "Just remember, if it doesn't work well, don't blame me," Xiao Wang warned as he placed the order. "Don't worry, it'll work just fine." Zhao Taizhu trusted his wife's judgment. She said it was good, so it must be good. He eagerly awaited the phone's arrival. Since Guangxi and Shenzhen were close, the package arrived the next day. Xiao Wang picked it up from the delivery point on his way back and handed the Beatty 1 phone to Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu couldn't wait to unbox the phone and clumsily turned it on. "Let me help you," Xiao Wang said, taking over and inserting the SIM card. "This cheap phone will be hard to use. It might take forever to boot up," he added, but before he finished speaking, the phone booted up in just 10 seconds, surprising him. "Wow. This runs smoothly," Xiao Wang said, somewhat astonished. He played with the Beatty 1 phone for a bit, noting that its performance was on par with his more expensive phone. Yuan NV system? This looks just like Android with a new skin. A 288 yuan phone with a self-developed system? They're taking people for fools. It's just a rebranded Android. Try making a video call, I bet it'll lag, Xiao Wang said mockingly, handing the phone back to Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu, however, was pleased with his new phone. He immediately logged into WeChat and started a video call with his wife, who had been eagerly waiting. "Shufan, can you hear me?" Zhao Taizhu called out excitedly once the video connected. "I can hear you, and the sound and video are much clearer now," Li Shufan replied happily from the other side. "Really? This Beatty phone is quite something, both cheap and functional," Zhao Taizhu chuckled. He and his wife continued chatting, sharing stories from their lives, their faces lighting up with genuine smiles. "Taizhu, I have great news. Our son ranked 5th in his class in the recent exams," Li Shufan said excitedly. Zhao Taizhu was overjoyed. "Really? That's fantastic. 5th place in a top class means he can get into a top high school in the future." Li Shufan beamed. "I always knew our son had potential. One day, our family might have a prestigious university graduate. That's wonderful." If our son gets into a good university, he won't have to endure the hardships I do, Zhao Taizhu said, slapping his thigh in excitement. This news was better than receiving 1,000 yuan bonus. The couple talked for another half hour before ending the call. Zhao Taizhu put his phone on charge and prepared to go out. Where are you going so late? Xiao Wang, his bunkmate, asked. My son ranked 5th in his class. Let's have a drink to celebrate, Zhao Taizhu replied, as he headed out to a nearby mini-mart. He bought a few bottles of ergowodu, some chicken feet, sausages, and peanuts as snacks. Back at the dormitory, he shared the news and drinks with his co-workers. During the drinking session, Zhao Taizhu talked about his Baidi phone, praising its affordability and functionality. His co-workers, who had phones that were either laggy, outdated, or basic feature phones, were intrigued. These migrant workers, used to saving every penny, were reluctant to replace their old phones, but the Baidi one's appeal was undeniable. They asked Xiao Wang to help them purchase the same model. Xiao Wang, despite his skepticism, couldn't deny the phone's performance. Having used many phones over the years, he was puzzled by how this cheap device could offer such a good experience. Comparing it to his own 1,800 yuan Redmi phone, he felt a bit foolish. Damn it! Next time I change my phone, I'll get a Baidi too, Xiao Wang thought angrily. Thanks to Zhao Taizhu's endorsement, the entire dormitory block soon switched to Baidi phones, with dozens of workers following suit. The Baidi 1 phone became a sensation in the factory dormitory. Li Shufan and Zhao Taizhu were just the tip of the iceberg among Baidi 1's user base. Thanks to its affordability and excellent performance, Baidi 1 quickly dominated the low-end smartphone market, squeezing out competitors priced below 1,500 yuan. Other manufacturers noticed a sudden drop in their low-end phone sales. Investigating the cause, they discovered a competitor named Baidi had launched a 288 yuan phone, which had sold 50,000 units in its first week alone. Envious and curious, other manufacturers bought the Baidi 1 to understand how such a low-priced phone could be so successful. A self-developed system that runs mainstream games smoothly sounded too good to be true. A phone priced like a senior's feature phone but performing like a smartphone defied industry norms, leaving other manufacturers puzzled. As phone companies scrutinized the Baidi 1, tech bloggers with good connections were also quick to act. Among them was Wang Chui, the host of Hammer Technology, a popular digital product review show. Wang Chui, known for his humorous and lively commentary, had over 2 million followers online. Today, Wang Chui was conducting a live comparative review of 1,000 yuan smartphones. Though the review was titled 1,000 yuan phones, it included more than a dozen mainstream models on the market, with prices ranging from 100 to 2,999 yuan. The review had been planned for over half a month, with all the participating phones selected. However, the day before the live broadcast, a netizen recommended the Baidi 1 phone to Wang Chui. Priced at 288 yuan and boasting a self-developed operating system, it sounded intriguing. A phone like this on the show? Isn't this a joke? The show's director scoffed, dismissing it. However, Wang Chui saw potential for good content in the self-developed system. He remembered hearing about a journalist eating a phone during its launch, which he found amusing. Although adding the Baidi 1 seemed like a filler, it promised to be a hot topic. So, despite opposition, he insisted on including the Baidi 1 in the review, seeing it as great material. When the live broadcast began, Wang Chui greeted the audience. Hello, fans of Hammer Technology. I'm Wang Chui. Today we're reviewing the long-awaited comparison of 1,000 yuan phones. Now, let's welcome our lovely assistant, Tui. Wang Chui gestured, and a beautiful woman in a short black dress appeared, carrying a large box filled with phones. Hammer Technology understood their audience well, knowing that dry phone reviews wouldn't hold attention. Adding a pretty girl boosted viewer engagement, especially among male viewers, who flocked in excitedly. The stunning Tui, with her tall, slender figure and charming looks, became a fan favorite, even overshadowing Wang Chui at times. Viewers flooded the chat, asking for the annoying man to step aside so they could see Tui. Despite the playful banter, Wang Chui remained the heart and soul of Hammer Technology, beloved for his witty and humorous style. As the live chat buzzed with comments, Wang Chui played along, pretending to be enamored by Tui, prompting viewers to tease him about eating the forbidden fruit and even threatening to tell his wife. With over 10,000 viewers now watching, Wang Chui knew it was time to get serious. He and Tui began unboxing the phones, introducing each brand and price point. The first category featured high-end phones priced between 2,000 and 2,999 yuan, including models from Honor, Xiaomi, and Samsung. The second category, priced between 1,000 and 1999 yuan, had the most variety, featuring 8 phones from brands like Redmi, Vivo, Oppo, Mizu, and Huawei. The final category, the budget segment, featured 4 phones priced under 100 yuan: Coolpad, Lico, ZTE, and Baidi. When introducing the Baidi, Wang Dechui made a special note: "This Baidi is no joke. Priced at 288 yuan, it boasts a self-developed operating system. We'll be giving its system a thorough review, comparing it to HarmonyOS, Android, and iOS." Netizens were skeptical. HarmonyOS took years and billions to develop. How can an unknown company like Baidi have a self-developed system? If it's not just a reskinned Android, I'll eat my phone. Another replied, "Hey, wake up. Someone already ate a phone cake at the launch. If you're going to eat something, try something new like durian, black garlic, or stinky tofu salad." As the chat veered into absurdity, Wang Dechui quickly shifted back to the review. Today we'll test several features, starting with boot time. We'll measure the time it takes to power on and load the home screen from a shut-down state. Now, let's bring in our team members to time each phone. At his cue, several assistants appeared with stopwatches. On his signal, they began timing the phones simultaneously. 3, 2, 1. Most phones booted up around the same time. Within 10 seconds, some had already reached the home screen. As the results came in, Wang Dechui noted that higher-priced phones generally booted faster, taking around 10 seconds, while mid-range and budget phones took between 20 and 30 seconds. However, the Baidi one surprised everyone by booting up in just 12 seconds, on par with phones priced around 2,000 yuan. "Did you time that correctly?" Wang Dechui asked Tui, who had timed the Baidi one. She confirmed, and the unexpected result left the audience and reviewers intrigued. "No mistake," Tui said confidently. "I timed it precisely. We can check the playback if you want." The viewers erupted, jokingly chastising Wang Dechui. "How dare you doubt our adorable Tui? She should punish you with 40 lashes." Wang Dechui, of course, knew that Tui hadn't made a mistake. He was just playing it up for the live show. His little act had successfully generated a wave of comments. However, fast booting alone doesn't mean the phone is good. Next up was a test for smooth operation. Wang Dechui and his team downloaded a bunch of apps onto the phones, ready for the real test. The Hammer Technology team installed the same set of apps on all the phones: TikTok, Taobao, Alipay, WeChat, QQQ, and Kuo Music, among others. They opened these apps one by one, without closing them, and continued opening more until the phones began to lag. The number of apps opened before lagging was recorded, and the phones that lagged were eliminated. The goal was to determine which phone could handle the most apps without slowing down. Typically, a phone's lag is related to its RAM size. The more RAM, the more apps it can run simultaneously. Of course, the operating system also plays a role. HarmonyOS, for example, has an advantage over Android due to its later development, allowing it to avoid some of Android's pitfalls. Thus, phones with the same specs often run smoother on HarmonyOS than on Android. However, Huawei's low-end Enjoy series phones, which lost their Kirin processors, didn't have a significant advantage over other Android phones despite pre-installed HarmonyOS due to their limited specs. So, this smoothness test had its uncertainties. As a rule of thumb, higher-end phones are less likely to lag. Flagship models can often run over 10 apps in the background without issue, thanks to their superior hardware. Based on this logic, viewers assumed that the more expensive phones would perform better, while the low-end models would lag behind, serving as mere foils to highlight the high-end phone's superiority. The testers first opened Taobao, navigating through a few product pages without any issues. Next, they opened QQ, which all phones handled smoothly. However, when they opened WeChat, a more memory-intensive app, all the low-end phones except the Baidi one started to lag, taking 1 to 2 seconds to switch between apps. Low-end Android phones, due to their small memory, struggled with multiple apps. These lagging phones were eliminated from the test, highlighting the importance of avoiding lower-ranked phones for a better user experience. The remaining phones continued with the test, opening music apps, JD, Alipay, and others. Mid-range phones began to drop out. Even a 2,000 yuan Samsung model lagged slightly during app switching. Surprisingly, only 5 phones remained lag-free, showcasing the advantage of high specs and optimized Android systems. Among these 5 was the Baidi one, a low-end model. "Is this for real?" Viewers filled the chat with disbelief. The fact that a 288 yuan phone could keep up with high-end models baffled everyone. Even Wang Dechui was taken aback. "This is unexpected. The Baidi one, at 288 yuan with a self-developed system, is quite impressive." Determined to give the Baidi one a thorough evaluation, Wang Dechui continued with the smoothness test, pushing the remaining phones further by opening TikTok, a memory-intensive app. 2 mid-range phones lagged and dropped out, leaving only the Baidi 1 and 2 high-end models standing. Incredible, Wang Dechui exclaimed, praising the Baidi 1. Now only 3 phones remained, 2 high-end, and the unexpected Baidi 1. Despite its modest 3GB RAM, compared to other phones with 4GB or more, the Baidi 1 outperformed expectations. This led Tuyi to test it further, switching between apps smoothly without any lag. It's unbelievable, she remarked, astonished by the Baidi 1's performance. It was Wang Dechui's keen eye that noticed something different about the Baidi 1. It seemed that the transition animations had disappeared, indicating the phone had likely reached its performance limits, causing the system to automatically disable animations to conserve resources. Dear viewers, only 3 phones remain without any lag. Let's see which one will take the crown for the smoothest performance, Wang Dechui announced. With that, he and Tuyi opened another short video app, Kuashu, on the remaining phones. This time, the Baidi 1 finally showed signs of struggle, with slight lag during the app launch. However, the 2 higher-end phones priced over 2,000 yuan each continued to perform smoothly. Many viewers breathed a collective sigh of relief. If the Baidi 1 had continued to outperform, they might have questioned their reality, wondering if the phone was really priced at 288 yuan, or actually 2888 yuan. The final test continued, with both higher-end phones eventually showing some lag after opening WPS Office and Weibo, reaching their performance limits. It wasn't that the apps became unusable, rather, there was a momentary lag when switching between apps, which then resumed normal operation. The smoothness test has concluded, with Honor and Xiaomi emerging as the winners. However, this test wasn't entirely rigorous, so the results should be taken as a reference, Wang Dechui cautioned. In his summary, Wang Dechui specifically praised the Baidi 1 for its remarkable performance, managing to hold its ground until the top 3 despite its low price and specs. He mentioned that they would conduct a special review of this phone soon. Next up was the third and much anticipated round, the benchmarking tests. Manufacturers typically run benchmark tests when launching new phones to showcase performance through measurable parameters. Wang Dechui chose 2 popular benchmarking apps, Antutu and Lumaster, for the test. The benchmark tests began, and after some waiting, the scores were recorded from both apps. Everyone was eager to see if the Baidi 1 could continue to outperform other budget phones. The results were disappointing for those hoping the Baidi 1 would continue its underdog streak. Its scores were comparable to other low-end phones, significantly lagging behind the mid-range and high-end models. As expected, benchmark software treats all devices equally, emphasizing the importance of hardware. The highest scores were achieved by the 3 phones priced over 2,000 yuan. Wait a minute, a viewer suddenly commented. If a phone with such low scores can still perform well in the lag-free test, doesn't that mean the Baidi 1 system is incredibly well optimized? This observation made everyone realize that the Baidi 1's impressive performance, despite its mediocre hardware, was due to its exceptional system optimization. Let's evaluate the Baidi 1's Yuan V system. The audience, intrigued by this mysterious 288 yuan phone, eagerly agreed. The Baidi 1 had shown surprising capabilities that defied expectations, making everyone curious about its true potential. Acknowledging the viewer's interest, Wang Dechui decided to adjust the order of the review to conduct a deep dive into the Baidi 1. The evaluation team consisted of Wang Dechui and the long-legged beauty, Tuyi, one handling the review and the other showcasing her legs. Earlier we tested the Baidi 1's system smoothness, which was impressive, surpassing all other phones under 2,000 yuan. Now, let's look at its specific specs. Snapdragon 660 processor, 3GB RAM with 64GB storage, 1080p 60Hz screen, and a 12MP camera. These specs are similar to the low-end Android phones from other brands, comparable to the Xiaomi 6 from years ago, or even a bit inferior, Wang Dechui commented, examining the Baidi 1's specifications. While the hardware seemed ordinary, the user experience was vastly different. Other low-end phones, even those priced around 500 to 600 yuan, often lagged with just a few apps open. Moreover, low-end Android phones tend to slow down significantly after a year or two of use, and even a factory reset doesn't always help. This is due to increasing app requirements outpacing outdated hardware. However, the Baidi 1 remains smooth and responsive, a stark contrast to its low price. To further test its limits, Wang Dechui decided to run Genshin Impact, a popular game that has become a benchmark for phone performance. After downloading Genshin Impact on the Baidi 1, the beautiful Tuyi logged into her game account, with the live stream focusing on the phone screen. Wow. It's surprising that the initial interface loads without noticeable lag, Wang Dechui remarked, amazed that the Snapdragon 660 could run Genshin Impact at all. They then enabled the frame rate test and adjusted the graphics settings. Wang Dechui first instructed 2Y to set the graphics to the highest level. As expected, the highest settings caused severe lag, reducing the game to just a few frames per second, showing the Snapdragon 660's limitations. Brother Wang, it's a 200 yuan phone, let's not push it to the highest settings. Let's set it to the lowest, 2Y suggested. On the lowest settings, the game ran smoothly at around 50 frames per second, but the graphics were blurry and pixelated, making the characters look like low-res sprites. This is unplayable, the graphics are too poor to enjoy, 2Y complained. Don't worry, let's try medium settings, Wang Dechui suggested. Do you think it'll work, 2Y asked skeptically. However, when she switched to medium graphics settings, she found it surprisingly playable, with over 20 frames per second and only occasional stuttering. Encouraged, Wang Dechui directed 2Y to tweak a few more settings, mostly keeping them on medium to low. This resulted in a smooth 30 frames per second, making the game quite playable. 2Y started controlling Hu Tao to fight monsters, and it was surprisingly smooth, with only occasional frame drops. Amazing. A 288 yuan phone running Genshin Impact smoothly at medium settings? This seems too good to be true. Yeah, my 1300 yuan phone can't even handle medium settings for Genshin, I can only play with pixelated graphics. Can I return my phone and get a Baidi one instead? Don't even mention 1300 yuan. My 1700 yuan phone lags terribly on medium settings. This is ridiculous. Does this mean that the Baidi one can outperform all other phones under 1000 yuan? This comment shocked everyone. Are you kidding? If true, it would mean other phone manufacturers might have to apologize for charging several times more for devices that can't compete with the 288 yuan Baidi one. Many viewers started reconsidering their current phones. If the Baidi one continued to perform well, those with 1000 yuan phones might sell their old devices and buy a Baidi one instead, recouping a significant amount of money. As the livestream continued, the unexpected performance of the Baidi one began to stir the second-hand phone market. Prices of used phones in the 1000 yuan range started to plummet, causing substantial losses for resellers. These resellers soon realized that the Baidi one was disrupting the market, leading to a backlash against the new phone and its creator, Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, the live review continued. After testing Genshin Impact, viewers were eager to see the Baidi one's limits. Large games had been tested, so next were smaller details. Wang Dechui noted that the Baidi one only supported 4G, similar to Huawei's phones. What's the big deal? I haven't even used 5G yet. For now, 4G and 5G aren't that different. Right. I paid extra for a 5G phone and haven't benefited from it. I'll wait for 6G before upgrading. Viewers accepted that the Baidi one was a 4G phone. Another downside was its poor external speaker quality, which distorted at high volumes. Wang Dechui humorously called it a dust removal feature. Viewers shrugged it off, accepting that a 288 yuan phone had its limitations. The phone's Wi-Fi capabilities were standard, not supporting Wi-Fi 6, but it connected without issues. A pleasant surprise was the Bluetooth feature. When searching for a Bluetooth device, the phone would prompt a connection dialog even with Bluetooth turned off, bypassing manual activation and verification steps, a unique feature of the XuanVOS. This feature deserves praise. It's very convenient, Wang Dechui noted. Further tests revealed a subpar camera with just passable quality, a middling screen with high power consumption and color distortion, and a small 2800 mAh battery. Only 2800 mAh? In a world where phones have 5000 mAh batteries, this seems impossible, Wang Dechui exclaimed. The viewers joked about the battery, comparing it to those in Bluetooth mechanical keyboards. But after an hour of use, the Baidi one's battery level had barely dropped, suggesting impressive efficiency. Wang Dechui promised a full battery test post-livestream. Despite its flaws, the Baidi one's performance outshone other phones under 1999 yuan in some respects. For users with limited budgets, the Baidi one offered sufficient performance, comparable to other 1000 yuan phones. The livestream sparked interest in the Baidi one, with many viewers considering it as a gift for family members, intrigued by its value and performance. Post-livestream, Wang Dechui tested the battery life of all reviewed phones by looping a movie. The Baidi one achieved mid-tier battery life in the tests, surpassing some phones with larger batteries, thanks to its energy-efficient XuanV system. Wang Dechui was impressed, giving the Yuan V system high praise. He speculated that with further development, it could rival Huawei's Harmonious. Ending the video, Wang Dechui announced a giveaway of 20 Baidi One phones to his followers. Wang Dechui, in a bid to attract more followers, purchased 20 Baidi One phones to give away to his fans. This cost him only 5,760 yuan, equivalent to the price of a new Apple phone, but the results were far more effective. The Baidi One phone truly amazed this tech blogger. As the views on Wang Dechui's review video began to rise, many people in the tech community became aware of the Baidi One phone. The series of user experience reports convinced them that the Baidi One phone could indeed compete with other 1,000 yuan phones. For 288 yuan, it offered the experience and performance of a 1,000 yuan phone, making it an absolute bargain and unbeatable in terms of value for money across the internet. Consequently, many urban dwellers started buying Baidi phones. Some had been using their phones for many years, while others needed 2 phones for work but hadn't been able to justify the expense. Seeing how affordable the Baidi One was, they bought one for work, not even waiting for company reimbursement. The Baidi One phone suited them perfectly. This led to another sales surge for the Baidi One phone. Initially, it was mostly purchased by people in rural and remote areas, but now urban populations were buying it too, making the user base more balanced. Users who had a good experience with the Baidi One phone would recommend it to others, creating a self-driven promotion that slowly spread the Baidi name across the country. Many people were hearing about Baidi for the first time. Originally, Baidi was known only within certain communities, mostly among rural and migrant workers. However, now the Baidi phone was different in some companies. Many people were using a 288 yuan phone to do the work of a 1,000 yuan phone. Even leaders and professionals began to recognize the benefits of the Baidi phone. These individuals found it hard to believe. The Baidi phone's performance made them think that even if it were sold for 1,288 yuan, it would still be worth it. Why was the manufacturer selling it at such a low price? Was it some form of charity? This was the first impression many people had of Baidi. Yang, a freelance writer living in Shanghai with a substantial income, stumbled upon discussions about the Baidi One phone. His initial reaction was skepticism, suspecting it to be a marketing ploy, a scam, or a method to attract investment. He sensed a newsworthy story and decided to investigate the Baidi One phone. After purchasing and testing one, he was surprised at how well it worked, dismissing his initial scam suspicion. Next, Yang looked at user reviews on the Baidi online store to see the general public's sentiments. He was astounded by what he found. He had never imagined a phone could benefit so many people. The most liked user review on the Baidi Pinduoduo store was touching. Baidi phone is really good, cheap and practical. My husband and I both bought one, so he can video call us every night while working away. The family feels reassured, and I can keep track of our child's studies at the boarding school. When the seasons change, I can send clothes in time. I'm not good at typing. A neighbor helped me buy the phone and post this comment. I just want to tell everyone, Baidi phone is great, worth every penny, my family loves it. This somewhat awkwardly worded review was posted by Li Shufan, accompanied by a picture of a middle-aged woman with some wrinkles, smiling sincerely while holding a Baidi phone in an old house. There was also a screenshot of her video call with her husband, Zhao Tizhu, who looked simple and honest, clearly an ordinary middle-aged couple. The woman stayed at home to farm and care for the elderly, while the man worked away to support the family, with their child boarding at school. This seemingly ordinary review had the most likes because it resonated deeply with many people. Many young people from the 90s experienced such lives during their childhood. They were left behind, children with parents working away, only seeing them during the Chinese New Year. The sparse family time is a common memory for many from rural areas. In the past, when children missed their parents, there was no way to communicate. Limited by poor communication methods, children who missed their parents could only cry in secret at night. If bullied at school, they couldn't tell their families, who often consisted of elderly grandparents. This is a painful memory for a generation of special people. Li Shufan's user review reignited these memories. Seeing the hardships of their childhood alleviated by the Baidi One phone, many who had such experiences felt emotional. Separated couples could chat every day, and parents could care for their children studying away. Those with such painful memories thought how wonderful it would have been to have a Baidi phone in their childhood. Such a phone transcends being just a communication tool. It embodies people's pursuit of a better life, a bond of family affection. Baidi's affordable pricing, solid craftsmanship, and decent performance met the real needs of the general public, making Baidi electronics widely popular. Resonating with users, many left reviews or likes, propelling this user review to the top. Yang Yang was deeply moved. He continued reading more reviews, all praising Baidi for being cheap and useful. Many lamented that if Baidi had been available earlier, they wouldn't have spent so much on other expensive, subpar phones. Yang Yang found the Baidi One phone to be a unique brand, seemingly dedicated to charity. Besides phones, Baidi also made televisions, tablets, washing machines, and electric scooters, with none of these products priced over 400 yuan, making it a truly conscientious company. In an age where electronic products are becoming increasingly expensive, with hair dryers and robotic vacuum cleaners costing thousands, it was surprising to see a manufacturer making household and digital products so affordable, seemingly for the benefit of the public. Inspired, Yang Yang quickly opened his computer and started typing an article titled "The Baidi Spirit Bringing Families Closer and Adding Warmth to Life." After writing several thousand words and adding images, he published the article. Yang Yang's followers are mostly high-level intellectuals and workplace elites. His article introduced many social elites to the Baidi One phone, and consequently to the Baidi Electronics Company, known for producing affordable electronic products. However, Baidi's products, despite their low prices, were not inferior in quality. They brought significant benefits to many people. A 99 yuan washing machine, a 288 yuan phone, and a 299 yuan electric bike, each product's price seemed unbelievable. If these were cheaply made knockoffs, it might make sense. But Baidi's products had decent quality and performance, even to the extent that industry experts noted that Baidi's product costs were not low. Many estimated that the assembly cost of each product exceeded Baidi's selling price, suggesting that Baidi made little to no profit. Yet Baidi continued its operations, producing more and more products, leading some to jokingly call Baidi a charity factory. This reputation earned Baidi many fans among the elite, who saw the company as embodying the noble Chinese virtue of contributing to society. Some business owners, impressed by Baidi's mission, purchased hundreds of Baidi phones to give as year-end bonuses to their employees. This not only supported Baidi but also provided tangible benefits to their staff. Whether used personally or gifted to family members, the phones were highly appreciated. As a result, sales of the Baidi One phone remained steady, even after 20 days of its launch, with daily sales consistently in the thousands. The total sales across 3 online stores reached around 250,000 units, a staggering figure. Moreover, it wasn't just the phones that were selling well. Baidi's electric bikes, televisions, washing machines, and tablets were also in high demand. Televisions sold between 1,000 to 2,000 units daily. Washing machines sold between 500 to 1,000 units daily. Electric bikes sold around 1,000 units daily. Z1 tablets sold between 100 to 300 units daily. Although the profit margin on each product was slim, the sheer volume of sales ensured substantial earnings for Baidi. This transformed Baidi from a debt-ridden factory on the brink of bankruptcy into a rising star in the Shenzhen industrial zone. The constant flow of transport vehicles to Baidi made it as bustling as a logistics hub. Previously, suppliers came angrily to demand payments. Now, they approached with deference, eager to supply goods to Baidi. However, many of these suppliers' products no longer fit Baidi's strategic needs due to their higher costs and lower quality. Only a few like Lu Shuyi remained partners, as the rest were politely turned away. Having transformed into a reputable entrepreneur, Zhou Yang ensured that his employees enjoyed competitive wages, significantly higher than the local average by at least 1,000 yuan per month. This made Baidi employees the envy of many young workers who frequently inquired about job openings. Veteran employees, proud of their workplace, would typically respond, "Sorry, we only hire workers aged 35 and above. You're too young. Try again in 10 years." This policy wasn't age discrimination but an effort to provide jobs and income to older workers who faced greater challenges in the job market. Society needs such warm-hearted policies. While Zhou Yang's employees were content and smiling, he himself was troubled by the overwhelming demand. The initial stockpile of phones had sold out quickly, and despite the factory's 24/7 operation, producing 2,000 to 3,000 phones daily, they couldn't keep up with demand. The solution was simple: expand production. But the factory was already at capacity, leaving Zhou Yang with no choice but to find a larger facility for expansion. With his current cash flow nearing 10 million yuan, Zhou Yang began searching for a suitable new factory location. The next day, Office Manager Massachusetts sorted a production report and handed it to Zhou Yang. Typically, companies rely on young clerks for such tasks, but Baidi had few young employees. Most were older, experienced workers like Manager Ma, who was adept with computers and reliable in handling documents. "Boss, our electric bike sales have dipped recently. down to about 1,000 units a day, Manager Massachusetts reported. Zhou Yang took the report, noting the drop. The peak sales for BYD's D21 electric bike had been thousands daily, so the current figure, while still impressive, marked a significant decline from its peak. Ancient Zhou Yang examined the report closely. Manager Massachusetts added, "I've investigated our main competitor in South China, DI Company. They've launched a sub-brand, DD electric bike, starting at just over 400 yuan. Leveraging their physical stores and brand recognition, they've taken some of our market share. Should we improve our electric bikes to boost sales?" Exactly. Our electric bikes are just as good as theirs. Maybe we should include some freebies to attract customers, another employee suggested. Yeah, let's upgrade the models and improve the performance to outdo DD electric bikes, chimed in another. The office buzzed with suggestions from the middle-aged employees, many of whom rode their company-issued D21 electric bikes to work. They were highly satisfied with the product and often promoted it to others, confident that it was just as good as those costing 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. After considering the suggestions, Zhou Yang shook his head slowly. Right now, phones are more profitable. Everyone needs a phone, but electric bikes see a sales spike only before the new year. Once the new national standards for electric bikes are fully implemented, sales will drop sharply. Instead of focusing on a niche market, we should concentrate on increasing phone production. Zhou Yang continued, however, we can still do a promotional campaign with some freebies. Manager Ma, please contact the suppliers and get some raincoats or winter gloves to offer as gifts. Let's run a promotion. Got it. Manager Massachusetts was pleased her idea was accepted. She had heard from many customers that BYD was too stingy for not offering any freebies. With gifts, sales should increase significantly. While Manager Massachusetts busied herself with organizing the freebies, on the other side, the leadership at DD Electric Bike was also having a meeting, discussing their strongest competitor, BYD Electric Bike. DI Company is the largest two-wheeler electric bike manufacturer in South China. 6 months ago, they were the sales champions in the region, with a network covering the vast area south of the Yangtze River. They hadn't expanded into the northern markets due to the severe winter cold affecting electric bike batteries, reducing their range and increasing failure rates. As a result, electric bikes were impractical in northern provinces, except during the summer months. In the electric bike industry, dominating the southern market was key to success. Earlier this year, DI aimed to capture half of the market. However, this plan was shattered last month by an unprecedentedly strong competitor, BYD's D21 electric bike, which launched at the astonishingly low price of 299 yuan, disrupting the market. The D21's price was brutal and uncompromising. Despite its low cost, the D21's performance wasn't inferior, leading to a massive market shift. Competitors' bikes priced below 3,000 yuan stood no chance. With a functional bike available at just a tenth of the price, customers naturally gravitated towards BYD, unless they were indifferent to cost. Consumers are pragmatic. They chose BYD's bikes for their quality and affordability, causing other companies to face existential crises. Many either shut down quickly or switched to manufacturing motorcycles, unable to compete with BYD. Fortunately, DI's leadership was quick to respond. They swiftly developed a lower-spec sub-brand, DD Electric Bike. Despite their inability to reduce costs significantly, they managed to offer the DD bike starting at 400 yuan. Leveraging their extensive network of physical stores, they recaptured a portion of the market. The sales manager was now reporting the recent sales performance to the big boss. Our DD electric bikes have gradually reclaimed market share lost to BYD, and our sales are steadily increasing. The big boss interrupted impatiently, I don't want to hear vague assurances. Just tell me, what market share do our DD electric bikes currently hold? Our DD electric bikes hold 30% of the market in South China. What? Only 30%? We used to have over half the market, even with our high-end models. How can we still be lagging with the cheaper DD bikes? The big boss was visibly displeased, his expression severe. The marketing manager was in a difficult position. He knew the real reason BYD electric bikes were cheaper and had better performance. Without the convenience of test rides at physical stores, BYD would have completely dominated the market. However, he needed to give a more tactful answer to the big boss's question. Our DD electric bikes need time to gain market recognition and widespread acceptance. We haven't had the chance to fully advertise yet, but once we do, our market share will increase. The big boss snorted. He wasn't naive and knew his subordinates were sugarcoating the truth. He then asked, what is BYD electric bikes' market share? The marketing manager picked up another report. Currently, BYD D21 electric bikes hold 40% of the market share in South China. The remaining brands combined hold 30%. The fact that Baidu held 40% of the market without any advertising annoyed the big boss. He immediately called for a management meeting, demanding strategies to surpass Baidu. The management team quickly brainstormed various strategies, confident they could release more affordable models and increase advertising to attract more customers. "We aim to reclaim 60% of the South China market by the end of next year," declared the marketing manager. The big boss nodded slightly. He couldn't believe that the electric bike empire he had built would be defeated by an obscure small factory. He was determined to show Baidu that the electric bike industry wasn't just about low prices. Find out what Baidu is up to recently. They won't just sit back and do nothing. They're likely to introduce new models to compete with us. Be prepared to counter any moves and crush Baidu electric bikes, he commanded. His subordinates responded with determination, vowing to defeat Baidu. However, the secretary, while casually browsing Baidu's official online store, noticed that the featured product was no longer the electric bike but the Baidu One smartphone. Most of the website's promotional space was dedicated to the smartphone, indicating that Baidu's focus had shifted from electric bikes to phones. "Boss, it seems they're no longer prioritizing electric bikes. Their focus is now on smartphones," the secretary reported. What the big boss couldn't believe it and checked for himself. Indeed, Baidu electric bikes were now second in prominence on their homepage, while smartphones took the spotlight. With over 300,000 units sold monthly, the smartphone sales were far more impressive. Unlike electric bikes, which a household typically only needed one of, almost everyone needed a smartphone. The volume of smartphone sales far surpassed that of electric bikes. Dia company, having produced low-priced models, realized that the profit margins were too thin, barely making 100 yuan per bike. In contrast, Baidu One smartphones, selling for 288 yuan, likely had a profit margin of around 100 yuan each, translating into millions in profit from their sales volume. It was now clear why Baidu's store shifted its promotional focus to smartphones. Their phones were more profitable than their electric bikes, leading to a strategic pivot in their marketing efforts. The big boss's face turned ashen with rage. He wasn't just angry because Baidu's sales surpassed theirs, he was confident he could reclaim the market over time. What infuriated him was that Baidu, whom he saw as his primary rival, didn't even consider Dia as a serious competitor. It felt as if he was being completely ignored. Even if he reclaimed the market, it wouldn't be satisfying because Baidu's focus wasn't on electric bikes. Dia was being bested by a company that treated electric bikes as a side project. How could this not enrage him? Damn it. Baidu, can you take this seriously? We, Dia, are your true competitors. Why are you making phones instead of focusing on electric bikes? Stay in your lane. The big boss's outburst left his subordinates stunned. They thought Baidu's shift away from electric bikes would be advantageous for them. But they couldn't understand the big boss's desire for a challenging rivalry. Baidu genuinely didn't see electric bikes as their flagship product because Zhou Yang had more ambitious goals. Both electric bikes and phones were just stepping stones for his broader vision. Ironically, these stepping stones caused significant damage to other electric bike companies, and unintended collateral damage. If Zhou Yang ever faced his competitors directly, he might even apologize, but he'd likely continue to develop more affordable and high-quality products. This was the Baidu spirit. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had been searching for a suitable factory site and finally found one nearby. The factory covered 200 acres and had been idle since its construction. It was only 2 kilometers from Baidu's current factory, making it the perfect location for Baidu's new factory. Zhou Yang drove his factory's old van to take a look. Peering through the fence, he saw vast steel-structured factory buildings, spacious enough to house a whole Baidu industrial park. The factory was ready for immediate use, perfect for starting production right away. The area was large enough to accommodate new production lines for future products. Looking at the impressive factory, Zhou Yang was filled with longing. He envisioned this place as Baidu's new factory. However, renting such a large space would be costly, and he didn't even know who owned it. He needed to find out more. Zhou Yang went to the Development Zone Management Office and learned that this was a model factory built by the North City Development Zone Committee. He asked about the rental cost. "This factory is not for rent," the staff's curt response left Zhou Yang frustrated. The civil servant didn't bother to explain further. Annoyed by the bureaucratic attitude, Zhou Yang decided to escalate the matter. He contacted the highest-ranking local official he knew, Li Ju, the director of the Shenzhen Commercial Development Office, who oversaw all commercial development in the city. During Li Ju's last visit to the factory, he had left his phone number for future contact. Zhou Yang called, but Li Ju's secretary answered, saying the director was in a meeting. Zhou Yang left his name, explaining he was Zhou Yang from Baidi Company and needed to discuss something with the director. The secretary remembered Zhou Yang well. Li Ju had high praise for Baidi Company during his last visit, so the secretary assured him that the director would be informed after the meeting. Zhou Yang returned to the factory and waited. In the meantime, he received several calls from customers ordering the Baidi One smartphone, keeping him busy. Currently, the daily production of Baidi One smartphones can't keep up with the high demand. This mismatch has turned immediate shipments into pre-orders, with the shipping date extending from 1 day to a week or more. The growing delay has led to numerous negative reviews and a flood of order inquiries. The excellent performance and affordable price of the Baidi One have caused a buying frenzy online. Even offline mobile phone retailers are coming to the factory with cash in hand, eager to purchase stock. Seeing bags of cash filled with 100 yuan bills was tempting for Zhou Yang, but he couldn't sell to them. These bulk buyers wanted tens of thousands of units, which would leave online customers waiting even longer for their pre-orders. Zhou Yang had to turn down these lucrative cash deals to avoid angering his pre-order customers. This wasn't just a loss of business, it was a significant constraint on smartphone sales. Initially, he could sell 350,000 units a month, but due to the inability to fulfill orders, at least 100,000 units worth of sales were lost, costing him substantial revenue. Expanding the factory had become urgent. The sooner the new factory was operational, the sooner he could start making money. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang received a call from Director Li Ju. "Hello, Director Li, this is Zhou Yang." "I know," my secretary briefed me. "What's the issue?" Li Ju inquired. Zhou Yang didn't mince words and explained his predicament. Baidi faced a production capacity crisis and urgently needed to expand. He had found a large, suitable site, but the North City Development Zone office had refused to rent it to him without explaining why. "I think leaving such a large factory idle is a waste. I hope you can help mediate. If that site is unavailable, I'm open to other large factory spaces." Expanding Baidi's production would also increase the city's tax revenue. Zhou Yang knew leaders valued tax revenue, so he framed his request accordingly. "Oh, I'll look into it and get back to you," Director Li replied before ending the call. Zhou Yang decided to wait a few days while also searching for other factory spaces. However, after 2 days he hadn't found anything suitable. The sites were either too expensive or in poor locations with no supporting infrastructure. Land prices in Shenzhen were famously high, unaffordable for most companies. Meanwhile, Li Ju delved into the issue. He remembered the idle factory, which was reserved for a paper mill from another city. However, the mill's move was delayed indefinitely due to failing environmental standards, costing the development zone 2 years of lost rent. Meanwhile, a capable company like Baidi struggled to find a site. Understanding the situation, Li Ju approached his colleagues in the development zone to resolve the matter. The colleagues explained, "The factory is reserved for Xinhua Paper Mill, a major taxpayer we're keen to attract." Li Ju responded, "Are we still considering environmental standards for the paper mill? It's been 2 years, and they still haven't passed the environmental review. Doesn't that tell you something?" Although the development zone didn't fall under Li Ju's jurisdiction, his high status and the leadership's regard for him gave his words weight. As the head of the Municipal Commercial Development Office, Li Ju's opinion carried significant influence, especially in a commerce-driven city like Shenzhen. Ignoring Li Ju's advice could lead to him reporting directly to higher authorities, which would be troublesome for the development zone officials. The contract was already signed with Xinhua Paper Mill. "It's difficult to reassign the factory to another company now," one official replied hesitantly. "Contracts? It's been 2 years. Are there no time limit clauses in the contract?" Li Ju asked. "There are," the development zone official replied, "but it required the other party to move within 2 years. It's only been a few months over. It wouldn't be fair to cancel on them over such a short period." "A few months isn't time. They breached the contract first. Why are you defending them when they've let down your development zone?" Li Ju's pointed questions made the officials uneasy because they knew he was right. Li Ju understood the complexities of bureaucratic politics and knew there was more to the situation than met the eye. He didn't want to dig deeper, so he made a straightforward request: the city's emerging electronics company needs to expand. It's a model enterprise as recognized by the city, consider that. Realizing they couldn't protect the paper mill any longer, especially given its non-compliance with environmental standards, the development zone officials agreed to Li Ju's suggestion. Li Ju urged the development zone to handle the matter promptly, mentioning that Baidi Electronics had great potential and deserved some incentives. He assured them that the North City Development Zone would benefit in the long run. When the development zone leaders reviewed Baidi Electronics records, they were impressed. In just a few months, it had transformed from a small factory owing millions to a well-known company with multiple best-selling products nationwide. What intrigued the development zone leaders the most was Baidu's unique hiring policy. They only employed workers over 35 years old. This was rare not just in the development zone but throughout the southeast coastal region. Most factories preferred young workers for their manageability, lower wages, and physical endurance. Baidu, however, bucked this trend. The development zone also had a mandate to provide jobs for older workers. Young migrant workers were highly sought after by factories, leaving older workers with limited options, such as security or cleaning jobs, or working on construction sites. This created a significant challenge for the development zone. Baidu's approach provided a perfect solution: a high-paying, low-stress job for older workers. This would significantly alleviate the development zone's employment issues. Moreover, Baidu's rising tax contributions and minimal environmental impact made it a far more attractive option than the paper mill. Consequently, the development zone quickly dispatched personnel to Baidu's factory for an on-site inspection. At that moment, Zhou Yang was out searching for rental information on factory spaces when he received a call from his factory, urging him to return immediately because officials from the development zone had arrived. Really, Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement, suspecting it was about the factory site. He immediately drove his van back to the factory. Back at Baidu's factory, two officials were being shown around by Song Di. "This is our factory manager." Zhou Yang. Song Delaware introduced him to the officials. "Hello, Zhou Yang. We are from the North City Development Zone. We're here to tour the factory and discuss the industrial park lease," one of the officials said, much to Zhou Yang's delight. Just as he suspected, it was about the factory site. He then led the officials on a tour of Baidu's factory. The officials were impressed by the bustling and orderly environment of Baidu. Workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, many with smiles on their faces, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere typical of other electronics factories. Other factories often treated workers poorly, with harsh conditions, low pay, and excessive overtime. Young workers quickly became burnt out, leading to a common saying among them: "I'd rather beg under a bridge than work in a factory." However, at Baidu, this was not the case. The workers, averaging nearly 40 years old, cherished their jobs, which offered high pay and little overtime. The factory leaders, being peers, understood the struggles of life and treated their employees with respect, creating a positive working environment. The development zone officials, witnessing this firsthand, realized Baidu's genuine commitment to hiring older workers and recognized it as a unique enterprise. Convinced of Baidu's favorable work environment, they then turned their attention to the company's profitability. The development zone officials didn't need to audit the factory's books, they only needed to observe the flow of goods in and out of the factory. A factory that purchases many parts and ships out a lot of products must be doing well. During their visit, they saw no fewer than 3 large trucks loading and unloading goods, along with several smaller delivery vehicles. 2 of the trucks were delivering parts, while the rest were shipping finished products. This was just one day's volume, which was truly impressive. Clearly, Baidu's business was thriving, reassuring the officials that leasing the industrial park's vacant factory buildings to Baidu was a smart move. They invited Zhou Yang to visit the development zone the next day to discuss the lease in person with the leadership. "Wait a moment, can I take a look at the factory buildings first?" Zhou Yang asked. If he was going to rent the industrial park's facilities, he needed to see them first to ensure they were not just shiny on the outside. "Of course, we can take you there to have a look," the officials agreed. Anticipating Zhou Yang's request, they had already informed their colleagues to bring the keys and wait at the site. Upon arrival, a security guard opened the industrial park gate. Since the lock hadn't been used in over 2 years, it was rusty and took some effort to open. Once inside, Zhou Yang and the officials walked through a courtyard filled with fallen leaves and weeds, reaching the first factory building after a few minutes. They struggled to open the first building's door, revealing an empty interior with a layer of dust on the floor. This wasn't a problem, a bit of cleaning would make it usable. The key features were the high ceilings and good ventilation, suitable for installing large equipment. This space could not only produce phones but also accommodate any future large production lines. Zhou Yang toured several other factory buildings, finding them all similarly spacious and bright. Additionally, there were several functional concrete buildings that could serve as office spaces, as well as dormitories, a canteen, and living areas for workers. The industrial park was well planned, providing solutions for worker accommodation and meals. In essence, this was a comprehensive industrial park, fully equipped and ready for immediate use and production. As dusk approached, Zhou Yang was thoroughly impressed and decided this was the place for him. "Thank you both. I'll come to the development zone tomorrow to discuss the lease," Zhou Yang said, pleased. The officials left for the day, and Zhou Yang returned home. He estimated that he had over 10 million in cash on hand, and it was still increasing. However, this wouldn't be enough to cover the annual rent of such a large industrial park. Given its prime location and full facilities, the annual rent would be at least tens of millions. To put things in perspective, the rent for Baidi's old factory, which was much smaller, was over 6 million a year. The new industrial park was at least 10 times larger, making a tenfold increase in rent seem reasonable. Of course, renting a larger industrial area could be relatively cheaper per unit area, but only to a certain extent. Zhou Yang estimated that the industrial park's rent would start at tens of millions per year. Currently, he didn't have that much money, which was troubling. While renting a smaller factory was an option, it wouldn't be ideal for future growth. Just like people wanting to buy large flats or villas to improve their living conditions, factory owners prefer large industrial parks. Owning a vast area filled with their own facilities is a highly satisfying prospect. Zhou Yang realized he would need a loan to secure the industrial park. Tomorrow, he would ask the leadership about the exact rent and then make his plans accordingly. The next day, Zhou Yang drove to the industrial park early in the morning. His old Wuling Hongguang van stood out among the tens of thousands of dollars worth of mid-range foreign cars around him, highlighting the difference in status. However, Zhou Yang was a practical man. To him, a car was just a means of transportation. The money saved on buying a fancy car could be better spent on employee benefits. He made his way to the development zone leader's office and found the two officials from the previous day already there. The highest authority in the Northern Development Zone's Administrative Committee, Director Kong Dongfang, warmly welcomed Zhou Yang. Director Kong was surprised by Zhou Yang's youth, as it was rare to see such a young and accomplished entrepreneur. Zhou Yang expressed his plans to use the industrial park for development, and Director Kong nodded in approval before presenting a document. The document detailed the conditions of the demonstration industrial park, which covered an area of 203 acres and had ready-built factories. Zhou Yang had already inspected the site the previous day, so his primary concern now was the rental cost. Director Kong said, "Regarding the rent, after collective discussion by our committee and considering Baidi's situation, we've decided to offer you a discounted total annual rent of 38 million yuan. Despite being prepared, Zhou Yang was still shocked. Many companies don't even make that much in annual revenue, let alone pay that much in rent. The pressure to ensure the factory's profitability to avoid losses was significant. However, in Shen Town, where land is incredibly valuable, this price was not unreasonable. It explained why many manufacturing companies were moving out of Shen Town. Zhou Yang was confident he could afford the rent, but he didn't have enough funds at the moment. So, he negotiated with Director Kong for some leniency, explaining that paying 38 million yuan up front was challenging. He requested a few months to generate the necessary funds. Director Kong considered this and replied, "Originally, this wouldn't be possible, but Director Li Ju has asked us to support Baidi Electric. I can authorize a 3-month rent-free period. After that, you will need to pay the full annual rent in one lump sum. Is that acceptable?" This proposal, which mentioned Director Li Ju's endorsement, provided a significant concession. Calculating the annual rent at 38 million yuan, 3 months of rent-free usage amounted to a 9.5 million yuan discount, a substantial benefit. Agreed. Zhou Yang accepted the offer. His current production capacity was limited, but with the new industrial park he could expand significantly. With the potential to hire over 1,000 workers, his production could increase tenfold. A fully operational Baidi Electric would demonstrate to complacent competitors what true competition looked like. With the expanded capacity, Baidi could distribute products widely and even establish its own offline experience stores, dominating the market. With the basic terms settled, Director Kong had one condition: within a year, Baidi must hire at least 1,000 employees aged 35 and older. No problem. Zhou Yang agreed readily. Even without this requirement, he had always planned to do so. This condition was merely a bonus. Zhou Yang added a promise: "Once the factory is operational, I will also hire at least 100 disabled individuals to work there. I believe Baidi should contribute to society." "Ah, Director Zhou, you are truly responsible. On behalf of the entire Northern Development Zone, I thank you." Director Kong was delighted and stood up to shake Zhou Yang's hand again. Having such a socially conscious entrepreneur in his jurisdiction was a boon for the development zone's workforce. "It's all about mutual benefit," Zhou Yang modestly replied. "Excellent. Humble and visionary, I am increasingly confident in Baidi's future," Director Kong said with a hearty laugh. Zhou Yang signed the industrial park lease agreement in the director's office, incorporating all the discussed terms. Thus, he officially secured the use of over 200 acres of industrial park space. Back at the old factory, Zhou Yang immediately convened a meeting with all management staff to outline Beatty's future development plans. "We have a new factory now. It's the vacant industrial park nearby," Zhou Yang announced, bringing excitement to the team. The boss had secured such a large park, showcasing immense financial power. Although the rent hadn't been paid yet, securing the relationship with top officials and being able to afford the rent was already a sign of success in today's society. "Director, are we moving the factory?" asked a workshop supervisor. "Not yet," Zhou Yang replied. Moving the old factory would halt production for several days, severely affecting output. The old factory would continue regular production, focusing on tablets, TVs, and washing machines, while the new factory would start new mobile phone production lines. Eventually, the old factory's lease would expire, and the entire operation would relocate to the new site, maximizing resource utilization. The team was eager, each member hoping for more significant responsibilities in the new factory. Managing dozens or hundreds of people is quite different from managing thousands, and the salary and benefits reflect that difference. Zhou Yang was well aware of this. He didn't want to hire external executives. The current managers, though perhaps not the most skilled, were diligent and loyal. Zhou Yang handled the factory's development strategy and R&D himself, so he didn't need highly paid CEOs or coups. Zhou Yang announced on the spot that Vice Director Song Delaware would manage the new factory. Song Delaware could choose trusted individuals to join him in the new management team, while those remaining at the old factory would be promoted one level. They could also select competent employees to become team leaders and supervisors. To incentivize this process, Zhou Yang established a recommendation system. If those recommended could handle higher positions in the future, the referrer would receive a substantial bonus of at least 5 figures. This would motivate everyone to discover and nurture talent within the company. While Beatty Electric was bustling with talent selection, Zhou Yang discovered the benefit of hiring older employees. Many older workers were former managers from other factories who had been laid off. Their management experience made them suitable as team leaders, addressing the shortage of managerial staff. Song Delaware had a challenging task. He needed to recruit at least several hundred employees for the first batch. This could be coordinated with the development zone to recommend workers. Additionally, the new factory needed thorough cleaning. Given the urgent demand for phone orders, preparing one large factory space first was crucial. Once the production line was ready, they could quickly start production. The new factory would adopt a mentoring system, transferring experienced workers from the old factory to train new employees, ensuring swift commencement of operations. After receiving the new park's keys, Song Delaware led the new employees in cleaning the park. Some pulled weeds and leveled the ground, others climbed ladders to clean windows and dust the floors. The new factory was abuzz with activity. Zhou Yang had an urgent task as well, purchasing a mid to large-scale mobile phone production line with a daily capacity of over 10,000 units to meet order demands. He posted requests for mobile phone production lines on various procurement websites. New production lines were expensive, starting at 7 to 8 million yuan, requiring all his available funds. Having experienced the benefits of purchasing second-hand production lines, Zhou Yang focused on used equipment, aiming to buy a production line at 60 to 70% of the original price, or even lower. One day, Zhou Yang's phone rang. A middle-aged man was on the line. "Hello, are you looking to buy a mobile phone production line?" "Yes." "What model is your production line?" Zhou Yang asked. The caller described the model and scale, piquing Zhou Yang's interest. The production line was large and, with a full staff, could produce over 10,000 phones daily. With a 3-shift operation, it could produce over 20,000 units daily, 10 times their current capacity. Zhou Yang asked for their address to inspect the production line. "We are in Shen Town." The address was in an industrial area, more prestigious than Beatty's location, home to well-known domestic and international enterprises. It was clear that the caller represented a major factory looking to offload old equipment. The caller was from Hongtu Electronics, confirming Zhou Yang's guess. Hongtu Group, a Fortune 500 company, spanned multiple industries, including electronics, biotechnology, energy, and chemicals. Zhou Yang had used Hongtu's consumer products before. While not globally competitive, they were well known domestically, with frequent TV advertisements. Hongtu Electronics, a subsidiary of Hongtu Group, had entered the mobile phone market years ago, achieving top 3 domestic shipment volumes. However, intense competition in the past 3 years had led to their decline. They had become an OEM for other brands, ceasing new model production. Now, contacting Zhou Yang to sell their production line indicated they were exiting the mobile phone business. During his search, Zhou Yang found interesting news about Hongtu. The company's founder, Lu Hongtu, was retiring, with his eldest son taking over. His youngest daughter, who had just returned from studying abroad, was also starting to take on some responsibilities. Hongtu was in a generational transition, explaining the sale of the mobile phone production line. Zhou Yang also saw a photo of Lu Hongtu's daughter in a news article, a striking young woman wearing sunglasses in an overseas setting. As expected from a wealthy family with access to quality partners, she exemplified good looks and refinement. Closing the webpage, Zhou Yang drove his Wuling Hongguang to Hongtu Electronics location. Arriving at Hongtu Electronics parking lot, Zhou Yang saw it filled with trucks and luxury cars. His second-hand minivan was a rare sight. However, he was there for business, not a car show, and confidently approached the gate. After explaining his purpose, the gatekeeper issued him an entry pass and arranged for an internal contact to meet him. While waiting, Zhou Yang noticed a familiar salesperson entering the Hongtu compound, deep in thought. Soon, a man in his 30s in a suit arrived, introducing himself as Wang Tao, the person Zhou Yang had spoken to on the phone. They shook hands and exchanged greetings before Wang Tao led Zhou Yang inside. Zhou Yang observed that the factory seemed less operational, with employees moving items around. "Are you undergoing a transformation?" Zhou Yang asked. "Yes," Wang Tao replied without elaborating. The workshop still displayed traces of Hongtu Mobile's legacy on the signs and walls, but production had halted. Inside, 2 long production lines stood dormant. Wang Tao introduced, "These are the 2 daily mobile phone production lines we purchased in 2014. Together they can produce up to 30,000 phones per day." "Are they in working condition?" Zhou Yang asked. "Yes, we were using them until recently," Wang Tao replied. Zhou Yang began inspecting the equipment. Despite being around 8 years old, it was well maintained. Imported equipment, though expensive, typically used high-quality materials. At Zhou Yang's request, Wang Tao started up the machinery. The conveyor belts began to move slowly, indicating that the equipment could power on. However, visual inspection alone couldn't determine the operational quality. Zhou Yang relied on his superfactory system to assess the equipment's condition. As he checked the machines, the system analyzed and reported 2 Nisho K2 mobile phone production lines, 70% new, with some worn parts and minor faults. The system can repair them. Satisfied with the inspection, Zhou Yang asked for the price. "These 2 production lines can be operational immediately, almost as good as new. The price is 5 million yuan," Wang Tao stated. 5 million, Zhou Yang laughed. Mobile phone production lines weren't rare commodities. New, state-of-the-art lines cost a few million each. Asking 5 million for these 8-year-old lines was absurd. Zhou Yang countered with 1.3 million, cutting the price by more than half. Wang Tao was visibly annoyed, shaking his head. "You're kidding, right? These are Nisho's equipment, well maintained with no major issues. They're not like low-end domestic production lines. How about 4.9 million? Zhou Yang replied, "Are you serious? These lines frequently jam and shut down. The second welding gun has a high failure rate. If they were in such good condition, they wouldn't still be on the market, would they?" He accurately listed the issues the system had identified, leaving Wang Tao speechless. Wang Tao, slightly embarrassed, assumed Zhou Yang had somehow gathered insider information about the equipment's flaws. Realizing he couldn't deceive Zhou Yang, he reluctantly lowered the price to 4.2 million. Shaking his head, Zhou Yang said, "These lines are outdated and prone to high failure rates. I'd rather spend double on new equipment. For these obsolete lines, my highest offer is 1.5 million. If that doesn't work for you, I'll leave." He knew his offer was fair given the condition and age of the equipment. Without the system's help for repairs, any buyer would face significant additional costs to get the lines operational. 1.5 million is too low. "I can't agree to that," Wang Tao insisted. "Fine. I'll look elsewhere," Zhou Yang said, pretending to leave. "Wait, have a cup of tea first," Wang Tao called after him, leading Zhou Yang to the office. A female employee soon brought Zhou Yang a cup of tea and left. Wang Tao asked Zhou Yang to wait while he consulted his superiors. As Zhou Yang sipped his tea, he heard the distinct click-clack of high heels approaching. He found it odd that Hongtu allowed female employees to wear high heels at work. The office door opened, revealing a tall, fair-skinned beauty. She dressed fashionably, almost model-like, with a cool demeanor that belied her age. Zhou Yang immediately recognized her. She was Lu Xiao, the daughter of Hongtu Group's chairman, whom he had seen in a photo. "Are you here to buy the mobile phone production lines?" Lu Xiao asked, her tone cold. "Yes," Zhou Yang replied, suddenly feeling that this stunning woman looked even better in person than in her photos. The big boss's face turned ashen with rage. He wasn't just angry because Baidu's sales surpassed theirs, he was confident he could reclaim the market over time. What infuriated him was that Baidu, whom he saw as his primary rival, didn't even consider Dia as a serious competitor. It felt as if he was being completely ignored. Even if he reclaimed the market, it wouldn't be satisfying because Baidu's focus wasn't on electric bikes. Dia was being bested by a company that treated electric bikes as a side project. How could this not enrage him? Damn it. Baidu, can you take this seriously? We, Dia, are your true competitors. Why are you making phones instead of focusing on electric bikes? Stay in your lane. The big boss's outburst left his subordinates stunned. They thought Baidu's shift away from electric bikes would be advantageous for them. But they couldn't understand the big boss's desire for a challenging rivalry. Baidu genuinely didn't see electric bikes as their flagship product because Zhou Yang had more ambitious goals. Both electric bikes and phones were just stepping stones for his broader vision. Ironically, these stepping stones caused significant damage to other electric bike companies, and unintended collateral damage. If Zhou Yang ever faced his competitors directly, he might even apologize, but he'd likely continue to develop more affordable and high-quality products. This was the Baidu spirit. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had been searching for a suitable factory site and finally found one nearby. The factory covered 200 acres and had been idle since its construction. It was only 2 kilometers from Baidu's current factory, making it the perfect location for Baidu's new factory. Zhou Yang drove his factory's old van to take a look. Peering through the fence, he saw vast steel-structured factory buildings, spacious enough to house a whole Baidu industrial park. The factory was ready for immediate use, perfect for starting production right away. The area was large enough to accommodate new production lines for future products. Looking at the impressive factory, Zhou Yang was filled with longing. He envisioned this place as Baidu's new factory. However, renting such a large space would be costly, and he didn't even know who owned it. He needed to find out more. Zhou Yang went to the Development Zone Management Office and learned that this was a model factory built by the North City Development Zone Committee. He asked about the rental cost. This factory is not for rent. The staff's curt response left Zhou Yang frustrated. The civil servant didn't bother to explain further. Annoyed by the bureaucratic attitude, Zhou Yang decided to escalate the matter. He contacted the highest-ranking local official he knew, Li Ju, the director of the Shenzhen Commercial Development Office, who oversaw all commercial development in the city. During Li Liju's last visit to the factory, he had left his phone number for future contact. Zhou Yang called, but Li Ju's secretary answered, saying the director was in a meeting. Zhou Yang left his name, explaining he was Zhou Yang from Baidu Company and needed to discuss something with the director. The secretary remembered Zhou Yang well. Li Ju had high praise for Baidu Company during his last visit, so the secretary assured him that the director would be informed after the meeting. Zhou Yang returned to the factory and waited. In the meantime, he received several calls from customers ordering the Baidu One smartphone, keeping him busy. Currently, the daily production of Baidu One smartphones can't keep up with the high demand. This mismatch has turned immediate shipments into pre-orders, with the shipping date extending from 1 day to a week or more. The growing delay has led to numerous negative reviews and a flood of order inquiries. The excellent performance and affordable price of the Baidu One have caused a buying frenzy online. Even offline mobile phone retailers are coming to the factory with cash in hand, eager to purchase stock. Seeing bags of cash filled with 100 yuan bills was tempting for Zhou Yang, but he couldn't sell to them. These bulk buyers wanted tens of thousands of units, which would leave online customers waiting even longer for their pre-orders. Zhou Yang had to turn down these lucrative cash deals to avoid angering his pre-order customers. This wasn't just a loss of business, it was a significant constraint on smartphone sales. Initially, he could sell 350,000 units a month, but due to the inability to fulfill orders, at least 100,000 units worth of sales were lost, costing him substantial revenue. Expanding the factory had become urgent. The sooner the new factory was operational, the sooner he could start making money. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang received a call from Director Li Ju. "Hello, Director Li, this is Zhou Yang." "I know, my secretary briefed me." "What's the issue?" Li Ju inquired. Zhou Yang didn't mince words and explained his predicament. Baidu faced a production capacity crisis and urgently needed to expand. He had found a large, suitable site, but the North City Development Zone office had refused to rent it to him without explaining why. "I think leaving such a large factory idle is a waste. I hope you can help mediate. If that site is unavailable, I'm open to other large factory spaces." Expanding Baidu's production would also increase the city's tax revenue. Zhou Yang knew leaders valued tax revenue, so he framed his request accordingly. "Oh? I'll look into it and get back to you," Director Li replied before ending the call. Zhou Yang decided to wait a few days while also searching for other factory spaces. However, after 2 days he hadn't found anything suitable. The sites were either too expensive or in poor locations with no supporting infrastructure. Land prices in Shenzhen were famously high, unaffordable for most companies. Meanwhile, Li Ju delved into the issue. He remembered the idle factory, which was reserved for a paper mill from another city. However, the mill's move was delayed indefinitely due to failing environmental standards, costing the development zone 2 years of lost rent. Meanwhile, a capable company like Beatty struggled to find a site. Understanding the situation, Li Ju approached his colleagues in the development zone to resolve the matter. The colleagues explained, "The factory is reserved for Xinhua Paper Mill, a major taxpayer we're keen to attract." Li Ju responded, "Are we still considering environmental standards for the paper mill? It's been 2 years, and they still haven't passed the environmental review. Doesn't that tell you something?" Although the development zone didn't fall under Li Ju's jurisdiction, his high status and the leadership's regard for him gave his words weight. As the head of the Municipal Commercial Development Office, Li Ju's opinion carried significant influence, especially in a commerce-driven city like Shenzhen. Ignoring Li Ju's advice could lead to him reporting directly to higher authorities, which would be troublesome for the development zone officials. The contract was already signed with Xinhua Paper Mill. "It's difficult to reassign the factory to another company now," one official replied hesitantly. "Contracts? It's been 2 years. Are there no time limit clauses in the contract?" Li Ju asked. "There are," the development zone official replied, "but it required the other party to move within 2 years. It's only been a few months over. It wouldn't be fair to cancel on them over such a short period." "A few months isn't time? They breached the contract first. Why are you defending them when they've let down your development zone?" Li Ju's pointed questions made the officials uneasy because they knew he was right. Li Ju understood the complexities of bureaucratic politics and knew there was more to the situation than met the eye. He didn't want to dig deeper, so he made a straightforward request: the city's emerging electronics company needs to expand. It's a model enterprise as recognized by the city. Consider that. Realizing they couldn't protect the paper mill any longer, especially given its non-compliance with environmental standards, the development zone officials agreed to Li Ju's suggestion. Li Ju urged the development zone to handle the matter promptly, mentioning that Beatty Electronics had great potential and deserved some incentives. He assured them that the North City Development Zone would benefit in the long run. When the development zone leaders reviewed Beatty Electronics records, they were impressed. In just a few months, it had transformed from a small factory owing millions to a well-known company with multiple best-selling products nationwide. What intrigued the development zone leaders the most was Beatty's unique hiring policy. They only employed workers over 35 years old. This was rare not just in the development zone but throughout the southeast coastal region. Most factories preferred young workers for their manageability, lower wages, and physical endurance. Beatty, however, bucked this trend. The development zone also had a mandate to provide jobs for older workers. Young migrant workers were highly sought after by factories, leaving older workers with limited options, such as security or cleaning jobs, or working on construction sites. This created a significant challenge for the development zone. Beatty's approach provided a perfect solution: a high-paying, low-stress job for older workers. This would significantly alleviate the development zone's employment issues. Moreover, Beatty's rising tax contributions and minimal environmental impact made it a far more attractive option than the paper mill. Consequently, the development zone quickly dispatched personnel to Beatty's factory for an on-site inspection. At that moment, Zhou Yang was out searching for rental information on factory spaces when he received a call from his factory, urging him to return immediately because officials from the development zone had arrived. Really, Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement, suspecting it was about the factory site. He immediately drove his van back to the factory. Back at Beatty's factory, 2 officials were being shown around by Song Di. "This is our factory manager, Zhou Yang." Song Delaware introduced him to the officials. "Hello Zhou Yang, we are from the North City Development Zone. We're here to tour the factory and discuss the industrial park lease," one of the officials said. Much to Zhou Yang's delight. Just as he suspected, it was about the factory site. He then led the officials on a tour of Beatty's factory. The officials were impressed by the bustling and orderly environment of Beatty. Workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, many with smiles on their faces, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere typical of other electronics factories. Other factories often treated workers poorly, with harsh conditions, low pay, and excessive overtime. Young workers quickly became burnt out, leading to a common saying among them: "I'd rather beg under a bridge than work in a factory." However, at Beatty, this was not the case. The workers, averaging nearly 40 years old, cherished their jobs, which offered high pay and little overtime. The factory leaders, being peers, understood the struggles of life and treated their employees with respect, creating a positive working environment. The development zone officials, witnessing this firsthand, realized Baidu's genuine commitment to hiring older workers and recognized it as a unique enterprise. Convinced of Baidu's favorable work environment, they then turned their attention to the company's profitability. The development zone officials didn't need to audit the factory's books, they only needed to observe the flow of goods in and out of the factory. A factory that purchases many parts and ships out a lot of products must be doing well. During their visit, they saw no fewer than 3 large trucks loading and unloading goods, along with several smaller delivery vehicles. 2 of the trucks were delivering parts, while the rest were shipping finished products. This was just one day's volume, which was truly impressive. Clearly, Baidu's business was thriving, reassuring the officials that leasing the industrial park's vacant factory buildings to Baidu was a smart move. They invited Zhou Yang to visit the development zone the next day to discuss the lease in person with the leadership. "Wait a moment, can I take a look at the factory buildings first?" Zhou Yang asked. If he was going to rent the industrial park's facilities, he needed to see them first to ensure they were not just shiny on the outside. "Of course, we can take you there to have a look," the officials agreed. Anticipating Zhou Yang's request, they had already informed their colleagues to bring the keys and wait at the site. Upon arrival, a security guard opened the industrial park gate. Since the lock hadn't been used in over 2 years, it was rusty and took some effort to open. Once inside, Zhou Yang and the officials walked through a courtyard filled with fallen leaves and weeds, reaching the first factory building after a few minutes. They struggled to open the first building's door, revealing an empty interior with a layer of dust on the floor. This wasn't a problem, a bit of cleaning would make it usable. The key features were the high ceilings and good ventilation, suitable for installing large equipment. This space could not only produce phones but also accommodate any future large production lines. Zhou Yang toured several other factory buildings, finding them all similarly spacious and bright. Additionally, there were several functional concrete buildings that could serve as office spaces, as well as dormitories, a canteen, and living areas for workers. The industrial park was well planned, providing solutions for worker accommodation and meals. In essence, this was a comprehensive industrial park, fully equipped and ready for immediate use and production. As dusk approached, Zhou Yang was thoroughly impressed and decided this was the place for him. "Thank you both. I'll come to the development zone tomorrow to discuss the lease," Zhou Yang said, pleased. The officials left for the day, and Zhou Yang returned home. He estimated that he had over 10 million in cash on hand, and it was still increasing. However, this wouldn't be enough to cover the annual rent of such a large industrial park. Given its prime location and full facilities, the annual rent would be at least tens of millions. To put things in perspective, the rent for Baidu's old factory, which was much smaller, was over 6 million a year. The new industrial park was at least 10 times larger, making a 10-fold increase in rent seem reasonable. Of course, renting a larger industrial area could be relatively cheaper per unit area, but only to a certain extent. Zhou Yang estimated that the industrial park's rent would start at tens of millions per year. Currently, he didn't have that much money, which was troubling. While renting a smaller factory was an option, it wouldn't be ideal for future growth. Just like people wanting to buy large flats or villas to improve their living conditions, factory owners prefer large industrial parks. Owning a vast area filled with their own facilities is a highly satisfying prospect. Zhou Yang realized he would need a loan to secure the industrial park. Tomorrow he would ask the leadership about the exact rent, and then make his plans accordingly. The next day, Zhou Yang drove to the industrial park early in the morning. His old Wuling Hongguang van stood out among the tens of thousands of dollars worth of mid-range foreign cars around him, highlighting the difference in status. However, Zhou Yang was a practical man. To him, a car was just a means of transportation. The money saved on buying a fancy car could be better spent on employee benefits. He made his way to the development zone leader's office and found the 2 officials from the previous day already there. The highest authority in the Northern Development Zone's Administrative Committee, Director Kong Dongfang, warmly welcomed Zhou Yang. Director Kong was surprised by Zhou Yang's youth, as it was rare to see such a young and accomplished entrepreneur. Zhou Yang expressed his plans to use the industrial park for development, and Director Kong nodded in approval before presenting a document. The document detailed the conditions of the demonstration industrial park, which covered an area of 203 acres and had ready-built factories. Zhou Yang had already inspected the site the previous day, so his primary concern now was the rental cost. Director Kong said, "Regarding the rent, after collective discussion by our committee and considering Baidu's situation, we've decided to offer you a discounted total annual rent of 38 million yuan, Despite being prepared, Zhou Yang was still shocked. Many companies don't even make that much in annual revenue, let alone pay that much in rent. The pressure to ensure the factory's profitability to avoid losses was significant. However, in Shen Town, where land is incredibly valuable, this price was not unreasonable. It explained why many manufacturing companies were moving out of Shen Town. Zhou Yang was confident he could afford the rent, but he didn't have enough funds at the moment. So, he negotiated with Director Kong for some leniency, explaining that paying 38 million yuan upfront was challenging. He requested a few months to generate the necessary funds. Director Kong considered this and replied, "Originally, this wouldn't be possible, but Director Li Ju has asked us to support Baidi Electric. I can authorize a 3-month rent-free period. After that you will need to pay the full annual rent in one lump sum. Is that acceptable?" This proposal, which mentioned Director Li Ju's endorsement, provided a significant concession. Calculating the annual rent at 38 million yuan, 3 months of rent-free usage amounted to a 9.5 million yuan discount, a substantial benefit. Agreed. Zhou Yang accepted the offer. His current production capacity was limited, but with the new industrial park he could expand significantly. With the potential to hire over 1,000 workers, his production could increase tenfold. A fully operational Baidi Electric would demonstrate to complacent competitors what true competition looked like. With the expanded capacity, Baidi could distribute products widely and even establish its own offline experience stores, dominating the market. With the basic terms settled, Director Kong had one condition: within a year, Baidi must hire at least 1,000 employees aged 35 and older. No problem, Zhou Yang agreed readily. Even without this requirement, he had always planned to do so. This condition was merely a bonus. Zhou Yang added a promise: "Once the factory is operational, I will also hire at least 100 disabled individuals to work there. I believe Baidi should contribute to society." Ah, Director Zhou, you are truly responsible. On behalf of the entire Northern Development Zone, I thank you. Director Kong was delighted and stood up to shake Zhou Yang's hand again. Having such a socially conscious entrepreneur in his jurisdiction was a boon for the Development Zone's workforce. "It's all about mutual benefit," Zhou Yang modestly replied. "Excellent. Humble and visionary, I am increasingly confident in Baidi's future," Director Kong said with a hearty laugh. Zhou Yang signed the industrial park lease agreement in the director's office, incorporating all the discussed terms. Thus he officially secured the use of over 200 acres of industrial park space. Back at the old factory, Zhou Yang immediately convened a meeting with all management staff to outline Baidi's future development plans. "We have a new factory now. It's the vacant industrial park nearby," Zhou Yang announced, bringing excitement to the team. The boss had secured such a large park, showcasing immense financial power. Although the rent hadn't been paid yet, securing the relationship with top officials and being able to afford the rent was already a sign of success in today's society. "Director, are we moving the factory?" asked a workshop supervisor. "Not yet," Zhou Yang replied. Moving the old factory would halt production for several days, severely affecting output. The old factory would continue regular production, focusing on tablets, TVs and washing machines, while the new factory would start new mobile phone production lines. Eventually the old factory's lease would expire, and the entire operation would relocate to the new site, maximizing resource utilization. The team was eager, each member hoping for more significant responsibilities in the new factory. Managing dozens or hundreds of people is quite different from managing thousands, and the salary and benefits reflect that difference. Zhou Yang was well aware of this. He didn't want to hire external executives. The current managers, though perhaps not the most skilled, were diligent and loyal. Zhou Yang handled the factory's development strategy and R&D himself, so he didn't need highly paid CEOs or coups. Zhou Yang announced on the spot that Vice Director Song Delaware would manage the new factory. Song Delaware could choose trusted individuals to join him in the new management team, while those remaining at the old factory would be promoted one level. They could also select competent employees to become team leaders and supervisors. To incentivize this process, Zhou Yang established a recommendation system. If those recommended could handle higher positions in the future, the referrer would receive a substantial bonus of at least 5 figures. This would motivate everyone to discover and nurture talent within the company. While Baidi Electric was bustling with talent selection, Zhou Yang discovered the benefit of hiring older employees. Many older workers were former managers from other factories who had been laid off. Their management experience made them suitable as team leaders. Addressing the shortage of managerial staff, Song Delaware had a challenging task. He needed to recruit at least several hundred employees for the first batch. This could be coordinated with the development zone to recommend workers. Additionally, the new factory needed thorough cleaning. Given the urgent demand for phone orders, preparing one large factory space first was crucial. Once the production line was ready, they could quickly start production. The new factory would adopt a mentoring system, transferring experienced workers from the old factory to train new employees, ensuring swift commencement of operations. After receiving the new park's keys, Song Delaware led the new employees in cleaning the park. Some pulled weeds and leveled the ground, others climbed ladders to clean windows and dust the floors. The new factory was abuzz with activity. Zhou Yang had an urgent task as well, purchasing a mid to large-scale mobile phone production line with a daily capacity of over 10,000 units to meet order demands. He posted requests for mobile phone production lines on various procurement websites. New production lines were expensive, starting at 7 to 8 million yuan, requiring all his available funds. Having experienced the benefits of purchasing second-hand production lines, Zhou Yang focused on used equipment, aiming to buy a production line at 60 to 70% of the original price, or even lower. One day, Zhou Yang's phone rang. A middle-aged man was on the line. "Hello, are you looking to buy a mobile phone production line?" "Yes." "What model is your production line?" Zhou Yang asked. The caller described the model and scale, piquing Zhou Yang's interest. The production line was large and, with a full staff, could produce over 10,000 phones daily. With a 3-shift operation, it could produce over 20,000 units daily, 10 times their current capacity. Zhou Yang asked for their address to inspect the production line. "We are in Shen Town." The address was in an industrial area, more prestigious than Baidi's location, home to well-known domestic and international enterprises. It was clear that the caller represented a major factory looking to offload old equipment. The caller was from Hongtu Electronics, confirming Zhou Yang's guess. Hongtu Group, a Fortune 500 company, spanned multiple industries, including electronics, biotechnology, energy, and chemicals. Zhou Yang had used Hongtu's consumer products before. While not globally competitive, they were well known domestically, with frequent TV advertisements. Hongtu Electronics, a subsidiary of Hongtu Group, had entered the mobile phone market years ago, achieving top 3 domestic shipment volumes. However, intense competition in the past 3 years had led to their decline. They had become an OEM for other brands, ceasing new model production. Now, contacting Zhou Yang to sell their production line indicated they were exiting the mobile phone business. During his search, Zhou Yang found interesting news about Hongtu. The company's founder Lu Hongtu was retiring, with his eldest son taking over. His youngest daughter, who had just returned from studying abroad, was also starting to take on some responsibilities. Hongtu was in a generational transition, explaining the sale of the mobile phone production line. Zhou Yang also saw a photo of Lu Hongtu's daughter in a news article, a striking young woman wearing sunglasses in an overseas setting. As expected from a wealthy family with access to quality partners, she exemplified good looks and refinement. Closing the webpage, Zhou Yang drove his Wuling Hongguang to Hongtu Electronics location. Arriving at Hongtu Electronics parking lot, Zhou Yang saw it filled with trucks and luxury cars. His second-hand minivan was a rare sight. However, he was there for business, not a car show, and confidently approached the gate. After explaining his purpose, the gatekeeper issued him an entry pass and arranged for an internal contact to meet him. While waiting, Zhou Yang noticed a familiar salesperson entering the Hongtu compound, deep in thought. Soon, a man in his 30s in a suit arrived, introducing himself as Wang Tao, the person Zhou Yang had spoken to on the phone. They shook hands and exchanged greetings before Wang Tao led Zhou Yang inside. Zhou Yang observed that the factory seemed less operational, with employees moving items around. "Are you undergoing a transformation?" Zhou Yang asked. "Yes," Wang Tao replied without elaborating. The workshop still displayed traces of Hongtu Mobile's legacy on the signs and walls, but production had halted. Inside, 2 long production lines stood dormant. Wang Tao introduced, "These are the 2 daily mobile phone production lines we purchased in 2014. Together, they can produce up to 30,000 phones per day." "Are they in working condition?" Zhou Yang asked. "Yes, we were using them until recently," Wang Tao replied. Zhou Yang began inspecting the equipment. Despite being around 8 years old, it was well maintained. Imported equipment, though expensive, typically used high-quality materials. At Zhou Yang's request, Wang Tao started up the machinery. The conveyor belts began to move slowly, indicating that the equipment could power on. However, visual inspection alone couldn't determine the operational quality. Zhou Yang relied on his super factory system to assess the equipment's condition. As he checked the machines, the system analyzed and reported 2 Nisho K2 mobile phone production lines, 70% new, with some worn parts and minor faults. The system can repair them. Satisfied with the inspection, Zhou Yang asked for the price. These 2 production lines can be operational immediately, almost as good as new. The price is 5 million yuan, Wang Tao stated. 5 million, Zhou Yang laughed. Mobile phone production lines weren't rare commodities. New, state-of-the-art lines cost a few million each. Asking 5 million for these 8-year-old lines was absurd. Zhou Yang countered with 1.3 million, cutting the price by more than half. Wang Tao was visibly annoyed, shaking his head. You're kidding, right? These are Nisho's equipment, well-maintained with no major issues. They're not like low-end domestic production lines. How about 4.9 million? Zhou Yang replied. Are you serious? These lines frequently jam and shut down. The second welding gun has a high failure rate. If they were in such good condition, they wouldn't still be on the market, would they? He accurately listed the issues the system had identified, leaving Wang Tao speechless. Wang Tao, slightly embarrassed, assumed Zhou Yang had somehow gathered insider information about the equipment's flaws. Realizing he couldn't deceive Zhou Yang, he reluctantly lowered the price to 4.2 million. Shaking his head, Zhou Yang said, "These lines are outdated and prone to high failure rates. I'd rather spend double on new equipment. For these obsolete lines, my highest offer is 1.5 million. If that doesn't work for you, I'll leave." He knew his offer was fair given the condition and age of the equipment. Without the system's help for repairs, any buyer would face significant additional costs to get the lines operational. 1.5 million is too low. I can't agree to that, Wang Tao insisted. Fine, I'll look elsewhere, Zhou Yang said, pretending to leave. Wait, have a cup of tea first, Wang Tao called after him, leading Zhou Yang to the office. A female employee soon brought Zhou Yang a cup of tea and left. Wang Tao asked Zhou Yang to wait while he consulted his superiors. As Zhou Yang sipped his tea, he heard the distinct click-clack of high heels approaching. He found it odd that Hongtu allowed female employees to wear high heels at work. The office door opened, revealing a tall, fair-skinned beauty. She dressed fashionably, almost model-like, with a cool demeanor that belied her age. Zhou Yang immediately recognized her. She was Lu Xiao, the daughter of Hongtu Group's chairman, whom he had seen in a photo. Are you here to buy the mobile phone production lines? Lu Xiao asked, her tone cold. Yes, Zhou Yang replied, suddenly feeling that this stunning woman looked even better in person than in her photos. The unconventional outer casing of the ByD1 phone was baffling. Despite its complex and intricate circuitry, it was clear that the ByD1 could have been a high-end phone. So why did it enter the market as a 288 yuan device, disrupting the low-end market? What a troublemaker, the owner of Pineapple exclaimed angrily. The ByD1 phone had severely impacted their low-end phone business. With ByD1's rapidly climbing sales, Pineapple feared a significant setback if they didn't respond promptly. If their products continued to be unsold and returned, leading to a lack of cash flow, the company could face bankruptcy within 6 months. Hurry up and create a phone that's better and cheaper than ByD1, the Pineapple owner ordered. This owner wasn't a technical expert. He had made his fortune selling electronic components before moving on to pagers, small phones and DVDs. Now in the smartphone business, he simply threw money at his engineers to replicate successful competitors' designs. Pineapple phones were often just imitations of popular models. In the owner's view, Pineapple phones were the true knockoffs. He believed that domestic consumers prioritized low prices above all, so Pineapple's strategy had always been to make phones as cheap as possible. Despite frequent plagiarism accusations, their phones sold well enough due to their low prices, allowing them to survive in the competitive market. But everything changed last month when the ByD1 phone debuted. It was cheaper than Pineapple phones and vastly superior in performance. Pineapple's lowest-end phone sold for 499 yuan, but had only 32 gigabytes of storage. It quickly ran out of space after installing a few apps and struggled to run even 1 or 2 apps smoothly. Opening Taobao took over 10 seconds, making it nearly useless. Some parents bought Pineapple phones for their children to curb internet addiction, but even kids complained about them, calling them garbage and worse than bricks. Despite losing favor with the younger generation, Pineapple phones still sold reasonably well, earning some approval from parents. However, the emergence of ByD1 changed everything. Even parents seeking to limit their kids' internet use preferred ByD1. Its built-in parental control mode allowed the phone to be used solely for learning and research, eliminating Pineapple's last advantage. Faced with the owner's urgent orders, Pineapple's engineers worked overtime to replicate ByD1. They mimicked the circuit layout and used similar or cheaper components, but the cost still came to 300 yuan higher than ByD1's selling price. Moreover, performance benchmarks showed ByD1 outperforming their attempts. When the engineers reported these findings, the owner was furious. If they can do it, why can't you? Trembling, the engineers explained, even with the same components, our performance lags behind BYD One because their system is better optimized than Android. Without their proprietary yuan NV system, our performance is at least 20% lower. Why can't you develop a system like theirs? If a small factory can do it, why can't you? The owner's outburst left the engineers helpless. They thought to themselves that if they had the skills to develop such a system, they wouldn't be working for Pineapple, they'd have been recruited by Apple or Huawei long ago. The reality was clear: even with identical components, their phone couldn't match BYD One in performance, and it would cost at least 50 yuan more, making it unprofitable. Our target customers won't pay an extra yuan. Lower the cost below 200 yuan so we can sell it around 260 yuan and have a fighting chance. Even a 20 yuan price difference could attract buyers, the owner believed, assuming he understood consumer behavior best. Pineapple's engineers worked through the night for days, finally creating a stripped-down phone with significantly inferior performance. To prevent returns within the 7-day no questions asked period, they installed light versions of several apps. These apps had fewer features and lower system requirements, making them appear to run smoothly. However, once users downloaded regular apps, the phone's true performance shortcomings would be revealed. But there was no other option. The boss had set an impossible task, and the employees, fearing for their jobs, resorted to unscrupulous methods, thus creating the Pineapple Whirlwind phone. This new series was touted to sweep across the nation like a whirlwind. Pineapple had high hopes for the Whirlwind series, investing heavily in advertising and other promotions. They were desperate after being blindsided by BYD One, so they went all in to reclaim the low-end market. While Pineapple chose an opportunistic approach to face BYD head-on, other brands adopted different strategies. For instance, Redmi, known for its cost-effective phones, faced the challenge of their low-end models not selling well. BYD One's price was hundreds, even over 1,000 yuan cheaper, yet it offered a similar user experience, causing Redmi's sales to plummet. To escape this predicament, Redmi decided to discontinue models priced below 1,000 yuan. Instead, they focused on a few models priced above 2,000 yuan, significantly reducing their prices. These models could support high-quality gaming and integrate with other devices in their brand ecosystem, such as smart home devices, an advantage that BYD, with its singular phone, couldn't match, thus maintaining some market presence. Other brands like Honor and Oppo also paused their low-end phone development, shifting their focus to mid to high-end phones. They too had dissected BYD One and realized they couldn't compete in the low-end segment, so they decided to observe and adapt their strategies accordingly. Most of these companies' analysts believed that a phone like BYD One, with its performance and price, was being sold at a loss to gain market traction. Even if they produced a similar phone, their cost would exceed 300 yuan due to their larger company structures, including R&D and franchisee commissions, along with significant advertising expenses. They were also skeptical that BYD could maintain such near-cost pricing long-term and expected BYD to raise prices eventually. They planned to re-enter the low-end market once BYD couldn't sustain its pricing strategy. Huawei, however, remained unaffected. Their phones and accessories were priced at the highest tier domestically, with a completely different customer base from BYD. Even if BYD One were given away for free, it wouldn't impact their sales due to the robust ecosystem of Harmanios. In summary, most phone companies were retreating and adopting a wait-and-see approach, while only Pineapple decided to directly launch a new model to compete head-on. Now, the entire mobile industry was watching the outcome of this direct confrontation, as it would influence future strategies for all manufacturers. To compete against BYD, Pineapple invested heavily in the Whirlwind model, ramping up production on their own lines and launching an aggressive marketing campaign. Renowned phone manufacturer Pineapple has released a new affordable Whirlwind smartphone, with the base model priced at an astonishing 268 yuan minus 20 yuan cheaper than the recently popular BYD One. This move is set to usher in a new era of competitive pricing in the mobile industry. Pineapple phones are unexpectedly good. The times are changing, with both Pineapple and BYD launching extremely affordable phone models, meeting basic communication needs. However, overall, I still recommend Pineapple phones, given their 8 years of experience in the market. At the same time, almost all online reviews praised the new Whirlwind series. It was evident that many tech reviewers and influencers had been paid by Pineapple to promote their products positively. While discerning consumers wouldn't be fooled, some less informed buyers were swayed by these glowing reviews and opted for the cheaper Pineapple phone, only to be disappointed. The Whirlwind phones had numerous issues: overheating, frequent crashes, limited memory, and unstable signals, all due to Pineapple's use of inferior components to cut costs. What's with this junk phone? It's way worse than ByD 1. Early buyers, feeling cheated, demanded refunds. Some succeeded, but many were refused on grounds such as open packaging or activated devices, leaving them stuck with a lemon. These phones were often relegated to elderly family members. As online criticisms of Pineapple phones grew, the company employed its old tactics, hiring internet trolls to counteract the negative reviews by claiming the detractors were shills paid by ByD. This muddied the waters, making it hard to discern the truth. Amidst the chaos, reputable tech reviewers like those at Hammer Technology stepped in. Known for their honest reviews, they had initially refused Pineapple's promotional offer after finding the phone's numerous flaws during their evaluation. As the online debate intensified, fans urged Hammer Technology to do a comparative review of ByD 1 and Pineapple Whirlwind. Wang Dachui, the head of Hammer Technology, saw it as an intriguing opportunity. Typically focused on high-end products, this would be their first review of budget phones, especially given his favorable impression of ByD 1, which redefined expectations for low-end phones. Wang Dachui purchased new units of both phones for the review. Since ByD acquired its new factory, its production has ramped up significantly, reaching over 20,000 units per day, a record high. The high quality and cost-effectiveness of the ByD 1 phone have made it very popular in the market. Sales in the second month surpassed those of the first, averaging over 10,000 units sold per day. This figure only accounts for data from 3 online stores. Many physical store owners also purchased ByD phones for offline sales, though exact figures for these sales are unavailable. Analysts conservatively estimate that ByD 1 phone sales this month will exceed 600,000 units. This is an astonishing figure, rivaling those of top international brands like Apple and Huawei. Speculation online revolves around how long ByD can sustain this. The general consensus is that selling a smartphone at 288 yuan is a loss leader strategy for ByD, which cannot be maintained long-term. Price hikes are expected in the future. Amidst these discussions, Hammer Technology released their review video. Hello viewers, I'm Wang Dachui. Today we're reviewing 2 special phones because together they cost less than 600 yuan. Wang Dachui and his partner, the leg model Beauty, known for her appealing looks, began the comparison. The ByD phone is known to be good, Beauty remarked. Yes, and this time, its competitor is the newly launched Pineapple Whirlwind phone, Wang Dachui replied, unveiling both phones for comparison. From the outset, ByD's design was more appealing, featuring the intricate 9 heavens goddess motif. Both phones came with a charger, but the Pineapple charger was only 5V1A, which Wang Dachui criticized as reminiscent of outdated Apple chargers. This meant slower charging compared to ByD's 18W charger. During the startup test, Pineapple lagged, taking about 10 seconds longer than ByD. In terms of smoothness, both phones seemed similar at first glance, but ByD 1 had noticeably smoother system animations, offering a better user experience. Upon deeper testing, ByD 1 proved superior in overall configuration. Pineapple Whirlwind's specifications were vaguely listed on its purchase page, and a detailed software test revealed it used outdated components from 6 or 7 years ago. It was unclear where Pineapple sourced these obsolete parts. In performance benchmarks, ByD 1 outperformed Pineapple. For screen quality, both phones were tested by playing a Blu-ray movie. ByD 1 played it smoothly, while Pineapple's screen, with a refresh rate of only 45 Hz, occasionally stuttered, making prolonged viewing uncomfortable. This Pineapple phone is really bad, Beauty commented, expressing her disappointment. She decided to test Genshin Impact on the Pineapple phone, recalling that ByD 1 could run it on medium to low settings. Wang Dachui was skeptical since Pineapple's weak configuration couldn't meet Genshin Impact's minimum requirements. As expected, the game struggled on Pineapple, lagging severely on the login screen and being unplayable even at the lowest settings, eventually crashing and requiring a reboot. It was clear that Pineapple Whirlwind couldn't handle medium to large games and was only suitable for simple games like Match 3 or Zuma. Brother Wang, this Pineapple phone is really not good, Beauty concluded, tossing the phone onto the table in disdain. Wang Dachui, with a wry smile, agreed, noting that the Pineapple phone had inferior battery life and weaker signal reception compared to ByD. Wang Dachui then gave a fair evaluation, stating that apart from the price, the Pineapple Whirlwind phone lags behind the ByD 1 in all aspects. There is no need to sacrifice the user experience to save just 20 yuan. As soon as the video was released, the public overwhelmingly criticized the Pineapple phone, putting Pineapple in a difficult position. The phone's many flaws meant that even paid commenters couldn't salvage its reputation, leading to a collapse in both its reputation and sales. The pineapple whirlwind, initially launched to capture market share, sold only a few thousand units before demand plummeted. Many users returned the phone after finding it unsatisfactory, especially when compared to the ByD One, which made the choice obvious. This situation caused the Pineapple CEO's blood pressure to spike. Staring at the pile of unsold products in the warehouse, the company was desperate for a turnaround. Without a solution, Pineapple would likely go bankrupt in 2 months, as they wouldn't be able to pay their employees. The CEO couldn't resort to selling personal assets to make payroll. While Pineapple was brainstorming solutions, ByD suddenly announced an online launch event for a new phone to be held over the weekend. They're launching a new product. The Pineapple CEO saw a glimmer of hope. ByD must be struggling to maintain their low prices, and is now planning to launch a more expensive phone. They might discontinue the ByD One, forcing customers to buy the pricier model, and thus make a profit, the CEO speculated. He sent someone to gather intelligence near the ByD factory, hoping this was their chance to bounce back. If ByD raised prices or discontinued the ByD One, Pineapple would once again have the cheapest phone on the market. A Pineapple salesman was sent to the ByD factory, hoping to infiltrate it and gather information. Posing as a prospective employee, he approached a middle-aged security guard at the gate. "Hey brother, can I ask you something?" The salesman handed over a cigarette. "Sure," the security guard replied, though he declined the cigarette due to company policy. ByD had strict regulations, and the security guard cherished his well-paying job, knowing it was hard to find such employment at his age. "I'd like to work here." "What do you think?" The salesman smiled, hoping to get inside and gather intel. "How old are you?" "You look around 30, the security guard asked. "Yeah, I just turned 30. I have experience in phone manufacturing," the salesman said confidently, believing he was about to secure a job. "Sorry, we only hire people 35 and older. Try elsewhere," the guard replied. What the salesman was stunned. He knew ByD's phones were cheap but wasn't aware of their hiring policies. Learning that ByD only hired older workers, he thought, "Is this how ByD keeps their costs low?" Excited by this discovery, he planned to suggest to his boss that Pineapple also hire older workers, believing that lower wages would reduce costs. However, the salesman was determined to learn about ByD's new phone. He tried to probe the security guard for more information but was met with suspicion and had to leave. Undeterred, he waited outside the factory, offering cash to employees for information. One worker, unable to resist the temptation, revealed that ByD was producing a high-end flagship phone. Intrigued, the salesman pressed for details about the specifications and price, but the worker only knew about the assembly process, not the specifics. "Just find out the configuration and other details, and I'll give you this much," the salesman said, indicating a substantial bribe. The ByD employee, tempted by the offer, decided to investigate further. The next day, he discreetly asked around and found out that the new phone featured a Dimensity 9200 processor and a diamond glass screen. Excited, the employee shared this information with the Pineapple salesman, though he couldn't provide pricing details since only the factory manager knew the final price. Nevertheless, the salesman sent the approximate specs of the ByD One Pro back to his company, hoping this intel could help them devise a strategy to compete. When the Pineapple CEO heard that ByD's new phone was taking the high-end route and using the Dimensity 9200 chip, he guessed the price would be no less than 3,500 yuan. Even with ByD's reputation for affordability, the phone would likely cost at least 3,000 yuan. This perfectly avoided competition with Pineapple's low-end product line, allowing the CEO to relax. He believed ByD was abandoning its strength in low-end phones to compete in the high-end market, a move he thought would lead to their downfall against established giants. Confident, he continued to focus on selling Pineapple whirlwind phones, convinced ByD would self-destruct. While Pineapple let its guard down, Zhou Yang was preparing for the new product launch. Leveraging the recent popularity of the ByD One, ByD had gained significant industry recognition. Zhou Yang's announcement of the new product launch attracted media attention, with journalists eager to cover and report on the event. ByD's products were known for being shockingly affordable yet high quality, from the best-selling ByD phone to the simple yet beloved washing machines popular in rural areas. These washing machines, often bought in pairs, greatly improved the quality of life for rural women, particularly during the cold winter months. This widespread adoption turned ByD into a household name in rural communities, making it a beloved brand. With such a reputation, the announcement of a new ByD product naturally drew significant interest. Jiang Shuqian, a journalist with a good relationship with Zhou Yang and one of the first to interview ByD, was the first to sign up to cover the launch. However, Zhou Yang had kept the details of the new phone tightly under wraps, even from her. As a result, everyone was eager to see what Baidu's latest offering would be. On the day of the launch, Zhou Yang held the event in the newly arranged hall at the new factory. The hall, quickly set up in one of the many factory buildings, served as the venue for the press conference. This time, Baidu was only launching one product, the new phone. Media representatives had their cameras ready, and the office staff set up a live stream for the event. When Zhou Yang appeared and waved to the audience, the live stream chat was filled with enthusiastic greetings and virtual gifs, reflecting Baidu's growing online fan base. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the reveal of the new phone's specs. They believed that Baidu's new phone would once again shake up the industry. Hello friends and media colleagues. Thank you for attending the Baidu One Pro smartphone launch. I'm your host, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang started with a brief introduction before diving into the details, skipping promotional videos to save costs. Although the Baidu One has had impressive sales with tens of thousands sold last month, it has faced criticism for its basic configuration. Therefore, our company has decided to develop the Baidu One Pro flagship phone, featuring the latest specs and crowned as the Queen of Yuan. The audience, both present and online, chuckled at this remark. Those familiar with the industry got the joke, as some phone company CEOs love to label their flagship models as the king of Android. Since Baidu's proprietary Xuannu operating system was only used in their phones, calling it the Queen of Xuannu was a playful jab at their competitors. Zhou Yang then unveiled the processor, the Dimensity 9200. The journalists murmured among themselves, surprised that Baidu One Pro was opting for a Dimensity chip. Most flagship phones use Snapdragon processors, and some consumers preferred Snapdragon, viewing other brands as inferior. This decision might cost Baidu some potential customers. The online audience also expressed concern that the new phone might struggle to find buyers. Next, Zhou Yang introduced the diamond glass screen. It boasted 1440 Hz PWM dimming and impressive drop resistance. To demonstrate, he dropped the phone from a height of 1 meter, screen first, onto the ground. Oh, the audience gasped collectively, expecting the screen to shatter. But when Zhou Yang picked it up and showed the intact screen, everyone was amazed. The phone displayed no signs of damage, proving the screen's durability. This feature would appeal to many users who often experienced accidental drops, which typically resulted in costly repairs. With the high-end features unveiled, online viewers began speculating about the price. With a Dimensity 9200 and diamond glass, this Baidu flagship phone won't be less than 4,000 yuan. Come on, when have you ever seen Baidu sell anything above 400 yuan? 4,000 yuan is impossible. I bet 999 yuan. This price prediction gained a lot of support. Yeah, Baidu is known for its shockingly low prices. If this top-notch phone sells for 999 yuan, why would anyone buy anything else? We'd all be loyal Baidu users. Everyone waited with bated breath for Zhou Yang to reveal the price, confident that Baidu's new phone would once again make waves in the industry. The thought of getting a phone with the same specifications as other brands' 4,000 to 6,000 yuan models for just 999 yuan made netizens' hearts race with excitement. This was simply too crazy. Hey, have you guys had too much to drink? Wake up, some knowledgeable netizens stepped in, pointing out that Baidu might be affordable, but it still had to follow market rules. The Dimensity 9200 chip and the durable OLED screen alone cost at least 1,000 yuan. Baidu might be generous with its pricing, but companies like MediaTek and screen manufacturers wouldn't cut their prices. Therefore, the phone, along with other components, would certainly cost over 1,500 yuan. The exact price would depend on Baidu's business decisions. Even at a price below 3,000 yuan, it would still be the most cost-effective flagship phone on the market. Gosh, 3,000 yuan? We can't afford that. Netizens began to retreat in disappointment. These days, most people who could afford flagship phones had already bought them, leaving the rest to sigh in envy. Even 3,000 yuan wasn't a price the general public could easily accept. Zhou Yang continued to unveil the phone's specs, such as the ability to make satellite calls in emergencies, 120W fast charging, and a massive 5,000 mAh battery that allowed for 2 days of use on a single charge. The phone could charge up to 60% in just 5 minutes, making it convenient for users who forgot to charge overnight to get a full day's use while brushing their teeth and washing their face in the morning. This significantly alleviated battery anxiety. Additionally, the phone could send and receive Baidu satellite messages and had an automatic SOS feature in case of a collision. These practical safety features made buying a Baidu One Pro equivalent to buying an insurance policy. Suddenly, a journalist interrupted Zhou Yang's speech. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhou, there's something odd about your phone. Why doesn't it have a front camera? Whether it's Huawei or Apple, they all have either punch-hole screens or notch screens. How come your phone has neither? Zhou Yang smiled and apologized, admitting he had forgotten to mention that the Baidi 1 Pro featured an under-display camera. This innovation eliminated the debate over the aesthetics of notch versus punch-hole screens, making the front camera invisible and the phone more visually appealing, even catering to users with OCD. Oh my, it's an under-display camera. The journalists and live stream viewers were shocked, as no other flagship phone on the market had this feature. A flawless screen restored the true beauty of smartphones. This innovation quickly boosted the popularity of the Baidi flagship phone, with journalists frantically writing to report this explosive news. The Baidi 1 Pro had become the first flagship phone with an under-display camera. Subsequently, Zhou Yang announced that the phone would also feature a Leica 50MP ultra-high-definition wide-angle lens, but this hardly made a splash since flagship phones' camera capabilities were generally comparable. He then highlighted the unique features of the Yuan new operating system. Previously limited by the Baidi 1's performance, many of Yuan Nu's features had not been fully utilized. Now, with the flagship phone's top-tier specs, the system could showcase its full capabilities. The Baidi 1 Pro came with the Xiaodi voice assistant, which could be activated by simply calling Xiaodi, enabling users to perform a series of tasks and queries similar to Xiaomi's Xiao AI and Huawei's Xiao Yi. The system also offered various modes, including work mode, parental mode, pure mode, and power-saving mode, ensuring there was something suitable for every customer. Other standard features like facial recognition, dual SIM support, super night mode, and microvision mode were briefly mentioned by Zhou Yang as they were already expected in a flagship phone. Seeing such a luxurious configuration that rivaled top competitors, everyone's curiosity piqued. They were eager to know the price of this innovative, high-spec flagship phone. Many netizens were already convinced that if it cost less than 3,000 yuan, it would be a great deal. I'll name a price. Zhou Yang glanced at the expectant journalists and smiled slightly before saying, the Baidi 1 Pro smartphone, with 8 GB of RAM and 256 GB of storage, is priced at 1999 yuan. Wow! The announcement left the journalists stunned, eliciting gasps of surprise. As soon as Zhou Yang revealed the flagship phone's price, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Baidi has gone crazy, releasing a product in the 4-digit range. Lost its original vision? It's no longer Baidi, it's Black Heart Baidi. Goodbye, never to be seen again. Whether they were being serious or just playing around, some netizens criticized Baidi for setting such a high price, deeming it unworthy of purchase. This reaction was likely due to their habitual expectation of Baidi products being under 300 yuan. Now faced with a 4-digit price, they were reluctant to buy. Wow! Do you even understand how amazing this phone is? Look at the flagship models from other brands. Most of the specs are identical, plus this one has an under-display camera, and it's only a third of the price. What more could you want? Exactly, if it's as good as the promo says, I'm definitely buying it. I've been thinking about upgrading to a high-end phone, and now I can get top-tier specs at a mid-range price with an independent operating system. It's an absolute steal. Knowledgeable netizens were already cheering. Who said Baidi only made cheap knockoffs? This time, Baidi was making a bold move into the high-end market, slashing the prices of premium phones. No, it was more like kneecapping the competition, cutting prices from the knees down. While other brands sold their phones for 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, Baidi's was only 1999 yuan. Some netizens joked that Baidi was getting into charity work. Although the price wasn't cheap, you had to compare products. Just looking at the specs, it was clear it couldn't be cheap. Compared to flagship models from Apple, Huawei and Samsung, the Baidi 1 Pro was a great deal. Netizens couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to see a live demo of the Baidi 1 Pro and urged Zhou Yang to get started. Seeing the enthusiastic comments, Zhou Yang smiled and said, "All right, let's test the performance scores." He then opened the Antutu benchmark app, and the live score reached an astonishing 1.26 million points. The GPU score alone increased to over 550,000. And the MEM score also showed significant improvement, 60,000. That's the power of the Dimensity 9200 processor, showing everyone the real transformation in performance. Next up, it's time for the game testing segment with Genshin Impact. The difference was stark. The previous Baidi 1 phone could only run at 30 frames per second on medium to low settings, but the Baidi 1 Pro ran smoothly at 60 frames per second on the highest settings. The longer you play, the more apparent the Dimensity 9200's advantage becomes. The Dimensity 9200 consumes 41% less power compared to its predecessor, the Dimensity 9000. So, even after playing Genshin Impact for over 10 minutes. When Zhou Yang used a thermal gun to check the phone's surface temperature, it was only 40.5 deg. It felt just slightly warm, not hot. Wow, the netizens couldn't help but exclaim. This result seemed to indicate that the Baidu One Pro had better cooling than other Dimensity or even Snapdragon flagship models. It turned out that the Baidu One Pro's cooling performance was so strong thanks to its excellent design, which optimized heat dissipation. Areas needing cooling were placed where users' hands don't usually touch, so the heat wasn't easily felt. Additionally, the Xuan NV custom system helped regulate temperature effectively. The Xuan NV system significantly reduced standby application power consumption and optimized processor usage, keeping the device cool. With the performance test completed, more people were eager to buy the phone. Other features, like the standard Leica camera, fast charging and battery life, were also showcased. Battery life couldn't be tested live, so they presented lab data instead. Heavy phone users usually need to charge their phones 2 or 3 times a day, which is annoying. According to the Baidu One Pro's data, it could last 1 to 2 days on a single charge, surpassing other flagship phones on the market. This level of endurance was only previously seen in old Nokia feature phones. Awesome. I'm buying it. Just for the battery life, I love it. No need to carry a power bank anymore. The Baidu One Pro struck a chord with many people. They weren't lacking money, there just hadn't been a long-lasting flagship phone until now. The under-display camera was also a favorite, finally offering a phone without the unsightly punch holes or notches. As the launch event drew to a close, the live chat was filled with comments urging Zhou Yang to share the purchase links. Alright, that concludes our new product launch. You can now pre-order from the official Baidu store. Retail sales will begin at 10 a.m. in 2 days. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, netizens opened their shopping apps, found Baidu's product page, and saw the Baidu One Pro listed at just 1999 yuan for the base model. The higher capacity models were priced at 2,599 and 3,299 yuan, which were still acceptable. Larger capacity cost more, but the price increase was more reasonable compared to Apple and other brands, where doubling the storage often adds at least 1,000 yuan. The Baidu One Pro's price increase for additional storage was only half of what other brands charged, indicating that Baidu was selling close to cost without trying to profit excessively. As Zhou Yang said during the event, "We're not here to make money, just to make friends." I'm definitely your friend now. Netizens participating in the pre-order praised the phone, eagerly awaiting its arrival. If the Baidu One Pro truly delivered such impressive specs, they'd be getting a high-end phone for under 2,000 yuan, saving at least 4,000 yuan compared to other brands. Zhou Yang ended the livestream, but the on-site journalists were all eager to ask questions. Zhou Yang pointed to Jiang Shuking, his closest associate, to ask the first question. Zhou Yang, hello. I want to ask, is Baidu planning to fully enter the smartphone market? Will you be producing other types of phones in the future? Zhou Yang replied, Baidu's full name is Baidu Electronics Factory, not Baidu Mobile Factory. Our next product might not be a phone. Baidu's mission is to create whatever people need, without limiting ourselves to any single product category. Creating whatever people need. That's a great line. Jiang Shuking knew exactly what her news headline would be and ended her question with satisfaction. Another reporter from Shenzhen TV was allowed to ask a question. Your high-end phone specs are comparable to flagship products from Apple and Samsung. How can you offer it at such a low price? Is it because the profit margins on phones are too high? Great question. Zhou Yang had been waiting for this one and smiled as he prepared to answer. Zhou Yang faced the reporter's questions with ease. First of all, let's get to the conclusion. The smartphone industry indeed has high profit margins. For instance, it's well known that each Apple phone sold brings in a net profit of over 1,400 yuan. But that's not the whole picture. The manufacturing cost of a phone includes expenses for marketing, logistics, warehousing, franchisee subsidies, and research and development. So, when a consumer buys an Apple phone, they're also paying for these additional costs. At Baidu, we cut out marketing and advertising expenses, and we only have online stores, thus eliminating the need for direct retail or franchise store costs. By reducing these intermediaries, our costs are naturally lower, and so are our prices. Baidu simply passes these savings directly to the consumers. A reporter raised a question, wondering if this meant that Baidu's approach was correct, and that other companies were taking a wrong path, with the general public benefiting from Baidu's lower prices. As the reporters began to discuss among themselves, Zhou Yang continued, I'm not saying Baidu is the best phone in the world. Phones are products, and products are purchased based on consumer needs. If you need the superior service and integrated ecosystem of Apple, Samsung, or Huawei, then you should buy those brands. But if you just want an affordable flagship phone for calls, work, or entertainment, then BYD is the right choice. Zhou Yang then made an analogy: high-end brands are like five-star hotels. Their services are excellent, but come at a high cost. Customers enjoy great service and a dining environment. BYD phones are like street food stalls. They're basic but affordable and get the job done. This doesn't mean high-end phones are ripping off consumers. It all depends on the consumer's financial situation and what they value. The reporters found Zhou Yang's words reasonable and applauded. As expected, Zhou Yang's comments would soon spark a heated discussion online. Next, a reporter from Guangdong Watch stood up without permission and asked, "Your BYD One phone has had a significant impact on the domestic low-end phone market, causing many brands to temporarily withdraw their low-cost models. Pineapple Phones even launched an even cheaper model to compete with BYD. Now, with the BYD One Pro, you're likely to disrupt the high-end market as well. Won't this lead to a destructive price war among domestic phone manufacturers, harming the overall industry?" Zhou Yang looked at this reporter with a meaningful smile and replied bluntly, "Your question makes me doubt your understanding and position. The market is fair and balanced, and it's always about survival of the fittest. A large market won't collapse because of a single low-cost product. Your question seems to undermine BYD and underestimate other phone manufacturers." Zhou Yang didn't like this seemingly biased reporter. He turned to address the other reporters. BYD's goal is simply to offer the highest performance at the lowest price. Other phone manufacturers aren't clueless. They have scale advantages that BYD can't match. If these large companies reinvest their marketing budgets into research and development, we could see groundbreaking innovations, similar to when the iPhone 4 was released. They wouldn't need to fear competition from the BYD One Pro. After Zhou Yang finished, the reporters whispered among themselves, acknowledging the truth in his words. The BYD flagship phone isn't here to destroy the market but to act as a catalyst, encouraging competitors to innovate rather than just market aggressively. Zhou Yang added, "The phone industry hasn't seen significant innovation for a while. New models keep coming out, but without groundbreaking features. I hope other manufacturers focus on R&D rather than marketing. The BYD One Pro is a wake-up call. If they can't compete with it, they should pack up and leave." Zhou Yang's comments served as a reminder to all competitors, urging them to maintain a sense of urgency, benefiting the entire industry. The reporters cheered, impressed by Zhou Yang's broad-minded approach. Instead of focusing solely on profit, he was considering the industry's overall health. Seeing that time was running out, Zhou Yang picked up a stack of phone boxes and said, "All right, that concludes today's press conference. I've prepared a small gift for each of you. These boxes contain the BYD One Pro phones, valued at 1,999 yuan each." The journalists were pleasantly surprised by Zhou Yang's generosity. They eagerly came forward to receive their gifts. Zhou Yang added, "Please refrain from publishing any detailed reviews or videos about the phone's parameters or usage until the official release. Thank you, and I wish you all success in your endeavors. See you at our next launch." The journalists, delighted with their new flagship phones, knew that having accepted this favor, they would write positively about BYD. Moreover, they'd be eager to attend the next launch, hoping for more new products to test. Thus, BYD's new product launch ended successfully. Unsurprisingly, the BYD One Pro flagship phone caused a sensation online. No one had expected BYD to shed its knockoff and cheap labels and release a high-end phone priced in the 4 digits. Consumers were shocked, but the most stunned person was the Pineapple Phone's boss. Upon hearing the news, he almost fainted. "What? The BYD flagship phone is priced so low. How much are they losing?" The Pineapple boss, feeling chest pains, was rushed to the hospital. The day before the BYD One Pro's launch, Pineapple Phones announced a clearance sale, slashing prices on all models by half and declaring a shift in business focus. However, they didn't specify their new direction. Just like that, BYD's 2 phone models forced a top 5 domestic phone brand to pivot and exit the smartphone market. Other phone manufacturers took BYD seriously this time, holding emergency meetings to discuss strategies while awaiting the BYD One Pro's release to purchase and study it. The smartphone industry was already changing under BYD's influence, and the days of stagnant innovation seemed numbered. 2 days later, at 9:40 a.m., as the BYD One Pro's launch approached, many people had their phones ready, waiting for the purchase button to light up. Unlike previous launches, which attracted mostly low-income groups like rural residents or migrant workers, this flagship phone appealed to young urbanites. These were working professionals with limited budgets, middle-aged men looking to upgrade, and students who always sought the best value for their money. The Baidi flagship phone seemed tailor-made for them. At 10 a.m. sharp, the Baidi 1 Pro went on sale, and a flood of people clicked the purchase link simultaneously. The demand for Baidi phones was overwhelming. Ding! Ding ding! Phones across the country rang with purchase confirmations. At this moment, the office of Baidi Company was filled with the constant sound of order notifications, even more intense than during the pre-order phase of the Baidi 1. In just 1 minute, they had already surpassed 5,000 orders. This number continued to rise rapidly, suggesting that they would undoubtedly break 10,000 sales today, and possibly even achieve higher numbers. Director Zhou, "We did it." Uncle Song, the deputy factory director, waved his fist in excitement. Despite his graying hair, he looked as joyful as a child. "Yes, we did." Zhou Yang smiled, confident that the Baidi 1 Pro would succeed. The phone offered comparable quality to major brands at a third of the price. Even Zhou Yang himself couldn't put it down, having made it his daily driver. It wasn't surprising that others would feel the same. However, the current sales surge was not solely Zhou Yang's achievement, but the result of the collective effort of all Baidi employees. Director Zhou, with such high sales, our stock of 400,000 units won't last long. Should we consider adding another production line? Uncle Song suggested. Zhou Yang shook his head. 2 production lines were sufficient for now. Adding more could lead to resource wastage. Any high-end phone would become outdated within a year, potentially leaving the production line idle. Moreover, it wasn't his style to constantly churn out new models. His goal, aligned with the superfactory system, was to create a variety of industrial and electronic products to benefit humanity. The average phone replacement cycle was over 2 years, so Zhou Yang had no intention of getting caught up in the industry trend of launching multiple new phones each year. Instead, he planned to focus on other innovative products in the system, bringing more benefits to the public. Under Zhou Yang's decision, Baidi would not expand its production lines. The new factory would concentrate on producing the Baidi 1 Pro and a smaller quantity of Baidi 1 phones. If there were temporary shortages, users would have to wait a bit. After all, using a phone a few days longer or getting it a bit later wouldn't significantly impact them. The old factory would continue to produce various Baidi products around the clock to meet user demand. By midnight, the day's sales figures for the Baidi 1 Pro were in 62,587 units sold. Although this number was far from the first-day sales of giants like Apple and Huawei, it surpassed many second-tier manufacturers and even outperformed some of them. It's worth noting that other manufacturers heavily rely on marketing, sometimes using provocative tactics to attract attention. Their sales figures often include a lot of marketing and inflation. In contrast, Baidi 1 Pro achieved its sales purely through word of mouth and media coverage, without any advertising. This confirmed that the phone was well received by the market. The following day, sales were slightly lower but still impressive, with over 50,000 units sold. In just 2 days they had sold 110,000 units, proving that Zhou Yang's flagship phone met consumer demand. Soon, the Baidi 1 Pro phones were shipped to households across the country. Wan Ning, a sophomore student, had been using his parents' old iPhone 6s since starting college last year. The outdated phone couldn't keep up with modern needs. He couldn't update the system for fear of it crashing, and many apps either ran poorly or weren't supported. With limited storage, he hesitated to take photos, worried about running out of space. The outdated phone significantly affected Wan Ning's life and studies. In many situations, he needed to scan QR codes, but his phone was slow, causing him to lag behind his peers and endure their teasing. As a typical young man, he also longed for a campus romance, but potential partners often lost interest upon seeing his old phone. Without a source of income, a student's phone often reflected their family's financial status. Using an iPhone 6s, Wan Ning seemed less appealing compared to those with the latest Huawei Porsche models, automatically losing out in the dating scene. A few days ago, he stumbled upon the Baidi 1 Pro with its impressive specs, rivaling those of high-end brands like Apple and Samsung. Determined, he decided to eat more instant noodles and use Huawei to buy it in installments. Fortunately, the Baidi 1 Pro wasn't too expensive, and he could afford it with a bit of budgeting. The day his package arrived, Wan Ning eagerly picked it up and unboxed it in his dorm room. His roommates gathered around, curious about his new phone. Baidi 1 Pro. What's that brand? They asked, unfamiliar with Baidi as they only knew brands like Huawei, Samsung, Apple, and Xiaomi. It's Baidi's flagship phone, Wan Ning explained, focusing on opening the package. He carefully unwrapped the phone, feeling the solid weight of it in his hands. The moment he peeled off the plastic, the Baidi 1 Pro's sleek design stood out, comparable to his roommate's expensive phones and far superior to his old iPhone 6s. Wow! It looks pretty good, his roommates exclaimed, admiring the metal frame and glass back of the large screen phone. Indeed, the Baidu One Pro's design, intended to appeal to a male audience, was both elegant and robust, fitting the aesthetic of these young men. They first inspected the accessories, astonished to find a 120W fast charger included. Wow! A fast charger included? That's amazing, one of them said. Apple would say this phone isn't environmentally friendly, another joked. Yeah, right. Apple's definition of environmentally friendly is a joke, they laughed. Amused by their banter, they urged Wan Ning to power up the phone to see how it performed. Upon turning it on, the screen displayed the logo of the Xuannu system, leaving his roommates puzzled. Xuannu? Is that the brand, they asked? No, the brand is Baidu One Pro. Xuannu is the custom operating system developed by Baidu, Wan Ning explained. A roommate questioned, a custom OS? Only Huawei has the capability to develop their own system. Does Baidu have the same strength as Google and Huawei? I'm not sure, Wan Ning replied, more concerned about whether the phone would meet his needs. Following the activation steps, he familiarized himself with the Xuannu interface, which offered two user modes. For users accustomed to Android, there was a mode that mimicked Android's interface. For those used to Apple, there was a mode that made it feel like using an iPhone. That's a great feature, his roommate said, impressed by the convenience. Once the setup was complete, the screen displayed a lively image of Xuannu. Hello, my master. I am your intelligent assistant, Xiao Zuan. You can call me Xiao Xuan, Xiao Xiao and Xuan, and I'll appear. You can chat with me, check the weather, navigate, and more. Just give me commands. Try saying, Xiao Xuan, dance for me. The clear, youthful voice interacting with them felt like talking to a lively girl, making the boys in the room eagerly watch. Xiao Xuan, dance for me, one of the roommates called out. At your service, Xiao Xuan responded, and the avatar began dancing gracefully on the screen. The smooth animation delighted the roommates. The interaction was unlike anything they had seen on other phones. Even those with Apple 13s were impressed, as their Siri couldn't compare to the engaging and interactive experience offered by Baidu One Pro. Wan Ning's roommates were now convinced. The Baidu One Pro, priced at just 1,999 yuan, offered features and performance that rivaled and even surpassed many high-end phones. This Xuannu assistant is really interesting, remarked one of Wan Ning's roommates. Intrigued, they began asking it various questions, from the weather to simple arithmetic, all of which Xiao Xuan answered accurately. Young people love to have fun, and one cheeky roommate decided to test the limits. Xiao Xuan, what are your measurements? You're so naughty, master. That's a secret, Xiao Xuan responded with a coy expression, refusing to give a direct answer. Ha ha ha, the students burst into laughter. Encouraged, the cheeky student tried again. Xiao Xuan, take off your clothes. Master, that's not appropriate. If you have such needs, you should find a girlfriend soon. Shall I connect you to a dating site? Xiao Xuan replied. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Xiao Xuan's playful and witty responses delighted them. They found this virtual assistant far more entertaining than the ones on their current devices. Let's explore the performance first, Wan Ning suggested, shifting the focus back to the phone. He began navigating the interface, which resembled Apple's but with unique enhancements to avoid any infringement issues. Tired of the limitations of his old iPhone 6s, Wan Ning's first task was to check the storage. Seeing the 256 gigabytes of available space, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, no more worrying about running out of room for photos, videos, or apps. He proceeded to download all the apps and games he wanted, including Honor of Kings, which had previously run sluggishly on his old phone. The Baidu One Pro handled multiple downloads effortlessly without any lag. Satisfied with the camera's clarity, Wan Ning continued his tests. His roommates, noticing the phone's impressive performance, were stunned. How much did it cost, they asked. 1999 yuan, Wan Ning replied. What, they couldn't believe their ears. 1999 yuan, just under 2,000, Wan Ning repeated. That's impossible. Isn't it supposed to have a Dimensity 9200 processor? With such high specs, how can it be so cheap? Exactly. Phones with the Dimensity 9200 usually start at 4,000 yuan. Why is yours so affordable? Feeling pleased with himself, Wan Ning explained Baidu's story to his friends. They were even more astonished to hear about the 99 yuan tablets, washing machines, and 299 yuan electric bikes. In an era where electronics seemed to be getting more expensive, Baidi's prices sounded like something out of a fairy tale. Hey, I just remembered, one roommate said. People from the neighboring major were talking about a 288 yuan phone that's really good. That must be Baidi too. Yes, that's Baidi's entry-level phone, Wan Ning confirmed. And what I bought is their new flagship model. The specs and price are unbeatable. No way. Apple and Huawei phones cost 5 or 6,000 yuan. Are you sure Baidi isn't just overhyping it? Test it with a game. Just as Honor of Kings finished downloading, Wan Ning decided to test Genshin Impact 2. As it downloaded, he launched Honor of Kings to demonstrate the phone's performance. The game began, and watching Wan Ning's gameplay, it was clear the frame rate was high and the graphics smooth, with no issues whatsoever. This was while the phone was simultaneously downloading another game, a situation that would cause most phones in the 1,000–2,000 yuan range to lag significantly. The Baidi 1 Pro, however, showed no signs of stuttering, proving its robust performance. While Honor of Kings isn't very demanding on hardware, the real test was Genshin Impact. Wan Ning launched the game, set the graphics to the highest settings, and started fighting monsters. The Baidi 1 Pro handled it seamlessly, with no lag. This is incredible. A phone with these specs for just 2,000 yuan. The roommates were astonished. One of them, who owned an iPhone 13, suddenly felt his phone wasn't as impressive anymore. He had spent over 5,000 yuan on it, and now realized he could have saved 3,000 yuan and gotten a better performing Baidi 1 Pro. You can't look at it that way, Wan Ning said. Electronics are all about enjoying them as soon as you buy them. You bought yours over a year ago and have had the pleasure of using it. Plus, Baidi is different from other brands. If you're thinking of getting a new phone, go for Baidi. So far, I haven't found any flaws. Alright then. I'm done with my Xiaomi 9. It's time for a new flagship phone. Another roommate decided on the spot and placed an order for the Baidi 1 Pro. Wan Ning continued to play while charging the phone. The 120W fast charging feature was impressive, fully charging the battery in just an hour. After 10 p.m., another impressive feature of the Baidi 1 Pro became apparent: its battery life. At Wan Ning's university, the administration is strict. The power goes off at 10 p.m. and lights are out. So after lights out, everyone lies in bed playing on their phones. Conveniently, there were no classes the next day, so staying up late was the norm. Past midnight, his classmates' phones began running out of battery, forcing them to use power banks if they wanted to continue playing. But power bank cables were a nuisance when turning over in bed. Wan Ning's phone, however, was still going strong, without needing a charge. Wan Ning, how much battery do you have left? One of his roommates asked. 71%, Wan Ning replied. Wow. No way. You've been gaming all night, and you still have 71%, his roommate exclaimed. Yeah, Baidi mentioned the phone's battery life is amazing. You can easily go 2 days without a charge if you use it sparingly. That's impressive. Much better than my phone, which cost me 4,000 yuan and still needs charging twice a day. His roommates were all envious of his new phone. Their dorm leader was so impressed that he immediately placed an order for a Baidi 1 Pro as well, planning to make it his main phone. Soon 3 people in their dorm would be using the same model phone, an unprecedented occurrence. And it didn't stop there. When Wan Ning took his phone to class, his classmates were equally impressed, thinking it was a high-end phone costing 5 or 6,000 yuan. They were all envious. Now, walking around campus, Wan Ning could proudly take out his phone without fear of embarrassment. He even used the shake feature on WeChat to meet a lonely junior from the 3rd year, making his extracurricular life far more exciting. His student life was significantly transformed by the Baidi 1 Pro. Meanwhile, in Fixia County, Jiangnan Province, the life of a delivery worker named He Zimin was vastly different from Wan Ning's. He returned home late at night, exhausted. His wife and child had already eaten, and the food was kept warm for him in the pot. As a delivery man, He Zimin earned 8,000 to 9,000 yuan a month, but this income came from hard work, with long hours and dealing with various customers every day, leaving him mentally and physically drained. However, for the sake of his wife and child, he persevered through the hardship. While he was eating, his wife mentioned that the payment for their child's math tutoring class was due 2,100 yuan. He Zimin sighed and quietly transferred the amount to his wife. After paying the mortgage, utilities, phone and internet bills, he would have less than 2,200 yuan left for the month. The life of an average middle-aged man was filled with financial strain and helplessness. Originally he had planned to save this money, but now he had unavoidable expenses. He Zimin needed to make many phone calls daily, but his 2 old phones were failing him. Their poor battery life and frequent crashes severely impacted his work. Due to missed calls, he had received 2 customer complaints this month, resulting in deductions of several hundred yuan from his earnings, which pained him deeply. He needed to replace his outdated phones. These two phones, a coolpad and a bird, were ancient, as evidenced by their names alone. Despite their broken screens and old age, they were still the best he had, handed down in a long chain of hand-me-downs within the family. Last year, his wife insisted on getting a new phone, so Jimin bought her a Huawei Mate 40 for over 4,000 yuan without hesitation. She then passed her old Oppo phone to her mother, and Jimin took over his mother-in-law's old coolpad, finally replacing his years-old Nokia. However, his wife couldn't get used to the Harmonious system and soon wanted an iPhone. At that time they couldn't afford it, so she had to endure for a year. When the iPhone 14 was released this year, she demanded a new phone again. Jimin had no choice but to buy her an iPhone 14. Her previous Huawei phone was then given to her father, and Jimin ended up with his father-in-law's old bird phone. According to the current phone hand-me-down chain in their family, Jimin had no chance of using a new phone, and his pocket money couldn't cover the cost of a good one. However, phones were now essential for his job, so he had to buy one despite the difficulty. When he discussed this with his wife, she agreed he could buy a phone but made it clear he shouldn't ask her for money. Jimin was left with no choice but to use his limited funds. With his limited pocket money, Jimin could only afford a phone priced around 2,000 yuan. However, after browsing online shopping sites, he found that none of the phones in that price range met his standards. Besides needing a phone for work, he also wanted to play games, as his current family budget didn't allow for a separate gaming console. Unfortunately, phones priced at around 2,000 yuan generally had poor reviews from gamers, often overheating or lagging. Then Jimin stumbled upon a review praising the Baidi One Pro phone, claiming it outperformed any phone under 5,000 yuan. Intrigued, he researched further and discovered the Baidi One Pro indeed had impressive specs. The best part was the price, only 1,999 yuan, as if it was tailor-made for him. Although he had never heard of Baidi before, the overwhelming positive feedback online convinced him to give it a try. He ordered a Baidi One Pro, and 2 days later, it arrived. The phone exceeded his expectations. Firstly, the storage space was an astonishing 256 gigabytes, the largest he had ever used. He could install any software he wanted without worrying about space. Secondly, the Baidi One Pro's performance was exceptional, effortlessly running various games and handling most mobile games available. Thirdly, the battery life was impressive. Even with his heavy usage, the phone lasted an entire day. He could charge it overnight and use it from morning until bedtime without needing a charger. If he forgot to charge it at night, a quick charge while brushing his teeth in the morning or during lunch was enough to keep it going for the rest of the day. Baidi One Pro is awesome. No further explanation needed. This was Jimin's enthusiastic endorsement to friends and family. It was the best phone he had ever used, bar none, and it was affordable, so it didn't strain his budget. He left a glowing review online, praising the Baidi One Pro. Users like Wan Ning and Jimin were just a few among many satisfied Baidi phone owners. Their delight with the phone led them to recommend it to their friends and family, significantly boosting the phone's reputation and sales. Within half a month of its release, the Baidi One Pro sold 300,000 units, and daily sales continued at a rate of 20,000 units. This was unusual for the smartphone market, where initial sales typically peak and then decline, only rebounding during major promotions. The Baidi One Pro, however, maintained steady sales due to positive word of mouth from its first users. This strong sales performance brought substantial profits to Baidi. When Zhou Yang received the financial report, he was thrilled to see a string of positive figures. The Baidi One Pro alone had generated over 27 million yuan in profit. Despite each phone earning a modest profit of about 90 yuan, the sheer volume of sales made a significant impact. Including other products, Baidi's total net profit for the half-month period approached 40 million yuan. The company had transformed from a near-bankrupt small factory into a major taxpayer in the model industrial park. Additionally, Zhou Yang's system points had accumulated to over 300, allowing him to exchange them for high-quality blueprints. However, he planned to save them for more pressing needs in the future. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The office clerk, an older lady, walked in with a package. It was a same-day delivery, addressed to factory director Zhou Yang. A package for me. Zhou Yang was puzzled. He hadn't ordered anything recently. But when he saw the sender's address was Hongtu Electronics, an image of a tall, model-like beauty flashed in his mind. Could it be Lu Xiao, he wondered. He opened the package and found a sleek, white hairdryer inside. It looked modern, almost resembling a Dyson model. There was also a note with elegant handwriting that read, "This is a new product. Please try it out, Director Zhou." The note was signed by Lu Xiao. Interesting, Zhou Yang chuckled. She actually sent me a sample. Since it was a thoughtful gesture, Zhou Yang decided to give it a try. He unpacked the hairdryer and read the instructions. It was simple to use, with just 2 buttons, one for airflow and one for temperature. He plugged it in, and a strong, warm breeze flowed from the nozzle, much quieter than traditional hairdryers but with significantly more power. The metal casing felt smooth and luxurious, a far cry from the cheap plastic hairdryers he was used to. Not bad at all. If it costs around 100 yuan, it's definitely worth it, Zhou Yang thought. Curious, he searched online for the price of this hairdryer, named after the ancient wind god, Ji-Sing. He was surprised to find it listed for 999 yuan. Wow, a hairdryer that expensive? Zhou Yang knew Dyson hairdryers were pricey, around 3,000 yuan, but he was unaware that other brands could be so costly too. His own 50 yuan plastic hairdryer had served him well for years. He saw no need to spend 999 yuan on a hairdryer, not because he couldn't afford it, but because he didn't see the necessity. This was a matter of consumption habits. Men could easily spend 3,000 yuan on a PS5 but would hesitate to spend 999 yuan on a hairdryer. Moreover, the Ji-Sing hairdryer's design clearly targeted women, who often took great care of their hair. Many men, on the other hand, preferred to let their hair dry naturally. Thus, Zhou Yang realized this high-end hairdryer was more suited for a niche market among women, diverging from Baidi's business philosophy. Feeling it wasn't something he needed, he decided to give it to the office clerk. "Director Zhou, I can't accept this," she said. Embarrassed. "It's fine. Just use it for a few days and write me a review," Zhou Yang replied. He wanted a woman's perspective on the hairdryer's performance in case Lu Xiao asked for feedback later. It would also add to his knowledge base, which might come in handy if he ever decided to produce hairdryers. Shortly after, the office manager, Ms. Ma, came to report that they had organized a team to clean up a large factory building, ready for inspection. Zhou Yang headed to the new factory, finding it spacious, bright, and spotless. The older employees had done an excellent job, working diligently and meticulously. "Good job," Zhou Yang said. "Give the cleaning staff some snacks or drinks as a reward. Charge it to the office expenses." "Thank you, Director Zhu." Ms. Ma was delighted. The workers felt appreciated, which naturally made them happy. After Ms. Ma left, Zhou Yang wandered through the empty factory, pondering the next product they should manufacture. Although the factory was currently focused on producing phones and other products, Zhou Yang's ambitions went beyond that. He had instructed Ms. Ma, who also served as a part-time HR, to continue hiring more staff in preparation for the new factory. Once he redeemed a blueprint and set up a new production line, they could start manufacturing a new product. As Zhou Yang contemplated new product ideas, other phone manufacturers were feeling the pressure. The Baidi One Pro, priced at a groundbreaking 1,999 yuan, had shaken the industry, leaving many companies scrambling to respond. Huawei, Xiaomi, and Oppo, among others, were worried about the impact on their high-end phone sales, which were crucial for their financial health. While Huawei, with its strong R&D capabilities and diversified revenue streams, was less affected, the Baidi One Pro still posed a threat. Yu Dazui, Huawei's head of the mobile business, found Baidi's strategy intriguing. He noted that Baidi's self-developed Xuanfei system had similarities to Huawei's Harmonios and even outperformed it in some areas. "You don't need to worry," Yu Dazui assured his team. "Just continue with our current development plans. I believe Baidi isn't focused on the mobile business long-term. They probably won't release more phones soon." "Why do you think that?" one of the executives asked. "A company aiming for a long-term presence in the mobile industry wouldn't start with a product that doesn't make much profit. If Baidi releases another phone, will it have better specs and an even lower price? That doesn't make commercial sense. So I predict Baidi won't focus on mobile phones. As time goes on, the impact of the Baidi One Pro will diminish. We just need to hold on for the next couple of months. By then, our new foldable phones will hit the market, and we'll be fine." Yu Dazui's words reassured the team, allowing them to return to their work with confidence. Moreover, mobile phone companies with weaker research capabilities were struggling. They had to quickly devise countermeasures, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sell their flagship products this year. Since the Baidi One Pro burst onto the scene, their sales had been severed, plummeting to 1/5 of what they were before. Several mid-sized phone companies found Baidi's threat extremely challenging. With no effective means of countering it, they had no choice but to unite. Hence, several company CEOs met in Beijing to discuss strategies. The secret code for this meeting was Northern Expedition, symbolizing a collective effort to counter Baidu, the tyrant emperor of the mobile industry. In a hotel in Beijing, several domestic phone company executives gathered. Typically at press conferences, they would refer to each other as competitors, often subtly or overtly mocking and belittling one another. However, today they were exceptionally united, having found a common enemy in Baidu. Baidu had played unfairly. Originally not even a phone company, it had only released 2 models, but these 2 phones had hit their companies hard. The Baidu One phone dominated the low-cost market, leaving no room for others, while the Baidu One Pro, priced at 1999 yuan, offered flagship-level performance and a superior user experience, featuring the self-developed Zuan system and various innovations. Companies like Huawei, Samsung, and Apple, each with their strengths and unique technologies, could withstand Baidu. However, second-tier manufacturers were not so fortunate. Both their low-end and high-end products were being crushed by Baidu. If they didn't come up with a solution, they would either have to close down or pivot to other businesses. A highly respected executive in the mobile industry spoke up. "Everyone, the situation is dire. Let's skip the pleasantries and discuss strategies." Another person chimed in. "What's wrong with Baidu's CEO? That Zhou guy. We were all making good money, and he had to come and disrupt the market. Even if he doesn't make money, he drags us down with him." "Hey, you're wrong. Baidu is making money. Even if they make just 50 yuan per phone, they've sold over 1 million units of those 2 models. That's more than 50 million in revenue." "Only 50 million? HMPsh. Some expressed disdain. Their companies could rake in billions with a new release, so they didn't think much of Baidu's earnings. "Stop it." The respected executive silenced the group. Complaining wouldn't make them money. He reminded them to focus on serious matters, which brought everyone back to the table to think about strategies. One person suggested, "A price war won't work. Look at what happened to Pineapple." Someone else added, "Then let's invest in R&D. We can form an alliance to share patents. Together, we control half of the domestic market. I don't believe we can't beat Baidu." Of course, there was always someone to throw a wrench in the works. "Hey, R&D? Easier said than done. Can you match Huawei, Apple, or Samsung in research? If we invest all our profits into R&D, costs will go up, and we'll end up pricing ourselves out of the market faster." This argument had merit. Major companies could leverage technological and financial advantages for R&D, but second-tier manufacturers couldn't follow this path. They needed a different solution. This was a tough problem, and nobody had a good idea for a while. Suddenly, someone had a sly idea. "How about we spread some rumors through internet trolls? Report them for tax evasion, and if that doesn't work, set fire to their factory." Seeing the sinister look on the person suggesting these illegal tactics, the others distanced themselves. They were wealthy individuals, and even if they stopped making phones, they had other ventures they could pursue. Committing crimes was not worth the risk. The respected executive knocked on the table and said, "Let's stop with the nonsense and focus on serious matters. Forming an alliance is essential. We need to share patents and information. We should avoid internal conflicts and stagger our product releases. We also have an advantage Baidu doesn't: a network of physical stores. Let's leverage our retail presence, improve our services, offer free screen protectors, give away inexpensive gifts, run promotions during holidays, and collaborate more. I don't believe a company without a single offline store can defeat us." His words enlightened the others. They realized that while Baidu had momentarily overwhelmed them, they still had their strengths. As long as they avoided internal strife and didn't sabotage each other, uniting would significantly reduce their costs. This would allow them to lower their prices slightly and curb Baidu's dominance. Under the pressure to survive, these manufacturers were forced to unite, forming a collective strength to counter Baidu. This involuntary alliance also led them to improve their product quality and customer service, demonstrating Baidu's catfish effect, by pushing its competitors to develop in a direction beneficial to consumers. Despite the strategies put in place by other mobile phone manufacturers, Baidu's 2 models continued to sell exceptionally well. The Baidu One phone primarily targeted low-income groups such as those in rural areas, mountainous regions, and migrant workers. In contrast, the Baidu One Pro was aimed at students, salaried workers, and budget-conscious gamers. Combined, these 2 models sold over 50,000 units daily, allowing Baidu to reap significant profits from the mobile phone market. With these earnings, Baidu was now financially capable of investing in new production lines. At this moment, Zhou Yang looked at his system points, which had exceeded 300, feeling elated as he browsed through his system's exchange interface, selecting his desired blueprints every day. What should I make? A computer? No, the unit price is too high, and the hardware costs are inflated, making it hard to keep costs down. Dealing with Huang is just not worth it. A heater? No, I don't even use one myself. People can afford to buy a heater, but not the electricity to run it. It's too energy consuming, costing dozens of yuan a day in electricity bills. It's not a necessity for the common people. Maybe an air conditioner with a focus on heating? But air conditioners are mainly sold in the summer. If I make one now, the sales will be dismal, which isn't suitable. Zhou Yang sat in his office, contemplating. Most of the products he considered were related to heating because, since the beginning of early winter, temperatures had plummeted. Even in the southern city of Shenzhen, temperatures had dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius. Everyone was scrambling to buy heating devices, so Zhou Yang naturally considered making heating appliances. But after much thought, none of these options seemed suitable, so he kept looking. His stomach growled just then, reminding him it was almost noon and time for lunch. Zhou Yang headed to the new factory's cafeteria. The cafeteria had been set up nicely, with a master chef hired to cook, and the spouses of some factory workers employed to serve food. The canteen was up and running. Working at Baidi included free meals, served buffet style, allowing employees to choose what they liked. Thanks to Zhou Yang's suggestions, the food quality was quite good, with a balanced variety of meat and vegetables, much better than typical takeout. Zhou Yang usually ate at the factory. When he arrived at the canteen, the employees greeted him warmly. Hello, Director Zhu. Good day, Director. People are naturally grateful when treated well. Zhou Yang's kindness towards these middle-aged workers earned him their respect and gratitude. The entire factory respected him greatly. Hello everyone. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded to the employees before heading to the serving line. Director Zhou, have some ribs. The serving lady enthusiastically ladled a large portion of potato and pork rib stew onto his plate. Not satisfied with just one scoop, she added another. That's enough. I can't eat that much. Zhou Yang quickly tried to retrieve his tray before she dumped the whole pot of ribs onto his plate. The serving ladies liked Zhou Yang immensely. He treated everyone warmly and respectfully, and the pay was good. These women in their 40s and 50s saw him as a junior they cared for and liked very much. Some of them even inquired about Zhou Yang's love life, hoping to introduce their teenage daughters still in high school to him as potential girlfriends. No, children should focus on their studies. Zhou Yang quickly declined, not wanting to disrupt the future of the nation's youth. Wait, Director Zhou, don't leave. I have a niece who just graduated from college. She's very pretty, one of the serving ladies called out. The other employees chuckled knowingly. Their handsome director was indeed very popular. Zhou Yang waved his hand, indicating he wasn't interested in dating at the moment. A man should establish his career first, then consider starting a family. Finally free from the matchmaking efforts of the serving ladies, Zhou Yang sat at an empty table to eat. While eating, he took out his Baidi 1 Pro phone to catch up on the news. Certain wealthy heir's ex-wife uses alimony to support current boyfriend. Heir retrieves mattress overnight from Taiwan. Wealthy heir involved in a fight pays 2.09 million in compensation. Netizens collectively volunteer themselves to be hit, hoping for compensation. The trending news Zhou Yang read was full of such gossip, making him display the same expression as the elderly man in the infamous subway meme, utterly unimpressed. He decided to switch to international news. Unidentified pneumonia outbreak in the United States puts states in emergency mode. Due to the energy crisis, European residents struggled to heat their homes, with many resorting to burning furniture to stay warm. It seemed that people abroad were also living in dire conditions, and Zhou Yang felt sympathetic for them. Just as he was reading the news, his phone rang. It was Lin Shuai, a wealthy second-generation friend. Zhou Yang thought to himself that he was fortunate to know a rich kid who wasn't like those in the news, a respectable one. Hey Lin, what's up? Zhou Yang knew Lin Shuai wouldn't call him without a good reason, probably some business deal. Mr. Zhou, do you know any manufacturers who can make electric blankets for export? Lin Shuai asked. I don't. But there are plenty of manufacturers making electric blankets. Why don't you ask around? Zhou Yang replied. Lin Shuai sighed. I did ask, but they only cater to the domestic market. They don't have electric blankets that meet European standards. After asking for more details, Zhou Yang understood that Lin Shuai needed a batch of electric blankets that could be exported to Europe. Given the recent news he read, Zhou Yang realized that the energy crisis in Europe had left residents struggling to stay warm, creating a high demand for electric blankets. However, exporting goods is not easy. Products must meet local certification standards. Otherwise, selling uncertified goods can result in hefty fines or even imprisonment. Foreign laws are strict, unlike in some places where unscrupulous merchants can thrive. I can't talk right now, I'm in a rush. They need 200,000 units, but I don't know where to get that many. The manufacturers with export credentials are booked solid until the new year, Lin Shuai complained. About to hang up. Wait a minute, send me the specific requirements for the electric blankets. Let me take a look, Zhou Yang suddenly said. Are you planning to make electric blankets? Lin Shuai was intrigued. He knew about Zhou Yang's magical abilities. The products from Baidi were always extraordinary. If Zhou Yang decided to make electric blankets, they might just become as cheap as cabbage. Send it over first. I'll take a look, Zhou Yang replied. Okay, but hurry up. Orders won't wait, and getting those certifications takes time, Lin Shuai said, sending over a document shortly after. Zhou Yang returned to his office to review the requirements. The electric blankets needed to heat up when plugged in, and the more functions, the better. However, the purchasing price was not attractive, starting at only €2, about 14 yuan, which was quite low. This price wasn't impossible to achieve. Electric blankets are not technically complex, they mainly consist of heating wires wrapped in fabric, a very simple structure. Electric blankets are so common in China that they are sold online, in supermarkets, and even in small street shops. The high demand for export was due to the unusually cold winter abroad, coupled with natural disasters and human factors, leading to a surge in demand. However, there weren't many manufacturers qualified to export electric blankets. Those who had ramped up production but still couldn't meet the market demand. This is why even a resourceful, wealthy heir like Lin Shuai was desperately searching for manufacturers. The scarcity of qualified manufacturers was because exporting electrical products to Europe requires certifications like CE, RoHS, ERP, and WE. Meeting these standards demands higher product quality and production processes, as well as expertise in foreign trade, which many small electric blanket workshops lacked. Zhou Yang was interested in producing electric blankets, but obtaining so many certifications in a short time seemed impossible, making him frown. Ding. Temporary task activated. Produce electric blankets for the struggling residents abroad. Let them experience the magical power of Made in China and the warmth from a community with a shared future for mankind. The system suddenly notified Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was surprised. He hadn't expected the system to be so internationally minded. However, he expressed his concerns about the difficult certifications. His factory lacked the expertise to handle them, and Baidi had never done export business before. Don't worry about the certifications. I'll handle that. For now, focus on producing at least 100,000 qualified electric blankets within 7 days, the system assured him. With the hardest part, the certifications, taken care of by the system, Zhou Yang felt obliged to take on the task. He had already been considering making electric blankets. Zhou Yang immediately called Song Delaware for a meeting, explaining his plan to produce electric blankets for export. Electric Blankets Deputy Director Song Delaware was surprised. They had always made high-tech products like tablets and smartphones. Why suddenly downgrade to low-end appliances like electric blankets? The simple structure of electric blankets made them seem like a step back. They consisted of heating wires, a temperature control switch, and an insulating layer, something even a middle school physics student could assemble by hand. Get to it. I estimate we'll need at least 200 employees to produce the electric blankets, Zhou Yang instructed. Zhou Yang received the system's task and was determined to fulfill it. He informed Song Delaware to quickly prepare the manpower. Got it. Song D, who always followed Zhou Yang's instructions without question, immediately started arranging for the necessary personnel. As for the production equipment and raw materials, Zhou Yang decided to handle those himself. Producing electric blankets didn't require high-end equipment, and there were plenty of options available on the market. When Zhou Yang contacted an equipment supplier, the supplier asked whether he wanted something cheap or expensive. I need equipment that is high output and easy to operate, Zhou Yang replied. The supplier said, in that case, I won't recommend traditional manual sewing machines. We have a new automated production line for electric blankets. It includes a frame, fabric feeding unit, wire feeding and cutting unit, wiring unit, sewing unit, and blanket output unit. This system automates fabric input, wire feeding and cutting, wiring and fabric sewing, simplifying the equipment structure, reducing costs, and adapting to different specifications of electric blankets. It minimizes component idle time and significantly boosts production efficiency. I want to see it in action. Zhou Yang was intrigued by the specialized equipment and drove his van to the supplier's company. At the supplier's company, Zhou Yang watched the equipment in action. The raw materials entered through the feeding port, and with just a few workers overseeing the process, A semi-finished electric blanket was produced at the output end. Once a safety controller was welded on and the product passed quality checks, it was ready for packaging and shipping. This is excellent. Zhou Yang was impressed by the equipment's ability to greatly reduce labor while ensuring high output. What's the daily production capacity of this equipment? Zhou Yang asked. There are different specifications. Some can produce 1,000 units per day, others 2,000 or 3,000, and the highest can produce 4,000 units per day, the supplier explained. However, the prices varied accordingly. The equipment capable of producing 4,000 units per day was priced at 800,000 yuan per unit, while the 3,000 units per day model was more affordable at 550,000 yuan per set. Zhou Yang didn't consider the lower capacity models. Before making a purchase, Zhou Yang touched the equipment to let the superfactory system assess its quality. Production equipment is qualified for use, the system confirmed after testing. With this assurance, Zhou Yang felt confident about the purchase. Electric blankets are a seasonal product, and if they missed the peak of winter, sales would drop. Therefore, high output was essential. Additionally, the system's task required him to produce 100,000 electric blankets within 7 days, meaning the production line needed to be both high capacity and quickly installable. With this in mind, Zhou Yang began negotiating the price. "Boss, can you lower the price a bit for the 3,000 units per day equipment?" Zhou Yang asked. The supplier smiled and said, "We don't have much profit margin to work with. How about a discount of 1,000 yuan per unit?" Zhou Yang shook his head, saying the price of 550,000 yuan per unit was too high. If they lowered it, he would buy more units. The supplier said, "If you purchase 10 units at once, I can give you a 20,000 yuan discount per unit." "What if I buy 40 units?" Zhou Yang estimated that the equipment's price was somewhat inflated. Many small workshops used equipment costing only tens of thousands of yuan to produce electric blankets, though at lower output levels. This equipment at 550,000 yuan per unit seemed overpriced, integrating several machines into one. 40 units. The supplier was shocked and couldn't make such a decision alone. He immediately contacted the manufacturer. The manufacturer, taking this significant order very seriously, sent a manager to personally negotiate with Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou. Hello. I am Jing Yifan, a manager from Chengmei Equipment Company." The manager, a man in his 30s, greeted Zhou Yang warmly. The two parties began negotiations in the supplier's office. Zhou Yang explained that he needed 40 units for the first batch and might order more later, requiring a favorable price. The initial price of 550,000 yuan per unit amounted to over 20 million yuan, a cost too high for most electric blanket factories to bear. After some consideration, Jing Yifan said, "If you are certain about ordering 40 units and potentially more in the future, I can offer you a special price of 390,000 yuan per unit. However, this price must remain confidential, otherwise, it could affect our market." Zhou Yang thought it over and found the price acceptable, as they needed to make some profit too. "Deal. But you need to install and set up all 40 units within 5 days," Zhou Yang stipulated. "We can do that. I'll send all our technicians to ensure it's done on time," Jing Yifan promised. The negotiation went smoothly, and Zhou Yang signed the contract, purchasing 40 automated electric blanket production lines. This setup could produce up to 120,000 units per day, allowing him to meet the system's task within a single day. After paying the deposit, Jing Yifan returned to the factory to arrange the shipments, even reallocating equipment meant for nearby provinces to prioritize Zhou Yang's order. Zhou Yang was indeed a valuable customer. The 40 units of equipment Zhou Yang ordered were a significant investment, totaling 15.6 million yuan. If the electric blankets didn't sell, it would be a substantial risk. Despite not having designed the electric blankets yet, Zhou Yang had already placed the order, confident in the system's capabilities. After signing the contract, Zhou Yang returned to his office. It was almost the end of the workday, and the office ladies were bidding him goodbye as they left. Zhou Yang stayed behind to work overtime. Alone under the office lights, he opened the system's blueprint interface on his computer. Search for electric blanket blueprints he commanded via voice. The system displayed various categories of blueprints, including dozens of designs for electric blankets. These ranged from basic models to those featuring graphene or ceramic elements, and even some with infrared therapy functions. Knowing his goal was to maximize profits, Zhou Yang opted for simple, easy-to-produce designs that could be sold at higher prices. He selected a basic electric blanket blueprint, which cost him just 25 points, quite a bargain. This blueprint included 2 basic models, a 2-level temperature control version and a 6-level adjustable temperature version. The 2-level model could only adjust between medium and high temperatures, while the 6-level model offered precise temperature control, along with features like scheduled startup and timed shutdown, catering to more demanding customers. The electric blanket structure was straightforward, requiring minimal modifications. The outer fabric could be changed easily, with the main focus on the heating wire and the controller. For the controller, Zhou Yang planned to consult Uncle Liu, as the raw materials were inexpensive. The primary cost factor would be the fabric covering the heating wire, which Uncle Liu didn't supply, necessitating additional sourcing. Zhou Yang began making calls from his office, contacting various suppliers to determine the necessary raw materials. He settled on 2 types of heating wires: economical and durable Constantan wire for the basic model, and high-performance nickel-chromium alloy for the 6-level model. For the fabric, he chose 2 types: affordable polyester fiber and higher-end cotton fabric, each corresponding to different price points. The suppliers asked Zhou Yang about the quantities he needed. Estimating that his electric blankets would sell at least 10 to 15 million units, he placed orders accordingly. This large order secured him favorable prices. With the supplier quotes in hand, he finalized the material specifications, enabling him to complete the blueprint editing. Electric blanket blueprint editing complete. Please name the export model, the system prompted. After some thought, Zhou Yang decided, let's call it BD. Stood for the initials of BD White Emperor in Pinyin. The basic model would be named BD1, and the 6-level model BD2, marking the brand name BD would use abroad. With the blueprints for the 2 models obtained, the next crucial steps were cost calculation and pricing. For the basic model, using the cheapest heating wire and fabric combination, the cost was an astonishing 9 yuan. If sold domestically, according to BYD's usual practice, the price would be 9.9 yuan. With the materials and production equipment set, Zhou Yang was ready to begin large-scale production, confident that his electric blankets would meet the high demand and bring significant profits. A free shipping electric blanket would definitely outperform many competitors. With a cost of 9 yuan per unit, what should the selling price be? This is BYD's first export product, and its price needs careful consideration as it will represent BYD's international image. After pondering for a while, a smile crept up Zhou Yang's face as he found the answer. Zhou Yang had decided on the pricing for the electric blanket series. The basic 2-level temperature control electric blanket, an export product, would be priced in euros. Given the exchange rate of 1 RMB to 7.36 euros, the electric blanket with a cost of 9 yuan could be sold for 2 euros each, based on Lin Shuai's reported purchase price, which would still be profitable. However, Europe is a developed region with a high standard of living. Over the years, public intellectuals have often promoted it as a paradise, encouraging people to emigrate. Since it's such a prosperous place, selling the electric blankets at a higher price shouldn't be an issue, right? After all, BYD needs to make a profit too. BYD's previous low prices were for fellow countrymen. This time, it's an export business, and despite the rhetoric about a community with a shared future for humanity, Western countries have frequently imposed embargoes and suppressed Chinese enterprises. Zhou Yang had heard about this since childhood and kept mental notes. Now, with Europeans seeking his products, it was time to settle the score. System? Is it okay if I set a higher price? Zhou Yang asked. The system replied, this task requires producing electric blankets for European residents, ensuring sales exceed 10 million units this winter. Pricing is not a criterion for task evaluation. However, be advised that excessively high prices may hinder sales. Failing this task will result in a deduction of 100 points. The severe penalty required careful consideration. Zhou Yang calculated that the lowest cost electric blanket, at 9 yuan 1.22 euros, needed an appropriate selling price. He first needed to understand the current prices of electric blankets in Europe. The system suddenly provided numerous images and news links detailing electric blanket sales abroad. On Amazon, the largest online retailer, basic electric blankets were priced at 99 euros, with high-end fabric models exceeding 100 euros, often out of stock. No wonder there was frantic demand from China. There were also video news reports from the system, one detailing an incident where a fight over an electric blanket resulted in 1 death and 3 injuries. Truly outrageous. This high demand and scarce supply had turned electric blankets into hot commodities on the black market, where prices soared past 100 euros. These prices were equivalent to several hamburgers and dairy products, making many foreign families reluctant to spend. Thus, disputes over cheap electric blankets had even led to violence. Given this situation, the system's task made sense. Without affordable and reliable electric blankets, further incidents could occur. Since the foreign market price was already over €100 with no stock available, Zhou Yang felt setting his price at one-third of that was reasonable. A BD1 electric blanket with a €1.22 cost would sell for €35, which Zhou Yang found reasonable, with a modest profit of just over 200 yuan. Wealthy Europeans should afford it, right? If not, they don't deserve the developed country title. After all, China is still a developing country and needs to earn money to build the nation. The BD1 double version, costing €1.6, could sell for €40. The high-end BD2 single version, with a higher cost of €2, could reasonably sell for €45. The BD2 double version would be priced at €50, which is half the price found on online stores, essentially offering a 50% discount, making it extremely affordable. Zhou Yang felt this pricing was very reasonable and perfectly suited for export products. Just after confirming the prices, the system sent a series of notifications. Certification for all 4 types of electric blankets has been completed. Please prepare 100,000 units for export trade as soon as possible. I understand, Zhou Yang assured the system before calling Lin Shuai. Lin, I have EU-certified electric blankets here. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuai's tone changed immediately. Really, Zhou? You're amazing. I'll take your entire production at a high price. Zhou Yang replied, you can have the electric blankets, but you must agree to one condition. Name your condition, Lin Shuai responded eagerly. The electric blankets from BD.high are a bit expensive. How expensive? The basic model is €35, and the high-end model is €50. Lin Shuai was shocked by these prices. Come on, Zhou, others are selling for as low as €2. You're increasing the price 10 to 20 times. No one will buy them. Zhou Yang countered, I've done my research. Overseas, a single electric blanket sells for €99 and is still out of stock. My highest price is €50, which is already very cheap. Lin Shuai explained, that's the retail price set by foreign sellers. For us manufacturers, the factory price is only a few euros. Electric blankets priced at over €10 use high-quality materials. After all, domestic manufacturing has long been seen as a source of cheap labor by international companies, with no say in pricing. They rely on foreign orders to survive, with foreign buyers scrutinizing quality and driving prices down. What happens to the retail price abroad is beyond the manufacturer's control. Forget it then. BYD's electric blankets will set their own prices. If that's unacceptable, I'll find someone else. Zhou Yang couldn't believe that foreign retailers could make huge profits, but manufacturers couldn't. It seemed foreign companies had been calling the shots for too long, and BYD needed to teach them a lesson. He considered setting up a store on Amazon or partnering with major foreign online retailers, bypassing all intermediaries to sell the electric blankets directly at 35 to €50. Even with overseas logistics costs, the profits would be substantial, higher than any of BYD's previous products. After all, these products were being sold to developed countries, where a low price might hurt their pride. Wait, you're not serious, are you? Lin Shuai was astonished by Zhou Yang's unconventional approach. Of course I'm serious. I'm planning to open a store on Amazon, Zhou Yang confirmed. You're something else. Lin Shuai was shocked by Zhou Yang's resolve. He hesitated but promised to negotiate with foreign clients. Zhou Yang said, that's fine. I'm purchasing the equipment now, so you have at least 10 days to negotiate. Okay. Lin Shuai then hung up the phone. Despite the late hour, Zhou Yang was still working, drafting the production process and operation standards for BYD's electric blankets. Since no one at the factory had produced this type of product before, Zhou Yang downloaded an operational manual from the system, modified it, and prepared to distribute it. The next afternoon, the first batch of delivery trucks from the equipment supplier arrived at the BYD factory, beginning the unloading process. Along with the equipment, technicians arrived to set up and train workers on how to operate the machines. Zhou Yang instructed the workers to first set up one piece of equipment. The newly hired workers then followed the technicians to learn and familiarize themselves with the operation processes. The goal was to start production immediately once all the equipment was installed. The BYD factory quickly became a hive of activity, with trucks and workers constantly bustling about. Every day and every hour counted. At the same time, Zhou Yang had another important task: opening a store on Amazon. If Lin Shuai's negotiations fell through, he didn't want to be left with unsold stock. However, cross-border e-commerce was not easy. It required applications, freight forwarding, and international logistics, which were all very complicated and couldn't be set up in a short time. After seeking advice, Zhou Yang learned the specific processes of running a cross-border store, presenting him with a major challenge. The specific process Zhou Yang learned involved after an order was placed, the goods had to be shipped to an overseas warehouse. The freight forwarder would receive the goods, register them in the warehouse, inspect them, reinforce the packaging, measure, and weigh them. The recipient's information would then be imported into the system to generate an international logistics tracking number. After the seller paid for the shipping, the freight forwarder would arrange the shipment. The transaction would only be complete once the recipient abroad received the goods and confirmed they were correct. Zhou Yang had no reliable freight forwarders and didn't know which logistics companies were good. Jumping into overseas business without this knowledge could easily lead to scams and significant financial loss, as he had heard many such stories. Sending someone to Europe to open a store wasn't realistic either. He didn't have the right professionals, people who understood the business, spoke the language, and knew trade regulations. Additionally, renting office space there would require a huge investment, and finding such talent quickly was impossible. Cross-border e-commerce had its barriers, unlike domestic e-commerce, where you could just apply and open a store. Among the people Zhou Yang knew, Lin Shuai seemed to have some connections, but he was busy with the electric blanket deal. Other acquaintances didn't have knowledge about cross-border e-commerce either. Is there anyone I know who might understand this? Zhou Yang began scrolling through his phone contacts, hoping to find a suitable person. Wait, could she help? He suddenly spotted a name in his contacts and felt hopeful. The name Zhou Yang saw was Lu Xiao, the owner of Hongtu Electronics. Hongtu was a large corporation with overseas business, and opening a store abroad would be a breeze for them. Even if she couldn't help directly, she could recommend some knowledgeable people. So Zhou Yang called her. Hello, Miss Lu. Zhou Yang, needing a favor, spoke politely. Mr. Zhou, are you calling to talk about the hairdryer experience? Lu Xiao asked. Ah. Yes, exactly. Zhou Yang had almost forgotten about it. He had given the hairdryer to the office manager, who had written a report. Zhou Yang began searching through his drawer while stalling on the phone. He found the report and felt relieved. Yes, I have some feedback, he said. Zhou Yang referenced the office manager's report and added his thoughts. He praised the Gi-Sing hairdryer for its large airflow, adjustable heat, quiet operation, and smart AI features. I don't want praise. I want to hear the drawbacks. Lu Xiao, direct and serious, cut in. Drawbacks. Zhou Yang began to think about how to phrase his criticism tactfully. The first drawback is the high learning curve. It requires downloading an app and learning various complex functions. Young people might enjoy it, but older folks might find it challenging. Hearing no anger from the other end, Zhou Yang continued. The second drawback is the high price. No offense, but I wouldn't spend 999 yuan on a hairdryer. My old one cost 50 yuan from a street vendor and worked fine for years. And Lu Xiao asked. Her tone suggested she wasn't angry, which was a relief. The third drawback is the brand name. The character Ji is not commonly recognized, and many people might not understand the meaning of Ji-Zing. The name could use some refinement. Zhou Yang stopped to gauge her reaction, prepared for the worst. Not bad, very honest. More honest than my subordinates. Lu Xiao sounded surprisingly satisfied. Do you have any suggestions for improvement? The sales of this hair dryer haven't been great, and I need to make some changes, she said. I haven't thought about it, Zhou Yang admitted. Zhou Yang responded tactfully, knowing that a company as large as Hongtu would certainly have its own improvement plans. He didn't want to overstep. Are you just being modest? Lu Xiao asked before Zhou Yang could reply. You called for a reason. What is it? Zhou Yang was momentarily caught off guard by her quick change of topic but managed to respond. Ms. Lu, I want to get into cross-border e-commerce and sell products in the EU. But I don't know how to start. Do you know any experts in this field whom I could consult? Lu Xiao replied. That's easy. How about this? Let's meet for a meal and discuss it in detail. Zhou Yang thought this was a good idea and agreed. Since he was the one seeking help and wanting to make a good impression, he offered to treat her. Can I choose the restaurant? Lu Xiao asked. No problem, Zhou Yang replied. She then suggested they dine at Beautiful Time, a Western restaurant on Honghai Road. Alright, see you tonight. Zhou Yang confirmed their 6 p.m. meeting. Given the nature of the meeting and the fact that Lu Xiao was an attractive and affluent woman, Zhou Yang knew he couldn't be careless about his attire. However, after rummaging through his wardrobe, he found nothing suitable. All his clothes were either casual or workwear, none of which were appropriate for a formal dinner at a Western restaurant. Looks like I need to buy a suit, he concluded. Wearing a suit would be suitable for the occasion, and it would also be useful for future business meetings. Though online shopping was convenient, Zhou Yang preferred to try on clothes in a physical store to ensure a good fit. After reserving a table at the restaurant, he headed to the mall to buy an outfit. At the mall, he was taken aback by the high prices of brand-name clothing. Suits were priced at 1,999, 2,999, 5,999 yuan, and some luxury suits even cost tens of thousands of yuan. Zhou Yang shook his head and left. As a business owner earning millions a month, he could afford these prices but didn't see the value. Spending tens of thousands on a suit seemed excessive when that money could be better spent on new equipment for his factory. This frugality and focus on production efficiency were part of why the superfactory system chose Zhou Yang. Eventually, he found a domestic brand in a corner of the mall that offered more affordable options. The suit cost just over 1,000 yuan, and shirts and ties were a few hundred each, prices he could accept. Zhou Yang spent a little over 3,000 yuan on a suit. While trying on the suit in front of a mirror, the store owner complimented him in the local dialect, "You look very handsome, young man. Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Yang thought, not again. Another matchmaking attempt. To avoid further discussion, he lied and said he was already married with 2 kids. The owner's expression immediately showed disappointment. Sometimes a little white lie can save a lot of trouble. After buying the suit, Zhou Yang wore it straight away and, seeing that it was nearly time for the meeting, drove to the restaurant. Arriving at beautiful time, Zhou Yang noted that the restaurant's decor was impressive. His Wuling Hongguang looked out of place among the luxury cars, but he didn't care and walked in confidently. "Good evening, sir." How many people? A waiter in a tailcoat greeted him as he entered. "I have a reservation under the name Zhou Yang." After giving his name, the waiter led Zhou Yang to a window seat. From there he could see the street scene and a park across the way, where a colorful light show was in progress. Dining in such an environment was indeed enjoyable. As Zhou Yang waited for Lu Xiao, he suddenly realized something crucial and quickly sought help from the system. "System, it's my first time eating Western food. Are there any etiquettes I should know?" The super factory system responded with a series of ellipses before reminding Zhou Yang that it was a factory system, not a food system, and that he had asked the wrong system. However, it promised to introduce him to a food-related system when he encountered one. Zhou Yang was speechless. The system could even make jokes at his expense. To avoid embarrassment later, he quickly pulled out his phone and started searching for Western dining etiquette on Baidu. Just then, the system said, "Although I can't directly teach you how to eat Western food, I do have a piece of advanced equipment that might give you some inspiration." Immediately, a projection of a special device appeared on Zhou Yang's retina, leaving him stunned. The Western Dining Assistance device was what the system had provided. The device had a trial function that could demonstrate various ways to eat Western food. What shocked Zhou Yang was not the sophistication of the system but the purpose of the device. It was designed to assist individuals with disabilities or physical impairments in eating Western food. The device had 2 bionic arms that could mimic human hand movements. By placing the Western food in front of it, the mechanical arms could pick up utensils, cut, and feed the user in accordance with Western dining habits. This allowed users with limited mobility to enjoy Western meals just like anyone else. Clearly, this machine was designed for foreigners, as it specialized only in eating Western food. Zhou Yang had never seen such a machine on the market and wondered where the system had acquired it. But that was irrelevant. Zhou Yang immediately began learning Western dining etiquette from the device's demonstration. "Sorry to keep you waiting," a lively, confident female voice interrupted his study. Lu Xiao had arrived, bringing with her a faint, pleasant fragrance from an unknown perfume. She sat down, her fashionable attire making her look even more impressive. After removing her coat, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a string of lustrous pearls adorned her white neck, adding to her elegant and beautiful appearance. With light makeup, red lips and white teeth, she was indeed the epitome of a wealthy and attractive woman. Perfect timing. "I haven't been here long." Zhou Yang greeted her with a smile and handed her the menu. "Just serve the usual," she instructed the waiter without even looking at the menu. "Yes, Ms. Lu," the waiter replied courteously before turning to Zhou Yang for his order. The pressure was now on Zhou Yang. Staring at the unfamiliar dish names, he realized that the system's device had only taught him how to eat Western food, not what to order. So, he decided to play it safe and pointed to Lu Xiao, saying, "I'll have the same as her." "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment," the waiter responded politely before leaving. Lu Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly amused by Zhou Yang's inexperience with Western cuisine. Embarrassing as it might have been, Zhou Yang's thick skin helped him brush it off. He straightened up and attempted to change the subject. "Do you come here often?" Zhou Yang asked. "Occasionally, whenever I feel like having Western food," Lu Xiao replied. To be honest, this is my first time eating Western food, so please excuse any mistakes I might make, Zhou Yang admitted, deciding that honesty was the best policy. No problem. If you don't like it, we can choose a different restaurant next time, Lu Xiao said. Next time Zhou Yang was puzzled. They had only met twice, and she was already talking about another meal. Their awkward conversation was interrupted when the waiter arrived with their food. After starting the meal, thanks to the guidance of the equipment, Zhou Yang did not make a fool of himself. He used the knife and fork properly, eating in a well-mannered way. Of course, he wasn't here to enjoy the food but to ask about cross-border e-commerce. However, just as he brought it up, Lu Xiao said, "It's impolite to ask a girl questions right away." This Zhou Yang was at a loss. He thought to himself that after 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university, he'd never heard that it was impolite to ask a female classmate questions. Lu Xiao laughed lightly when she saw Zhou Yang was stunned, then said, "Before I answer your question, you have to answer mine first." Zhou Yang suddenly understood. She probably wanted to ask about improving the hairdryer, right? Thinking this was likely, Zhou Yang said, "I've never made a hairdryer product. I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself if I speak." Lu Xiao liked smart people like Zhou Yang who could catch on quickly. She said, "It's fine. We'll exchange answers one for one. That way, it's fair, and no one owes anyone." Zhou Yang liked this idea. To get the answers he wanted, he would have to give it a try. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's take it step by step. The first issue is the high entry barrier for using the hairdryer. To lower the barrier, your company could release a version with only basic functions. For instance, my old hairdryer had just one button for medium heat, high heat, and cold air. A simple push button makes it easy to use without needing any learning time. Please continue." Lu Xiao gestured for him to go on. Zhou Yang continued, "Using the above method, the second issue can be solved. By removing the advanced features, the price will definitely drop. If it falls within the 400 to 700 yuan range, many people who like to try new things will still place an order." Lu Xiao nodded, signaling him to keep talking. Zhou Yang went on, "The third issue is simple, just change the name. If you don't want to give up the name Ji Sing, you can use it as the name for a whole series. Our traditional mythological names indeed sound more powerful and meaningful than foreign ones like Dyson. Not bad. These are fairly straightforward suggestions. Do you have any unique solutions?" Lu Xiao asked. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Zhou Yang guessed that she had already thought of these points. It seemed he would need to present his core ideas to gain her recognition. He then shared his real thoughts. "You probably know that my Baidi products are all low-end and cheap, while your Ji Sing hairdryer targets the high-end market. These are completely different approaches. High-end products are destined to be scarce, with low purchase volumes, relying on high prices for profit. However, a hairdryer isn't a necessity like a phone. How can you get people to pay a high price for it?" Zhou Yang paused deliberately. Lu Xiao was indeed intrigued by his topic and leaned forward slightly, wanting to hear more clearly. Zhou Yang continued, "To get customers to willingly spend money, you need to tap into their needs. But if someone already has a hairdryer at home, how can you get them to buy yours? You create a need where there isn't one. For example, you can run an ad saying that traditional hairdryers damage hair, making it brittle. People who care about their hair might then buy your product. Or you could strongly associate your hairdryer with a specific concept. Like how diamonds are marketed with the slogan 'A diamond is forever', they've linked diamonds with love, making them a must for engagements, boosting sales. You could similarly tie your hairdryer to the idea of love and care. For example, you could use a slogan like 'Show your love', gift her a hairdryer." At this point, Lu Xiao showed a look of sudden realization. Zhou Yang's suggestion was excellent. As the heiress of a business group, she'd grown up immersed in business thinking. Zhou Yang's reminder had given her a clear direction. However, Zhou Yang's last word was a bit uncivil, making both of them feel awkward. They had been discussing enthusiastically, but now both sat back slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. There's a saying in business, don't mention BA when talking about G, meaning to avoid uncivil words. Zhou Yang had unintentionally said an inappropriate homophone, making him feel embarrassed, his toes curling in his shoes. Nevertheless, Lu Xiao quickly composed herself, saying, "Your suggestions are excellent, and I'll adopt them. Now, it's my turn to answer your question. Please tell me what kind of cross-border e-commerce business you want to start." With that, Zhou Yang didn't hold back and explained his plan to sell electric blankets internationally. Simple. Lu Xiao smiled slightly, and then pointed to the Western food on the table, saying, "Eat quickly before it gets cold." Although this wasn't a direct answer, Zhou Yang felt at ease and started eating. Among smart people, there's no need to say much. He was confident Lu Xiao would solve this problem for him. His task now was just to enjoy the meal. This was Zhou Yang's first time eating Western cuisine. Apart from some peculiar items like snails and foie gras, the rest was quite acceptable and sufficient to fill his stomach. As the meal progressed, Zhou Yang found it too troublesome to cut everything with a knife and fork. Instead, he started using his fork to spear the steak and brought it to his mouth to bite directly, displaying a primal eating style. Lu Xiao watched Zhou Yang intently because he was the only one in the restaurant eating this way. "Don't mind me, I think it tastes better this way," Zhou Yang said, chewing on a delicious piece of steak. Lu Xiao responded, "It's fine. This is genuine. Western cuisine is just food from abroad, meant to serve people. Rigidly adhering to etiquette can be overly formal. The most important thing is to eat well and be satisfied." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. He realized this wealthy young woman was not as arrogant or spoiled as he had imagined. It seemed not all rich kids were indulgent brats who flaunted their wealth and misbehaved. This reflected well on her family upbringing. After finishing the meal, Zhou Yang called the waiter to pay the bill, only to be told it had already been settled. "Huh? When did you pay? Weren't we supposed to split the bill?" Zhou Yang asked in surprise. Lu Xiao replied, "I have an account here. Meals are directly charged to it." "That's not the same." Zhou Yang shook his head. Since he had said he would treat, he insisted on paying. He pulled out his Baidu One Pro phone and asked the waiter to bring the bill. He was determined to cover the cost. "No need," Lu Xiao said. "Your advice is worth much more than this meal. Besides, it's not right for you to pay when dining at my restaurant." Zhou Yang was even more surprised. "This is your restaurant?" "Yes, I invested in it with a friend. So, on my turf you don't need to pay." Lu Xiao gave a sly smile. She had never intended for Zhou Yang to pay when she mentioned the restaurant's name. She had invited him to get his advice, as she had sensed his unique insight during their previous meeting. Today's test had indeed been beneficial for her. As a rich young woman, she never had the habit of letting others pay for her outings, and this time was no exception. The restaurant belonged to her, so Zhou Yang's attempt to pay was futile. Even if he had a stack of cash, no one would accept it. "Let's go. If you don't want to owe me a favor, you can treat me next time." With that, she stood up, picked up her bag, and left the restaurant. Zhou Yang felt that she had a somewhat dominant personality, always wanting to have the upper hand. Following her out of the restaurant, Lu Xiao stopped and turned to Zhou Yang, saying, "I will arrange for someone to discuss the overseas trade matters with you. Just wait a bit." She then pressed her car key, and a red Ferrari Roma blinked in response. This was her ride. Goodbye. With that, Lu Xiao drove off. Zhou Yang didn't linger either and got into his second-hand Wuling Hongguang, heading back home. The next day, equipment installation continued at the factory, along with ongoing training. Soon, the first electric blanket production equipment was installed and ready for use. Zhou Yang obtained some raw materials from the supplier to test the modified operational processes by producing a few electric blankets. The process worked perfectly, confirming that the operational procedures were correct. Zhou Yang and his team successfully produced Baidu's first electric blanket. After feeding the fabric and heating wires into the machine, the product went through several stages to become a semi-finished electric blanket. At this point, it still needed a safety controller to be a complete product. Zhou Yang's welding skills were lacking, so Uncle Song Delaware personally welded one. After plugging it in, it heated up without any issues. Even after bending and pouring water on it, there was no malfunction, proving their experiment was successful. The factory erupted in cheers. Once all the raw materials and equipment were in place, they could start full-scale production. The next day, more equipment arrived, and the raw materials were also delivered in batches. Production could start imminently. That afternoon, a familiar face came to the factory looking for Zhou Yang. It was Wang Tao, whom he had met at Hongtu Electronics. "Hello, Director Zhou. I've been sent by General Manager Lu to discuss overseas business with you." As expected, Wang Tao was sent by Lu Xiao. Zhou Yang warmly welcomed him, and they discussed the details in the office. Wang Tao took out a document from his briefcase and said, "This is the list of our Hongtu offices in various European countries. There are 5 in total. If you don't mind, you can use our company's marketing network to sell the electric blankets. We have 2 cooperation models for you to choose from." Wang Tao outlined the cooperation plans. The first option was for Baidu to act as the supplier, with Hongtu's foreign trade company purchasing the electric blankets and selling them in Europe. This way, Baidi only needed to supply the goods without worrying about the subsequent sales, and the risks would be borne by Hongtu's foreign trade company. The second option was for Hongtu's European offices to act as agents, helping Baidi set up an Amazon store. Customers would buy the products on Amazon, and Zhou Yang would be responsible for shipping the goods to various European warehouses. Hongtu would take a commission, and Zhou Yang would bear the logistics costs and risks. Essentially, Hongtu would act as a sales intermediary. After listening, Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, and then asked Wang Tao, "Are these options proposed by General Manager Lu, or by your foreign trade company?" Wang Tao replied, "General Manager Lu is very busy, so she delegated this task to me. These are my proposed plans." It turned out that Hongtu's import-export company and Hongtu Electronics were both subsidiaries of the Hongtu Group, managed by Lu Xiao under the direction of her father, the chairman. This made coordination relatively easy. Zhou Yang nodded, understanding the situation. Overall, the second option was undoubtedly better, as it allowed him to have control over the pricing and sales. However, considering the practicalities, Baidi lacked experience in foreign trade. Exporting goods involved customs declarations and required foreign trade personnel proficient in languages, none of which Baidi currently had. Attempting this would be like fumbling in the dark. Moreover, just opening an online store without marketing and advertising could result in poor sales despite having quality electric blankets. If they failed to sell before the winter season ended, it would be all for naught. An old saying came to mind: taking too big a step can lead to problems. The best option for Zhou Yang now was to choose the first proposal. As for the previously suggested retail price of €35, some adjustments would be needed. "I'll go with the first option," Zhou Yang said. Next, they had to discuss specific procurement amounts and details. Given the system task requirements, making a little less profit was acceptable, as completing the system task was the priority. However, Zhou Yang still wanted to provide the suggested retail price and let Hongtu make their offer, as long as it was within an acceptable range. "I've done some research. Considering the specifications of Baidi's two types of electric blankets, we're willing to offer €3 to €6 per unit. Here's our quotation sheet," Wang Tao said, handing over a document. "This price is too low." Zhou Yang returned the quotation sheet. Based on his suggested retail prices, he wanted €10 per unit for the BD1 single electric blanket, retailing at €35, and €18 per unit for the BD2 electric blanket, retailing at €50, roughly one-third of the retail price. Considering that Hongtu would bear the overseas shipping and operating costs, as well as the risks, Zhou Yang was willing to give them two-thirds of the profit. He would make a small profit of a few tens of yuan per blanket, comparable to the profit margins of other Baidi products. Moreover, partnering with Hongtu had the advantage that they were fellow countrymen, which was preferable to letting foreigners profit. "Mr. Zhou, isn't your price a bit?" Wang Tao didn't finish his sentence. To him, the price seemed outrageous. No domestic manufacturer sold electric blankets at such high prices. Zhou Yang explained, "A higher price is normal because this is an urgent order. Foreign markets are in dire need. Besides, my suggested retail price can be adjusted based on actual sales. If you end up selling them for €100, and that's your business. But finding a supplier of Euro standard electric blankets willing to deliver in bulk isn't easy. I might be your only option." Zhou Yang spoke with confidence. Even someone with connections like Lin Shuai couldn't find a source for Euro standard electric blankets. If Hongtu wanted to profit from the foreign market, they had to rely on him. If they didn't choose him, they might not make a single cent from electric blanket trade. Choosing him, however, would provide a chance for profit. As a company, Hongtu needed to keep their trade flowing. No trade meant no revenue, and Wang Tao understood this principle. Sure enough, Wang Tao seemed conflicted. He had researched the demand for electric blankets and knew the overseas offices had repeatedly urged for procurement, but they couldn't find a supplier. Now Baidi was the only willing supplier, but the price Zhou Yang quoted was unprecedentedly high. After considering for a while, Wang Tao said he needed to consult with his superiors. He then stepped out to make a phone call. Soon, Wang Tao returned with the phone. "General Manager Lu wants to speak with you," he said, handing the phone to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang took the phone and said, "Hello." On the other end of the line was Lu Xiao. She asked, "Zhou Yang, aren't you being a bit greedy? Where else can you find such procurement prices in the market? You must be aware of the current energy crisis abroad, right? The demand for electric blankets is at its peak now. This is a rare opportunity. Believe it or not, even if I sell them for €10 each, there will be buyers clamoring for them. Once these blankets reach Europe, they can sell for €100 each, making an enormous profit. You can't focus solely on squeezing domestic suppliers, you need to think bigger and aim to earn foreign exchange. That's the grand vision. Zhou Yang's persuasive argument seemed to resonate with Lu Xiao, perhaps influenced by their dinner conversation the previous day. After a moment of silence, she agreed. All right, I'll trust you this time. But I'll start with an order of 2 million units. If they don't sell, there won't be any follow-up orders. Deal. Zhou Yang agreed happily. Lu Xiao then asked Zhou Yang to pass the phone to Wang Tao. She instructed him succinctly, do as Zhou Yang says. Yes. MS. Wang Tao responded. With the directive received, Wang Tao needed to prepare a lot of documentation, meaning the contract couldn't be signed that day. He went off to make the necessary preparations, planning to finalize the contract after they inspected the goods in a few days. Zhou Yang nodded. No problem. I'm still fine-tuning the production line. We should be able to start mass production in about a week. Over the next 2 days, more than 20 machines were debugged, and the raw materials arrived. The workers, while still in training, began production. The output gradually increased, with the factory now producing several thousand units a day. Although the output was still low, Zhou Yang allowed the workers to take their time to ensure quality. The EU had stringent product quality controls, and the cost of after-sales service was several times higher than in the domestic market, so quality had to be guaranteed. After QC inspection, Baidi's electric blankets met export standards and were ready for storage and shipping. Production was steadily ramping up, and the workers were becoming more skilled. Everything was moving in a positive direction. 2 days later, Lin Shuai showed up with a familiar face, a foreign buyer with brown hair and blue eyes, in his 40s. He had come to the Baidi factory to inspect the goods and negotiate. Oh, these products are hideous. They're an aesthetic disaster, the foreigner criticized in broken Chinese, referring to the electric blankets, claiming they were hard to sell. Zhou Yang maintained a stoic expression, understanding the tactic: criticize first to drive the price down. Since the foreigner understood Chinese, communication would be easier. Once they were seated in the office, Zhou Yang reviewed their purchase offer. The lowest priced electric blanket was offered at €2, with other models priced close to his cost. Zhou Yang looked at Lin Shuai and said, "Didn't Mr. Lin inform you of my factory prices? This model you're offering €2 for, I'm selling at €35 retail, and the highest spec at €50. Oh my friend, that's an unreasonable demand. You must be crazy." The foreigner immediately rejected the proposal, insisting that those were retail prices, and they were looking for wholesale prices. Zhou Yang replied, "That is your wholesale price. Don't think I don't know that you can sell them for €100 abroad. Even if you ship them back, you still have a profit margin of €20 to €30. No, the foreigner shook his finger. Your demand is impossible. You are indeed crazy. Then there's nothing more to discuss," Zhou Yang said calmly, leaning back on the sofa, not at all worried. He had already figured out the foreigner's plan: buy electric blankets cheaply in China and sell them at a high price abroad. With the potential to sell at €100, these foreign capitalists would never settle for €99. Zhou Yang was determined he would rather have the electric blankets go unsold than let these greedy foreigners make a fortune off them. He was already in talks with Hong Tu and didn't need this foreign buyer. "You are truly incomprehensible," the foreigner said, exasperated. The foreigner seemed angry and got up, signaling Lin Shuai to leave. However, Lin Shuai reminded him, "Mr. Smith, if you leave now, you won't find another supplier who can meet your standards." Indeed, Baidi was the only factory around Shen Town capable of producing EU standard electric blankets with available stock. "Oh, damn it," Smith muttered, clearly displeased, but he had no choice but to sit back at the negotiation table. "All right, I'm willing to add €1 per blanket to the purchase price. Just don't insist on that ridiculous price," Smith said, thinking he was being generous. Zhou Yang remained unmoved, sticking to his minimum price of €35 per blanket. He was willing to give Hong Tu a discount because they were fellow countrymen, but he saw no reason to be lenient with this greedy foreign businessman. €2. I'll add €2 per blanket. That should be enough, right? Smith, now visibly frustrated, couldn't believe Zhou Yang was holding firm. He had never encountered anyone like Zhou Yang. If not for the desperate need for suppliers, he wouldn't have stayed to negotiate. Smith was used to being treated like a VIP by Chinese manufacturers, who would often lower their prices for him. He'd buy low and sell high back home, making huge profits. But the current energy crisis and cold wave had created a surge in demand for electric blankets, prompting his company to urgently seek suppliers in China. Most Chinese electric blanket manufacturers were small factories or workshops, unqualified to produce EU standard products. Seeing EU electric blanket prices soar, Smith couldn't find reliable suppliers. Finally, through a new connection Lin Shuai, he found Baidi. But their high prices infuriated Smith. Wasn't this the so-called cheap factory country? Yet his usual arrogance had no effect on Zhu Yang, who didn't bother to engage with him. €5. I'll add €5 per blanket. This has to be enough, Smith shouted, thinking this was an astronomical offer. He had never offered such high prices before. Surely the Baidi boss would agree now. Zhou Yang calmly replied, "Sorry, your attitude has annoyed me. Now the price for my electric blankets goes up by €10 across the board. Take it or leave it." Zhou Yang knew the foreigner would never agree to such a ridiculous price. He was just trying to aggravate the arrogant Smith. "Oh my God, you're a vampire!" Smith fumed and stormed out, realizing the negotiation was dead. Zhou Yang turned to Lin Shuai, saying apologetically, "Sorry for causing your big client to leave. FF'd. That foreigner is so arrogant and stingy. I didn't want to deal with him either. If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't have bothered," Lin Shuai replied. "Good riddance. I won't serve him anymore." Before leaving, Lin Shuai remarked, "But your prices are really outrageous. Was that on purpose?" Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. He couldn't stand the foreigner's condescending attitude, as if they were still living in the Qing dynasty. "However, this electric blanket business does seem promising. I might want to get involved myself. Can you give me a reasonable price if I want to sell them in Europe? If you want them, I'll give you a discount, minus €10 each." Fair enough. Zhou Yang offered the same price he had given to Hong Tu. If the deal worked out, it would be another sales channel, providing more security. €10? That works. I'll book a flight abroad. If I can get things sorted, you'll supply me. Lin Shuai hurriedly left, and Zhou Yang watched him go with a smile. This rich second-generation kid was quite reliable. Instead of wasting his time partying and changing girlfriends, he was actually willing to go out and do business himself. His future seemed promising. The next day, Wang Tao came to the company to see Zhou Yang. He brought the drafted contract with him. The contract content was as previously discussed. Hongtu Trading Company would purchase Baidi's two types of export-grade electric blankets, BD1 and BD2, at a starting price of €10 each. The first order was for 2 million units, with future orders contingent on successful sales. Zhou Yang fully agreed. After Wang Tao inspected, and was satisfied with the two types of electric blankets, they happily signed the contract. Once the contract was signed, Zhou Yang needed to start production. When they reached 2 million units, they would consolidate several containers for sea shipment to save on logistics costs. Wang Tao urged Zhu Yang to start production quickly. "We're already in production. Let me send you a batch of samples first for you to market," Zhou Yang said. He had workers pack a few hundred newly produced electric blankets for Wang Tao to ship overseas for trial sales. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye, mister," Zhou Wang Tao said, shaking hands with Zhou Yang before leaving. Thus Hongtu Trading and Baidi began their first cooperation, marking the start of Baidi's products entering the international market. Zhou Yang then focused all his efforts on overseeing the production of electric blankets. By the 6th day after the equipment was installed, all 40 automated machines were fully operational. Baidi also posted job notices, recruiting workers over the age of 35 from the entire city to cope with the production peak season for electric blankets. In the workshop, workers were busy producing electric blankets. As they were still not very proficient, they produced only 70 to 80,000 units a day, far from the equipment's capacity. However, the warehouse had already stockpiled over 100,000 EU standard electric blankets, completing the system's task. Super Factory System produced 100,000 electric blankets in 7 days. Task completed. Special reward: 1 procurement card. What's this new thing? Zhou Yang wondered, curiously examining the virtual card that resembled a playing card. Procurement card can be used to purchase any non-military raw material at a normal price, with a maximum limit of 100 tons. This card seemed interesting, but it wasn't needed at the moment. Shen Town was an industrial hub where almost any raw material could be obtained, so the card was stored away for potential future use in unconventional situations. Baidi continued mass-producing electric blankets while also keeping the mobile phone production line running. Currently, Baidi was selling 2 types of phones. Over time, the sales of the 2 models started to diverge. The Baidi 1 Pro phone, after nearly a month of high sales, began to see a gradual decline, now selling around 10,000 to 20,000 units a day. In contrast, the standard Baidi 1 phone maintained strong momentum, with daily sales nearing 100,000 units. This was because the 2 phones catered to different consumer groups. The Baidi 1 Pro flagship phone, starting at 1999 yuan, was mainly purchased by students and people seeking value for money. This amazing price initially sparked a sales frenzy, with 5,000 to 6,000 units sold daily. However, as the target audience was exhausted, people gradually discovered some shortcomings of the Baidi 1 Pro, such as the lack of wireless charging, insufficient product integration, and a design that didn't appeal to female users. Consequently, sales began to decline. On the other hand, the Baidi 1 phone was different. Priced under 200 yuan, it had all the basic functions and solid quality, appealing to a broader potential user base. Without any advertising, it relied solely on word of mouth. As the Baidi 1 spread through rural and working class areas, satisfied customers recommended it to their peers, creating a chain reaction. This led to increasing sales, now reaching 100,000 units a day, mostly bought by low-income groups in rural areas, cities and industrial zones. Zhou Yang anticipated this situation. The Baidi 1 Pro was just a showcase product to demonstrate that Baidi could produce high-end devices. The real aim was to popularize the affordable and user-friendly Baidi 1 phone. However, this also posed a problem. Baidi's phone production capacity was seriously lagging behind. Therefore, when setting up the electric blanket production line, Zhou Yang also ordered a brand new phone production line for over 8 million yuan. Now that he had the funds, he invested in quality equipment. The new line was not only highly productive and low fault but also required fewer workers. With just over 100 employees, the new equipment could run 24 hours a day, producing around 50,000 phones daily. This addressed the production needs, though it still didn't meet the pre-order demand. However, the Baidi 1 phone's configuration would remain relevant for years, so pre-order customers would eventually get their phones. Zhou Yang didn't plan to root deeply in the phone industry, so the current equipment sufficed. Adding more would risk future idleness. With Baidi phones now in stable production and market demand steady, the focus shifted to electric blanket production. After accumulating around 10 days' worth of production, with 1 million units ready, Hongtu trading staff handled the customs processes. They shipped the blankets in containers via sea and rail to various European countries. Thanks to early advertisements and the excellent operations of Hongtu Trading's offices, the electric blankets caused a buying frenzy upon arrival, selling out in just one day. The Europeans, facing a natural gas shortage and heating cessation, had resorted to gathering wood or even burning furniture to keep warm. This desperate situation made affordable, energy-efficient electric blankets highly sought after. Greedy merchants had hiked electric blanket prices above 100 euros, adding to the financial strain on European families. Then, unexpectedly, a company named Hongtu began selling affordable China-made electric blankets, BD1 and BD2, with the cheapest model priced at just 35 euros. For 35 euros, they could stay warm all winter, a stark contrast to the 100 euro blankets. The BD electric blankets were irresistible, and no European resident could turn down such an offer. Consequently, the electric blankets sent to 5 European countries were enthusiastically received. However, the first batch of 2 million blankets spread across multiple countries still couldn't meet the demand. Many Europeans who couldn't buy the blankets called Hongtu's offices, asking when new stock would arrive. Seeing the fervent sales, Hongtu Trading staff realized the blankets were genuinely in high demand. They quickly informed the headquarters to expedite more shipments, as Europeans were desperate. Some even protested outside the offices. When this news reached China, Zhou Yang was both surprised and delighted. Zhou Yang was astonished by the Europeans' desperation, grateful they weren't Americans with a penchant for looting. Zhou Yang was pleased to see that Baidi's electric blankets were genuinely welcomed in Europe, validating his significant investment and hard work. Mr. Zhou, the overseas department has been calling multiple times a day for more stock. Please, we need to ship them quickly. Wang Tao from Hongtu Trading had practically been living at Baidi's office, urging Zhou Yang to expedite the shipments. It was rare for Hongtu Trading to have such a hot-selling product, reminiscent of the frantic ticket sales during the Spring Festival travel rush. The affordable and efficient BD electric blankets had become an instant hit in Europe without any price hikes, creating significant pressure on Zhou Yang to meet the supply demands. If we don't ship in 3 days, we'll have to wait for the next week's vessel. Those Europeans who couldn't get their electric blankets might tear down our office, Wang Tao complained, camping in Zhou Yang's office. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh at his persistence, but he understood the urgency. He had managed to accumulate tens of thousands of electric blankets, enough to fill several containers. Satisfied with this response, Wang Tao finally left. While this resolved the immediate concern, Zhou Yang realized a more serious problem. With a population of over 700 million in Europe, even if only a fraction needed their electric blankets, the demand could be in the tens of millions. Their current production capacity of 100,000 units a day was far from sufficient. Foreign analysis agencies predicted that Europe would need at least 40 million electric blankets this winter. Even if they produced continuously until the end of the season, Baidi couldn't meet this demand. The current surge in demand was beyond what their tens of thousands of blankets could supply. Having previously faced criticism for insufficient production capacity, Zhou Yang knew he couldn't afford to wait for the workshop's slow production. He had to expand immediately. Zhou Yang instructed Song Delaware to recruit more workers and continue purchasing equipment. This time, he ordered machines with a daily output of 4,000 units. Thanks to their good relationship with the equipment manufacturers, he secured a very favorable price of 450,000 yuan per machine. He purchased 60 top-spec electric blanket production machines, increasing daily production by 240,000 units. Including the existing capacity, their daily output would reach around 300,000 units, hitting 1 million in just over 3 days and 3 million in 10 days. This terrifying production rate would meet the European demand within 2 months. This massive investment totaled 27 million yuan for equipment alone, but Zhou Yang was confident they would recoup the costs. Moreover, these machines wouldn't sit idle after the season. They could be modified to produce other textile-based products, such as electric gloves, car covers, and complementary items for electric vehicles like towels and handkerchiefs. This multifunctional approach was a forward-thinking investment. However, accommodating 100 production machines required more space. The newly hired workers cleared out another empty factory building to house the new equipment. The advantage of a large factory site was evident. Unlike their old location, where space would have been a bottleneck, they could quickly prepare the new facility. New employees cleaned and prepared the factory, allowing production to start within days. With experienced workers now training new recruits, the 300 newly hired employees quickly adapted. Baidi's new and old factories now employed over 900 people, making it a mid to large-scale manufacturing enterprise. Despite the large workforce, with 3 shifts, only a little over 100 workers were on duty at any given time in the new workshop, keeping them busy with the 60 new production machines. This workload meant no one could slack off. While the physical labor wasn't heavy, the mental strain was significant. However, Zhou Yang valued his employees, offering competitive wages among local electronics factories. Although not the highest, this was because other factories operated on a grueling 996 schedule, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, while Baidi maintained an 8-hour, double shift system with weekends off. Due to high production demands, Baidi's factory also worked weekends, and employees rarely took leave, voluntarily working overtime. Baidi paid double the regular wage for overtime, provided additional night shift allowances, free meals, and dormitory accommodation with just utility fees. They also offered full social insurance and housing funds, creating a supportive work environment without abuse or corporal punishment. This positive atmosphere made the older employees feel like they were in paradise compared to their previous harsh working conditions over the past decades. As a result, they worked diligently, appreciating the rare benefits in employee-centric policies. In sweatshop environments, employees rarely idle around or slack off. Most people work as if for their own family, even feeling guilty for producing a defective item. This strong sense of responsibility ensures that Baidi's products maintain an exceptionally high quality, ranking among the best in the industry. This inadvertently reduces production costs and creates a positive feedback loop. Zhou Yang's favorable treatment of older employees results in their heartfelt dedication to Baidi, willing to repay the company with hard work and responsibility. This mutual respect turns the factory into a second home for the employees, achieving a win-win situation. Within a week, Baidi's new factory had another 60 electric blanket machines operating at full capacity. With a total of 100 automated machines, they could now produce 300,000 electric blankets a day, making Baidi one of the top 10 electric blanket manufacturers in the country. At this production rate, Baidi shipped nearly 2 million electric blankets to Europe every week. These blankets were almost instantly sold out upon arrival in Europe, leading to the emergence of scalpers who bought BD electric blankets to resell at higher prices. However, the Chinese office quickly implemented purchase limits, allowing each person to buy only one blanket with identification, effectively curbing the scalpers' activities. Despite some scalpers slipping through the cracks, Baidi's strong production capacity, with 10 million blankets produced in a month, left little room for scalpers. If the scalpers raised prices too high, European customers would simply wait a few days for the next shipment, ensuring they could buy a blanket after standing in line. Within just over half a month, hundreds of thousands of BD electric blankets swept across Europe, becoming a new favorite among Europeans. Surprisingly, these small electric blankets significantly changed the lifestyle of European people. After BD electric blankets became popular in Europe, the way Europeans greeted each other noticeably changed. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed people now asked, "Hi, Mr. Bob, did you get a BDD electric blanket?" instead of the usual, "Hi, Mr. Bob, how have you been?" "I got one, Mrs. Jolie." "Oh, that's wonderful. You'll surely have a warm night's sleep." "I didn't get one, and my husband is away on a business trip. I'm freezing at night, like living in the Arctic." "Mrs. Jolie, you can come over and stay with me. I don't mind sharing the warmth of my BD electric blanket, and I'm even warmer myself." "Really? That's great. I'll take a bath and come over with some freshly baked bagels. I'll be waiting." "Kiss. Kiss you, Mrs. Jolie blew a kiss as she left. Just like that, a simple electric blanket brought neighbors closer together. Due to its low price, the BD electric blanket was especially popular among low-income families in Europe. For as little as €10, they could have a warm bed, which significantly alleviated internal conflicts in Europe. Even the historically revolutionary country of France saw a rare absence of protests. The media quickly caught wind of this phenomenon and began reporting on it. A TV crew arrived at Hong Tu's office, where they saw long lines of people waiting to buy Chinese-made electric blankets. "Hi, this is Catherine from Made Cultural Television. I'm your favorite host, and today we're at this Hong Tu store to witness the craze surrounding the electric blankets that have taken the EU by storm." Catherine approached a bearded foreign man in line and asked what he was there for. "Of course, I'm here to buy a BD electric blanket. What else?" To use the restroom, the burly foreign man didn't give the pretty Catherine any courtesy. One can't blame him for his brusque attitude. He had been freezing for a month, with his whole family huddling together for warmth. They had no gas, and the electricity bill had skyrocketed to several €100, plunging them into debt this winter. The children and elderly were getting sick from the cold. It was truly a dreadful winter. If anyone else had endured a month like this, they would have found it hard to smile. It would take a saint's mindset to remain cheerful under such circumstances. Catherine, despite being snapped at, continued to smile professionally and asked, "How did you hear about the BD electric blanket?" "Two of my neighbors got one," the burly man replied. "They said it's fantastic and keeps them warm all night. It's a great invention, comparable to an air conditioner." At the mention of the BD electric blanket, a smile finally appeared on his face. Soon he would have a dual-control electric blanket for his family, ensuring warm, cozy nights for his wife, children, and himself. "Do you know which country makes these electric blankets?" Catherine continued. The bearded man said, "I think it's made in South Korea. I have a colleague from South Korea who says his country is the heart of Asia, but capable of producing anything. Samsung is the greatest company in the world. They have vast lands and the best kimchi. South Korea must be amazing to produce such a blanket." Catherine responded with an awkward yet polite smile, unsure of what to say next. To break the tension, she moved on to interview an elderly woman who was hunched over. "Hello, ma'am. Are you here to buy a BD electric blanket too?" Catherine asked. "Yes," the old lady replied, though her accent was peculiar. "What size are you planning to buy? Are you familiar with this electric blanket?" Catherine asked again. The old lady said, "Of course I know about it. My son already bought me one, and I sleep warmly every night. But he's freezing, so I'm here to buy him one. This way, our whole family can be warm. You and your son are very fortunate. Do you know which country makes this electric blanket?" "Of course it's made in China." The old lady's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. She continued excitedly, "I visited China when I was young. It's a mysterious and beautiful country. Though the people were poor then, they always had smiles on their faces. I still remember their kindness to me. And now, well, their companies are selling us these blankets at very affordable prices. This is another gesture of their goodwill." The old lady then faced the camera and, shaking her fist, said, "Thank you, China. Thank you for your BD electric blankets. Your old friend Sophia thanks you. Hurrah." As the elderly woman continued speaking, her native language slipped in, revealing her to be of Soviet descent, which explained her friendly impression of China. Catherine then interviewed people who had just bought the electric blankets. Holding their packages, they gave a thumbs up to the camera, happily shouting, "BD electric blankets. Good. Very good." After interviewing several people, it was clear that everyone had a positive impression of BD electric blankets. Some even remarked that this was the first time they realized how impressive China was, equating China with warmth. They praised the BD company as a modern Prometheus, bringing fire to humanity. Catherine found this episode fascinating, and it soon aired on the television station. But it wasn't just one media outlet. Similar interviews were conducted in the UK, Germany, and other countries. Recently, the BD electric blankets in Hongtu offices had become a phenomenon in Europe. Such a significant event didn't go unnoticed by domestic media, who quickly reprinted the stories, turning international news into domestic buzz. College student Wan Ning was scrolling through short videos on his recently purchased BD 1 Pro phone when he stumbled upon a sensational news clip. Shocking. Domestic electric blankets in high demand abroad, customers camping overnight for purchases. Intrigued by this display of national pride, Wan Ning watched the entire video. He discovered that the BD electric blankets had sold millions of units in just half a month due to overwhelming demand. Wow! Are domestic companies really this strong? Selling each electric blanket for 10 to 20 euros, that's a big profit if we could export them and sell them there. This revelation struck Wan Ning. He considered the idea that importing cheap electric blankets from China and selling them abroad could be profitable. However, he realized that ordinary people like him had no means to engage in international trade. As he watched the video, he noticed the BD electric blankets packaging. English labels. This company is pretty trendy. Wait, why does this logo look familiar? Comparing the electric blankets logo in the video to the Chinese characters on his phone's box, Wan Ning noticed a striking similarity. They appeared to be from the same company, just with different language labels, one in English and the other in Chinese. Curious, he searched online and found a local commercial newspaper in Shenzhen that had reprinted a related story. BD Appliances electric blankets sell out in international markets. The article, written by reporter Jiang Shuqi, didn't attract much attention since China's export industry was booming, and millions of electric blankets were not considered extraordinary news. However, Wan Ning felt like he had discovered something significant. Wasn't this the same company that made his BD phone? Why had they suddenly shifted to producing electric blankets, a product with no technological sophistication? He quickly posted this surprising discovery on a forum, treating it as a humorous tidbit. Unexpectedly, his post gained massive traction, leveraging BD's popularity to quickly climb the trending charts. Why is BD making electric blankets instead of focusing on phones? Yeah, how much can they make from electric blankets? They should stick to popular products. I saw that these export electric blankets sell for only 35 euros abroad. If sold domestically, they should be much cheaper. Exactly. Why isn't BD selling these electric blankets to us? Are they discriminating against domestic users? Following the viral forum post, online discussions took a turn. People started questioning on social media, tagging Zhou Yang's account on Weibo to ask for explanations. After Wan Ning's popular forum post went viral, online discussions began to spiral. Netizens started tagging Zhou Yang's account on Weibo, asking him what was going on. Zhou Yang saw the messages and responded by explaining that the electric blankets were for export only and couldn't be sold domestically due to contract restrictions. The fans familiar with BD products knew how high quality and incredibly affordable they were, so they were eager to get their hands on these electric blankets too. They believed that only BD could provide them with cheap yet warm winter nights. We want the electric blankets. We want them too. Netizens flooded Zhou Yang's account with comments, clearly showing their desire for the product. Zhou Yang found himself in a dilemma. The production capacity was already limited, and the demand was overwhelming. Not only did they have to supply Hongtu, but Lin Shuai had also placed an order for 5 million units. Despite working overtime, BD's production line was struggling to keep up. Zhou Yang hadn't anticipated this situation even after acquiring 100 new machines. The demand for exports alone was hard to meet, so he hadn't considered the domestic market seriously, especially since electric blankets were widely available locally. However, seeing the strong demand from domestic users made Zhou Yang reconsider. System. How much reward have I accumulated from the electric blanket task so far? Zhou Yang asked. The system replied, so far, 8.27 million electric blankets have been sold, each earning about 8 euros, with an estimated profit of 460 million yuan. This will earn you a silver treasure chest reward. That much. Zhou Yang was surprised by the substantial profits, though he had been too preoccupied with production to notice. The payment from Hongtu was still in progress, so he hadn't realized the exact figures. Making money from foreigners was indeed lucrative. Zhou Yang thought he should take on more such profitable export tasks in the future. However, selling electric blankets to domestic users would affect export production and the final reward from this task. The system then alleviated his concerns. The profit from electric blankets sold to domestic users will be multiplied by 10 and counted towards the system rewards. Wow, system! You're really user-friendly, Zhou Yang praised, giving a thumbs up. The system is designed for the benefit of the people. Domestic sales receive a bonus, the system replied, elevating the purpose. With that assurance, I'm confident, Zhou Yang said, feeling reassured. Now he was ready to benefit the domestic market, especially with a tenfold reward. Zhou Yang then responded to the netizens online, do you really want the electric blankets? Of course we do, they replied enthusiastically. The winter in the south is too cold. I'm a northerner, but down here I'm freezing like a husky. I need a bitey electric blanket to wrap myself in, or I won't survive this magic damage, one user lamented. Previously I bought a basic electric blanket for 70 to 80 yuan, and a slightly better one costs over 100. I couldn't afford it. My wife only gives me 20 yuan as monthly allowance. I can only afford a bitey electric blanket, another user shared. There are cheap electric blankets out there. I bought one for 22 yuan on a rug, but it broke after a few days and even burned a hole in my quilt. It's too dangerous. I just want a cheap and reliable electric blanket, and only bitey can provide that, one user commented. I've been using my electric blanket for 5 or 6 years, and now it's showing wires and isn't safe. I've been wanting to replace it but couldn't bring myself to spend the money. If bitey's electric blankets are as cheap as their other products, that would be great, said another. This winter, the heating in my neighborhood is inadequate, and it's only about 10 degrees indoors. We need electric blankets, but buying 4 for the whole family would cost several hundred yuan. It's tough to even afford food, let alone electric blankets, one user complained. Please help the children. They're so cold. I'm a student and can't afford other brands' electric blankets, pleaded a user. Wait a minute, another responded. Students usually expect an extra 200 yuan stuffed in the electric blanket. I'm a student too. I don't need 200 yuan, just me 50 yuan, joked another. Just 30 yuan would make me happy, another added. The group of users, pretending to be students, began to compete humorously. Zhou Yang found their antics both amusing and exasperating. Despite the jokes, he couldn't ignore that some people genuinely needed bitey's electric blankets. With the Chinese New Year approaching, and the weather getting colder, an electric blanket could make a significant difference. Alright, I'll agree to your request, Zhou Yang posted online. But with the new year coming up, delivery services will stop soon, and my production capacity is limited. If you want an electric blanket before the holiday, you'll have to rush to the bitey online store. Don't wait. His announcement was met with cheers from netizens. An entrepreneur who listens to the people is rare and greatly appreciated. Everyone eagerly awaited the sales link for bitey's new electric blankets. Zhou Yang had the design ready, he only needed to produce the most basic electric blankets and change the branding. The cost had been calculated 9 yuan per blanket, including domestic logistics. Other manufacturers couldn't match this low price, thanks to the superfactory system's efficiency, bulk purchasing reducing raw material costs, and bitey's dedicated workers ensuring low defect rates. Advanced equipment also contributed, producing many semi-finished blankets quickly. Given the ongoing demand in Europe, Zhou Yang decided to allocate most of the factory's capacity to producing the domestic version of bitey electric blankets before the new year. With the clock ticking, he chose to produce 2 models, a single-person blanket costing 9 yuan to make, which would typically be priced over 20 yuan for profit. But bitey's mission was not just to make money but to benefit the people. Since the sales peak was expected to last less than a month, and he had already made a substantial profit from exports, Zhou Yang decided to treat the domestic version as a New Year's gift from bitey, pricing it at 9.9 yuan with free shipping. Bitey's profit per blanket would be only 0.9 yuan, barely breaking even when accounting for losses and returns. But thinking of the many people shivering in their cold beds, Zhou Yang couldn't help himself. He had earned enough overseas. As long as there was income, it was worth it. So, he happily decided the basic single-person electric blanket would be 9.9 yuan, while the double-person blanket, costing 15 yuan to produce, would sell for 15.9 yuan. At such prices, equivalent to a pack of cigarettes, these electric blankets would be affordable and convenient. With this decision, Zhou Yang aimed to bring warmth to many homes, ensuring a cozy winter for all. Of course, a key aspect of this plan was informing Hong Tu and Lin Shuai about the temporary reallocation of production capacity. Brothers, your next batch of goods will be delayed by a few days, Zhou Yang called to inform them. You can't be serious. Do you know how well our electric blankets are selling in Europe? Are you asking for a price increase? Fine, I'll add 3 yuan per blanket. Okay, both Wang Tao from Hong Tu and Lin Shuai had similar reactions, suspecting Zhou Yang was using this as an excuse. It's not about the money. I need to produce electric blankets for domestic users, Zhou Yang explained. The domestic market is already saturated with electric blankets. You won't make as much as you do from exports. Why get involved? Lin Shuai didn't understand. It's not about making money, Zhou Yang responded. We can't let people overseas enjoy a warm winter while our own people freeze. It's about fairness. But no one's freezing here. Electric blankets are everywhere. People aren't that desperate, Lin Shuai argued. Sure, there are plenty, but there's no affordable option that allows everyone to buy without hesitation. Zhou Yang realized that Wang Tao and Lin Shuai were focused on commercial interests, thinking primarily about profits, which clashed with his values. He decided not to persuade them further. This decision was final. He would reduce foreign supply before the new year. However, Zhou Yang wasn't reckless. He offered some reassurance. Don't worry. I'm purchasing additional equipment to increase production within a week, ensuring your supply. I just don't get what you're after, Lin Shuai sighed, accepting the situation since they had no alternative suppliers. Zhou Yang smiled. What was he after? A look at the customer reviews on Baidu's online store would provide the answer. Having settled things with his partners, Zhou Yang prepared to focus entirely on producing the domestic version of Baidu electric blankets. With the new year approaching, Zhou Yang quickly contacted a packaging and printing factory to customize packaging for the domestic version. Mr. Zhou, how many sets of packaging do you need? The factory owner asked. This number would determine the production volume. At least 4 million sets. Zhou Yang estimated that this amount would suffice before the courier services paused for the new year. After the holiday, temperatures would begin to rise, reducing demand for electric blankets. To maximize the system rewards, he needed to race against time. While waiting for the packaging materials, Zhou Yang ordered 20 more high-end production machines, hoping to increase the rewards by ramping up the task. He hadn't ordered all the equipment at once initially because of the tight timeline. Other factories started stockpiling in the fall, but Zhou Yang began in the winter. Additionally, having the equipment wasn't enough. Skilled workers were needed. Baidu's factory trained new workers on the job, gradually increasing the production rate. Initially producing tens of thousands of blankets daily, the workers' growing proficiency soon boosted daily output to over 300,000. With time being critical, Zhou Yang launched the pre-sale link without much online promotion. The domestic emergency winter electric blankets were simple, with just 2 models: a single-person blanket for 9.9 yuan with free shipping and a double-person blanket for 15.9 yuan with free shipping. Other models would be produced only when there was surplus capacity. On the pre-sale day, users were stunned by the 9.9 yuan price and marveled at Baidu's capability. Reducing prices for products like tablets, TVs, washing machines, electric scooters, and phones was impressive, but selling electric blankets for 9.9 yuan seemed unbelievable. Even unbranded electric blankets on the market cost more, usually over 10 yuan. Baidu's blankets came with warranties and quality assurance, yet they were selling for just 9.9 yuan, which seemed too good to be true. Users speculated about how Baidu could achieve such low costs, joking that perhaps the materials were picked up from the streets. Amidst placing orders, users nicknamed Baidu a charitable enterprise, puzzled over how it could sustain profitability. What netizens didn't know was that Baidu made relatively little profit domestically, earning only tens of millions in a few months. However, in just over half a month, they earned 460 million RMB from overseas sales. Essentially, Baidu was making money abroad to spend domestically, a reverse of what many renowned business owners who emigrated tend to do. Once the pre-sale opened, Baidu's Douyin store saw 300,000 pre-orders for electric blankets within 24 hours, despite no prior promotion. The same was true for platforms like Pinduoduo and Taobao. The blankets were extremely cheap. 9.9 yuan was less than the cost of a pound of pork, but could buy an electric blanket with a 5-year warranty. People were buying them in droves, knowing it was a good deal, even if they couldn't use them right away, as they would be useful next winter. The pre-sale stated that shipping would start 3 days later, but customers couldn't wait and kept hitting the expedite button. Netizens also took to Weibo and other online communities, tagging Zhou Yang, creating a wave of demands for quicker delivery. Zhou Yang toggled between various apps, answering the questions raised by the users. He explained that Baidu had very little preparation time. It had only been 2 days since he promised to produce the domestic version of the electric blanket. The packaging materials were not yet ready. Once they arrived, shipping could begin. Zhou Yang pleaded for patience, assuring that there was ample stock for everyone. Baidu's over 120 electric blanket production machines were running around the clock to meet the demand. This reassurance calmed the netizens, ensuring them that the blankets wouldn't sell out instantly like other Baidu products often did. Zhou Yang was confident that, with the factory's strength, they could handle the daily orders of over 900,000 blankets. New equipment and personnel arriving continuously would only speed up production. That night, Zhou Yang spent over 3 hours responding to users on various apps, leaving him exhausted. Managing this was more tiring than working at the factory due to the cumbersome switching between different software. He considered centralizing communications on one platform, but this would mean neglecting users on other platforms, which was a tough decision. He even thought about creating a dedicated website for Baidi to communicate with users, but this would have to wait until after the new year when he could hire some developers. While Baidi's electric blankets were selling like hotcakes, Lei Shuhang, a digital deconstruction blogger, pre-ordered 2 of each type. He planned to keep one set for personal use and dismantle the other. Having gained a significant following by dissecting Baidi's products, he recognized the value in covering Baidi's latest offerings. Baidi was synonymous with trending topics and views, and any content related to Baidi sparked interest and controversy, which were great for attracting followers. Previously, Lei had dismantled 2 of Baidi's phones and gave them high praise. However, there had been no new products from Baidi for over a month, which was unusual. Typically, Baidi released a new product every month. Lei wondered if Baidi had shifted focus to only producing phones due to their profitability. Then news broke about Baidi's electric blankets selling like hotcakes overseas. Foreign customers were praising the blankets and clamoring to buy them, boosting national pride in Chinese products. It turned out Baidi had quietly entered the international market. Contrary to its domestic low-margin strategy, Baidi's electric blankets sold for dozens of euros abroad, which surprised many. In developed countries, paying 30 to 40 euros for an electric blanket was trivial, but in China, such a price would be burdensome. When Baidi announced it would sell electric blankets domestically, it was good news, but some worried about the price. Overseas, the blankets were priced at 35 euros initially, later increasing to 40 euros, almost 300 yuan, which would be unacceptable to domestic consumers. However, Baidi soon released the pre-sale link, and the prices relieved everyone's concerns. The 9.9 yuan price point reassured domestic customers that Baidi was still the same company they knew and loved, maintaining its original spirit without any changes. The incredibly low price encouraged people to buy a blanket to test the quality. Lei Shuhang announced on his personal account that he would be disassembling Baidi's electric blanket. Like many netizens, he eagerly awaited Baidi to start shipping so he could see what the electric blanket, which had taken Europe by storm, was like. Soon 3 days passed, and the packaging for the domestic electric blankets finally arrived. Both new and old employees at Baidi's factory were bustling with activity. They even hired hundreds of temporary workers to help with packaging the blankets. In those 3 days, Baidi had produced around 1 million electric blankets, piling up in the warehouse. Without additional help, they wouldn't be able to package everything before the new year. On the shipping day, Baidi's factory was a hive of activity. Workers were training the temporary staff on how to package the blankets, and Song, Delaware was coordinating production. Logistics and courier companies sent large trucks to the factory to transport the goods. Baidi needed to ship out at least hundreds of thousands of packages that day, making the logistics company view Baidi as a valuable client. Soon, the first batch of electric blankets was shipped out. However, Lei Shuhang found that his order was still pending. He contacted customer service, who assured him that it would be shipped within the next 2 days. However, by midday, there was still no update, and he realized he might have to wait another day or 2. Lei Shuhang had promised his followers a video of the blanket disassembly the next day, and failing to deliver would have serious repercussions. Determined, he decided to go directly to Baidi's factory to buy the blankets himself for the video. Lei's home was only about 8 kilometers from Baidi's new factory. He opted to ride his Baidi electric bike instead of taking a cab. Lei's home was filled with Baidi products: a tablet, TV, washing machine, electric bike, and even a Baidi One Pro phone. To outsiders, he seemed like Baidi's #1 fan. However, Lei saw himself as a tech deconstructionist with no brand loyalty, using Baidi products because they were cheap and reliable. After reviewing them, he found them too good to sell secondhand, so he ended up keeping them. When he arrived at Baidi's factory, it was bustling with activity. Trucks were constantly entering and leaving, and forklifts were busy loading and unloading goods. He approached the gate and explained his need to purchase 2 models of the electric blankets. A security guard in his 40s informed Lei that Baidi's factory did not engage in retail sales and suggested he wait for his online order. Lei pleaded, explaining his urgent need. Initially, the guard was going to refuse. But then he noticed that Lei was covered in Baidi products, a loyal customer. Baidi employees were known for their high loyalty and dedication to customer service, so the guard used his Baidi One phone to call his supervisor. All Baidi employees received a Baidi One phone for work purposes, which they could keep after a month of employment, even if they left the company. The security supervisor felt this was a significant request and escalated it up the chain of command, eventually reaching Zhou Yang. Upon hearing that a dedicated customer had come to the factory, Zhou Yang decided it was worth meeting him to hear his feedback. He asked the guard to bring Lei Ai inside to meet him in his office. When Lei Ai entered the office, he was surprised to see how young Zhou Yang, Baidi's factory director and owner, was. "Hello, Director Zhou," Lei Ai greeted. "Hey, aren't you Lei Ai Shuhang?" Zhou Yang said, recognizing him as they shook hands. "You know me." Lei was surprised that the famous Baidi owner recognized him. "Of course, I've seen your videos. They're very fair and have helped promote Baidi. I've even given you a thumbs up," Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Lei laughed, feeling a connection with Zhou Yang. After hearing Lei Ai's request, Zhou Yang had 2 packaged electric blankets brought in immediately. "Thank you. Let me scan to pay," Lei said courteously. Zhou Yang laughed and said, "No need to pay. Consider it a gift. With all the Baidi products you have, it wouldn't be right to charge you. I don't want netizens calling me stingy." "This is too kind of you," Lei Ai Shuhang replied, feeling that Zhou Yang was someone worth getting to know. He asked for Zhou Yang's WeChat contact to stay in touch. Zhou Yang then offered Lei Ai a tour of the factory, to which Lei Ai asked if he could film the visit. Zhou Yang nodded sure, but be mindful not to capture certain areas in the video. The areas that needed to remain confidential included information about raw materials and equipment suppliers. Zhou Yang welcomed online influencers to visit and film the factory, as it would benefit Baidi's publicity. After the tour, it was nearly time to leave, and Zhou Yang was about to see Lei Ai Shuhang off. At that moment, Lei noticed the production line for the export version of the BD electric blanket and made a bold request. "Could I get 2 of the export model electric blankets to do a comparison?" Zhou Yang shook his head and refused this time. "Due to our contract, the export version blankets cannot be sold domestically. Sorry about that." "It's all right, my bad," Lei Shuhang responded. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lei Ai Shuhang watched as Zhou Yang called over a workshop supervisor. After listening to Zhou Yang's quiet instructions, the supervisor fetched 2 unwrapped BD electric blankets from the production line and handed them to Lei Shuhang. "What's this?" Lei Ai Shuhang asked in surprise. "While we can't sell export version electric blankets, our factory inevitably produces some rejects. These are usually discarded, so it's understandable if someone happens to pick them up," Zhou Yang said, giving Lei Ai Shuhang a meaningful look. Lei Ai Shuhang immediately understood. By treating these as rejects, he could obtain the export version blankets without any legal issues. Zhou Yang's cleverness and charm left a lasting impression on Lei Ai Shuhang, who found himself increasingly drawn to Zhou Yang's personality. From that day on, Lei Ai Shuhang unknowingly became a genuine fan of Baidi. Excitedly, Lei Ai Shuhang returned home with the numerous electric blankets gifted by Baidi. Skipping dinner, he started planning his video shoot, setting up his camera and lighting to film the electric blanket teardown. "Hello everyone. The Baidi electric blanket teardown video I promised is finally here." Lei Ai Shuhang began recording, speaking cheerfully. "Do you know how much I paid for these 2 electric blankets?" He cupped his hand to his ear in a listening gesture. "What? 9.9 yuan? Nope, I got them for 0 yuan. He chuckled. "This isn't like the $0 purchases in the US. I visited the Baidi factory today and met the director, Zhou Yang. He gave me these electric blankets and even gave me a tour of the factory. I'll show the tour footage in the second part of the video. Today, we're focusing on the teardown of the Baidi electric blanket to see how good its quality is." Lei Ai Shuhang began the teardown, carefully cutting open the single electric blanket with scissors and a utility knife. Beneath the fabric, he found coiled heating wires. These wires were encased in insulating material for safety. "The structure of an electric blanket is quite simple," Lei Ai commented, "but taking it apart without damaging the internal components is tricky." Soon, Lei Ai had the blanket completely disassembled, with a pile of shredded fabric on one side and the heating wires on the other. "I don't know much about fabric, but it feels like regular woven material. It's quite durable, I couldn't tear it by hand." He then moved on to the heating wires. Removing the outer insulation revealed the silver-colored Constantan wire beneath. "This is Constantan wire," Lei explained, "an alloy primarily composed of copper and nickel. It's widely used in instruments, electronics, and industrial equipment." Lei Ai added that Constantan wire is inexpensive when purchased in large industrial quantities, which helps explain why these electric blankets are sold so cheaply. The outer fabric is also likely to be inexpensive when bought in bulk, costing around 3 to 4 yuan for a single-sized blanket. The Constantian wires might cost less than 2 yuan, and the controller only a few cents. Adding around 2 yuan for shipping, the total cost of the electric blanket is very close to the absolute minimum. Li Shuhang praised Baidu for genuinely benefiting the people of the country. Despite the fact that these electric blankets could be sold abroad for a much higher profit, Baidu chose to supply the domestic market, even though they were in high demand internationally. This showed the company's admirable principles. Unconsciously becoming a staunch fan of Baidu, Li Shuhang showered the company with praise in his video, to the point where Zhou Yang would probably blush if he saw it. In his final evaluation, Li Shuhang concluded that the electric blanket was well made and extremely worth the 9.9 yuan price tag. Next, he began disassembling the double-sized electric blanket, which had the same structure and materials as the single-sized one, just larger. Not satisfied with just these two, Li Shuhang brought out 2 export version electric blankets, which are rare to find domestically. From the exterior, the BD electric blankets looked identical to the domestic versions. Li Shuhang decided to see if the materials and construction were the same for both versions. If they were, it would mean that Baidu was selling in China for 9.9 yuan what they sold abroad for 40 euros, a testament to their integrity and high standards. After the teardown, his hypothesis was confirmed. The domestic and export versions used the exact same materials, proving his earlier guess. Folks, if you need an electric blanket, buy it now. Getting a 40 euro product for 9.9 yuan is an absolute steal, Li Shuhang joked. He decided not to disassemble the second BD2 electric blanket, but to conduct an extreme durability test instead. He poured water on the powered blanket. Though it became wet, it continued to function normally, proving its safety. Unlike some inferior products that smoke and short-circuit when wet, this blanket remains safe. After turning off the power, Li Shuhang conducted another test. He folded the electric blanket several times and sat on it, creating sharp bends in the heating wires. After a while, he unfolded the blanket and powered it on again. Remarkably, it still heated up properly, demonstrating its robustness. Continuing his tests, Li Shuhang selected a corner and bent it forcefully dozens of times, far beyond normal usage. This was his extreme test. He then placed the blanket on an insulating mat and prepared to test it again. Friends, do you think the BD electric blanket will survive? He asked his viewers before plugging it in. The indicator light came on, and a temperature check confirmed it was heating up, showing it could withstand severe abuse. Amazing. This Baidu electric blanket is top-notch quality. Li Shuhang felt proud praising Baidu, feeling validated in his choice of company. For his next test, he folded the electric blanket several times and powered it on, despite the safety instructions strictly prohibiting this. Li Shuhang wanted to see how the blanket performed under such conditions, acknowledging that people might use it carelessly in real life. However, he made a disclaimer in the video, warning viewers not to imitate this dangerous test. He then switched on the blanket. The light turned on, and his temperature gun showed it heating up, particularly at the folds. This rapid increase in temperature explained why folding the blanket was unsafe. It could cause the wires to overheat, short-circuit, or even start a fire. When the temperature at the folds exceeded 50 degrees Celsius, the indicator light suddenly went out. Attempts to restart it failed. Did it burn out? Li Shuhang wondered. After unfolding and trying to power it on again, it still didn't respond. It seemed the blanket was genuinely broken. Li Shuhang had some experience with these situations and suspected that the high temperature might have triggered a protective measure. So, he decided to wait for the electric blanket to cool down before trying again. Once it had cooled, the indicator light came back on, and the blanket was functioning normally again. This demonstrated the safety and reliability of the product. Folks, the Baidu electric blanket is incredibly durable and top quality, Li Shuhang said, giving a thumbs up to the camera. Then he decided to do something drastic. Using scissors, he cut one of the heating wires and then plugged the blanket in for a test. This time, the blanket completely shut down and wouldn't turn back on. Li Shuhang tested the wire with an electric pen and confirmed there was no current. This indicated that if the heating wire was accidentally broken, the entire blanket would shut off, preventing any risk of electric shock. This series of rigorous tests proved the high quality and safe use of the Baidu electric blanket. Li Shuhang himself was very impressed and looked forward to using it that night. However, all 4 blankets Zhou Yang had given him were now dismantled, so he would have to wait for his new order to arrive before he could use one. Confident in the product's quality, Li Shuhang felt assured, recommending the Baidu electric blanket to his family and friends. Everyone, you've seen the detailed teardown. If you need an electric blanket, this is the one to get. You won't be disappointed, he concluded in his video. Later, he imported the video files to his computer and, while eating instant noodles, began editing. He wanted to share his insights as soon as possible. Around midnight, Li Shuhang uploaded his teardown video, becoming the first blogger to post a comprehensive review of the Baidi electric blanket. This garnered a lot of attention. Other bloggers' electric blankets were likely still in transit, but Li Shuhang's first-day access gave him the fastest upload time. The next day, his review became a hot topic in the text section of the website, gaining widespread attention. After watching his video, many viewers took an interest in the newly launched Baidi electric blanket. Viewers were impressed with the quality shown in Li Shuhang's video. Even those who didn't initially need an electric blanket decided to buy one just in case. This surge in interest led to a significant increase in sales for Baidi's electric blankets. In just 4 days, over 1.9 million blankets were sold, an unprecedented sales volume in Baidi's history. The demand was so high that their inventory was completely depleted, and their production capacity struggled to keep up, causing a 2-day delay in shipping. As the lunar month progressed, Zhou Yang instructed his team to inform customers on the sales page that electric blanket sales would stop on the 22nd of the lunar month, with orders placed afterward being shipped after the new year. This was due to production constraints, as orders placed by the 22nd would only be fulfilled by the 24th, arriving just before the new year. Seeing this, those who wanted the electric blankets before the new year quickly placed their orders, resulting in a fleet of delivery trucks constantly moving in and out of Baidi's premises. As more people received their electric blankets, positive reviews began to flood the online store. Users praised the Baidi electric blanket for its affordability and practicality. Some even bought 3 at once, ensuring they had one for the bed and the sofa, creating a warm and cozy home environment. The Baidi electric blanket wasn't particularly flashy. Its design and fabric were ordinary, but it was functional and well made. After watching Li Shuhang's test video, users felt confident in its safety, leading to high sales. As the first blogger to review the Baidi electric blanket, Li Shuhang gained significant traffic, with his review video attracting 30,000 new followers. Encouraged by this success, he decided to take it further. He purchased 20 more electric blankets and shared his receipt on his personal feed, leaving his followers curious about his plans. Some joked that he might switch careers to selling electric blankets given their low price, which made them easy to sell at a small markup. Indeed, some enterprising individuals were already buying Baidi electric blankets in bulk to sell at street stalls, making a decent profit. Despite Baidi's limited marketing and the product being new to the market, it quickly gained popularity. However, Baidi's online store had a purchase limit of 3 blankets per account, so Li Shuhang had enlisted the help of family members to amass his stockpile. Seeing his followers' excitement, Li Shuhang hinted at a big project he was working on, promising to reveal it in a few days. His fans eagerly clicked the notification bell to stay updated on his latest endeavor. 2 days later, Li Shuhang went live from his home to unveil his latest creation, the Baidi electric blanket floor heating system. He showed his viewers the thin layer of blankets covering his floor, which allowed him and his family to walk barefoot comfortably. Li Shuhang lived in a southern town, where winter temperatures hovered just above freezing, often causing frostbite and discomfort due to the lack of central heating. To combat the cold, people in the south typically used fire pits, air conditioners and space heaters, each with their own drawbacks. Fire pits were environmentally unfriendly and posed fire hazards, while air conditioners and space heaters were expensive to run and left the floor cold. Li Shuhang's innovative solution involved laying electric blankets across his living room floor and supplementing with air conditioning, effectively simulating the comprehensive heating systems found in northern homes. Viewers were puzzled by this apparent transformation, knowing that retrofitting a home with underfloor heating would typically require significant construction. Li Shuhang revealed the secret. He had used Baidi electric blankets. He lifted a layer of carpet to show the blankets neatly laid out on the tiles, creating an external floor heating system. Wow, what a genius idea! Using electric blankets as underfloor heating, how did you come up with this? Viewers were impressed by his creativity. The setup only required about 20 electric blankets, a much cheaper alternative to traditional underfloor heating, which could cost thousands of dollars. A sharp-eyed viewer soon asked, "But what about all the power cords? How are you powering all these blankets?" Li Shuhang smiled and revealed his clever modification. He had cut the power cords off the blankets, connected them with insulated wires, and taped them securely before routing them to a power strip. This way, a single power source and switch could control all the blankets simultaneously. The principle is simple, it's just parallel wiring. But this requires some electrical knowledge, so I don't recommend doing it yourself, Lei Shuhang cautioned. His followers admitted they lacked the necessary skills and materials to replicate his setup but admired his ingenuity. Those with DIY skills were inspired to try it themselves. Given the low cost of Baidi electric blankets, just around 200 yuan for 20 blankets. Lei Shuhang's creative use of the electric blankets not only provided warmth, but also showcased the product's versatility, making his viewers even more enthusiastic about Baidi electric blankets. Lei Shuhang gave a friendly reminder since the electric blankets had uneven surfaces near the connectors, he had made modifications. This part required special attention as tampering with the original structure could pose safety risks and void the warranty. He emphasized the importance of electrical safety, noting that running 20 blankets simultaneously could draw a significant amount of power, potentially overloading outlets and causing tripped breakers or even fires. In conclusion, Lei Shuhang's project was more of a fun experiment. While it was fine for occasional use, long-term use carried safety concerns. He suggested that for those keen to try it, using 4 or 5 electric blankets in commonly used areas would be a safer and more energy-efficient approach. Viewers agreed with his advice, with many Southerners planning to try it out. Northern viewers, already enjoying central heating and comfortably eating ice cream in their warm homes, found amusement in watching their Southern counterparts' creative solutions. Unexpectedly, Lei Shuhang's livestream went viral. Southerners eager for a low-cost heating solution were intrigued by his idea. Those with the technical know-how began modifying their blankets similarly, while others simply used multiple power strips to lay the blankets on the floor. Despite the somewhat unsightly setup, it provided a warm surface for watching TV, preventing cold feet. The warmth spread happiness in homes, with some Southern wives willing to wear stockings in winter, much to their husband's delight, although it put some strain on their kidneys. Due to its creativity and entertainment value, the video was widely shared by various media outlets, boosting Lei Shuhang's popularity. He gained 100,000 followers in just a few days, riding the wave of Baidi's success. Baidi also benefited from this exposure, with orders for the electric blanket skyrocketing, reaching over 1 million in a single day. This surge in demand forced Baidi to remove the product from their online store before the new year, as production couldn't keep up. Instead of dealing with endless customer inquiries about delivery delays, they decided to pause sales until after the holiday. In just 10 days before the new year, Baidi sold 5 million electric blankets, demonstrating the high demand for affordable heating solutions in China. This success marked another achievement for Zhao Yang. However, with fame came scrutiny. The rapid success of Baidi's electric blankets sparked criticism online. Baidi electric blankets are garbage. The fabric is so rough it shouldn't even be used for clothing. It irritates the skin and pills easily. Trashy Baidi. Other brands offer a 6-year warranty, but Baidi only gives 5. Clearly they lack confidence in their product. Don't buy it. The blanket caught fire. It almost burned my house down. Negative reviews quickly appeared online, with some leaving comments on the store page while others posted videos on platforms like Bilibili and TikTok. The most viewed negative video showed a Baidi electric blanket with a large burn hole in the middle, the bed beneath charred black, illustrating the dangerous situation. These comments caused concern among casual observers, who began doubting the quality of Baidi's electric blankets. The low price of 9.9 yuan seemed to validate the adage, "You get what you pay for," leading many to assume the blankets were cheap, because they were poorly made. Some netizens tagged Zhou Yang on social media, demanding an explanation. Zhou Yang was exasperated, dismissing many of the criticisms as baseless. Firstly, the claim that the fabric was irritating was ridiculous. While Baidi used inexpensive polyester fiber, it was certified to meet national standards for clothing materials. If it was safe for clothing, it was certainly suitable for an electric blanket. Zhou Yang suspected these complaints were the work of competitors' hired trolls, as only industry rivals would harbor such blatant animosity. Zhou Yang later clarified online that the 5-year warranty for Baidi electric blankets was set because components tend to wear out after that period, potentially causing problems. Given the low price of the blanket, the 5-year warranty was a way to encourage people to replace their blankets every 5 years. Spending 9.9 yuan every 5 years for a new blanket is a cost most people can accept. He questioned why some critics fixated on the 1-year difference in warranty. He explained that while Baidi could enhance the safety features and use more expensive materials, this would increase the cost significantly, making the price comparable to half a new blanket. Thus, replacing the blanket every 5 years was more economical. This explanation effectively countered the critics. As for the last issue concerning the burnt blanket, Baidi's customer service had not received any complaints or requests for refunds related to such incidents. The video showing the burnt blanket was posted on TikTok, not in the online store's review section, and the user hadn't sought a refund or filed a complaint. This strongly suggested that the incident was fabricated, either by a competitor or someone seeking attention. Zhou Yang acknowledged that every product has its detractors, whether it's from Apple, Samsung, or Huawei, and Baidu was no exception. He believed that rational customers would understand and support his explanation. Indeed, supportive customers soon countered the critics. Many posted photos of their Baidu electric blankets, stating they had experienced no issues. The most liked review came from a rural woman in her 50s. Her husband had been bedridden and suffering from kidney failure for years, requiring medication and dialysis. To facilitate cleaning, he often only used a blanket without wearing pants. The woman reported that after using the Baidu electric blanket for several days, her husband's skin was fine, debunking claims about harmful materials. Baidu electric blankets are cheap and effective. I even use Baidu for my phone, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in a video supporting Baidu. Viewers were moved and liked her video, acknowledging her tough life caring for her paralyzed husband. Her home was modest, and their meals consisted mostly of vegetables and tofu. Unable to afford hospital dialysis, she had improvised a dialysis machine using household plastic items. Despite not buying a new electric blanket for years, she purchased Baidu's as soon as it was available. Although she didn't explicitly say why, it was clear to everyone she was frugal, and the affordability of Baidu's product finally made it accessible to her. For an average family, the financial and psychological burden of caring for a bedridden patient who frequently requires dialysis is immense. It's likely that their tight budget prevented them from buying an electric blanket. However, Baidu's 9.9 yuan electric blanket was affordable for this family, finally providing a comfortable environment for the bedridden patient. Seeing this review, those who mocked Baidu's low prices fell silent. They were used to seeing people live vibrant lives, traveling, enjoying gourmet food, and buying cars and houses. They forgot that China is vast with a large population, and many people live near the poverty line. For many, 9.9 yuan might only buy a large bottle of drink, but for some, it's a significant expense saved from their meager budget. Like this woman, who remains dedicated to her paralyzed husband, earning admiration from many. Baidu's customer service noticed this review and responded by naming it an excellent comment. They decided to send her a gift package, including groceries, supermarket vouchers, and Baidu products. It was evident that they framed it as a prize to avoid making her feel burdened by the idea of charity, showing Baidu's considerate nature. After seeing this review, the public sided with Baidu. A company with such empathy surely has integrity. Moreover, Baidu is the only company offering a legitimate electric blanket for just 9.9 yuan. They could profit more by selling abroad, yet they choose to offer low prices domestically, demonstrating their commitment to being a conscientious business. This belief in Baidu reassured many that they wouldn't produce substandard products. Thus, the potential PR crisis was resolved by this single review. This incident reflects Zhou Yang's commitment to sacrificing profits to produce domestic electric blankets, aiming to help people like this woman. If even one person's life becomes better and more comfortable due to Baidu's electric blankets, Zhou Yang feels his efforts are worthwhile. As the electric blankets sold out and interest waned, people shifted focus to the upcoming Spring Festival. Baidu also began their holiday break. The factory halted production on the 27th day of the lunar month, and workers prepared to go home for the new year. However, many workers struggled to secure tickets for the Spring Festival travel rush. Upon learning this, Zhou Yang quickly instructed Song Delaware to organize transportation. They arranged 15 buses to transport workers from major provinces and cities back home for free as a New Year's benefit. The workers cheered, as this gesture, though not overly costly, addressed their urgent need to return home for the holiday. This act deepened their affection for Baidu. Some who had planned to quit after the holiday decided to stay, recognizing Baidu's unique and generous treatment of its employees. On the 28th day of the lunar month, the once bustling Baidu factory finally fell silent after months of hard work. Only a few security guards remained on duty, while the factory gates were adorned with spring couplets and Fu characters to celebrate the arrival of the Year of the Rabbit. Zhou Yang's home was in Shen Town, but he chose not to return. Instead, he decided to stay at the factory on New Year's Eve so the security guards could go home and enjoy the holiday meal with their families. Zhou Yang had no relatives left in this world. His mother had passed away a few years ago, and his father had abandoned the factory to wander the world, disappearing without a trace. Thus, it didn't matter to Zhou Yang where he spent the new year. On New Year's Eve, Zhou Yang sat on a folding bed in his office at the factory, resting on a Baidu electric blanket and watching programs on a Baidu television. His 3x washing machine was still running, making life quite comfortable. As he looked out at the empty factory grounds, a feeling of loneliness washed over him. Suddenly, the system's prompt broke the silence. You are not alone. The system is here and ready to issue your task rewards. The electric blanket task statistics period has ended, and now we are settling. Zhou Yang's spirits lifted immediately. Zhou Yang was delighted. After more than a month of hard work, the electric blanket task had finally reached its conclusion. System, according to the statistics, over 17 million electric blankets were sold domestically and internationally, generating approximately 101 million euros in revenue. The reward is a silver treasure chest. Although the domestic market showed little profit, it was well received by users, with the high satisfaction rate translating into 10 times the task points. The total points exceed the reward threshold, upgrading the silver treasure chest to a golden treasure chest. Happy New Year! This news felt like the best New Year's gift. Zhou Yang's efforts to benefit domestic consumers had paid off, resulting in an upgraded reward. Eagerly, Zhou Yang opened the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest successfully opened. Reward: a gold-level Baidi official website, fully set up and ready for use after hiring network management personnel, 3 procurement cards, and a 24,000 gold commemorative year of the rabbit phone case. Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised by the rewards, especially the official website, which he had been considering for a while. The 3 procurement cards were also a welcome bonus. His pocket suddenly felt heavier, and he pulled out the phone case. It was heavy and gleaming with gold, featuring a large golden rabbit. While it was undoubtedly valuable, its commemorative significance outweighed its practical use. Zhou Yang placed the phone case on his phone, only to find it cumbersome and better suited for lifting weights. Grateful for the system's generosity, he carefully stored the phone case in a safe for permanent preservation. Then he eagerly opened his computer and logged into the new official website. The site featured a prominent Baidi logo, exuding power and grandeur. The layout was simple, with company and product information and various contact details. To his delight, there was an interactive community section, similar to Weibo, where users could create accounts and engage. Zhou Yang could now communicate directly with users and address any criticism on his platform. However, the site needed promotion to gain recognition. The system sent another notification: the new website is launched. To celebrate the new year, we're offering a full network New Year's advertisement promotion. Make sure to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Additionally, the mobile app has been logged into major app download platforms. Zhou Yang was immediately interested and downloaded the Baidi Appliances app. The software was compact, only about 60 MB, and lacked the flashy interfaces and pop-ups of other apps. Instead, it featured a clean page resembling other shopping apps, a Baidi online store, where customers could place orders directly, similar to an online shop. Wow, system, you're amazing! You even created a shopping mall for me, Zhou Yang exclaimed with joy. This was something he had always wanted. Having his own store was incredibly convenient, eliminating concerns about store downgrades and unfair treatment from e-commerce platforms. It was essential for Baidi to have its own website and store to be considered a large enterprise. The golden treasure chest truly lived up to its name. This shopping app was perfect, saving time and money on development and design. Zhou Yang also discovered that the app included a community portal. By pressing the community button, users could access an interface similar to Weibo, where they could post and view others' posts, including pictures and videos. With enough users, Zhou Yang wouldn't need to communicate on other websites. He could easily engage with users on his app. After exploring the system's gifts, Zhou Yang remembered the system's suggestion to watch the Spring Festival Gala. He switched to the Gala channel and was soon disappointed. The once beloved comedy skits were now unbearable. One skit, called Photo Studio, was so awkward that Zhou Yang felt like banging his head against the wall. This was supposed to be a skit? After a year of hard work, people deserve better entertainment than watching a couple argue on stage. If possible, Zhou Yang would have hosted his own Spring Festival Gala. Unfortunately, he had a super factory system, not a super event system. Finally, after enduring several skits with a nausea bag at hand, Zhou Yang saw what he had been waiting for. Just before midnight, a group of hosts exchanged well wishes and began reading advertisements. Baidi Appliances wishes you good health and a prosperous year of the rabbit. The Baidi logo appeared on the screen, followed by the chimes of the midnight clock and the cast celebrating the new year. Zhou Yang jumped up in excitement. This system gift was incredible. A primetime advertisement during the Spring Festival Gala was worth a fortune. System, you're amazing, Zhou Yang praised, giving a thumbs up. The system responded, it's nothing. However, Zhou Yang had a question. He had just opened the golden treasure chest, but the Spring Festival Gala had been rehearsed long ago. How did the system manage to insert the advertisement in advance? The system replied, if this system didn't have a bit of foresight, how could it survive in the system world? Zhou Yang was intrigued and tried to subtly inquire about the system's origins. Judging by its words, there might be other systems out there. The system said, this is classified information, no comment. Although the system didn't elaborate, Zhou Yang sensed there was a hidden secret behind it. Happy New Year, System Zhou Yang greeted, then stepped outside to set off some firecrackers in celebration. The system immediately alerted him that it had already checked, and there were no police around, so it was safe to set off the firecrackers. Zhou Yang hung up the 5,000 firecrackers he had prepared and started lighting them in an open space. Crack, crack, crack. Indeed, the sound of firecrackers marked the end of the old year and welcomed the new spring with joyous celebrations. After setting off the firecrackers, Zhou Yang felt content. He refrained from setting off fireworks due to the prohibition in Shen Town, not wanting to attract police attention during the festive season. Returning to his office, Zhou Yang heard the phone ringing. It was his subordinates calling to wish him a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Zhou Yang answered, exchanging greetings and feeling the warmth of their concern. He received several calls, including from familiar faces like Song Di, Lei Shuhang, and Jiang Shuqian, greeting each one warmly. Ring, ring. A while later, another call came in, this time from a foreign number. An international call for New Year's greetings. Zhou Yang wondered as he answered. Son, Happy New Year. The voice on the other end left Zhou Yang stunned. After a moment he realized it was his estranged father. Zhou Yang, who had crossed over into this world, only had some memories of his father. Though there was some familial affection, it wasn't much. Otherwise his father wouldn't have abandoned a debt-ridden mess and disappeared. Happy New Year, Dad, Zhou Yang replied, then asked where his father was. I'm abroad, enjoying the sunshine and beach. It's beautiful here. Let's connect on WeChat for a video call later, Zhou Yu said cheerfully, then hung up and sent a WeChat ID. Zhou Yang added him on WeChat. After the verification, his father sent a video call request. As the video connected, Zhou Yang was shocked by the sight, nearly spitting out his drink. His pure heart was deeply shaken. Due to the time difference, it was a bright and sunny day where Zhou Yang's father, Zhou Yu, was. He was surrounded by a picturesque view of blue skies, turquoise seas, and sandy beaches. Zhou Yu, in beach shorts, had an arm around each of the two women beside him, one white and one black. The white woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the black woman sported voluminous dreadlocks. Both were wearing bikinis, showcasing their impressive figures, with deep cleavage lines resembling the Mariana Trench. The innocent Zhou Yang had never seen such a scene before, and was instantly embarrassed, unable to look directly at the camera. Son, this is your Aunt Isabella and Aunt Conti. Say hello, Zhou Yu said. Suppressing his embarrassment, Zhou Yang greeted, hello, aunties. Oh, a handsome young man from the east, hello to you too. Your son is very handsome, he should join us for the party, said the two foreign women, both complimenting Zhou Yang. However, their Chinese accents were quite thick, making their words barely understandable. Dad, what is this? Zhou Yang asked, frowning. I met these two beautiful ladies here. We're planning to go surfing later. Maybe next time I'll bring you along, his father said, clearly brushing him off. If he truly intended to, he could just send the address and book a flight. But Zhou Yang was more concerned about his father's long absence of over 6 months with no contact. What was going on? Dear Zhou, come join us, a woman's voice called out in English from his father's side. Okay, we'll talk later. Your Aunt Jessica is calling me, Zhou Yu said. Zhou Yang almost broke into a cold sweat, wondering just how many foreign girlfriends his father had. As his father was about to hang up, Zhou Yang quickly offered, Dad, do you need some pocket money? I can transfer some to you. No need, son. I've got friends here, and with your aunts around, I won't go hungry, Zhou Yu replied. Then, suddenly he asked, by the way, did Baidi go bankrupt under your management? It didn't, and actually Zhou Yang began to say that Baidi was thriving, but his father cut him off, as long as it didn't go bankrupt, keep it up. I'm off to surf. With that, the video call ended abruptly, leaving Zhou Yang staring at an empty screen. He stood there, absorbing all the new information. His father was clearly enjoying himself abroad, and had no immediate plans to return. But Zhou Yang was worried if his father did come back, would he bring home a foreign stepmother? Will it be Conti, Jessica, or perhaps several at once? Zhou Yang's mind raced, feeling his brain overheat. He couldn't help but admire his father's skills. Unlike his father, Zhou Yang had inherited none of the charm for wooing women. While his father was surrounded by women, Zhou Yang himself didn't even have a girlfriend. The disparity was staggering. Oh well, Zhou Yang thought, deciding not to dwell on it. As long as his father was safe and happy, it was fine. He couldn't rely on him anyway, so he'd just focus on running Baidu well. Before going to bed, Zhou Yang checked his phone and saw a new message. Happy New Year, read the short message from Lu Xiao, the rich and beautiful girl. Best wishes for the year of the rabbit, Zhou Yang replied. Then tossed his phone aside and went to sleep. Before he knew it, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Since he didn't have any family visits to make, Zhou Yang stayed at the factory and began researching his next product. With the success of Baidu's smartphone and electric blankets, Zhou Yang had accumulated 632 points, which was quite impressive. He now had access to a wide variety of blueprints, covering most home appliances and basic electronic products available on the market. However, the post-New Year period saw a slump in consumer spending, as people had already made most of their purchases before the holiday. The month following the New Year was typically a slow season for electronics sales, making it difficult to identify a particularly suitable product to focus on. Currently, the factory's main products were smartphones and electric blankets. The sales peak for electric blankets would likely last another 2 weeks before the warming weather would sharply reduce demand. There might still be some demand from the southern hemisphere as they entered winter, but making money would be harder. Europe's energy crisis had driven the recent high demand for heating devices, but the southern hemisphere countries were only experiencing normal seasonal needs without any major crises. Therefore, after the Chinese New Year holiday, the factory would need to ramp up production of electric blankets for one final push before gradually reducing output. This left Zhou Yang with dozens of machines and employees needing new products to work on, to avoid any waste of resources. Zhou Yang couldn't find a product that really appealed to him. Baidu Electric had always focused on producing items that people urgently needed, rather than just making money. He thought it might be a good idea to post a suggestion thread on their website, asking customers what products they wanted Baidu to produce. Yes, that's a great idea, Zhou Yang said, quickly setting up an account on the backend using his own name. When he logged into the Baidu online community, he was surprised to find that over 100 posts had appeared overnight. First comment, couch. I'm second, taking the chair. I'm the floor, I'm Baidu's third user, ID 0003. Who can top that? My ID is 0666? Isn't that cooler than yours? These posts were mostly people claiming first comments and joking around. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. These users were likely drawn by the New Year's Eve advertisement and were treating the forum like a fun chat room. But popularity was a good thing. Zhou Yang also saw many users posting New Year greetings to him and Baidu Factory. These were Baidu fans, and there seemed to be quite a few of them, which made Zhou Yang very happy. Although these posts weren't very constructive, the system's community network was divided into many sections. The chatty users were in the casual chat section, not interfering with others. After all, the purpose of that section was to create a lively atmosphere. There were also feedback, lifestyle, and other sections to meet different users' needs. Those who wanted a chat room experience went to the casual chat section. Those treating the Baidu community like a mini blog went to the lifestyle section. For short videos, long videos, and even novels, there were specific sections for those as well. Suggestions and problem reports went to the feedback section.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.